Sorry about the long thing, family. I was just sorting out some things. But yeah, man. Wagwan, man. It's your boy, JEDI for JEDI Online, Trilluminati live, REDPILLTRILL, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live. And please put the love of your like in the chat, you know, like that. What happened to Burger Boy, man? That was mad. What happened to him? That's crazy. Hey. I big up the Birmingham crew and that, you know. You know, who remembers Niche? Who remembers Baseline and that? Double step and all them thing there. Come on. Who remembers 4-4? This is Birmingham music. Hey, what? Let down. Fuck it up. I do like bassline. Let me play my bassline tune. I know I always play it, but it's Burger Boy, Mary J. Blige, Hey, my fucking song. Burger Boy kills this one. So you know, I play the same shit over and over and over again, but this is my fucking song. I can't lie to you. I just want to make sure that it's clean. Burger Boy. Too much bass in this tune. Ah, pussy. See, he's gonna get me nicked. I can't even play it. Fuck. I can't even play it, man. Hey. I'ma send this chat into the chat for you lot, yeah? Just so that you can enjoy this one. There used to be a Bad Boy Floetry tune as well that was mixed into this kind of bass line, what they call it, bass line or 4/4 music, and it's so sick. But anyway, man, what's good? Drinking my coffee slowly, eating a crusty roll. Big up everyone in the chats, man. Please, please, please inundate us with your likes, family tree. Yesterday, I don't even think we made it to 100 likes. For whatever reason, it was a decent show. But yeah, we're getting sloppy with the likes. So let me ask you lot to just rush it. Get these likes up to 30. Get these likes up to 40. Quick. We're on like number 12, I believe. Let's get these likes up. If you lot got multiple accounts, like it up with the multiple accounts, man. Let's get some energy back in this bitch. Yeah? Yesterday's stream was all right. I'm just taking people like King Gold and that very personally at the moment. I don't know why. I just got low tolerance and low patience. And I just feel like every time I hear these people chatting and I just think to myself, yo, it's January, man. I don't want to get me. It's January. This is too familiar. Doing too much of the same shit. It's a bit depressing to listen to them. Yeah. King Gold's story actually upsets me as well. Because a young man who, through no fault of his own, his body, his immune system is turned on him, and it's just dragged him down to the lowest levels, and it's wreaked havoc with his mental health. It's a really sad story because eventually I think King Gold's just going to die, innit? Like, I don't know if I feel like this thing is uncurable, but they ain't had a cure of it yet. But it's like eventually he's just going to die or just be paralyzed. And with that reality, every day you wake up, you're a day closer to maybe, you know, not being able to like have the quality of life that you want or you deserve. That's just playing bare havoc on him. Maybe we should stop him coming on the channel, full stop. I don't know. What do you lot think though? Would that even help? Do you think that's a good way? Do you think that's a good route to go down? I say to man, like, you know what, bro? It's not even worth you coming on. We don't think it's good for your mental health, and we don't think you're good for everyone else's mental health. I just feel like eventually everyone will die, yeah, but not everyone's going to die from a debilitating, bone-fusing, immune system weaponizing disease, you know? Locked into positions where you can't even move your limbs and shit. Spinal curving like a fucking quaver. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I just feel like we always got to remember that about the brother. But you lot don't seem to be responding to me because I'm asking you lot, should we like stop him coming on? And not one person said yeah or no. Oh, he needs a helper, someone to babysit him while he's on, not just MJ. Nah, that's not gonna work. I babysit him. That ain't gonna work, man. I babysit him all the time on it, and it's just like it becomes too much work for me. I end up leaving the stream for a while, watching videos or going out or doing something just to break it up because I can't take it. Don't allow him on, says True Music. He needs a real life intervention. Yeah, I think he needs a break from the stream. If it's not conducive to his well-being, then let's not. If it was helping him, then cool, but it doesn't seem to. All right, but can you not imagine not letting him on? What's he doing when he can't get on? When he can't get on no streams? Is he going to be forced to go out there into the real world, or is he going to go deeper into his own shell of madness? KZ Auckland, sup fam? How is everyone? Man, it's like 2023 is going to be a bad year. Am I wrong? No, I wouldn't say that. I'd be afraid to call any year a bad year in January. Why are you saying that, KZ? Hop on, man. The link is pinned. The link is in the description. Hop on, man. Come have your say. Come have your say, man. Let me see if I can find a link for you quickly. Quick link. Better than yeah. Couple of you said don't allow him on. Couple of you. But do you mean it? Like, the thing is, if he was more entertaining, I'd be like, fuck you, look. I'm letting him on anyway. Because at least he's gonna be entertaining. And yeah, couple numbers go up a little bit. My boo's here. MJ, I really like you, you know.
Top of the morning.
I really like you, man. I think you should get rid of your man.
Liking is not good enough, Jed. Sorry. You have to like fully love me and appreciate the ginger, but I don't think you do, because you just said you like me. You just friend zoned me. I'm out. Do you know, forget about it. I don't even know if I like you anymore, Jed. Bye.
Oh shit, look, she's gone. Look. Fuck it. Women are like, you know what, yeah? I'll be real. Sisters can be like that, you know, like very let me know. People can be like that. Like proper take every word you say literally when they're ready and trying to like hang you by your little words. Oh, you just like it, yeah? Like, yeah, no, you know what I mean? Like, fuck it up.
You just like it. Just like him.
Back to your cousin.
My cousin? Sorry?
That's your cousin King Gold. I just think about it this morning because I'm thinking, you know what, he's due to pop up today. Mm-hmm. Last night, MJ, I just not feeding the brother, man.
The thing is, Jeds, what I was going to say is that, right, because you were saying, what if we don't let him on? Unfortunately, because of the way his mindset is at the moment, he has these delusional thoughts about myself and other people that we're after him, we're doxing him, we're getting into his phone somehow, and all of these things. And I worry what that's going to do. And I don't want to be accountable.
Whoa. What? Did he say that you get into his phone somehow?
Yeah. That's what he was saying last night. I said something and he was like, oh my gosh, are you in my phone? Are you looking in my phone right now? Oh, how did you do that? So I was like, bro, man, like, yeah, I'm in your phone. Like, what do I do here? Because if I say no, he doesn't believe me. If I say yes, it's just I'm playing the game.
You sure he just weren't being sarcastic?
No, because he said things like this before. Do you know what I mean?
You know what, yeah? He says his paranoid thoughts so casually that you might think he's chatting shit.
Yeah.
He's double bluffing you.
Yeah.
Because if you see what he says in the chat as well, like he has this whole narrative about me. So I'm just saying, like, I wonder how much we're actually helping him. It doesn't seem like we're able to help him at this point the way we maybe were before, because he's not listening. He has delusional, paranoid thoughts about people on the panel. And I don't want to be accountable if he jumps on panel, ends up getting wound up and upset, and then goes and does something to himself. Sorry, but I tried to help him. I've tried to speak to him. There ain't much more I can do because I don't know him personally. And as I said yesterday, I believe his family or someone in his real life needs to intervene and actually help him out.
Okay. Silverside says, I'm still getting used to the side, you know. Silverside says, I'd rather listen to a Kingo than Schiffer smacking his lips every few seconds. That annoys. You don't mean that, Silverside, man.
He does. Every time Schiffer comes on, it's either me or Silverside that mentions it. It winds Silverside up. He cannot stand it. And he seems to hear it more than the rest of us, because he hears it sometimes even when I don't.
It is a genuine condition. There's people that can't tolerate the sound of someone eating, for example.
Yeah. No, I get that. I feel like him and Sniper eat every day on the street.
Sniper as well, it's true.
Every day on the street. Sniper's got better though. I think he's literally. Someone said to him, "No, Snaps, allow it, innit?" And that person was probably me, right? Like, allow it. I beg you. So he's got much better. He eats, but he's not like like he used to be, right? But he just does some. It's just like
No, he talks with his
Yeah.
mouth full as well.
some.
What was I saying there?
Yeah, yesterday he was like, yeah, because and I'm like, what the fuck are you eating that sounds like that, bruv? Yeah, last time he was eating crisp, it sounded like that. Another time he's eating a sandwich, it sounds like that. He just eats loud. Big him up though. Schiffer's funny. And why I would say this is I would tolerate your lip smacking because you can be annoying, you can be jarring, you can be everything, but you're entertaining and you participate in the conversations and you keep the show going. And people can more vibe with you than having some quasi conversation with a Kingo. Like, yeah, Schiffer is nuts, but you could talk with him, you could chat to him.
I think
you know
the people that like a Kingo, like I like him, is because we remember the older Kingo. Because he's got a lot worse. Like
he's got a lot worse, but let's not pretend like he didn't have this up his sleeve for the whole time you've known him, though.
I've known him for long, man.
Look.
Long.
All right, cool.
Since before, like G Block, even.
Okay, have I known him before G Block? Yeah, I think I did.
Of course, man.
Yeah, of course I did. I knew him just a little bit. No, yeah, I did know him before G Block, but he's always had this
weird side to him.
Yeah, he gets.
Yeah, definitely. He's had that geeky, nerdy, irritating side to him, but now it's just become his main characteristic.
Yeah, it's become his main characteristic, man. Main characteristic, man. And my thing is, I got to start that kind of more considering the well-being of the channel, right? And
Of course,
that might be enjoying it, but I might have to make an executive decision and say this is no good for you. It's no good.
Here's my suggestion.
Yeah.
Make a deal with him. We say to him, listen, we'll let you on for 5 minutes a day, yeah, for the first week. If you can do that without fucking up, the second week we'll put you up to 10 minutes a day. Yeah, so after 10 minutes, you're going to leave regardless. So you better be on your best behavior because if you fuck up, then you're banned for a week. And you can get yourself up to like 1 hour, slowly.
You can't get yourself up to a fucking hour, mate.
Without fucking up.
Sounds good.
But that's an incentive for him, innit? You can come on, say hi to everyone, and then just fuck off, and then come back the next day. Or have a spaz and then chill on your own for 1 week.
All right, well, let me go into the toolbox to look for KZ Auckland and see if he's been banned. His name rings a bell, but let me see.
While you're there, can you unblock thingy? Jordan M. Poor Jordan, man.
No, I'm not on the I'm not in the chat. I'm in the StreamYard, jumping on the stream. Yeah, Jordan M ain't getting unlocked, man. I don't want to see him. I don't want him chatting in my chat. I just don't.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Jordan M is a real pussy, real one. I don't see anything, man. I don't see no Auckland. It's just a bag of Betty.
Troll accounts.
Yeah. Seems like there's less in there than used to be. Nah. Dr. Wife Beater. Names, man. Diva, Kappa Killer. Yeah, you two can talk to each other, you know.
Hey, MJ.
Hey.
MJ.
Spit on it or shove it in. Come. Khan, did you see the new clip?
Yeah, I like them already.
Oh, you like them, yeah?
Yeah, man. I put a comment on one as well.
You're getting battered, man. What's going on, man?
Sometimes you got it, innit?
What's going on with you in the clips? You're getting battered. You're gonna end up with more clips than me, man. Fuck it up.
Yeah, I know.
See, my trick now, when people are acting up and doing madness, I go silent. So you know,
I've noticed that.
Me in the clip. I'm not involved no more.
Yeah, just let it be clean, like a nice clean version of them exposing themselves.
Not me, man. I'm not there, man.
There's no. Yeah.
somebody was really upset in one of the clips yesterday. It was like, oh, this is not the conversation. I've never been to this channel, and I saw the title and I thought, oh yes, and this is not the conversation I thought it'd be. It's basically 10 minutes of this guy
saying you can't catch Rastas on road at 7 a.m.
Nah, it wasn't even. It was Kale. Basically, it was me getting at Kale, but they just pissed. They're like, yo, it's just 10 minutes of me like insulting this guy.
Poor Kale.
Yeah, Kale, man. I think he's out now. I think he's done. He came back and he just was like, you know what? I'm gonna stay out of it. Came back. He made another clip, and that clip outdone is the clip that made him leave the first. Our Jordanian's African or something like that.
People take shit too seriously, man.
Yeah, I mean, we all do though, innit? Like, I realize that the clips has affected the psychology of some people. I'm trying to like find a middle ground.
It does seem that like it's a weaponized process though. Like people who are putting clips, I don't know who's putting them. It's like they're doing it to kind of embarrass and shame people. Like, because not everything's equally covered. Like if you was using clips to say it's like, oh, promoting the channel and we're just doing the best bits of each day, there'd be like a wide variety of like different clips, but there ain't. It's just like, yeah, Khan was just chatting madness.
Yeah, but you might be
three clips on that.
Khan, you might be the highlight of the day though, cuz it just might be that.
Yeah, that can happen occasionally.
Remember this, Khan. The aim for this clips thing is this simply: get one clip to go viral.
Yeah.
Right? So the clips team know that.
So there's no clips of like people who are running the channel. There's no MJ clips. There's no Mzalini clips. It's like, yeah, there's certain people that are going to be the bait.
Can we say this then? Can we say this? No disrespect to MJ or Mzalini. Maybe they're just not viral content. Maybe they don't really say much or do much. I think with MJ, it's unfair to say because there's been some good clips of her uploaded. She'll be getting run down. She's beefing.
Poor MJ.
Yeah, everything. Was it everything? What was his name? EIE, whatever. Yeah, everything is everything. He's running down, telling her, if you want black cocky, then you better learn the culture. She's getting run down in some clips, you know, but maybe not in enough. Maybe there's not enough clips where it's worth clipping. That's just it. Like,
I don't know, there was a nice little one where, well, it didn't get clipped, but when her and Kat had a little back and forth.
Yeah, I saw we got that.
Kat was tearing strips off at MJ, and I was like, MJ, let her have it. And she just wouldn't, and I was like, it's one of them ones, isn't it? It's like someone's calling you every white bitch under the sun, and you can't like respond in kind, because then you're the bad one.
The racist, yeah.
I feel sorry for her, man.
You could do like that. You can't battle on racism, but
true.
Yeah, just saying, innit? Yeah, I think that some people make better clips than others, and you make good clips. So
I ain't got a problem with that.
A clip where someone might be like, "What the fuck? Who the fuck is this? What did he say?" You know what I mean? And that's gonna make them want to check it out. And that's
I'm gonna upload them all to my TikTok soon.
Like, what did he say? Nah,
I'm gonna tag everyone in it.
Nah, good luck. Big up yourself, Bibi. Jump on, man. We ain't actually spoken to you physically for a while. Jump on, man. Big up Axum. Let me go through the likes. Let me help these likes get up. What number are we on? Where did we reach?
Do you know who followed me the other day?
Who?
Who's that guy? Fresh and Fit, Fish and Fresh, whatever he's called. I don't know what he's called. You know the guy? He's always backing up Andrew Tate. He's got his little podcast, and he's always got about 10 girls on there. He ends up kicking one of them off.
Oh, Fresh and Fit.
That's it. They followed me the other day.
But were you sure it's them though?
Yeah, I checked it out. It's them.
Is it?
Yeah.
What they follow you for?
I just repost certain things, innit? So obviously, I must have just kept coming up on their thing.
Nah, man, them in the group chat. I'd like, don't know. Someone's just.
It is what it is.
What?
Not only do I want it to stink, I'm disappointed when it doesn't. Every now and again, you encounter a lady who has no scent coming.
What? Hold on.
Gucci gonna stink sometimes.
Hold on.
It is what it is.
Listen to this.
Gucci coochie gonna stink sometimes. It is what it is.
Yeah, I heard that.
Want it to stink. I'm disappointed when it doesn't. Every now and again, you encounter a lady who has no scent coming off of her piss mitt, and that might be because you have a team of chemists working on your gender biome, and good for you. The pH balance is on point. But personally, I like when it's got a little twang to it. 11 herbs and spices that I can't quite pinpoint. I want to scratch my nose when I leave in the morning and get flashbacks from last night's escapades. If your coochie's got a brand, rock that shit. And follow me, you fucking idiots.
Man's a pussy connoisseur.
I'm not gonna lie. I've said this before, and someone tried to quote me. Oh, James, didn't you say you like the smell of pussy? I'm like, what? Go away, man.
You did say that.
Yeah, but I didn't mean it like whoever tried to bring it up. It's probably
No, but
you.
I agree with you. Like the natural feminine essence is a beautiful thing.
Yes.
And when the woman's pussy's too clean, it's very suspect. It's like, why are you keeping yourself clean to that level? What are you hiding?
She's hiding the fact that she's actually got BV too. She's knows cream cheesy right now. She's like, oh, 1 minute. But a girl like that, you can't have spontaneous sex with.
What, the super clean ones?
No, well, the one that tries to do all that, because obviously there's something going in. She needs to actually address her vagina, but she's covering it up with whatever, femme fresh or soap or.
Are you saying this because of medical conditions?
I think a lot of the time.
No, I'm saying this because they're getting bus inside, and then they're turning up at your gates, and they're like, "Yeah, let's fuck," and you're like, "Come on then," and she's like, "I just need a quick shower."
Nah. Stop that, man, Can't be that. That's like the worst case scenario of why she's doing that.
All right.
I don't. What do you mean? All right, like something.
I'm just saying, like, it's just suspect, innit? Like every single time you have to wash before sex.
Right, but I'm saying if you've been with her the day, then there's other reasons why. It ain't because of a man. There's other reasons why, and I think personally because she's paranoid about the smell of her fanny. So she's like, yo, you know what?
Yeah, that's true. It can be.
Because I think some
especially
girls...
with fat chicks, they get sweaty down there, innit?
I think some girls know that once they start fucking and that seal gets broken, you're gonna smell the true
outpour.
You're gonna smell the true essence of
the
what's
inside out.
You're gonna like it. So she's like, let me just go and like do a quick one so that when he hits it, it's gonna be all right. And then I'll jump up straight away and go wash straight away after that. So there's no smell of the pum. And I'm like, yo, I remember old school pum used to smell like pum pum, like, and that's not stink, it's just pum pum, like different.
Exactly that, yeah.
But where do you lot's pum pum smell gone? What's happening? What are you lot doing? Weird. You got Khan feeling like he's got COVID, no smell, no taste.
Do you get what I mean? Where's MJ? MJ?
She's
there, babe.
She's going to have a wash. Oh, I can't imagine MJ taking half an hour in there trying to wash it. Like, fucking, what are you doing in there?
In there.
Yeah. I'm nearly ready. What the fuck? What is that drilling sound?
With the directional jet on the
Why is
shower
this
head.
coming from under the door? What are you doing? I'm just washing up.
Using bleach.
Let's just talk about MJ's funny. That'll be jokes for half an hour. All right. Keep these likes forwarding, family. Where's the likes? Where's the likes? Steak on chips on the.
You noticed? I don't know if you've been with a lot of ginger women, but they're more likely to fully shave off the fanny. Like,
more likely?
They're more likely, yeah. They for some reason they just shave it all off because they don't want you going down there and going, it's ginger down here as well. So they just shave it off down there. I've noticed that anyway. I don't know.
MJ?
Because thing yesterday was asking about the bush situation. Who was it asking? Going, yeah, I like a big bush. Oh yeah, it was Randy. Randy was like, yeah, I've been watching some 1970s porn. I've been getting into the big bushes again.
I've never slept with a ginger woman.
Really? You're missing out, bro. If you like that porcelain white skin.
Yeah, I don't think. No offense, but I don't think that's like what I go for. I don't go for like porcelain. Oh, you got porcelain white skin. Not really sure. I go for that.
Maybe it's an acquired taste.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't, yeah. To be honest, yeah, paleness paleness isn't my go-to. No. I much prefer tanned and melanated, like in terms of its skin tone. Because it's got a healthier glow to it. It's what I'm used to, and I suppose I've grown to love that over the years. Right, that whole pasty, ghostly, look, like the Chinesey look that you always talk about, or whatever, the Asian-y look and all that, and
the Koreans.
Yeah, that pale thing.
The super pale ones.
Even when I see them in like a porn or something, like there's no appeal.
Each to their own, brother. Each to their own.
Sallow. That sallow looking. No. There's nothing there. It's just too. You look ill. Paleness kind of reminds me of a bit of illness.
There is a color, I can't even put my finger on it or explain it. But I've seen it on like Iraqi girls where they're like melanated, but they're just like this really like reddish color. Extremely red.
Yeah, red is a
nice, like Thai, but a slight bit different.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that one.
We got the gingers, man.
I like the pink. The thing about the gingers, they come with pink bits. I like the pink bits.
What?
Pink bits, like nipples are pink, the fanny's pink, rather than brown.
What do you mean the fanny's pink, bro?
Like the fanny's like bright pink, like the fanny itself.
Well, the inside.
Yeah.
Bright.
You know, there's all different color fannies, isn't it?
Sorry, I'm not gonna porn bomb myself again, but I need to just double check.
Yeah, there's all different color fannies, bro.
Ginger pussy. Fucking hell, hey, that's quite pink.
It's bright pink, bro. It's like a clam, innit? You know them clams, them sea clams. And it's white on the outside, pink on the inside. It's like that. Just expecting to find a little pearl in there or something.
Yeah, pearl, you know. All right. Not me just scanning through ginger fannies. All right, cool. Definitely not doing that. Right, man. Where's my family tree at? You lot hitting the link. You're delaying to hit the link. We need some more people to chat to. Who's got an interesting subject for me today, man? I'm fed up of coming up with subjects. I'm done. Come up with subjects that fuel a whole day of convo. And then as soon as that subject's done, people just looking at me like, what's next? Fuck. Yeah. It's very difficult. Let me see what these lot are saying in the chat. Kingo's problems well behind. Cannot reason with insanity. Yeah, pisses me off. Only fruity man spat their lips like that. Don't want to hear it. Big Fat's doing go for the channel. The most important 5 minutes. That's ridiculous. Maybe an hour. Louise, you're such a softie, man. You can't give him a whole hour. You lot all run off. This is the thing. We give him an hour and you lot are gone.
There has to be some sort of progression, man. He has to kind of earn it.
Yeah, you can't just give him an hour.
A straight hour like that? No way.
Yeah, no. We can say 10 minutes. I think start at 10 and then work up to 20. That, you know what I mean? Start at 10 or 15 if he's even interested. Because he could hear us and be like, no, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to find some pride and not jump on anymore.
Never.
If I chat online, I can't cry if it stays online forever. Okay, yeah, I hear you. Big up Axum. Cracking me out yesterday. Axum's just a mad woman.
She's funny though.
Yeah, she is. KZ Auckland. Maybe it's the block list. I ain't blocked you, brother. Can you tell me? Have you got any other names on
Are you
here?
trying to jump on the stream or something?
Yeah. You've been blocked. The host has blocked you. Can you
Just
tell me
make another account, man. Why?
tell me any other names that you may be known as on here? Like
Just make another. It just takes 2 seconds to make another account. It's like quicker than actually unblocking him. What's the matter, man?
What's his name again?
KZ Auckland.
AZ, yeah. Nah, brother, you're not in there, man. You're not here. You're not in there under that name. So maybe you came under another name or whatever. And I can't think why I would have blocked you. A lot of people say this, and I just think maybe it's StreamYard or you've done something else somewhere else.
Yeah, it could be that.
Yeah, because I'm not just gonna block you for no reason. Alright, fuck it. Yeah, try and make another account if you can, brother. Eating healthy food can be the reason, Jeds. Too many.
What the Fanny smells? Back to Fanny.
I don't know what she's talking about.
Eating healthy food.
Oh yeah, she's talking about Fanny. Yeah, she must be.
Mm.
Yes, gal feel wash their pum pum daily, especially before and after sex. I don't need my girl to wash her pum pum before we have sex. Just washed in the day, right? Just as long as she's washed that day or she's clean, I don't need her to wash it just before we have sex. Like that. I don't know what that is. I'm not into that. I'm not into that. Trust me. That can be. Sometimes I feel like that's a bit of a passion killer as well. Because now you got me feeling like your fanny wasn't clean a minute ago. Do you know what I mean? Like, just be clean in general. Why? How are we now near each other in an intimate setting, and now, I just need to go and wash my vagina? Like, what? What the fuck? You came to my house with unclean vagina? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, obviously.
I do it all the time. Let me just run to the toilet. Oh, fuck off. You've literally just killed the boner that was...
Yeah, it's true.
What's up with you, man? Passion killers. I'm quite fussy like that, though.
And they're in there for like half an hour.
What the fuck are you doing?
By the time you come back, like, I'm doing something else now.
Yeah, like, chill out now. Just wait there. I'm just going to the bathroom. Like, little clammy pum gal. Sweaty Betty. Too many girls drip drying. Khan has the maddest facts.
Who said
like,
that?
Music.
Music. Oh, pick up music, man.
There are 60 people watching.
I might have lost a lot of fans yesterday.
Why? Oh, last night.
Saying some controversial shit lately.
Right. That's down to you. Like, I didn't even know.
I know, obviously.
I don't know what that was. Who's that? Flame? Man like Flame?
Gangalini, big up.
Well, go on, Flame.
That's it, man. Just there. We said.
We're just talking about different colours of pum. What's your favourite?
He doesn't know.
Huh? I don't really have a preference, you know. It's not that deep.
What?
You heard what I said, bro. Repeat in your head. Make sense of it.
You're just happy to get anything.
What you saying though, Khan?
Alhamdulillah, bro. I'm always good, you know.
Alhamdulillah.
We got our health, you know what I mean? Health's the main thing, innit? Health is wealth.
I heard that. What's MJ saying? She's just quiet, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Maybe she's cooking a little breakfast or something.
Khan, you on a proper diet? Like, do you have breakfast and all of that, or do you just eat when you feel to?
To be honest with you, I've been doing a lot of fasting.
What? You know, It's not Ramadan yet, though.
Not religious fasting, just like thingy, health and fitness type fasting, like intermittent fasting.
Oh, okay. It's working for you, though, yeah?
Yeah, it's good.
Mm.
It's not like Islamic fasting, because Islamic fasting, you wake up and then you eat, innit? And then you
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
eat for the rest of the day. Whereas with this, you wake up, you don't eat nothing, and that kind of like lack of appetite lasts throughout the whole day. So if you don't eat nothing to kind of wake up your appetite, it will just stay like dead. So then the only time you want to eat is when you're actually really hungry, like physically hungry.
And can I ask you something, Kanye? See
Go on, bro.
how you got big, yeah? Was it
Mm.
just neglect or
I don't
was
know,
it other
fam.
reasons?
I can't answer that. Like, it's just, I just blew in it. I just blew up. And I think once you're fat, you don't care no more, innit? You don't care no more, because it's like, I might as well just eat this packet of biscuits. I'm fat anyway.
Packet of biscuits, you know. Not
Do
even
you know what I mean? It's like a whole packet gets like, just rinsed, and you're like, rah.
So you say that's changed now, yeah?
Huh?
Has that changed now? Like you're thinking?
Yeah. Plus, I had the thyroid operation. I think the thyroid had a lot to do with it.
Okay, yeah.
After that, I just didn't have no appetite.
So can I ask you? Was this a personal thing? Like you wanted to get healthy for yourself, or was the kids a factor? Like,
All of them, really, all of them things, innit? All of them things. Obviously, the kids kind of like triggered it, innit? Like they started me off thinking, raw, like I can't have my kids growing up thinking it's all right to be fat, because it's not. There's so many like negatives to it. There's so many health implications to it. You can't just be like politically correct about and go, oh, fat people are people too, and start caping for being fat. Like, no, your life's going to be shorter. You're not going to live past 55. Like, stop fronting. There ain't no old fat people.
Yeah, that's what I realized, man. I realized that, man. You can't be old and fat.
Right.
You just can't.
why do you say that though, Jeds?
You just can't. What do you mean? You see old people, you don't see old fat people, cuz.
It's true.
Like you don't, especially the men. Oh, you want to see an old man? He ain't gonna have body fat on him, right? If he's an old man that's still walking about, you ain't gonna see no fat old men. You might see some fat old ladies, just about, maybe just about, but
You see men with them beer bellies though, Jets.
yeah, but they don't get old though.
MJ, you see the men.
The beer belly man doesn't get old. Is what we're saying.
Oh, I don't know.
Go on, what age? He's out of here, mate. From that belly's big.
Like even my next door neighbor, he must be in his like 70s or something, and he's got big beer belly.
Is he Irish?
How big?
No, he's English.
How big? And how long?
They all say they're English.
Like 8 months pregnant big.
Damn, girl.
Well, he ain't gonna live much longer. That's just the fact.
But he's got to this age, you know what I mean? Ripe old age and that.
That's not 70. Did you say 70? It's not even old.
I'm saying at least 70. I don't know how old he is, but it's at least.
No, they say, MJ, the exception proves the rule, isn't it?
Right. I'm gonna make my claim that with old age, weight becomes more of a factor for men than for women, and it's one of the reasons why men's mortality rate or whatever
plummets
is higher than the women's. It's because of the body fat and that. And
yeah.
I think that's one of the major things that kill men.
Definitely.
It's just being overweight. However it translates, heart attack, this issue, that issue, whatever, but a lot of it is weight and fat related, I would say.
That's right.
I saw this documentary on the BBC years ago. They were saying that to live longer, you need to have a decent amount of muscle around your bones.
Right,
That's right.
I heard that too. You should never stop exercising.
Yeah.
Because these old people, their muscles wasting as well. It's another thing. It's another reason why bones and that are just popping out of place when they get tapped. Because there's nothing holding them in place.
That's it.
Yeah.
And it's the tugging on the muscle that makes the bone thicker. You know, like if you don't work your muscles, you're gonna get osteoporosis if you don't work your muscles.
You
know, when you contract a muscle and it tugs on the tendon that's connected to the bone, that's what triggers the bone to get thicker.
Yeah, I definitely know about that. Isn't it, MJ?
I don't even know what I'm saying, you know.
MJ, you know about that.
Huh?
When you tugging on the bone when you tug on the tendon, and you know, get the bone thicker. You know what?
I don't know. I'm vegetarian. I don't know about these things.
Vegetarian.
Oh, cucumber things, yeah. Cucumber and eggplant and that.
Cucumber. Tug on the root. I was watching some stupid video today. The man's like, wait, what's he saying? He says, "You cute? Can I get your number?" He wears a facial mask here, right? Like one of them surgical masks, right? He's in like Walmart. He's going up to old women and, "You cute? Can I get your number? You cute? Can I get your number?" She's like, "What?" I said, "You cute? Can I get your number?" She's like, "Oh no, I'm married, but what do you want my number for?" They're proper on it, like, you hear me? No, honey, I'm married, but why you want my number? And he's like, then he pulls down the mask. He's like, I said, "Can you tell me where the cucumbers are?" Do you know where I can find?
Oh yeah. I think I see what you're talking about. Yeah, sure.
I know you're talking about now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said something. One woman was looking like she's gonna throw it all away, boy, for this young man. She's like, "Oh, I'm married," and then she like does some mad pose, like some mad postures, like, "What do you want my number for?" Another one, he's asking women, "Can you jerk me? Can you jerk me? Pardon? Can you jerk me?" And he's got women saying, "Well, what? Right here? Like, we can go to my car."
Have you seen the little? Is he like Mexican dude?
Yeah. Then he pulls on his mask. He said, "Can you tell me where to find the jerky? Or you know where the turkey? Where can I find the turkey?" And like, oh, I thought you said, "Oh, never mind."
Carry on shopping.
Oh, that level moving mad.
Yeah.
What are you gonna say, Carl?
Yeah, I like them ones, man. They're mostly happening in the supermarkets, though. So it's showing you that if you want to chat to gal these days, you have to catch them in the in the supermarket.
Yeah.
It's like one woman put a thing up. She's like, "Where can I find good men like you lot? Like, where can I find you lot?" And I put a comment. I put, "Tesco's World Food Aisle. Come meet me." And she was like, "My kind of guy."
God's been there every night since. Can't get it there right now.
Tesco's World Food Aisle's banging, bro. So you meet the most interesting people.
You know, there's a study that I can't remember the guy's name that done this. Like, he done what they called the visual illusions. Yeah, so he had a vase with 7 dolphins on it, and he said kids under the age of 7 are gonna see 7 dolphins. Kids above 7 are gonna see 2 naked people.
Whoa.
Yeah, so they're basically breaking down that how people get programmed after a while to be observant of sexual things, and it's an indication of where your mind's at.
Do you know that geezer that goes up to gang members and says stupid things to them and gets himself chased? He says things like, "Yo, bro, do you want to bang?"
I don't know how I feel about that.
What?
You know?
"Do you want to bang, bro?" And he's like, what the fuck you talking about? And he's like, "Do you want to bang?" And then he pulls out some drink called Bang and he gives it to him. And he's like, "You're a fucking
that's a
idiot.
draw
I
out,
need to fucking murk you."
Yeah, that's a draw out, man. I don't know how I feel about
that. One's funny, bro.
Going up to people in the end and
There's the
saying,
other guy as well who goes up to girls. He's like, "Yeah, do you find me attractive? What do you rate me out of 10? Do you know that guy?
No. But these are mostly American people, innit? We ain't got that much UK people doing these things.
That guy's British. I swear they got him over on Love Island right now. Because I've seen his last video and he looked like he's in a hot country all of a sudden. I'm like, nah, I guarantee you they've got him out on Love Island.
Do you watch Love Island, Con?
I haven't watched it yet. I swear I'm 2 episodes down. But I don't know, man. I might not watch it this year. I think I finally got too old for it.
Why?
Everyone's just looking too ridiculously young, like.
Oh, you feel awkward watching them?
Yeah, it's just that. Do you know what I mean? They're supposed to be 23, but they look about 12. Allow it. Can't watch that shit, man. But there's one Turkish girl on there, Tanya. She looks good, man. She's
Tanya, yeah.
Yeah, check her out. She's super fit, but she's had work done. I don't like them plasticky girls.
Nah,
Nah, she's too fake for me, for my liking.
Or you might burst one of them bubbles, you know.
It's like Jedi was saying yesterday. It's like the kids don't come out looking like the mum. It's like then
You
you
don't see
realise
that
your
thing,
wife's
that
face has just
Chinese
been
woman that done
altered.
that?
I want to know
Did you not hear about that?
that's one of the most attractive things, isn't it? When you're having sex with someone and you're attracted to them, it's like you're thinking, yeah, if like we accidentally do get pregnant and the kid's gonna come out looking gorgeous. But when you don't know what she looks like, it's like it's taking away the kind of attraction. Because what
So
are you attracted to,
here's a
isn't it?
scenario, can't you? You go out for a night out, come across a woman, she's looking leng, whatever,
Pause.
and then she's like, you're like, right, yeah, what you saying? You get a number, whatever, whatnot. And then eventually down the line, she tells you she's had a lot of surgery done, yeah?
Yeah.
But she can't show you what she looked like before. Are you furthering it, or are you going to be like, nah, allow that?
Now, obviously, man will never say no to good pussy, innit? Like, obviously, that's not a reason to say no to a girl, innit? Like, that's just like gay if that's the case.
So what, you would avoid having kids, or would you have kids?
No, I'm just saying it's not going to be like some serious thing, but it's just a bit of a disappointment. You're like, I really would have liked to know what you look like.
And if she did show you and she was butters?
Well, it can work both ways. It's like my ex that I've just been with now. She showed me her photos of before when she was like really obese, like she was so fat. So then when I got with her, she was still fat, but she'd lost a lot of weight. So in a way, I was sort of proud of her. I was like, well done, babe. Like you kind of like, you took the bull by the horns sort of thing. And you done something. So like seeing people's old pictures, it can be a good thing. But then like with another woman I was with, I seen her previous pictures and she just looked too tomboyish. It's like she was wearing like jeans all the time, like she had some piercing in her eyebrow. And I was like, no man, that's just put me off you. Like I didn't realize you had that side to you. Because now you're older, you're looking all like Posh Spice and that, like sexy little bob. You know that Posh Spice had that little sexy little bob.
What's a bob?
It
What's a
was
bob?
like short hair, like where it curls.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I was like, yeah, that looks nice, man. The jet black hair and all that.
Mm.
And when I seen her previous pictures, I was like, oh, that's put me right off you, boy. Like, don't ever let your hair get that long.
What? So even from the past, the picture from the past put you off?
It can do, innit? Because you don't see that side in them. You're looking at them and you're seeing them how you've seen them, like the modern version. And then when you see that, like I didn't realize you had that side to you, man. It's like, it can happen like that.
That is jokes still. So what are you saying, Khan? You trying to get fit so you can get back on the market, yeah? Get some gal them and that.
Nah, bro. Back on the
Don't lie,
market.
Khan, man.
I'm 50.
Don't lie.
Look, if they want me, they have to come to me now.
where are you gonna be?
Out and about doing my thing, innit?
I hear you. So what's changing? What are you saying? You're not out there like that no more.
Nah.
You know what? I would have thought you would be because you're going gym now. You're gonna get in
I'm
shape.
not on
You're
the
gonna feel good
rebound
about
thing, fam.
yourself.
I broke up with a woman because I needed a break from relationships. I'm just doing me now, innit? Going gym, eating healthy. I was working for a while. Now fuck my knee up. I can't work. That's another
Oh
one.
shit!
So I
So
have to
how
now
long you out
find a
for?
new job, like a little office job or something, or you know what I mean?
You got a
Something a
car?
bit more chilled, huh?
You got a car?
Yeah,
You got SIA license as well, innit?
yeah.
I'm gonna chat to someone before you still see if I can hook you up.
All right, man. Let me know, innit?
No, if
I
you're
might
looking
do a
for a
little
job, I
thing
can.
though. What's it? Flame. You know the
Go on.
little £200 CCTV bolt on.
Yeah.
Add on to your CCTV. Add on to your SIA. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, you can do. Oh yeah, that's a more easier job for you, innit? Just sitting there staring at the
Yeah,
camera.
CCTV more so than
Well, this thing that I was
patrolling.
gonna say to you is like a night shift. What you gotta do is sit in your car.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, so I'll ask still.
Thing is, with a lot of these jobs now, they're expecting people to do mad hours.
Yeah. Well,
And
the
that's the
thing
thing.
that this
Well,
night
I'm not
shift like
looking to
it's
do
12
mad
hours,
hours.
isn't
Like, I need to have my work-life balance in it. At my age, I can't just be
it?
working because young people can work because they need the money. They're planning their future, whatnot. But that's not for
Yeah.
me, bro.
You got a bit of
Yeah, I
echo,
know.
Flames.
Oh, my bad. One sec.
I can't be doing mad hours no more, bro. I've done all that before. 12-hour shifts and whatnot. Like, fuck that. I'm thinking of doing a little part-time number.
Carl, why don't you do some online thing like? Because you're always on the
Yeah, I
computer or
might
the
do.
phone.
Apparently, there's a lot of jobs in what's it called? phone jobs and that.
Have you got any
Telemarketing.
connects in Turkey or Cyprus, bro? We could get some products from there and import them and shop them.
Yeah, I used to do that when I was younger.
Yeah, can we do that? Because I need some garms for my company anyway, bro. So you might have some connects.
Them type of things is covered, bro. You go online, you can find the best provider for your blanks, innit?
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? You're not really going to undercut them by going to Turkey. It's a lot of outlay for little return. Do you know what I mean? What are you going to save, like 5p on a t-shirt? You might as well just buy the ones that's there now.
True. Hey, where do you think I should go to Turkey if I was going to move there?
To move there?
Yeah. Or just buy a property there.
Man sounded so like disgust the move there.
No, but it's not
Put
that.
me right
It's
off.
that with Turkey, it's very various. Like there's villages, there's rural places, like there's cities, there's that. It's so diverse. Like for you to decide, I'm just going to move there, you can't just, you know what I mean, not carry out
All right,
full
let me give you
investigations.
a little criterion.
You
I'm
got to
looking
go
for
there as well.
a bit of land, like not even a bit of land, a lot of land, and at least a half an hour, 40 minutes away from a city. Like I'm acting like you're some estate agent or something.
It's like it's what it is, though, Flame. It's to do with your price range. You get me? It's to do
50
with how much you're prepared to pay.
50 racks.
50 racks. You're looking maybe Bursa, somewhere like that. Like even off Ankara, somewhere like, you know. But if you're trying to go near coastal, near the touristic places, it's just going to be 10 times that.
Try Romania. I heard there's some space. Anyway.
they got 3 mansions in there, a couple of cars.
He wants a Muslim country, innit?
Yeah. Cutting in the middle, yeah.
KZ Auckland.
Oh, I'm finally here. Holy shit, dude. Fuck.
They got KZ.
Bro, I've been trying so hard to get back on.
Auckland in the place.
KZ, do you know if you maybe appear in the block list under a different name?
I came on here, right, one time.
Yeah.
But I was talking over somebody and they said, wait your turn. Obviously, I was in a drunk state and I kept on talking. And then, oh, that's it. You're done, bro. You're done. And then I got
they can be cool over here. What number? What do you know what name you may have had?
I'll just use this, but I'll always use KZ Auckland no matter where I go. I always use the same account. I don't have alt. Even if I did use an alt, that alt is called KZ as well.
It would have been KZ anyway. Yeah.
Why is it KZ? Why is it KZ?
I know, I just made it up. I thought it was an easy name to remember. KZ. Like two
you
letters,
just made it up. Okay.
Yeah.
It stood for something you cared about.
No, you know, I just started streaming because there's a guy called Ice Poseidon. I don't know if you heard about him.
No.
But he started doing live streams. He was the first one to do live streams on Twitch. Then he bring the shit over to YouTube. And then once I saw that, like, dude, I wanted to get involved doing IRL streaming and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's how I came about. This was like 2016, 2015.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, man.
You've been streaming ever since?
Not constantly. I can't do it, dude. Just got family, kids and shit, so I can never keep up with it.
Is it different over on Twitch?
Oh, way different. But it's more censored over there. There's a few things you can say and you can't say, and you get banned like over nothing, dude. Over here, you got more freedom of speech here. You can say some shit and it slides, you know.
There's another one that people are using now. I don't know. I forget the name of it, but what's his name? Andrew Tate's little follower. What's his name? Ross.
Oh,
Ross.
that white dude, Aiden Ross. Yeah, I like that guy.
Him and who's the other one?
Speed?
No, the other one, the Mexican-looking one.
Oh, I don't know, but I know the peeps that he hangs out with. Yeah, I get that.
I forget his name, man. But anyway, like he was saying, oh, Aiden just got thingied. He got banned on Twitch or whatever. He got like thingied, and he was like, oh, come over to. He's like, come over to whatever. So there's another one, and then there's another one, and there's all different like platforms. It seems.
Yeah. Well, everyone's coming to YouTube, so that's a good thing. People are liking YouTube more. Yeah, dude. Like a lot of people, like that guy Dr. Disrespect was a big time fucking Twitch streamer. Now he got banned, and he doesn't even know what he got banned for. But he's over here now on YouTube. They're all making money over here too. Yeah, but you make a lot more money over on Twitch.
Yeah,
Mm. But I guess this is the second best thing, I guess. Yeah.
How's the money situation where you are in Auckland? Do people like donate? Do they
Man.
give?
Yeah,
they tight?
it's crazy. Like a lot of Americans would donate to me, which is almost like twice the dollar amount here. So one USD is almost like $1, like almost. So $1 USD is like $2 NZD for me. So it's almost double, dude. So I make bang buck if you put it that way.
Where are you from, bro? Your ethnicity?
New Zealand, yeah.
No, yourself. Are you indigenous New Zealander?
Yeah. Half
What, like a
caste,
Maori?
Yeah, I'm half Maori and half white.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's good.
Yeah.
What's happened with the thing? Your leader, she resigning for real?
Yeah, I just saw that today, dude. She was crying and shit.
Poor woman, man.
What is that sound?
Someone mute Jedi. Is that Jedi making all that noise?
What's that playing in the background?
As
I
usual.
don't know.
Big up, KZ.
Hey, what's up? How are you?
I'm good, thanks. You?
Good. Yeah.
What we talking about?
Big up KZ, big up MJ, big up Jen,
Big up, Snipes.
Flame, big up Khan.
Big up, man.
Big up.
Oh, big up, Flame. Sorry, I didn't even say hello to you. So rude of
MJ,
me.
we spoke like 2 seconds.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we spoke, but I didn't actually say hi. Do you know what I mean? Oh, fuck it.
All
My
right,
phone hasn't stopped today.
What's going on?
So KZ, so your prime minister's leaving, yeah?
Yeah. Fucking, she was crying too. So it sounds like it was forceful. I don't know, dude. Sounds like she's been forced to resign. By the looks
Yeah,
of it,
seems that way.
She's been pushed out, not by them, but a lot of other people around the world too. You know, other powers.
Well,
too.
in the UK, she was given a good portrayal, though, when all of that
The shooting and that
Christchurch
happened.
happened and all that.
Yeah.
Well,
Christchurch.
she always shook hands with him, you know, especially the Queen, the sons, and all that. They love coming here for holidays and shit. So we've got a good relationship between them. So our relationship between them are really good. But I mean, apart from that, you know, I don't know why she's resigning though. That's all hidden.
Yeah, there's a big expulsion of Europeans to new areas, and I'm watching them. And one of the places is New Zealand. They're definitely it's like home away from home for them lately.
Do you remember that guy Kim.com? You guys heard of him? Kim.com. He's the one that owned that online thing called Mega Upload. He owned that website.
Nah, I never heard of it.
Well, he came here. He built his own mansion, fucking millions of dollars, dude. They were actually going to hire him, put him in the parliament, and then get him to be like our new kind of president, you know? Or, per se, yeah. But
KZ, how much is a 3-bedroom yard where you're at?
So I've got a 3-bedroom house. That's $480, and that's cheap. I don't know what that's
$480.
Yeah.
So how much American dollars? How much American dollars? At half that, yeah.
That's probably like 250, 270 USD.
That's not bad, you know. That's not bad at all.
Flames
not that
branching
bad.
out.
This is a good place if you want to come here and retire. I'd say that.
Yeah,
sounds bad, but I mean, you know,
what the chicks like? What the chicks like out there?
They're actually pretty good, dude. They fucking fall in love with Americans, especially Americans or anyone that's from overseas, dude.
What's the varieties you got? You got the Maoris. What? Then you got the blonde Europeans. What else have you got in between?
A lot of Pacific Islanders, so Samoans, Tongans, you know, things like that.
Yeah, I could work with
Islanders.
that.
I'm an island boy.
Yeah, man. Sounds like you're living a good life out there, bro.
But it's hard to find anyone British here, though. Never come across anyone British, to be honest. That's rare.
It's hard for us to get out of the trap, man. It's a trap here.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to raise the money to get out of here.
Yeah. I guess it's like that same shit like everywhere else, right?
There was a mass exodus to Australia a good 20 years ago. Then they closed the door on that. You can't go Australia no more without going through some rigorous process.
Is that because of the coronavirus or something? Or
no, like I'm talking about 20 years ago.
Yeah,
a lot of British people moved to Australia, and then Australia sort of closed the door on immigration.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Australian and New Zealand, which are British colonies, right? So they
100.
They have the final sway, and this is why a lot of the hierarchy or the people with wealth
Mm.
are definitely moving to places like New Zealand, Australia,
Yeah.
and other places around the world, especially
Mm.
like
Yeah,
the Caribbean.
Europe's dead now. There's no growth here. It's dead.
Because there's new islands forming as well.
Mm.
You might as well go and live
Around the
somewhere
world,
where
yeah.
your money's worth 10 times as much.
Where I'm
And the
sitting,
weather's
I've always
nicer.
found that British, you know, the doors are always open to the British.
Yeah.
Of course.
But I can tell you 100%, it can be swinged off the pendulum when it comes to Australia. Because we're so close to each other, people get us wrong. They think we're the same government, the same place. Australia and New Zealand are way different.
Of
And
course.
our doors are always open to everybody. And that's why
Mm.
we always complain, you know, like, oh, we shouldn't let people in here with the virus and all that going around. But we always had our doors open.
Okay, Z,
far as I
my
know.
first experience with any type of New Zealand thing was Once Were Warriors. Remember that film?
Oh, yeah, I get that a lot.
Right.
That or the Hobbits.
Jake Lamosse. My name's Jake Lamosse. Like, rah, that was a mad film. Bikers and that.
I swear
That
the
was
guy from
raw.
that film's in
It was
Training
raw,
Day.
innit? Beating
was
his
raw.
wife every day and shit.
And that was real
scary.
shit here, dude. 100%. I love that
Wow.
lifestyle too, dude. Seen it
Oh,
firsthand.
right.
It was really common. So that's why this wasn't something that you just make up.
How come
Right,
you
right.
not
Real
got
shit.
like famous actors coming out of New
It's
Zealand though?
realistic,
That's
though.
mad.
Right?
Yeah,
Like
the guy
a
who
lot of-
plays in Star
Boba
Wars.
Fett.
Boba Fett.
Yeah.
Fett,
Yeah.
That is Jake Lamosse. He played Jake
dude.
Lamosse first.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro. That's crazy. Hey.
But
Damn.
you know the guy in
Warriors, you
Training
know,
Day,
that
the
was
one that
scary.
sticks him in the bath, who's going to shoot his head off in the bath in Training Day.
Yeah.
He's at Maori as well.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
that
looks
guy
like
on
he's
Yeah,
good.
you're
Ragnarok?
right. You're right.
Remember
he was
that
in
blue
the
guy?
movie. He was in the movie.
He's in the
as well.
movie, innit?
He's in the movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thing.
Remember
Long
that
face
blue
guy.
guy
right?
of
Long
Ragnarok?
face,
Yeah,
yeah.
long face kind of.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
looks Mexican, so he could pass for a Mexican.
Yeah, he's
That's
good in
crazy.
Training Day. He's a
A
good
lot of us
actor.
could. Not gonna lie, a lot of us could pass as a Mexican.
Yeah, when he had my man in the bath, right?
Yeah.
And then he phones his sister.
He
That
got a
was
fly,
deep.
bro. What a fly.
Hey, what have you been doing today?
Hey,
Nothing.
You remember that blue
I
rock
like
guy
their sayings,
from
bro, how they
Paul?
speak.
Mm.
No, my cousins, they got bare family out there because they're from Peru. My cousins are half Peruvian. And a
Yeah.
lot of South Americans, they live in New York, upstate New York, or places like that. But the way they speak, bruv, carnal, things like I
Yeah.
love it, man.
The
Hey,
accent
carnal,
is,
what's
man,
up,
innit?
vato? They're
Vatos
different,
local
man.
forever, man. The
Yeah,
Vario,
man.
Holmes, the
They got
Vario.
their own style.
Yeah, Hans.
Yeah, but
There's a
so
lot of
you're saying that
Mexicans
Jake
here, dude.
Lamotte lifestyle was a real thing. It's still going, right? The bikers kind of gangs and
Definitely
stuff.
must
Yeah,
be.
there's a lot of people here that are exposing that. Like,
Okay.
there's a lot of people trying to be like really honest before you
Right.
come to New Zealand. Like, this is a real thing here. The whole
Yeah,
biker
yeah.
gangs
Break
and
that
all
down,
that stuff.
KZ. What do you mean expose that? Because some of us ain't seen that movie, so I ain't got a clue
Oh,
what you're talking about.
shit.
Well, exactly what I mean. Like, a lot of people not aware that we've got a lot of gangs here and stuff like
Yeah.
that. You know, and a lot of people not really educated when it comes to stuff like that.
Mm.
Especially when you look into it, you're like, oh, that looks like a nice place, nice
Yeah.
mountains.
You're
and
gonna
shit
bring
like
us
that,
flowers
good
and
to go
stuff.
to. Yeah, it looks
Like
looks
it's
like that.
Hawaii.
Yeah,
This
man.
ain't Hawaii, you know.
But really, he's always an ugly picture painter, dude. If you really
Yeah.
look deep enough, you know.
Of course, everybody around the world gets the same thing, man.
And that's what a lot of people say, you know. There's always a shit part of town, no matter where you are in the world.
Yeah,
Facts.
yeah.
You know. And I always believe that when someone said that to me, yeah. And we've got the same shit here too, you know. But they're really harmless here, like a lot of people would say. Unless you interact with them, there's no
Yeah.
trouble, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Until you step out of grounds. They're not the type to like roll you over just because you looked at them funny.
Right.
You
I
know,
just
unless you-
realized who your voice sounds like. I watched Thingy the other day, Thor. Love
yeah,
and
that's what I was
Thunder.
trying to say. Hey, bro. Oh, yeah, I'm here with Thor Ragnarok. Just That's what I was trying to explain to you guys before.
What's his name? That guy? He's actually dating Thingy now, isn't it? What's her name?
I like to hang out with him, but last time he picked up the hammer was too small.
What?
For his arm.
It sounds like you had a really good relationship with your hammer.
Oh yeah, bro. Me and my
It
boy
wasn't like
Thor.
that, bro. What's his name? That guy? He's a
I don't
director,
know.
isn't it? He directed.
Yeah, I
something.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
But he's dating Thingy now, Rita Ora. You know the
No
British
shit.
celebrity Rita Ora,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
singer?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, them they're together
Damn.
now. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, they look good together as well.
She's
Like,
hot as fuck too.
yeah, she actually looks Maori when they're together. Like,
She got the
yeah,
pass.
yeah,
She'll pass
man.
Rhea
it.
Ora's from the ends. She's from Acton
Rita Ora's
still.
buff,
She
man.
used to come to the
She
Super Club.
gets slammed so hard.
Back in a sec. 1 sec.
I swear Rita Ora's Kosovan or something, can it? I swear she cracked me up when she
something
put
like
her dad in one of the videos. Have you seen her dad? Rita Ora's dad in one of the videos dancing. He's
No,
so
I only
funny.
seen her mumsy. Her mumsy.
He looks gypsy. Like I think there might be part gypsy or Turkish or something. What, you seen her mum?
Yeah, yeah, she was on an interview, some breakfast show interview with her mumsy when the
She
COVID
rockers,
was on.
yeah?
Yeah, she's your type of girl, Con, still.
What? Beefy?
Yeah.
Plump.
Got the block. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Still.
We call that. She's got the mashallah.
What's that saying that you guys say there? The bunda? She got the bunda?
The bunda, yeah.
Mm.
That's the backside though. The bunda.
Yeah. That
Specifically.
So,
Yeah.
So
hey,
you
guys,
saying,
been
Kane, you see
landing-
the violence in New Zealand? Yeah, is it gun related, knife related? What's going on? Is it just
Dude,
fisticuffs?
it's gotten really crazy lately. Like, there's a lot of gun violence here. Where they're getting the guns from, I don't know, dude, but it's fucking hilarious.
Comes in with the drugs, innit? You know when you get a big shipment of drugs,
Back in the day,
they
it
always
was
put a few shooters in there for you, innit?
yeah. Back in the days, it was just getting shoved, you know, like there was about it, just using knives and shit. But now, everyone's got guns.
Yeah, there's too many guns going around. That's why all these wars and all that.
I blame Aussie for that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is a touchy subject to get into on this podcast, but you guys heard about like the mosque getting shot up here in New Zealand?
Yeah, Christchurch.
Well, we weren't really aware of whether there was any laws that we needed to put in place when it came to it. We accepted like semi-automatics, weapons like that, you know, really bad weapons. We didn't really look too far into it until it was too late. Now we've laid down laws like you can't bring that shit here to New Zealand anymore. So it's all like changed and shit.
The same thing happened in Australia, right? They changed the gun laws after a shooting or something.
Yeah, well, when they change it, from there onwards, we follow suit with Australia. Whatever they do, we follow suit. We learn off them pretty much.
Oh, that's
they're like
good.
the
That's
older
good.
brother.
Yeah,
they're like the older brother of New Zealand. Yeah, so
Shame America don't want to learn their lesson.
Sorry, man. The parent
What's it
is
gonna
always
take for them?
the parent is always about Britain. It's always about them. No matter what these lot are doing.
The guy that did it here, he was German, bro. But he was like pretty much the family and all that were spawned from Australia. And then he came over here, dude, and he done that shit. Like, what the fuck?
Mad
we weren't
shit.
even prepared for it. Like our cops here, I don't know, British is what I think they are the same. Like they don't actually have guns on them, but they have tasers. Our cops here are always equipped with tasers.
Right.
We didn't have guns, so we weren't ready for that. You got to be a certain rank of an officer to have a gun in your trunk to unlock it. Like imagine all the time you got to spend to unlock it out of the trunk, have the certain rank.
What we have like a high-speed vehicle with the gun unit in the back of it, like you said.
Yeah.
So like, you know, not every cop's got a gun, but like if it's
we're
a gun
doing the same
situation,
thing. Like Australia and UK, we follow you guys.
Yeah, but what we got is definitely more guns. Police with more guns now. We've got gun units, like Khan said, and we've definitely got guns at the airport.
Yeah.
So if you come through the airport now, you're going to see police.
And you know what, Mike? I was at Brent
high-powered
Cross and I see a couple of cops walking around with what's it called, semi-automatics,
like an AR and shit.
Yeah, and I was like, "Whoa, what are you lot doing, man?" And they were like, "Oh, you know, the
makes you feel uncomfortable, man."
Yeah.
You get me? Leaving your own country, you're like, yeah. Nah, man, this is weird, man. This is weird.
I was with my girlfriend, and her son's like a gun fanatic. He's a little kid, but he just loves guns. And when he see the cops, like he just wanted to go up to them and see the guns and all that. So I ended up talking to them. Like I don't normally talk to cops. Do you know what I mean?
Can you own guns in Britain?
Nah.
I mean, yeah.
What if you had a certain license or something?
Sorry.
Can you?
Yeah, you can. You can. If you're a farmer and private
the double-barrel
landowner thing, you can have guns and rifles and but handguns were banned in 1997.
If somebody can read out what Styler Boy said in chat, that's what I was going off.
Yeah, we're not supposed to even have hand cannons, but we do. So
is 18 considered an adult over there?
Yeah.
Legal age? Like you can drink and smoke?
Yeah.
Yeah, 18, yeah.
And what is it over United States? Like 21, right? Fuck.
I don't know. It depends
18
what state,
in some
innit? It's
states,
different.
yeah. 18 in some states, 21 in others.
That's so crazy. 21, damn. You're
Well,
old.
how old are you, KZ?
I'm 35, dude.
Okay,
How
you
many
sound
kids?
like
You
you're
got
50 or
kids?
something.
You got kids, KZ?
Yeah.
How many you got?
Jeez.
3.
God,
Do you call them kids as well? You know, we say kids. Do you say
For
kids?
my whole life. Yeah, I say kids, yeah.
Yeah. Because you know, in Scotland, you can't call them kids. Do you know what kids are?
They make it like sound like the P word?
No, kids are like baby goats.
Oh.
So if you go to Scotland and you say they're my kids, they start looking at you funny.
Yeah, like, why would you call your kids that?
Yeah, why would you call your kid a goat?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Well, I was just wondering, like, what it is in your country. But you say kids, yeah?
We say kids, yeah. That's like one of our main things to say. If
Come on,
they're
man.
like, yeah.
They're speaking English, bro.
But they got a lot of Scottish women out there. That's why.
Where did English come from? Am I right?
Exactly.
I've never heard of that before, you know.
In Scotland, they call them either weans, meaning small ones, or they call them burns. I don't know why they call them burns, but they call them beans.
No, it's Bayans.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Bayans. Well, whatever, isn't it?
It sounds like
They
medieval
just
shit,
don't
right?
say kids, innit?
Yeah. It sounds like medieval shit.
Bayans.
Beans.
And baby and baba or whatever. Okay, yeah. But yeah, that's English language, I suppose. And you know, English language is a bastard language, so this can be adding new words over the centuries and that.
I think you guys are the first people ever not to call me British.
You see, Trillo Captors.
Yeah, the Scottish representative has spoken. Sorry, Trillo Captors said they do say kids in Scotland, and I've got friends in Scotland, and I've never ever heard them say, "Oh, we don't say kids."
Well, maybe the people that I was up there with were lying to me.
I think
they could have been pulling my leg.
Yeah, they're good at that as well.
Yeah, trolling.
Especially go fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Scotland is a violent place, though, man.
What was you doing up in Scotland, Con?
I've had past lives, you know.
What is it? You like a cat?
What was you living up there?
9 lives, Con.
9 lives.
I've never been to Ireland, though. I really wanted to go to Ireland, man. It looks so beautiful.
Apparently in Ireland, there's a place they called Zealand.
Apparently,
you had like 16 years of relationships with Irish women, and you've never been to Ireland. But you've been. Did you live in?
My baby mother's not Irish. She's like quarter Irish.
Oh, okay. Whichever.
Isn't that weird though? In that place, there's a place called Zealand in Ireland. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I met a lot of people from there, and they were like, "Oh, you're from Zealand?" I said, "Yeah, New Zealand." They're like, "What?"
Mad. I never knew that.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah, man. Zealand.
Zealand, yeah. I don't know how it's spelled, but it's very similar.
That's so cool.
Why is MJ gonna mute? MJ, can you confirm? Do you know about Zealand?
I've never heard of this before.
Oh, Zealand. I'll look it up.
Maybe it's pronounced differently or something. I don't know.
Oh,
yeah,
brother,
it's like when Motion says Drogheda and he goes Drogida.
That's like Drogheda.
Drogheda. What the hell is Drogheda?
Zealand in Ireland? No, bro, I can't see anything.
It's in it says here on Google. It's in Denmark. Is that close to?
That's a whole different. No.
The other side. It's the other
side. You need to get a boat or a plane to go there. Stop it.
Oh, okay.
And you got Google Earth.
Yeah.
Oh, have you got tattoos, bro? The Mad Mary tattoos.
Yeah, you want me to show you?
Yeah. They're so cool, man.
Bit.
We gotta ask Axum about Zealand, yeah. But What she thoughts?
I was wondering why I've never heard of it.
Can you see me?
I do say, yeah.
This is one of them.
Jeez.
Wait, I gotta put some muscle into it too. There we go. Now looks better. Push it up again. There we go. There we go. Yeah. But that represents a hammerhead shark, which represents strength.
Right.
Well, that's what the tattoo artist said when he did it.
Which is like a diss to Steve Irwin, yeah? Matty.
Oh, dude. That's crazy. That sucks,
rest
dude.
Rest his soul, man. I liked him, you know.
All the animals that could have killed him, dude. It was the harmless one out of all of them, dude. Like crocodiles wrestling them and shit. And he got
alligators, crocodiles, you name it. Like, poisonous spiders, you name it.
Dude.
And they got most of that in Australia, right?
And he got mowed over. He got maxed out by a fucking stingray.
Just look at the stingray. And he just went past and he just went wham. Right through him. I was like, oh my God.
And his son is trying to pick up, you know, whatever he left behind as a legacy. I know he's trying to be more like him instead of being himself, which kind of swings me off the bat. I don't, you know, I'm kind of like, nah, just don't be like him, be you.
What's that, the son?
Yeah, the son is trying to really be like a spitting image of him, trying to talk like him, trying to act like him.
Oh, no, that's terrible.
It's kind of messed up. But they did a whole birthday thing with him recently. They did like a collab. His father was up there saying like all this wonderful stuff about his son and shit. But
man, that's crazy. And the wife was involved as well. She used to help as well.
Yeah, she was there too on that day. Yeah,
poor thing,
crazy.
I mean, rest in peace.
R.I.P. You call this a knife? This is a knife.
Crocodile Dundee style.
His legacy is gonna be a while still before anyone forgets about him, because we kind of grew up on him, man. You know, when you first we get the cable television. You know what I mean? And they were showing all these programs, and he was a feature regular on so many channels.
I know there's some people in chat like saying it if I'm Maori or not, because it's just the LED lights. It makes me look white, but I'm not that white, dude. Not that fair skin. Just I got all these shining lights.
I can see it, man. I can see it in your face, man. You can see it clearly.
Yeah, it's mad because you said you're half English, right?
Yeah, well, my mum's English. She's British.
You don't look it though. It don't rub off on you at all.
Her name is Elaine Babington.
Really?
Yeah.
Posh girl.
Proper.
Where's she from? Chelsea.
I'm just some
Good
Kiwi
stock,
guy,
mate.
you know.
Good stock.
I'm just a hobbit. I'm just a hobbit. Lord of the Rings.
Some good stock and that. That's great.
No, she's good. She's tough as nails.
Big up, Mumsy, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Man, she's been sick lately, with the whole virus and shit, dude.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Crazy, man.
So did you grow up on all English food, like pie and mash, shepherd's pie?
Yeah. Fucking love that shit. Hell yeah.
Yeah, man, I love that shit.
I died for that.
I was talking to these guys about carvery yesterday, and they were like, nah, we don't like English carvery.
Nah, man.
It's too plain.
Carvery is shit,
like,
man.
To me, that's exotic. Everything I eat is spicy, bruv. Like when I eat plain food,
that is not spicy, man.
Different.
Stop that, man.
That's what they cook pork in this carvery.
I'm saying
I don't go near the pork though.
Brother, they cook everything on the same hob.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
You know, I told the
no, they don't, bro.
Cut me some
don't
beef.
Do that.
I've been there. Like,
they got some fat, juicy beef.
Brother,
the beef's nice.
I can't eat from the carvery for that reason. They told me everything is cross contamination in carvery, bro.
All right, bro. Each to their own, innit?
You live. Yeah, I mean, that's country carvery, yeah? Mad thing.
That's like saying you can't eat fish and chips because they fry the saveloys in the same oil.
Exactly.
All right, well, if you want to take it to that level, that's up to you, innit? I'm not really that bothered.
I get you. Porter chasing.
How are you going to kick all each meat piece together? It doesn't make sense. They just do what they're doing, innit? Like, who cares? You're only going to get a slice anyway. Thin! Oh, my God. Carvery is going on wicked with the meat anyway.
It's true.
That's what you get least of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you want another slice, you have
The
to pay.
veggies are unlimited. You can go up to the veggies
Yeah.
and keep like topping up.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
the-
If you like veg and
Mm.
roast and all of that
Mm.
and loads of gravy,
They're tight
then,
with the
knock
Yorkshires as
yourself
well.
out, man.
The Yorkshires, they're tight with, bro.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever tried a meat pie before?
I think that's more of a northern recipe, like Lancashire hot pot, meat pie. They do them up north, I think.
Over here, we're really famous for the meat pies, like mince and cheese, steak and cheese. Oh, mate, you got to try it if you haven't, dude.
We have them called pasty.
What kind of meat? Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, mince. We all know what mince is, right? Mince beef.
Yeah.
Mince and cheese, or steak and cheese.
Mince
like
and cheese sounds
what
good.
Animal,
like a cheeseburger.
Yep.
Any animal can make a steak, I'm sure.
But in a pie, right? In a pie, the same crust.
Yeah.
What kind of crust?
Kangaroo meat. I don't know. I like
kangaroo steak, venison steak.
Possum meat.
Come
You know
on,
what I
man.
mean?
I don't want none of that.
Steak. Like, you know the ones there, like, yeah, man, eat it, mate. Eat it.
We do have possums here, but we don't have kangaroos, unfortunately. We've got our iconic.
You can import it though. You can import kangaroo meat.
But I don't even think you can import it.
No,
it's
no
more
one,
of
no
like
one's saying that.
Yeah,
I bet the rich people eat that.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
You know what? New Zealand's famous for lamb, though, isn't it? In the UK.
New Zealand lamb.
Yeah, man.
That's just expensive too.
That was an advert on the TV when we was growing up.
Yeah, that's the good shit.
Don't buy British.
I've seen like a lot of
Buy
British
New Zealand lamb.
British people, how they buy meat and stuff. When they buy lambs, or say something along the lines like from New Zealand. A lot of people will buy it because it's from New Zealand.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But it's not.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah,
A lot of it is not. In the old days, yes, it would have been. But
how do you know,
now.
right? How do you know?
Yeah, now I mean, I think they were slightly more honest back in the day. But
governments have lied to us this long. What can we?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but over the years, I think,
though, man.
when we found out that some of the stuff was horse and other animals, then we started to realize that there might be telling a little bit of porkies.
Oh, do you lot eat a lot of fish in New Zealand?
A lot of fish. Yeah, everyone loves seafood here.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Them lambs are on crud though, man.
That's what we ain't got in England, you know. England's a
them
letdown
lambs
for
first
that.
and foremost. Like if they see you can't eat, them lambs are gonna be on smoke first and foremost.
Brother, how can we be living on an island and we ain't got no seafood? It's mad.
Right.
But if them lambs see you can't eat us, they're on smoke. I'm telling you, bro.
Well, because you guys are more
no, I swear you got loads of seafood.
You guys
What,
are
like
you're probably selling it. No, you're probably selling it, man. Remember your GDP. Remember your GDP, Khan, for Cyprus. It's decent. You know what I mean? So you're selling produce, definitely, as part of your thing. You're not selling oil.
Yeah, but not the North. The North's banned. No one
I'm just saying
us as a country.
Yeah, but the sea around you, obviously, is available for you lot to fish.
Yeah, every man goes fishing, innit? They go fishing and catch the food and eat it. They do a little barbecue, get
with
the
our
charcoal
hands.
out.
With our hands. And
them lambs will get scared if they see you though, can't you? Or they can smell the lamb chops in you, man. Telling you, man.
I'm clean, bro. Don't worry about me.
Lambs are on.
You know what? Saying that though, I got this guy. Yeah, he works.
You better man, they don't pull out a lamb
his dad owns it. And he's
one thing British have always taught me, bro, man's never hot. Man's never hot. I love that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Man's never hot. I love that shit.
What about spicy food? You like spicy food?
I love spicy food more than seafood. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Or
spicy seafood. Yeah.
That's how the
exactly
Italians have it, innit? If you know Italians, they love a little bit of red chili on everything, man.
Yeah, but when did the lamb start rolling with shanks, man? That's always confused me.
The lamb shanks. Have you been shanked by a lamb?
Fuck, not yet.
I ain't been shanked by one, but I've heard they're violent, man. They got lamb shanks and that.
You know what the maddest thing is? The cheapest food, is now the most expensive food. Like lamb shanks used to be cheap. All of a sudden now they're like £7 a lamb shank. It's like, what the fuck?
Imagine lamb ribs, bro. Those must be fucking expensive.
Everything's getting expensive now from.
It is. So we've got a big shortage here of cabbage or lettuce.
You joking? MJ, get on that, man.
So KFC is compensating instead of straight lettuce, they're compensating with cabbage mixed with lettuce. It even has a warning when you go on Uber Eats, like your burger might be mixed with cabbage instead of lettuce. Like what the fuck?
Nah, that's not the same though, bro. That's not the same.
But we're exporting all this shit, dude. We
Yeah,
export
that's
it.
gonna
No
be
problem.
crunchy as a mouth. Hey, listen,
Yeah, I
ain't eating
hate lettuce on a burger, dude. Oh,
Yeah,
I hate fucking cabbage.
it.
It's just too
People
crunchy.
like it though. In England, people eat lettuce on their burger. Like if you go in the kebab shop, they be
Yep.
putting like not just lettuce, cabbage as well. Like the cabbage is the one I can't take. The lettuce ain't so bad, but the cabbage, nah, that's going too far,
Yeah.
man. That's
You know what I like though? Red cabbage.
Isn't that more
Red
of a?
cabbage is nice.
Isn't cabbage more of like a Filipino kind of thing, right?
I
No,
thought you have to steam that shit
Irish,
before you
innit?
eat that.
Irish love their cabbage.
Like
You're
cabbage,
supposed to
like over
steam
here,
that.
like a lot of Chinese people, they'd use cabbage on their burgers and shit.
Oh, the
A lot of
Chinese
Asians.
cabbage. I get
Asians,
you.
yeah. And I
It's
can't
true.
stand that. It's too
The Chinese
crunchy,
got
bro.
loads of things. Pak choy, bok choy. They got all them things.
Joy.
Yeah, they got all that.
I like cabbage in steamed veg, but I don't like it in a burger or like it's just raw, crunchy. I can't take it, man. I can't take that.
Have you got Savoy cabbage? The really green one.
No, never heard.
Oh,
of it.
it's really, really green, yeah. Like kale, but it's a cabbage.
Yeah.
What
Why
I
are you
do with
bringing
that,
Kale up in this conversation, man? What did he do?
you know kale, how green kale is though? It's really green, isn't it?
Are you
But
talking
for
about
me,
kale
kale just like too much. It's just one step
as
too
in the
much.
food?
Like.
Yeah, okay, my bad.
Yeah, the food. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm not
But
really a
apart from
fan
that, bro.
of vegetables like that, man. I've never eaten kale. I don't think. Pause.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah,
very bitter.
but
It's bitter
yeah, I've
as
never
fuck.
eaten any kale. Full stop.
Good
Have
for
you
you,
eaten
man.
kale before? Have any of you eaten kale before?
I'm telling you, it's bitter, man. I must have tasted it, innit?
You tasted kale and it
It
was
was
bitter.
bitter. It's horrible.
Kale
I've
never.
never tasted kale. Hey, Kale, you better come defend yourself, man. I feel the pause coming on.
But I'm saying like
Schiffer, would you ever go New Zealand?
New Zealand. I don't know, man. It don't sound like that. I don't see anything. I've never heard anything that's appealed to me to say go to New Zealand. It's so great because of.
What about Watford Warriors? Did that appeal you?
have you seen the film? Yeah, you seen the film.
Which film? Watford Warriors.
Once Were
No,
Warriors.
Once
Were
Were
Warriors.
Once Were Warriors. No, I've not seen that. Maybe I have, but I just don't remember it. I don't know, man.
Watch the trailer.
Mad,
Fucking
mad,
Uncle
it's mad.
Bully.
Yeah.
Are they calling them
That's
ones?
fucked
Are they
up,
calling them
eh?
ones in that film?
What does he say? My name's Jake. Jake the
Jake.
Musk.
Jake the fucking Musk.
I'll take
that
on
what
all
they're
of your cunts.
Is that the
Fucking
film where they grow
Uncle
up in
Bully.
the prison? Is that the film where they're kids in the prison and they grow up and then they start?
Nah,
they're like,
no.
no.
But you're not
They're
too
in
far
New
from it.
Zealand. It's a biker gang. They don't play. They go in the bar, yeah. And if a man even looks super hench with the Maui tattoos and all of that, he's getting beat up by the top dog. Do you get what I'm saying? That's how they're dealing with each other, bro. Glassing, smashing each other. Do you get what I'm saying? Punching each other up. Because all of them are hench. They're on this biker thing. Leather waistcoat.
Is this the you that calls the other you his brother, but they're not really brothers?
I don't know about no you. This is a big man.
Yeah, he's
You
a
know what I'm
big
saying?
man, but I'm calling him a youth. He look like a youth. He's obviously a big man, but he might be a bit younger than us.
No, man. He's the guy who's in Star Wars now.
He actually
Okay.
Guy that make
Boba Fett.
yeah. He's the guy that
Okay,
make
no, that's the older film. I'm talking about a more recent film. There's a recent film, and it sounds very similar the way you described it.
Yeah.
Nah, he's beating his wife for most of the film, bro.
Man.
A good way to explain New Zealand, right?
Brother,
Yeah, you know the ones.
Yeah.
I'm out. I'm
He
out.
is
I'm out.
smashing the shit out of his wife at home. The house is mad. It's like crazy, fam. It's crazy, bro. Trust me.
And that shit's real, 100%.
At that point,
I
I'm
know.
out. At that
Something
point,
I
I'm done
felt
with
it.
that.
I felt it that it was more than a movie. It was like,
You
nah,
can
man.
feel the rawness in it, you know.
Yeah.
When you watch the film, you can't make that shit up.
So we actually had no education.
Nothing.
I ain't going to New Zealand after that, man. Fuck New Zealand,
Other than
man.
the All Blacks.
Fuck
and
New
all of that,
Zealand.
you know?
Fuck New Zealand, man. New Zealand, they fucked you
That's
lot up.
nice,
man.
innit?
When are they beating up your wife and biker ganging? No,
But
fuck
I
that.
know, no, I know it's
But
beautiful. It's lush.
I know it sounds fucked up if you watch a film in
Yeah.
that perspective.
Yeah,
but
in
it's not
reality-
really, you know, it is like that on the shit part of town. Like if I ask you what the shit
It
part of
is
town
like
you've
that,
seen
boy.
in your side of the
Yo.
world, you'll be
Mm.
like, yo, fuck, I've seen some or heard
Yeah.
some bad shit on my side of town over in Britain or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like that. It's like that.
Yeah, of
But
course.
there's always the green side of the grass on the
Of
other side of the
course.
fence. Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
that
everything's-
bad, but it is real. I can tell you that
Mm.
much.
Is there cannibalism?
Nah, hell no, nah. This is
It's
nah, not,
cannibalism.
Now them men are vegan,
No.
bro. They're blessed.
Oh, actually, the Maldives back in the days, they were.
There was cannibalism.
They
I can't
were,
remember
yeah.
there was.
Yeah, they
Like,
would have
were,
been.
like
Innit?
Fiji, Fijians, they got it there. They got it
But
in.
you know what it is though, bro?
New
You
Guinea,
lot
all
can't
of them
really
things.
eat meat because if you didn't have metal, how you gonna slaughter the animals?
Mm.
It's
Easily,
difficult, isn't it?
wood. You use wood and make a sharp point and stab the animal, bro.
Plus eating
But how you
human
gonna
meat.
gut it all out though, Shifa, and clean
Hold on.
out the guts and all that and all
They
the
got
shit
nails,
out of it?
bro.
It's not
Eating
easy,
human meat causes a disease.
The Maldives here, they would cut your
Yeah,
head off
so-
and boil your head and eat that. And that to them, they thought they got your power, your energy.
Yeah, your power.
Yeah. They'll consume your energy by
Ancient
eating your
people
head.
thought mad things like that, innit? It's like, you know, when Chinese eat like tigers' penises and things like that.
Fuck. Eating bats and shit. Fuck.
Yeah, like they think like the thing that you're eating has got some sort of special power to it. That's mad.
Are they kind of right though? Are they kind of
Nah,
right?
man.
Now hear me out though.
No,
Shut your ugly ass the fuck up!
Oh.
Holy shit! You like a Jack Frost with his vest?
Ben.
Who was that?
Troll, mate.
What on earth was going on there? But no, I'm saying in the sense of, you know, when they say things like you are what you eat. So maybe they're not absolutely right, but to some extent, because you know, a person who don't eat meat, they usually don't put on weight the way a person who eats meat does.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying that specific
It's
body
not
parts. Like,
necessarily
if you
true,
eat
but-
eyes, it don't make you see better, does it? But
We got to
ancient
bear
people
in
used to
mind,
think
this
that.
is like back in the Stone Age, you know?
Yeah,
back in
yeah.
the
Must have been a long
medieval
time
days.
because
Nobody
you would
knew
have,
about that shit.
yeah, people who
yeah.
do that would, as I said, it causes a disease. Like one time they was showing this documentary.
Yeah,
in
when
the
you eat the
South
brains,
American-
right? That fluid would fuck you up. Like
yeah.
you start seeing
Not
crazy
in
shit.
human flesh and you're human, it seems to give you this disease where you shake.
Yeah,
You've got this, right, and you can basically, after a while, you shake to death. It's mad.
Yeah, that's more to do with the bacteria.
That's real shit.
So they were, hold
bacterias
on,
and
they were talking about it and saying they used to do it, and then there was this one man walking around who was shaking.
He was eating everyone.
And it was just some guy on crack, right?
You know, he said, nah. He was like, remember, because this
Same
is in the
effect.
middle of the rainforest.
Yeah.
So they're saying they don't do it no more, and it's kind of evident that they don't. But there is one or two. Do you get me? There is one or two. This nigga shaking,
always-
walking around the village with a walking stick. Like, oh shit. You got a secret habit you don't want to tell no one, right? Right. Well, we all gonna find out once you get the shaking thing. It's mad.
You know, them ones where you see a man and he's got shaking hands, his hand keeps shaking, he can't even hold a piece of Rizzler and roll up something. You know, like that. Yeah, you have to
He might have been eating the meat.
Well, there was a science
Human meat.
experiment they tried. They tried to feed a cow, and the cow started getting the same symptoms as mad cow disease and shit.
Yeah.
They
So
do that in
eating
England,
yourself,
innit?
you know.
They've been doing that
That's
in
where
England
mad
with the
cow disease
chickens.
comes from, bro. That's where it
pigs.
comes from. And that was the bird flu. All of it is because they're mixing up all the animal meats and then feeding it back to the animals. So the animal's eating itself, innit?
Yeah.
Fuckery.
Yeah.
Fuckery, bro.
Cannibalism.
That's fucked.
Then humans eat it, and then humans start doing cannibalism. Mad thing.
Cannibalism.
Not involved. Be
But
careful
remember, they
what
were
you
saying that
consume, man.
CJD, they were saying it's transferable. So if the animal eats itself and then gets these diseases, it can then pass them on to us by us eating it.
Well, that's what was happening, isn't it?
Yeah, that CJ, whatever, mad cow disease.
Jacob disease.
Something, so I don't know. I know it was called CJD or something like that.
Yeah, that's what it was. You're right. You're right about that, Shifa, bro.
It wasn't DJ CJ, I can tell you that much. Fucking hell.
They say the best diet is the Mediterranean diet.
Why you say that's the best diet? Explain that one.
Because it's got like the right balance of meat to vegetables to like salads, and like it's got like a high amount of monosaturated fat. It's got a low saturated fat.
What do you think happens to a human being just straight on vegetables? Do you think that fucks with us too?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think do you know what? You see, when you say just on vegetables, on modern day vegetables, I believe yes, it will fuck you up. Because a lot of these vegetables ain't real vegetables. If we're talking like indigenous vegetables, maybe not so much, but we don't have a lot of those around. So I think you kind of have to balance it out a bit, you know, because otherwise you're not really eating real food.
It's not what's in the vegetables, it's the lack of meat. It's what's in the meat that you're missing
No,
out.
but remember what they're saying. Yeah, the iron and stuff. But remember, the vegetables of today do not contain half the nutrients of the vegetables of old. So some of them vegetables and some of them fruits, you would have got a percentage of iron and would have got some of that.
No, there's no iron in vegetables, bro. Don't be silly.
Brother, if you eat nuts, pause.
There's no iron in anything, brother. Heme iron. You can get iron in things like spinach and that, but it's not the same iron. It's not heme iron.
I get you, but you just eat more in it. You eat more, bro. Like cows graze in it. They graze, bro.
It's a different type of iron.
Remember, humans have got like teeth like those type of like, you know, grass eating animals then, or like just vegetable eating animals. We ain't got them teeth to tear through flesh. We was never designed to eat flesh. Let's be honest.
Bullshit.
We wasn't designed for that.
Eating flesh.
Google says you can get iron out of spinach, potatoes, peas.
I told you, bro.
But it's a very small percentage. It's a 0.8.
Yeah,
it's enough. Listen, we probably wouldn't be as large, you know, in the stomach area as we are nowadays on average. Do you know what I'm trying to say? But we would survive. Just like when you hear them people that live in poor countries, a man, he lives in India and he lives on, you know, 2 pence a day. And he barely eats half a slice of bread, and he's cool.
But they're not living optimally. They're not living optimally.
But he's cutting and going through, though.
You don't see them man in the Olympics running around, do you?
But he's cutting and going through, though. He's still living. He still had to work. Still had to do what he had to do to get his look at 2 pence.
So he can walk for 2 hours, bro. What are you on about?
Them man, they work the full day, Rubai. They work longer hours than you.
They don't live as long as us either.
Humans are built to survive under most circumstances, like the negatives. Like we're built to survive, like cockroaches, dude.
That's right.
Exactly.
Well, black people definitely.
Eventually, we'll adapt. Right? We'll adapt to that.
Black people, we definitely have more of that resilience. We can survive on next to nothing and make it look like we got the same as everyone else certain times. And it's like, it looks amazing, but it's hard work. And I think it's to do with your metabolism as well as the way you train yourself. Because it's like, I know people, like me, you see me, I'm the type of person, I'm always eating. So I'm never hungry, innit? But you see, if I don't eat, like, for the whole day, like, you know, when you get them hunger pains, it's almost like I've trained myself that the hunger pain can't bother me enough to start bursting out, oh, I'm starving. And I don't have those outbursts. But I hear people have those outbursts all the time. People get hangry, all sorts of things will happen, innit? And I think that different bodies, you know, depending on how you condition yourself, can handle more of the pain.
Yeah,
you know, like that.
Is what that is.
Like I say, vegetables never hot.
What?
Vegetables are never hot.
Well, they're not.
Vegetables are never hot.
Raw sauce.
Nah, there is sauce with vegetables, bro. Like if
we're gonna have meat, bro, regardless.
Nah, you're New Zealand. Listen, you need some Caribbeans in your country, broski. Yeah, it's like Kanye telling you the best diet is the Mediterranean diet, but they did the Rasta man dirty because the Mediterranean ain't got shit on the Rasta man diet.
Rastas and eating, bro, because the Rastas don't know nothing about eating.
Listen, Rasta man, I got the best diet. Right? Listen,
no, they ain't.
Rasta man, listen, Rasta man live in the hills.
Like they know something. They don't know nothing.
Listen, Rasta man live in the hills and they live off the fruits of nature.
People, what happened to Bob Marley? What happened to Bob Marley?
They live off the fruits of nature. They catch fresh fish. Not the one
you make an army, brother. You make an army of Rastas. Make an army of Rastas and see who you can take on.
We've got an army of Rastas.
That you can just about raise the energy to roll a spliff. Like, come out of here, bro.
Look, we've got our army of Rastas and we already took on the system.
Army of Rastas, I'll bring you 5 Maoris.
Look, we already took on the system and inspired everyone to get independence, you know, like that. Now the army of Rastas is still there. They've been dormant, but the Rasta army, Rasta army will rise again. Rasta will rise again.
Listen, eating for spiritual life is different than eating for a physical life. It's two different things. If you want to be a spiritual person and eat a certain way and have morals and ethics and say, I'm not going to kill and this and that, yeah, that's all beautiful. But don't try to recommend that for everyone across the board, bro.
All right, and you don't
they
recommend
represent peace
Gog and
and shit.
Magog behavior for everyone across the
They
board
can't
then.
even be an army,
And
right?
then we'll have some kind of a balance.
Why are you trying to make out like Rastas is the antithesis of Gog and Magog? Like they're the cure
No,
for
no,
Gog and Magog. You're
you're
trying to
Gog
put
and
people on a
Magog.
scale
We
now.
are the opposite.
You're
We are the
talking
opposite.
rubbish. You're not the opposite of nothing,
listen,
bro.
we are the opposite of Gog and
You're not
Magog.
the
We
opposite
are
of
the
nothing.
brother. We are the opposite. We are
No,
favored.
you're not. No, you're not.
We are.
Remember
We
Bob
are.
Marley and his beliefs?
Allah
What
loves
happened
us,
to
man.
him?
He loves us, man.
What happened
You
to
don't know
Bob
about
Marley
this
on
Gog
his
business.
beliefs, right? He got an
Brother, you just
What
got
you
to
saying,
live
brother?
clean.
He
Brother,
got an
listen, you have to
infection
just
on
live
Bob Marley.
clean. You have to make sure your
Unbelievable,
art is clean. You see it? And from say your art is clean and your life is clean. Yeah? Or when your shit, or when I do a doo-doo, it don't stink.
How can your shit not stink, bro?
Because I eat clean.
You're
It's
mad.
like saying
Everything
shit
I do is
doesn't smell,
clean.
dude.
How can a
Everyone's
man say
shit
shit
smells.
don't stink, brother? You
Everyone's
on
shit
drugs or what?
smells, dude.
Brother, my shit is
Exactly.
clean. Everything clean. My
This is what
car
you
is
call
clean.
But it
mate.
still
Yes,
smells.
clean.
Shit smells like shit.
Shiffer's
bro.
nonsense as usual.
It was actually a lyrics. I was making up a lyrics, but it sounded good to me. My car
Yeah,
is
I just,
clean. Make sure they plate them
I
clean.
personally
Make
think
sure the car them
religion
clean.
and nutrition just don't mix, bro.
Why'd you say that though? When you've got nutrition in your Quran?
Bro, that's the separate issue, bro.
So are you saying that you should be able to eat pork then?
If there's anything I'd send a message to the whole world is just believe in yourself.
You see how you fucked up now, innit? Don't make stupid statements.
Who? I'm just saying,
Yeah,
if you was dying and you was faced with death and you ate pork,
You're a Muslim, brother.
hey,
You get
listen, stop
nutritious
ragging.
advice.
You're ragging
Listen,
up
you get
yourself, bro.
nutritional. Listen,
You feeling
you
all
get
right?
nutritional
If-
advice from the
Are you
Quran. Yeah, you
are
also
you
have to
feeling
eat
all right,
halal,
bro?
don't you?
Listen,
Don't you have
hold
to
on,
eat
hold on,
halal?
hold on,
So you get
hold on.
nutritional advice, brother, from a
Listen,
religious book. And you're
listen.
saying that religious books can't give you nutritious
You're
advice.
talking rubbish
It
now.
told you not to eat the pork. It said don't eat the pig. So you're going against that now, yeah?
So your whole thing, your whole nutritional knowledge on how to live as a human being is based on one thing called pork. Is that it?
No.
Well then,
It's based on
how is
what?
eating pork or not eating pork gonna
It's based on.
He got
It's
you.
based on.
He got
It's
you
based
there.
on the. It's based on the words within the Bible. If you want to be
Oh,
precise,
get out of here, man, with your
your
Bible.
one, your
Who
one,
wrote
your
that
one.
Bible?
Sorry,
King
sorry,
James.
brother, one at a time. Your one
What?
is based on the Quran.
What?
Now what?
What are you on about, Shifa? I'm
Brother, you
telling
take
you
nutrition
that
advice from the Quran.
nutrition is based on physiology, how your body works, how you
Well,
process
what's the
the
problem
things
with
that you
taking?
eat, yeah?
Yes.
So
What's the
the
problem with
enzymes that you
taking?
got to break certain things down, the digestive capacity you got for certain things, your blood sugar, how your body works, right? That's
Your
what
body
your
might work
nutrition
better on
should be
pork then,
based on, that knowledge, not
but
on
your body might work
any
better
kind
on
of
pork.
spiritual
What if your body works
entities.
better on pork? What if you do better on pork?
That's nonsense. You're talking absurd now. It's
How is it
absurd.
absurd? How is it
It's
absurd? It makes
absurd.
sense of it. If you're eating beef, beef is red meat, right? Pork is red meat. Now
Doesn't
what?
Rasta believe in most spiritual foods are meat as well? Most meat.
Well, this is the thing. Like you get
Nothing
You're
ain't
you
like
asking Shifa
pork,
about
man.
Rasta.
get
Nothing ain't like
Shifa
you
pork.
even
get some of
knows.
these, brother. If you want to talk about
Pork's a
Rasta,
strange
yeah,
animal, my brother. Like,
you get some of these Rastas that will
not the
talk
same
about
as any
like
other animal.
you can eat what you want, yeah. But the thing is, that's not Rasta. That's not real. You see, when you're dealing with Rasta, Rasta's not supposed to eat no type of flesh, really and truthfully. You're not even really supposed to eat fish. Let's be honest. If we're talking about no flesh, because the fish is still flesh.
But what's the reason for that, Shifa? It's a spiritual reason,
Where
isn't
the
it? So
children,
you don't kill anything.
Yeah,
where
it
the
says
children of the
spiritually
garden, man.
connected to
Where
the
the children
earth.
of the
Rastas
garden.
eat
That's why,
natural
man.
diet and
Yeah, we're the
adjectives,
children of the
chemicals,
garden.
It's still
and they
dealing
eat
with the
most
Bible.
meat.
It's definitely right. They're
We're the
Apparently,
children of the
Rastas eat
garden,
most
man.
meat. So I don't know what that means.
I hear you, but we're the children of the garden. That's what it is. We weren't really designed to eat meat. If you read the Bible, when certain, like Jacob and Esau, when Esau's eating the red pottage, the red meat, and all of that, like it was frowned upon. Like it's not a good thing in the eyes of the Most High. I'm talking about
That's not
Esau
true.
with the red pottage, man, in the Bible. I could bring it up like right now. Do you want me to pull up the
So if
scripture?
a man,
Bible's not a source for anything,
if a
man.
man, yeah, what is that? What are you talking about? Are you talking about a story within a story? Like, what are we doing? How people live their lives at a certain time and certain holy, sages and individuals. Yeah, that's what that is, right?
God hated Esau.
And if you live in a desert and harsh conditions, your dietary laws are slightly different to us of nowadays. You know what I mean? Because we've completely changed from that. But one thing we're not going to do is fuck with that pig. God, we don't know where that came from. We're not even sure God created that. Like,
What's the
It's
saying why
the
they don't eat
enzymes.
pig?
It's the bacteria and the
it's got
enzymes in the
funny
pig.
habits. It's got funny habits. It's got parasites.
Yeah, it's the parasites and
like,
Because they
come
say
on,
the
man.
pig is from the dirt, right? And it, like rolls
No,
around
man,
the
it
dirt
doesn't.
and shit.
It doesn't
That's wild.
sweat. It hasn't got no sweat glands. It secretes a poison from its ankles. Like, come on, family. Like, who's fucking with that? Who wants to eat that? Why go out of your way to
if it's
eat
a
that?
life and death situation, you might
you have to eat it, man.
just to survive, but
you have to eat it.
it can't be part of your staple.
But
Like,
no.
it can't be part of your like Monday to
And
Friday.
I think every
eating.
society and everybody, it seems, warned about it, whether it's religious
Just common
or cultural.
sense. It's common sense.
And other people's, that's their mainstay. So, you know, it is what it is. But they're full of chicken.
If pig meat was so good, why is English importing lamb all the way from New Zealand, the other side of the world? You just be eating pig, innit?
Fortunately, yeah.
You know it's not that good.
No, it's fucking brilliant, it seems. It's the most sold meat in this country. More than any other thing. They got more pigs than anything.
More of
crazy.
it.
That's
It's the only
more pigs
animal
than
that will grow in this country.
I never
So
knew
they
that.
can use it for more things. Remember, they can use it for more things.
Is the meat real tender? Have you tried it?
What?
Lamb.
Lamb's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll get lamb from all over the world, it seems.
Yeah. Have you tried New Zealand lamb?
That's all for the
Yes, most definitely.
It's all for the
Most definitely when I was young.
Problem with lamb is it can be quite fatty.
So if I go Genesis 25:30, yeah, this is what it says.
Allow it, man.
Oh, we're going biblical.
Stop it, man.
It says 25:30.
Man walks with the Bible, you know.
And Esau said to Jacob, "Feed me, I pray thee, with the same red pottage, for I am faint." Therefore was his name called Edom. And Jacob said, "Sell me this day thy birthright." And Esau said, "Behold, I am at the point to die. And what profit shall this birthright do to me?" And Jacob said, "Swear to me this day." And he swore unto him and sold his birthright unto Jacob for
a
red
pot of meat.
pottage, for red blood. Yo, bloody meat.
Yeah, but they've always been eating it. He's like saying, "Make me my favorite." You get me, man? I made your favorite, bro. You get me?
How can the man there not be eating meat, Sniper, when they were actually goat herders?
I know they're licking back.
The man
meat.
were
That's
shepherds and goat herders.
It's a conversation.
They're living off of meat.
Yeah, but it's a conversation about a plate of meal that one likes or something. You know what I mean? He's made it for the other one. Like,
but I think a body in general, a human body, needs to be compensated with some kind of meat.
Oh yeah, come on.
Needs to be what's that chemical that carbon needs to be taken for human.
So all the vegans should be dead then by you.
Yeah, you can die from being a vegan. Go and research it. Look it up.
Yeah.
All the vegans should be dead then. I didn't say
he can get lack of iron, bro, and he can die.
And it's not because of hold on, my brother. Hold on, my brother.
Lack of iron.
Why
It's
are we
not
all talking
because
at the same time though. I don't get it.
Sorry, it's not because people are just eating veg. It's how the veg is taken care of. It's not the veg itself that's the problem, or the vegan stuff that's the problem. It's how it's made and produced and all of that. You know what I mean? When you're using products that are not real, you know what I mean, like soya and all of this type of stuff, which they produce a lot in this country. Yeah, genetically modified soya, and like, bro, that's cancerous material, bros. Yeah, consuming
apparently
that and all of that type of stuff.
It could be fatal with lack of iron.
And also the chemtrails and how you source your vegetables is really what it depends on.
Chemtrails is more like a conspiracy to me, though. I don't believe that shit. Might as well
I'm just saying, if you grow in no, because you've got to understand, like the chemtrails is coming from flying planes and doing those lines across the sky. I don't know how it is where you are, but where we are, it happens a lot. Yeah, we see lines across the sky.
But it's assuming, right? Unless you like,
and all of a sudden there's clouds. You get me? Like all of a sudden after a while.
Well, I've seen my brother tells me like chemtrails are real, bro. Like how they do man-made like thunderstorms and shit over the United States. They're doing their own
but
rain
there's
clouds and
something
shit.
else. Yeah, there's something else.
But I don't know.
added
To
that.
me, that's a big conspiracy. I don't know what to believe.
Can I say one more thing as
Nah,
well?
you know what? I've seen
Go
somebody
for it. Go
wash
for it.
their veg, yeah, or and put the veg under the microscope, yeah, and see these whatever bacterias and thing floating around, and it didn't come. It came from out of the sky or somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, so there's lots of stuff out there. You can't just grow your.
Couldn't
veg
it just be the
outside, though.
farmers though that put toxic shit on their shit? You know,
That too.
could be.
That too.
Can I
You
say
know what I
one
mean?
more thing quickly?
Pesticides,
Yeah, go for it, go for it.
insecticides, all of that. Yeah, it's contributing to people getting.
Can I say one more quote
cancer
quickly?
and stuff.
You go for it, Don.
So basically, if I'm talking from a Bible standpoint, I'm talking from a Rasta man standpoint, and I'm saying I'm dealing with then, yeah. What I'm dealing with is how we were created. We weren't created as far as the Bible is concerned. We weren't supposed to be eating meat originally. And why I say originally is because it's only after the flood, you know, with Noah, when it starts talking about eating every living thing, and anything that's on the earth is meat for you. Any living thing can be meat for you.
Then what is considered eating the body of Christ?
Sorry. Wasn't that said to Adam though? Isn't Adam get the first laws?
No, that's Noah.
No, Adam. Because Adam gets to name every animal.
Like,
and
you
all
show
of
us
that
where
and
it
blah,
was
blah,
said to
blah.
Adam, then, bro. I just showed you where it was said
I'm
to
just
Noah.
saying, like, if
Well,
the
can you
first
show us it?
laws on the
Rather
planet
than just saying.
supposedly are going to be given to Adam, no? Is that not
But
true?
what about eating the body of Christ, drinking?
Now, where's the evidence of that,
blood
though?
Christ
Is what Shifa's saying? Is there evidence for that?
What? That
What you just said?
Adam was the first person to get the laws on shit.
To be eating meat, bro. No, let's not divert, man. We're talking about eating meat, bro.
Well, how do you know Adam wasn't eating meat? There's nothing to say
Well,
Adam wasn't
how would
eating
you
meat.
know that they were?
Where's the evidence for it? That's all man asked. Where's the
Animals
evidence?
is there.
That's a good point.
Okay.
That's all.
Point.
The animals are there.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that man's eating them.
Why not? I mean,
what do you mean? Why not? Huh?
Why not?
What do you mean?
Why
not?
Well, God said you could eat everything, right? Or certain things you can eat.
The fruits of every tree is what he said. He didn't say you can eat everything.
The fruits
exactly my point.
In fact, he definitely said some stuff you can't eat.
That's right.
Like you can eat everything.
Was meat one of them?
If you say you don't eat pig, right?
But I just told you it wasn't until the time of Noah.
Is that a different belief? I don't know.
What do you say if you say you don't eat pig? What?
You said that.
Sniper.
If I say I don't eat pig, what?
You said something about
I didn't say that. Yeah. I said was the idea of the not eating pig, was that given to Adam?
I don't know.
Or was Adam the one naming all the animals? That's all I thought.
He was naming them.
Yeah.
With whether he was eating them or not.
No, but I mean that's the laws, right? So I'm saying the first set of laws was given to Adam. That's all I was.
Adam wasn't allowed to eat.
What are we talking about? Are we talking about the Quran?
You just assume that for no reason.
What?
You're just assuming that those laws, the Mosaic laws, were given to Adam.
Not Mosaic laws. I never mentioned
What laws then? The laws of what to eat, the dietary laws, the Levitical laws. You're assuming
no.
I mean, why?
Because Adam is the first man. You get what I'm saying? And then he's gonna have family and blah blah blah. So there must be some rules laid down already, right? I would assume.
I don't know. I feel like, that's assuming though.
But I would assume that.
Let's do with fact.
There's nothing to say otherwise, other than what you read from the Bible.
Can you show any of these hypotheses or ideas that you have? Can you show any evidence of them?
There's nothing.
Or it's just ideas?
There is nothing.
Okay. You just want me to bring verse from the Bible?
Biblically, there's nothing.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying.
I don't know what, man.
No, you're right, bro.
Adam must have had the first haircut because he was the first man.
You're not wrong.
They'd be like, okay, what? Based on what? Well, did you ever hear about Adam getting a haircut? No. Yeah. But that doesn't mean he didn't cut his hair or that he had to keep his hair in a certain way. We're just making assumptions. Is there anything that we can use to back up our assumption?
Easy. You could use the Bible.
We could use the Bible, right?
Genesis 29.
That's not something that you're doing, though, Slaps, is what we're saying. You can use the Bible, but you're not.
I didn't think I had to, but you get what I'm saying. I thought everybody knew what the Bible was.
Can I read what the Bible
verses
says?
I was mentioning, but
what does the Bible
since you
say?
said that, I've got the Bible in my hand
I
now.
just feel like when it comes to the dietary thing, I think the Bible was like, for some reason, went in on the whole fruits. Like, yeah, don't eat this fruit. You can eat these fruits. You can't eat this fruit. Blah, blah, blah. Right? That's the only thing I know about Adam being told what he can eat or not. I don't know nothing else about no dietary laws he was given. So if there's information on that, I don't know about that. I need to, or maybe I know about it, but I ain't remembered it. But I need to be reminded.
Can I read it quickly?
Yeah.
If you want to do snipers work for him, then yeah, you can.
I might as well, because I don't sound like he wants to do it right now. So I'm gonna say.
But you don't know you don't even know if he had a Bible verse. He ain't giving us fuck all yet. So why don't you just be patient?
All right, say nothing.
Yeah, you know like that.
All right, where are we? It seems we could go to Genesis 9. Genesis chapter 2, verse 9.
That's right.
That's right.
2, 9. KJV.
Yeah.
All right. 2, 9 says, and out of the ground. Wow, look, there's lots. And out of the ground made the Lord to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now, can I just say this, yeah? That doesn't say anything about the dietary laws, and it doesn't say that animals are good to eat.
Not
Just
yet.
talking about vegetation right now.
Yeah.
It might support the veggies and the vegans perspective.
Yeah, that's trees though.
It does talk about animals, right? You can name the animals, It never once talks about nyamming them, but it does talk about nyamming vegetation. That might be a clue. I don't know. I don't know where I stand on it. That might be a clue. Is that the verse you was going to draw for, Shiv?
I was going to draw for that one, and I was going to draw for the one before it. If I go to Genesis 1 I was going to go from 28, but you can go from 29 really, but I like to go a verse before, so we could maybe even go 26 and read through. And then we got an idea of, where was anyone ever instructed to eat an animal at any point? Was any animal ever eaten at any point? Do you know, like that? And then when we get
the garden, you mean?
In the garden, and once we get through Genesis 2 from Genesis 21:26, we're not going to know any person ever consuming meat in this garden. We're only going to know that fruits like from trees were known to be food. That was food for you.
And let them have the domain over fish and sea.
And I just scoured back through it as well to make sure that I'm not just fooling myself into believing that there was no meat eating going on in this garden, but I can't find one part of it where it talks about eating flesh. Only thing that talks about flesh is taking a man's flesh and making a woman from it.
No, I don't know about flesh, rib.
Or rib, whatever, like, but the flesh was cut in it. The flesh was cut.
It's rib.
Yeah, the rib was taken, but the flesh was cut to take the rib. So that's the only part that talks about flesh. Yeah, there's just nothing here. There's no meat eating whatsoever. It's only after the flood that the Most High starts talking about you can eat meat. And I've got all the way to Genesis 4. So
yeah, no, it doesn't.
There's nothing there, bro.
Which is blood, therefore shall not eat. That's
you understand? You see what I'm trying to say, bro? Come on, what are we doing? Like,
hey, we're all learning, brother. We're all learning.
But this is what I'm saying. When we're dealing with Rasta, man, like That's
So
what
hold
Russ
on,
was really dealing with.
wait. So then there is dietary laws in the for Adam then.
As far as not eating meat, yeah, like
Yeah.
ITAL, yeah.
No, he's saying
ITAL.
it's saying here in Genesis 1:29,
That's right.
29 to 30, right?
That's right. There's no flesh in there.
Well, it says meat right at the end, and then it says meat again on the next verse. But it's more talking about the vegetables, right? So it is giving dietary laws. So I'm saying the dietary laws was given to Adam, right?
As far as eating vegetables is concerned, that was the dietary laws given to
He's
Adam.
saying vegetable will be your meat, right?
That's right. But as far as Noah's concerned, he has a complete different set of dietary laws.
Yeah, that's
and then as
Noah.
far as the Levitical
No,
laws,
I think once they come out of the garden, 1 second. Once they come out of the garden, those rules change, right? To a certain extent. Because then now they have to till the land, they have to make their food, right?
As far as you saying them having to till the land or whatever, like I don't understand why that would even be a point. But the point I'm making is no one was eating meat until Noah. It wasn't.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that, because if you're asked to do sacrifice, remember Cain and Abel, right?
Okay.
One is a hunter and one is a is a farmer or something. Because one brought veg and one brought livestock, right?
Yeah, that might be right. Actually, maybe I got that bit wrong. It might be Cain and Abel, but it's definitely not in the garden.
Yeah,
man, in the garden was not eating no flesh.
But they got kicked out of the garden. We know this, right? But I'm saying
I don't know.
Before they got kicked
I'll
out of the
have to go through
garden.
Cain and
Wait.
Abel.
It's showing here that before they got kicked out of the garden, Adam was given the laws, right? He was given the laws of what to eat and which is where we're saying is dietary, right? Which was what do you call it? What you were saying, ital, right? Adam was given ital laws, yeah, and say that every fruit and thing in the garden and everything out here or everything that grows, you can eat from, and that'll be your meat.
Everything liveth shall be meat for you.
Right.
Even if green herb has been given all things.
Okay, so I'm going through Cain and Abel now, yeah? And what I'm seeing is I'm seeing burnt offerings. I'm not seeing any mention of anyone eating or consuming flesh.
No,
you don't get it. If you see man's why is man in a sense a farmer or herding animals? You herd animals, domesticate them to eat them. Remember, they're in harsh conditions now. They're not in the garden where you can just pick, you know what I mean? Pick food and right?
Though. Not necessarily though,
Because
because
they're in the wilderness, right?
I hear you, but not necessarily for this reason. We know that you can get other things from some of these animals that are herded other than just flesh, like milk.
Right.
You know? Of course. So there's other things they could have been using those animals for. Also, you know, certain animals were beasts of burden. So although you may have gone onto a farm back in the day, and they may have had a cow. The cow might not necessarily have been ox or whatever, but it wasn't necessarily used for the same things. You see what I'm trying to say? So this is what I'm going. But I'm saying, like,
we're
because
saying
they don't
first.
mention
Sorry,
of anyone.
First family is going to do everything first, right? And we know they've gone from a plush condition of the garden to a harsh condition of outside the garden, right? And while they're outside the garden, living and growing, and you know, Adam and Eve are having children and extra children, and these two, who are grown now, you get me? You have specific skill sets, yeah, are asked to bring an offering, and you're telling me they're not eating one of them lamb there. Yeah, it's harsh out here. There's no trees. There's no tree of good and evil and all of this type of stuff. Or
you guys
tree
are
of
right,
eternal life and that.
There's nothing that says that. Yeah,
suffering. These men are suffering. They're gonna eat, man. You got what I'm saying?
Honest.
And there's gonna be a lot of practices going in, because remember, this is before the flood. So bloodletting and rituals and all sorts of stuff and would have been going in, because there's all sorts of Nephilim and all of these other beings on the planet running around doing whatever they're doing. But God wants to keep these ones pure from all of that. You get what I'm saying? That's why they were in the garden in the first place. It was a social experiment. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because outside the garden is where all these other places were that were, messed up. They were doing all sorts of experimentation and all sorts of stuff going on. Zulu! Shalom, shalom.
Shalom alaikum.
Shalom, shalom,
Shalom.
You know we invented that. But anyway, shalom alaikum.
How's that?
Shalom alaikum, brothers. Big up Jez, big up
man.
Sniper, big up Shifa.
Big up.
Big up.
Let's get
So it's Torah session. We're opening the Torah today, yeah?
Yeah, we're back. We're back in the Septuagint. We're back in the Septuagint.
We're back in the Septuagint.
All of them, and whatever one you want.
Interesting, isn't it? For someone that doesn't deal with the Bible, there's a lot of Bible I'm hearing from you. Very interesting.
I don't deal with the Bible. I read it, and obviously we can. If an issue arises about what's in it, then we can deal with that. But you know, like that, like we was writing Bibles. We weren't necessarily having to read a Bible every minute just to solve an issue. But I don't know. I think this one is a controversial one because I'm sitting there scouring. I can't find any mention of a person before Noah actually eating meat. But obviously
before Noah.
Before Noah.
Now
but when you're talking about, you said, this is what you just said. You said Cain and Abel, you said burnt offerings. But burnt offerings does not necessarily mean he ate the meat, though.
Facts.
No, not that of that burnt offering. No, that's not what that capacity was about.
So who are you suggesting was eating meat before Noah? Then
I'm saying they were.
And where's your sources to prove that? Where's your sources to prove that they were eating meat before the flood?
Oh, not eating meat or eating meat.
No, we're eating meat before the flood.
I think it's safe to say that they could have easily been eating meat. Come on, bro. Yeah, if they're farming animals and
that's no evidence. I think it's safe.
I know.
You can't say safe to say, bro.
Yeah, man.
You know, gotta give Sniper more of a challenge, you know. Otherwise, he's gonna get.
You know me, Jez. I've been doing it for a long time. I've been doing this.
You know, I'm challenging him, bruv. Like, what do you mean? Like, you know, Sniper would not let you get away with this, bro. What evidence is he bringing to you? Like, you know, act like it's my argument.
He doesn't. I'm
throwing in 1 grenade, 2 grenades. But you like, okay, all right, Sniper's just like, boy, I think it's pretty evident, and you're just like, okay.
I'm saying, if man are farming. Hold on, 1 second.
Trying not to be contentious. I've made my point. I've
being
said
contentious
not before
you don't see
Noah.
a challenge Sniper without being contentious.
Exactly.
You don't have to sound like a bitch, man. Just like, yo, Snipes, like, where's the evidence, cuz? That's it. You get me? Don't let it go. Like, you gotta force it, man.
We have said that though. Let's force it then. Come on then. Where's the evidence? Where's that bloody evidence, mate?
Where are you going? Like,
chapter and verse, please. If you don't mind.
All right.
If you don't mind.
Bring your bloody evidence,
man. Do you mind, Snapper?
Let's open that Torah. Let's see where it takes.
I need to build a Zeke for this one, man. I got to get some wisdom.
Open the Tanakh. Yeah, come on. Let's go.
Boy, I don't know, man. Like, I heard the burnt offering thing. Like, obviously, my mind goes back to Cain and Abel. I think is my first evidence of an animal being killed. Do we agree?
Yes, but not consumed.
What?
No.
Not consumed. Not eaten.
In the garden.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I never said consumed. But being killed.
Oh yeah, it's in the garden, right?
Yeah,
in the garden and also
now,
Cain and Abel.
Now, I know I always get this confused, but Abel killed the lamb. Am I correct?
An animal. I don't think it doesn't say that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, whatever. It was his firstborn.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right. But I don't know if it says lamb, but you're right. It does say that. It does say that firstborn part.
It's flock, right?
Firstborn, whatever.
Could be a sheep, could be a lamb.
It could have been a lamb. Yes, it could have been. Yes.
But what was telling was God was pleased with it.
So because of the atonement. because of the atonement of sins. The remission of
blood.
sins is through blood. The animal takes the
Bruv,
place
there
of
was
human.
no sin yet. No one had sinned yet.
That's after the Garden of Eden. That's after the fall.
Oh shit!
Yeah. That's the first sin.
That's the whole reason why the Levitical priesthood did the animal sacrifices, and this is the reason why every civilization had a concept of animal sacrifice, because it stems back to this original practice with Cain and Abel.
Blood, yes, sir. Bloodletting.
But so Michael, can you please prove that they were eating meat before the flood? We're still waiting, because as far as I'm concerned, we only ate meat after the flood, and that possibly contributed to us to a reduction in lifespan. That's my opinion.
You said we. I'm saying Adam's family.
Yeah.
I'm saying Adam's family would have consumed meat at some point. Yes.
Where's the evidence?
I don't know how it can because they're farmers, because they're herding animals and they're domesticating animals, so they must be consuming them. I'm just saying that, but I could be wrong, right? But I'm just thinking,
domesticate
like, it makes sense, right?
Yeah, but you can farm an animal, but it doesn't mean you eat them.
So what are you farming a lamb and for?
A lot of these animals, like cows.
What are you farming a lamb? Why are you farming sheep?
Yeah, and goat. Is it just for the
clothes?
fur
For clothes, they were
animal?
making clothes out of animal
clothing.
Skin.
Yeah, clothing and obviously wool.
Bedding.
You can do other things.
Right.
What else?
Bedding,
and oh wait, I don't know. I don't know now. I don't know.
You mean like
wait,
us?
I don't know.
A drum.
Wait, I know
you could make a
They
drum.
had sheep in that. Wait, let me just say
Yeah.
this. They had, see, I see where Zulu's going with, because they possibly weren't sheep. Let me ask you
Some of these animals didn't even exist.
The animals that he had, any of the animals he had were domesticated? That would mean, essentially, domesticated animals were created.
They were genetically modified.
And I don't think that's true.
They were genetically.
So whatever the original sheeps were, whatever, they weren't like the sheeps we got now. They would have been
a remnant animal. An animal that
everything would have been wild. There would have been no cow. There would have been no pink pig.
Right.
Everything would have been wild, right?
When you look at gazelles, when you look at deers, elks, the remnant, I think that's the type of animal, right? These are the kind of animals that we're speaking of. We're not talking about the modern day cattle, the modern day, domesticated animal.
Right. So I say that to say this, because what I was gonna say is maybe they got the goats and that for grazing, right? Because that's part of agriculture. They actually work the land. But that's
to recycle the soil.
Agriculture. Now, from what the Bible says, Adam wasn't necessarily an agriculturalist.
He tended to
living on the land, naming animals does not mean that you're domesticating them or farming them.
No, and especially not in the garden. Once you're outside the garden, in a wilderness, in a thing, your son's thing is to be a farmer, to till the land. You get what I'm saying? With the sweat of your brow and all of this type of talk.
When God made the Garden of Eden and put the animals were inside the garden. Agree or disagree?
Correct. There were animals outside and inside.
How did the animals get outside, cuz?
Because animals are created. If you read Genesis 2, they were created in the garden. God called them out of the ground. But they were also created in Genesis 1 around the world.
Right.
Show me.
The animals were, if you read in Genesis 2, animals are even created after Adam in the garden.
Yeah, I get that. I get man was made first, then the animals, right?
But in Genesis 1, animals are made first, and then it's mankind. So the animals in Genesis 1,
we got a problem, cuz.
It's not a problem. I can explain. The animals.
Why did you show me that?
But Genesis 1 is the creation of the world. Genesis 2 is speaking about mankind in the garden.
We got a problem, man.
There's a world outside of the garden, bro.
There's a world outside of the garden.
There's a world outside of the garden.
Now, I get that, but we got a problem.
Why?
We got a problem.
Why?
Because the animals in the world came from the garden, or we got two different creation stories. We got one where the world was made, animals were made, then then some form of man was made. Then we got another version where the man was made, then the animals after. You've been arguing this with me back and forth.
They're not separate creation stories, bro. It's never been understood that way in our oral. According to our oral tradition, as Israelites, the Israelites never interpreted those two chapters as separate creation stories. Never. And I can show you Israelite historians speaking on the Torah, speaking on the creation story, and even saying that they're not separate creation stories.
Okay. What's the relevance of animals being created before and after man? Make that make sense, cuz.
But that's in the garden, brother. That's not the whole creation. The garden was a special place. So when you look in the garden,
which animals came first? The wild animals or the garden animals?
The wild animals.
Why?
Because man was created before Adam.
It's a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah. Man and woman was created before Adam. We know this.
That makes no fucking sense, cuz.
It does make sense,
bro. It does make
Adam
sense.
wasn't the first
There's people on the planet.
No, making animals, just make animals. Oh, I'm gonna make animals around the world, but none in this little garden part. Because I'm gonna make man, then I'm gonna make animals again after him. What?
No, it doesn't make sense. No,
don't make sense.
Hold on. Remember, the garden was in a location. The garden wasn't the whole.
Yeah, it was to name the animals, right? So how's he naming the animals?
Hold on, Sniper. The Garden of Eden wasn't the whole earth. So the Garden of Eden was a special. Exactly. So when animals are created around the world, that's to encompass the other areas of the world. And then when the garden is now created, God is now creating animals inside this garden.
You don't see the backwardness of it, huh?
That's right, with Adam, because Adam's a different type of man to the other man that was made before him.
No.
Just like when he was a different type of man, bro. Brother, I'm gonna be honest with you. In my interpretation, I could be wrong. You could say I'm wrong, but in my interpretation, I'm gonna tell you this: the man that was made before Adam was not the same as Adam. Yeah. Because Adam was made to be pure. He was made
Shiva,
to
who
be...
told you this? Your prophet?
Brother.
Mad.
You know what?
He's starting fucking.
Yeah. It's gonna start passing now.
Look, we can have a battle with him. We can have a battle if you want.
No, it's gonna start argument. Let's just keep it smooth. Come on. Forget your prophet. No disrespect.
Anyway, like I was saying, Adam. Yeah.
Say, well,
you lot go first.
Man, I'm on mute, bro. I only said one word, cuz. Yeah, peace be upon him.
All right. No, this is hard work. So Adam was made perfect. The man that was made before Adam wasn't made perfect. And Eve wasn't the first woman. The first woman was called Lilith. But they don't like to talk about Lilith.
Oh my God.
This is what
bro, you know Lilith is a Talmudic and Kabbalist theory. It's not even in the Torah or the Tanakh.
I know it's not in the Torah.
You're referencing rabbinic texts and you're trying to use that as biblical evidence.
But there's reptilians out there, man. Look.
And now you're going to David Icke.
Come
on, bro. Please,
there's reptilians out there, man.
No pseudos today, man. No pseudo today, man. Just facts and evidence.
David Icke weren't lying. I saw a reptilian the other day, brother.
Please, please. We're tired now. Us Israelites are tired of your pseudo behavior. Please. We're tired.
I hear you. You don't believe it, but you'll see one day. One day you'll see the light.
So,
is
this a definite thing that you believe? Yeah, that before Noah, people didn't eat meat.
No, it's not a belief. It's a biblical fact.
Right? Is this like a common belief
introduction
amongst Hebrews or whatever?
It's in our oral tradition and it's in the texts. Meat consumption came along after the flood when there was a lack of vegetation. It was used as for extreme conditions, right? And even within that commandment, there was an idea of clean animals and unclean animals, because prior to the flood, God spoke about how the certain number of clean animals went into the ark and a certain number of unclean animals went into the ark. So the concept of clean and unclean was there even before the Mosaic law.
If you're saying that
they weren't just eating anything,
live and God created humans that they can live without eating meat.
Big up yourself. Big up yourself.
If that's what you're saying,
I agree with the Bible.
I have to cross-check, because if
we both agree with you,
then I'm apostating from the whole situation.
Sorry, Con, I didn't hear what you said, Con. Repeat what you said.
I'm saying if what you're saying is 100% true to Hebrew belief, I have to cross-check it and find out if Muslims verify what you're saying and Muslims believe that too. I'm apostating from the whole thing, because I know for a fact that human beings cannot survive without eating meat.
So you're going to apostate from your religion if your religion says what I just
Muslims
said.
are agreeing with you and you're chatting something that I don't believe in, then I'm apostating from all of you.
What are you going to do? Eat pork?
I want this to be recorded. God will apostate if there's evidence in his religion for what I just said.
You're saying that God created humans that could live without eating meat.
We weren't designed to eat meat, my brother.
No, that's
not true. What are you going to do, Khan? You're going to have a bacon
sandwich. What do you mean that's not true? So hold on. How in a perfect world were we designed to eat dead things? Make sense of that.
You can eat while it's alive.
What?
It's not dead, bro.
Listen
Why are
to
you
what you're
calling it
saying,
dead?
bro. Listen to what you're saying.
Why is it dead though? Why is it dead?
You a savage, man. Shit.
A piece of steak is you taking part of an animal's carcass and cooking it and eating it. That's dead. That's not like eating lettuce or eating a carrot.
Apart from a blood supply going to it to feed it nutrients to maintain it, right? As long as it's not decomposing, it's still alive.
We weren't
It's not
designed
dead
to eat
yet.
carcass, bro. We weren't designed to eat carcass. That's a fact. The
When it's
introduction of
inside your belly, is it decomposing?
when the introduction of the consumption of meat contributed to our lower lifespans over time, and it also contributed to the introduction of anti-inflammatory diseases and a whole sort of parasites. All these diseases are coming from meat. Most of them.
I can't imagine that Muslims will agree with this.
From meat.
I
That's
can't
a fact.
imagine it.
That's a fact.
The Zulu, I was right this time then, yeah?
Yeah, well, partially. You're wrong with the Genesis 1 and 2 thing, but
Impossible.
you're right with the vegetarian thing.
What was I wrong about? Tell me the bit I was wrong about. I want to know that part.
This whole pseudo idea that the people in the mankind in Genesis 1 is a different to Adam and Eve in Genesis 2. Even though the Hebrew word for mankind in Genesis, hold on, the Hebrew word for mankind in Genesis 1 is Adam.
Adam.
Yeah, Adam, yeah.
Yikes. So when you know the Hebrew language
still call it Adam.
and you know the oral tradition, it's laughable when people make these pseudo claims.
Zulu, forget the pseudo bullshit.
One second. Can I talk to the brother one second? Just chill out, bro. Just relax, bro. Relax, bro. Just take a breather. Take a breather. Look, me and Julie were just discussing
what was
the
the
point.
reason why humans need to start eating meat?
Fuck's sakes, this guy's desperate, isn't he?
Like I said, the reason why we ate meat was because of extreme conditions. It was just after the flood. There was a lack of vegetation. So as a precautionary thing.
No,
so
but
that we do not
physiologically, how did our bodies go from being able to survive without eating meat to then being able to eat meat?
Our bodies adapted to be able to consume meat.
But then
even in the adaptation, hold on, Con. Even in the adaptation, yes, there is microevolution. That's a fact. Even according to the adaptation, we still had to cook the meat so that we could process it, so that we could consume it. We can't consume meat raw.
Can I go back to my point before I forget it now? Because this guy just cut.
We don't have the enzymes to eat raw meat, bro. We're not carnivores. We're not lions. We're not predators. We have to cook the meat down so that we can digest it, so it's bioavailable.
Yeah, but Zulu, he just cut in the middle of my point. You're supposed to be the orchestrated one. Like, you're the organized brother, man.
Go ahead, let's
What's going on?
Go ahead, Shifa. Go on.
Yeah, so now I was just asking you one question. It's so simple and quick. It wouldn't be as long as Khan. Is Adam made perfect?
Yes.
Is the man who's made before Adam made perfect?
There is no man made before Adam.
There's no man made before Adam.
Yes.
You're sure about this? You're 100% sure?
Yes.
So when Adam and Eve leave the Garden of Eden, yeah?
Yeah.
Where did the rest of the people come from?
Their descendants.
All of their people are their descendants.
Yes.
Every person in the world at that point is their descendant.
Yes.
All right, hold that thought. Hold that thought. I don't see what's funny here, but hold that thought.
And if you go to the land of Nod, you're going to be extremely disappointed when you find that it is actually Cain and his wife that establishes that city. And when you look at the descendants of Cain,
don't worry about, bro. Don't give me advice. Just relax.
No, it's not advice. It's extreme foresight because I know what arguments you're going to bring. I've had these discussions over and over again.
You really don't. If you think
every time I've had these discussions, I come to find that there's a lack of understanding of the language and the oral tradition as to why you have these pseudo theories.
If you think I'm going land of Nod, you really don't know where I'm going with this. But don't worry, I'm gonna bring something to the table for you to have a look at, and then you can bring. If you still have the same conclusion, I'm not gonna argue with it. I'm just gonna bring something to your attention. That's what I'm gonna do.
Cool. Where did Con go?
Gone for a bacon sandwich.
Oh my gosh.
The man said he's going to break his faith if this is part of the Quran. And technically, how could it not be part of the Quran? That don't make no sense. If the Quran...
Bro, I want to find the verse that proves that what I'm saying is in the Quran. So just so I can hold him to that claim. Because if he said he's going to apostate, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, but remember, the Quran only starts from Muhammad. Yeah, really. You know, like there's only a Quran after Muhammad, innit? Bottom line, innit? So anything he's talking about before is stuff that's in the Bible, bro. So why would it be wrong? That wouldn't make sense.
But I don't know why he's fighting so much for eating meat. Like, listen, I eat meat. I eat kosher, clean animals, whatever. I like steak. I like chicken, whatever. But I'm not gonna fight for it for the death. I know it's not really good for me, and I probably should eat less of it. And I'll probably be better off if I didn't eat any of it, to be honest.
Brother, the other day I ate some beef.
Hold on. Sorry. Once you got the dietary laws from Leviticus onwards, I suppose, right? Or Exodus or whatever. Yeah.
All right.
Once you got the dietary laws from there, it encompassed livestock, right?
Yes.
That's why we talking about the pig at a certain point, right?
But the pig, we don't know. See, the domesticated pig, right? There's the boar, right? The boar is most likely its ancestor, right, of the pig, because the pig is most likely a genetically modified animal, domesticated animal, the version of the boar. Because we know that these pigs, when you bring them back into the wild, they become feral again. They become like boars.
Look how long ago somebody domesticated a wild boar and did a pig. Look how long, in the Bible terms. Look how long ago. Do you get what I'm saying? That sounds deep. Like, where did the pig come from?
Yeah, it's a boar, bro.
You get what I'm saying? But who domesticated it? Why? Do you get what I'm saying?
I don't know, one of the pigs.
To that level of domestication, like, we know what a wild boar is. That
I mean, wasn't it a boar that killed? Wasn't it a boar that killed Tammuz or the Muzi? When you look at the Sumerian legends. Yeah. So the boar or the pig has been there for a long time. It's whether or not the modern day pig that we know as the pig is actually an indigenous animal.
And you know that we can domesticate anything, so other people can also domesticate. There's other people out there, because you got to understand, there's the descendants of Cain. We don't really talk about much, right? We don't really talk about and know if they were eating meat and doing, but we kind of know that they must have been doing everything that they weren't supposed to do. So I think eating meat would have been part of that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, but Michael, we can't make claims without evidence, right? It's a speculation, it's a theory, and no one's saying you're 100% wrong, because they were fallen anyway. They were doing all sorts of sin before the flood, whatever. But like, to say for a fact they ate meat, we can't co-sign that because it's not said in the scripture.
Well, there's every animal gonna make it onto the ark, so there's animals around, definitely, and there's loads of different sets, beings, and whatever around as well. We can definitely say that, right? Because there's a reason why God's gonna wipe it all out and start again with this one family.
It's because of the iniquity of the earth,
right? So one of that must be doing. Meat wouldn't even have been a thing. I don't even think. I think the eating of raw meat and the consuming of flesh and unnecessary bloodletting and special rituals that weren't in the way of the Most High or the positive way. Do you get what I'm saying? This is why you can distinguish. No, I'd say this is why you can distinguish individuals of their generation and say, yeah, like this one, he's got that. He's got that Seth gene. You know what I mean? And two, he's already living right in the right way. So he's not partaking in some of the rituals and bloodletting and consuming of flesh, maybe. You get what I'm saying? That others are doing. You know what I mean? That's why they've been chosen specifically, like Abraham and like different ones, because they're in times where people are doing all sorts.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, Maku. Like I said, when iniquity is full in the earth, anything's possible. You know, we know they were doing sorcery and all these things, because even when you read in extra biblical texts, they talk about the Azazel, the fallen angels teaching men how to make swords and crafting and all this shit. So anything is possible in a world full of iniquity. But to say definitively that they ain't meat, you can't scripturally back that because it's not written in the text. But you can bring forth that argument and say it's a possibility. And I'm even saying it's possible that the descendants of Cain, the fallen people, other than Noah's family, were eating meat. It's a possibility, but I can't say that it happened for a fact when the introduction to eating meat seems to be after the flood.
Yeah, but the flood, as I said, is, as you said, once you're outside the garden, yeah, That is the wilderness. That is the thing. And the people are going to cities that are already established. There is no way that you can say
building cities.
Okay, where does it
you
say?
know, it says Cain built cities in the land of Nod. You know that it says that in the Bible.
No. I'm saying, cities. Yeah, but it's already established, is it not?
No, if there were cities there, why would it say in the Bible that he built cities if there were cities there?
One. We can go to Genesis 4 verse 12. Yeah. When thou tellest the land, it shall not henceforth yield upon thee. You get me? Her strength, a fugitive. You see this word fugitive, Zulu. You know what that means, right?
Right, because all of the other descendants of Adam and Eve would come and find him and try and kill him. And if you look in the oral tradition,
I don't think that's correct.
And if you look into the oral tradition, one of the descendants of Seth actually killed Cain when they were going hunting. I can't say that this actually happened for a fact, but there's a numerous texts that allude to this. And the person that killed Cain was cursed because of that, because obviously God made sure that no one should kill him because they put the mark to say, "Nah, allow him, don't kill him." So, according to the oral tradition,
wait. Man says, "A fugitive and vagabond shall thou be in the earth." So you can't go. How is he going to from fugitive and vagabond that God has made him now? Like he's cursing him basically, or telling him this is what you're going to be for killing your brother, right? To establishing a place he's going to. He doesn't establish.
Look at verse 17.
There's no word established.
If you can't show us him eating meat, though, you're just wiggling.
Exactly, that's a good point, Shiva. But look at verse 17.
But you're going to a town where you don't even know.
No. Look at verse 17. Please, I'm asking you,
17?
please, brother, please. Look at verse 17.
And Cain
of that same chapter that you're looking at.
Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch, and he built a city and called it the name of the city, right? So so it's a city called Enoch. It's not called Nod.
No, but Nod is just it's esoteric, bro. It means a place of sleeping, of nodding off. It's esoteric.
No,
it doesn't actually mean that there was a whole civilization of Nodites.
No, I'm saying
it's esoteric.
From Nod, they were able to build themselves up and go again to somewhere else and
it doesn't say they went somewhere else. Why are you adding to the scripture? It says they went to the land of Nod. He knew his wife. He conceived a son named Enoch, and then built a city after the son Enoch. So they're establishing civilization in this region.
Yeah, but I'm saying we're not in the region, but not in the same place. It can't be in Nod.
Come on, man.
Is Nod not a city? Are you saying it's not a city though?
You're saying that Nod is sleeping,
Nod is
bro.
not a city. It's a region, brother. It's not a city.
It's just a region. It's just a space in the middle of nowhere.
Does it say the city of Nod? Does it say he went to the city of Nod? No,
but it sounds like they went to bed and they started making babies, bro. They went to
the land of
bed.
Nod. If you understand what Nod means according to our oral tradition and esoteric,
but that's like saying what does Eden mean?
It's all like they might not sleep with that.
Nod is a spiritual state.
So you left
of slumber.
The garden.
She nodded him off.
You left the garden to go nowhere. Well, I don't understand what you're saying. To a state of sleep.
My brother, just type in land of Nod.
I'm just asking, bro.
But I'm explaining to you, brother. Type in land of Nod and it will explain to you exactly what I'm saying. It's esoterically speaking of a state of slumber, of sleep. That's what that means.
A state of slumber and sleep.
Right.
So they left the well, he was banished.
Okay. It sounds crazy. Just type it in, Marco. Just type it in.
One second,
please.
my brother.
You got the computer.
You're gonna be a fugitive and vagabond in the earth. Yeah. That's what God's saying to him. He's going to be a fugitive and vagabond, and he's saying that weight is too much to bear. You get me? Like wherever people see, you know, they're going to keep
my brother. People? Just to show that I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not pseudo. Marco, just to show that I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not pseudo. If you've got your computer, just type in the land of Nod and tell me what you see when you type that in. Just to show that I'm not making shit up, right? What do you see when you type that in? Hello?
I did it. One second.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, land of Nod is a place mentioned in the Bible of the Hebrew, located east of Eden, where Cain, exiled by God. Oh, 1 second, let me press on this. I was just reading from what the top said. Exiled by God, God after he murdered his brother, blah blah blah. So what is different from what you're saying?
Are you on Wikipedia?
Huh?
Are you on
Yeah.
Wikipedia?
I just went on for the first one. You said, yeah, just type it in and it would give me place. It's giving me place, location, and all sorts. Like what? I don't know.
Okay, I'll put the link in the private chat then.
All right, cool. Yeah. I'm just saying, yeah. So yeah, they're saying it's a place, east of Eden and all of that. So it's supposedly a physical location, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, according to the Hebrew, the word nod means to wander. It means to wander. From what I've just seen, the word nod means to wander. Okay. And even in that Wikipedia link, it says something like that as well. To be moved, to be agitated, hence to wander, to be a fugitive. So when it's saying the land of Nod, it's talking about it says the land of the wanderer, as it says here in the Wikipedia. So, like I said, it's esoteric, bro. It's not like an actual place where there's a civilization.
But does it make sense? I don't know. I'm just saying personally, it would make more sense that it was a place where people who were wandering and were basically sleepwalking, reside. Wasn't a good place to be. Hence why the garden was created, and that environment was meant to be separate from what was going on outside of the garden. But you can't say that is all down to Adam and Eve. I don't know.
Okay, look here. If you look on the Wikipedia, if you go down to where it says interpretation, and this is from Josephus, yeah. Can you see it on your? Let me screen share.
Yeah. Interpretation, Josephus.
Cool. We're gonna read that, yeah. And this is a first century Jew, yeah.
We know.
So he's a Pharisee. They know the Torah. So this is his interpretation of what the land of Nod is. Not mine, not yours. This is his interpretation of what the land as a Pharisee. Yeah. Is my screen sharing?
1 second. I got you.
Cool. And it says, Josephus wrote in Antiquities of the Jews that Cain continued his wickedness in Nod, resorting to violence and robbery, establishing weights and measures.
Whoa. Stop. Please. Robbery. You can't rob if there's no people, my brother. Hold on, my brother, please.
Can we finish? Can we finish the whole thing? If you don't mind.
As he's establishing robbery.
Can I finish the whole thing if you don't mind?
All right. Go. Sorry.
Okay. That Cain continued his wickedness in Nod, resorting to violence and robbery, establishing weights and measures, transforming human culture from innocence into craftiness and deceit, establishing property lines, and building a fortified city. Nod is said to be outside of the presence or face of God. Orgian defined Nod as the land of trembling and wrote that it symbolized the condition of all who forsake God. Early commentators treated it as the opposite of Eden, worse still than the land of exile for the rest of humanity. In the English tradition, Nod was sometimes described as a desert inhabited by ferocious beasts or monsters. Others interpreted Nod as a dark or even underground away from the face of God. Augustine described unconverted Jews as dwellers in the land of Nod, which he defined as a commotion and a carnal disquiet. Disquiet. I don't know how to say that word. Yeah, like what disquietude. Anyway, but yeah, as you can see, there's different interpretations on it, and what Josephus is basically demonstrating is that the land of Nod was symbolic for a state of being away from God, forsaking God, being a wanderer. The term Nod means to wander, so this is esoteric. But you're taking it like it's a literal place where there's actually people around, even though it doesn't say that in the passage. As a matter of fact, he goes to this location and he builds cities. How
I
can you
think
go?
it
It's like,
does.
I'll give you an example, Maku. When Nimrod goes and builds cities, Kauna,
Yeah.
Shinar,
Yeah.
he's going there. He's the first one there to build cities. There's no one there before him. He's going there to build cities.
Obviously not. There are people
What do you mean?
there before him. Yeah,
Who's there
but
before
I
Nimrod?
mean, there's not people in that location where he builds his cities. Obviously, it makes sense, right?
Who,
You
Nimrod?
know what I mean? But there were civilizations and thing before Nimrod built those cities. Most definitely. See what I'm saying? We definitely got evidence of that, right?
And then look
Unless
here,
we don't believe
the land
the
of Nod can
Arcadian
refer,
and certain.
and the land of Nod can refer to the mythical land of sleep. Upon on the land of Nod, to go off to the land of Nod plays the phrase to nod off, meaning to go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I said before, man.
So these are all it's basically all telling us that this is a symbolic and an allegorical location. It's not like an actual. You can't show me a map anywhere during that time where it says land of Nod. As a matter of fact, because Moses wrote this, hold on, we know that Moses wrote this, right? Moses was naming real locations all over the Bible. He names the rivers of Ethiopia. He names Euphrates. He names all these locations which you can find on the map. You can't find Nod on the map because Nod is esoteric. It's allegory. It's not an actual literal place.
Well, I don't know.
It just means outside of the presence of God, away from Adam and Eve, away from righteousness.
He said you don't know.
Wonder.
You to move on. He said you
there
don't
was
know.
There was a lot going on in that explanation, my brother, that you're overlooking. Do you get what I'm saying? One, if a man went somewhere and started robbing up the place, it's already it's actually a place. There is a map, and you're being disingenuous to say that there's no maps being given, because there was clearly.
Okay, so can you show me a map with Nod on it, please?
All right, I'll show you.
That's at least 6,000 plus years old, by the way.
Not
some modern day map. Show me an old map.
No, I'm just going back to what they showed me, man. I'm just like,
while he's getting the map though, yeah. Can I ask you my question as you do? Because obviously the map might take a little while to get the screen share ready or whatever.
No, it's fine. I got it.
Are you ready? You got it ready, yeah?
2 seconds. Don't take long. I don't know why this.
Shifa, if you put your Bible verse in the private chat, I'll have a read of it before you ask the question.
It's not a Bible verse. It is a Bible verse, but you know the verse. As soon as I say what I say, you're gonna know the verse. I don't even need to go verse for this one because this is one that everyone knows. It's so bait, and it's like, obviously, you've made the claim that there was only Adam's family walking the planet. Yeah.
Do you see what they done? This is what I saw, Zulu. Can you see
it?
Is
that your evidence?
No, I'm just saying when you said there was no, it was on the same page when I typed in Land of Nod, yeah, and it gave me all the different examples. In the corner was a bunch of images. They said they gave no images, and I said no, that's not true. This is what they showed.
Someone can make an image, go on Adobe Illustrator, put a circle around Eden, put a circle next to it, and type. Is that that can't be evidence, bro? This is not evidence.
No,
what is that?
Look what they're saying. They're saying it's.
Who's they?
Whoever put this picture.
So now we're just gonna believe it now, just because it's there. Like that's it.
It says BibleStudies.org. Anyway, let me leave it alone.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
but you get my understanding that this is allegory. Do you understand?
No, but yeah, hold on. It goes with what you used to say before. Look, it's the Euphrates River.
Okay, but
around
there's no
the area.
map showing
Remember what
Nod,
you were saying? Sorry.
You can't show me the location in the Mesopotamia named Nod next to Eden.
I can't even agree that the Eden is here. I can't even agree to that. So
I'm gonna give you like another 10 minutes, man.
Most likely,
I don't know. Yeah, I can agree. If we can really establish the location of the garden, like we're not going to be able to establish the actual physical place of where it is.
No, but with the Garden of Eden, we know there were certain rivers that came out of it. So
but let's just
it's easier to locate. But Nod, like I said, is allegory. It's not actual location. So
okay, but why would they create this image? Why would they create this image? It makes sense that
people make images all the time. We can't believe everything we type on the internet.
According to what Josephus says, the many different accounts talk about things that are not in the Bible, for example, about what Cain did. right?
Yeah, because do you know where he's getting it from? He's getting it from the oral tradition, from the Mishnah, from the Gemara, all these rabbinic texts. That's where he's getting that from. The Pharisees were reading Talmud, they were reading all these things. That's where he was getting that from. It gives a little insight. I don't believe fully in the Talmud. Please, no one say, "Oh, Zulu now believes in the Talmud." But I do think there's certain things in these rabbinic texts that give us an insight to the culture and traditions of the Israelites. When I say Talmud, I'm talking about the oldest Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, not the one written by Rashi or the Ashkenazi or the modern day Talmud that we're speaking of. We're talking about the Gemara. But that's for another day.
You know what? I've just looked at
for another day.
The back of my Bible, and bro, as he said, there's loads of maps for locations,
right,
and stuff.
But you can't see nod anywhere on it. I've got those Bibles as well. There's no nod on the maps.
Because
it's allegory.
All of that.
There's a lot of allegory in the Bible that we take literal. I've come to know this.
Well, these places don't seem to be allegories. They seem to be places that existed at some point. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, like I said, Moses is writing this, and for whatever reason, there's been areas where he's left allegory and left symbolisms for us to have deep understandings. I don't think everything is to be taken hyper literal. I mean, when you look at the creation story, to me, it seems like they're just narrowing down the order of creation. I don't think like it was literally exactly how it says in Genesis 1, how everything was created, but it gives us an idea of the being that formed everything and the order of the formation of everything. But I can't say that like it took a day to make the sun, or it took a day to make light, or I don't know if that's supposed to be taken literal. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. But there's an argument to say that it is a literal place, though.
There's an argument.
Yeah, that within the evidence you brought, I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it seems that there's certain situations going on and can only happen if that is true. There's supposedly another map. What's this?
This is Curia. This is someone asking a question.
You
gotta look at it.
If there was gonna give a location, they would say it was there.
But you gotta look at who's giving the evidence. You have to authenticate, you know.
But the good question is, just between me and you, where would you say it was?
I don't know. It could be anywhere, brother, because from what we understand esoterically, is to mean to wander or to nod off. So it could be anywhere outside of where God, has his, chosen people, which is through Seth and Adam, and he was cast out away from his family. So he could have gone anywhere.
My brother,
it doesn't have to be in a specific
biblical story is
Mesopotamia.
It's here and here.
Right. But like I said, where you're moving your mouse, it could be anywhere around that. I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't know where. It could be anywhere around that.
Yeah, I would. Well, then if they're trying to locate Nod, remember, then you're trying to also locate the Garden of Eden.
And not only that, Maku, remember, this is before the flood. We don't know what the continents looked like before the flood, because some people would theorize that the flood contributed to the shape of the continents we see today.
Changed,
Right. So it could have been some Pangea or some, I don't believe in Pangea, but it could have been something like that. You know what I mean? Who knows? This is pre-flood is like a different world to where we are now. The pre-flood is just different.
The concept of Pangea is like 200 million years ago.
Yeah, carbon dating and all that shit.
No, I'm just saying 200 million years ago that they're saying the whole land masses were all together. So I don't know. I don't think we exist.
But you know why they have to add those enormous amounts of years? Because
where we were.
But you know why they have to add those enormous amounts of years? Because they're not taking a catastrophic event such as a global flood or a massive mass of water as a contributing factor to how. Right. Yeah. So they're not taking that into account. So they're looking back now at the puzzle pieces and trying to paint the picture and say this had to take a long. You know what I'm trying to say?
Not that it could have been several cataclysmic events,
right?
Over long periods of time. But it's like
right. You see?
So I got you on that. So that what we're even locating and saying is this piece of thing, even this Middle East might not have been. You know what I mean? It would have just been the whole piece. Maybe there would have been no Red Sea. It would have just been one landmass.
I mean, I do believe at some point the continents were connected because there's this thing where you can put the pieces together, right? Have you seen that thing where they try and put all the continents?
I had that.
And they seem to fit.
I had that.
Like look,
CD.
I'll give you an example, Marco. Look at UAE, yeah. Do you see UAE right there on that map? It's next to Oman. It's next to. We've moved down.
Oman. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, that is.
And you see the place adjacent to it. It looks like it connects to that other Iran.
Let me make
the coast of Iran. It looks like it connects to it. You see the gap in Iran on the coast of Iran next to UAE. Iran is above UAE. You see Iran and UAE, yeah?
Oh, come on. I just wanted to look at a map.
We can see the map. We can see it fine, to be fair.
Oh.
We can see it.
Okay, yeah. So what are you saying now, Zulu?
Do you see that? How it can fit in? Yeah, how it can fit into Iran.
Oh, to this bit.
You see the coast of Iran. There's a hole. You see that hole in there. You see that?
Yeah. The dent.
And there's a lot of places like if you look at South America and the western coast of Africa, it does look like it kind of syncs up if you were to put them together. So it's plausible. It's plausible, bro. And they do say that they're still separating even now over time, but I don't know. And how else are islands formed if it wasn't for some catastrophic events and floods?
And volcanoes.
And volcanoes. But how are islands formed? How are mountains formed? How are all these things formed?
Well, yeah, they're saying the word they teach us, I don't know if it's true, but I'm just saying like tectonic plates and all of this type of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Saying that Mount Everest weren't always there. It's proving their point about two plates moving one above the other and all of that, right? So I'm like, okay, I'll take what you're saying. So you're saying India was a piece of Africa. So I'm like, okay, I can accept that. And it seems to be true. You know, there's a lot of evidence to say that India was a piece that broke off of Africa and smashed into Eurasia, you know what I mean? And giving you the mountains, the Himalayas and all of that. And pushing Nepal above, you know what I mean, on a plateau. That's showing you like there's a landmass that's one above the other or something. I don't know. You know what I mean?
But Michael, do you not notice that it's interesting how they found seashells and fossilized sea creatures on mountains? Make sense of that. So how big would the water have had to have been, or how low would the land have had to have been in reverse for there to have been seashells on mountains?
Well, I know that is the highest landmass is Africa, above sea level and all of that. I don't know. Yeah.
Can't be.
Why? Would have sunk a long time. We would have been flooded horribly.
Yeah, but it's so with Russia or Asia, there's been plenty of massive.
Because we know that the tops of mountains. Oh, sorry, volcano. I think one of the oldest volcanoes on the planet is in Ethiopia, and it's on the ground. It's just a hole.
Lily, are you going to be here later?
Lava and all of that.
Yeah, I'll try to. I'm at work, but I'm working from home, so if I have to go and do something, I might have to go in a bit, but I'll try and be here.
Okay, no, I can wait till later to ask you, man. I'll wait till later to ask you, because you lot are deep in this right now, man.
No, go on. Ask your question.
Problem. No, I think he needs to do something or something, whatever.
I don't need to lose that on. I don't need to lose that on.
Ask your question, man.
So you said that all the people in the world was Adam and Eve's family, and there weren't no other people, correct?
According to the Bible and our oral tradition, yes.
Now I'm going to say the contradiction that the Bible makes, if you're saying that's what the Bible is supposed to be telling us, because I took something different from the Bible to this perspective. When Cain killed his brother, he was marked, weren't he?
Yeah.
Why?
Because the descendants of Seth and the descendants of Adam and Eve would seek to kill Cain for what he had done. So God put the mark on him so that people know to allow him.
Okay.
I think that's unfair what you did there, Zulu.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was Seth born at this time?
No, I think that's unfair what you did there, Zulu, and possibly bordering on dishonest.
It's not dishonest if
you have a theory, but it's not confirmed that the people that Cain was afraid of were the descendants of his brother and his parents. There's not confirmed, cuz.
But if the Israelites understood it the way I understand it, I'm not innovating anything. Because the oral tradition backs what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, you know what you're doing.
We have to look at the interpretation of how the writers understood the text, not how we think it could be, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but listen.
So you're saying that the writer has told you that he thinks the writer said that he's talking about the descendants of Seth? No.
Seth's not born yet.
The Israelites themselves.
No, that's not the writer. You dealing with the writer or the Israelites?
The writer is Israelite. Who would understand the Torah more?
No. That's the writer's an individual.
But who would understand the Torah more? The Israelites. The Israelites back then or us now?
Stop that, bro.
No, it's the facts.
You're just drawing now. You're drawing inferences, but it doesn't work like that, cuz. Like you're saying the Israelites believe this to be so. This is written by a scribe. Did the scribe that wrote that?
And he explained it to the Israelites.
Did the scribe that wrote that mean that? Oh, hold on. The people that Cain was afraid of were actually his nephews and his nieces and nephews. No, you've just made that. You've came to that conclusion, and now you're.
I didn't make it up.
I just feel like that's a little bit dangerous. This is what we call confirmation bias.
It's not confirmation bias because, but hold on, you're saying like, oh, I'm reading the text and I'm just going by my own interpretation. It's in junction with the oral tradition, with what Israelite historians say about the text, what the oral tradition text, the Gemara says about the
that is confirmation bias.
Do you agree with everything that Israelite historians say?
I haven't read all of their texts, so I can't say I agree with everything.
Everything you've read, do you agree with?
Everything I've read so far, yes.
So the Israelite historians and the ones that are quoted as Israelite historians, they'd be the same type of Israelite you are today. We're not just talking. You're not talking about some Jewish people with money that have the ability to translate text. You're talking about some ancient Israelite historians. Who are these historians? Like who?
For example, one of the most famous ones is Joseph. Josephus. His Hebrew name is Joseph. His Hebrew name is Joseph, and he is a Pharisee.
Do you agree?
I haven't read all of his stuff.
From Josephus, you agree with?
I haven't read all of his stuff. I can't say I agree with everything.
Everything you've read from him, you've agreed with.
Yes.
Okay.
No, that's crazy.
And if anyone wants to question his knowledge of the Torah or the Tanakh, just to put into perspective, Josephus was a Pharisee, and not only did they memorize the whole Torah and the Tanakh and knew Hebrew, but they studied the oral tradition. So they had a greater understanding of the text, all the gaps in the Bible that we don't know with this and that and that. They knew it all. This is why Jesus even says to the Pharisees that they sit in the seat of Moses, right? He gave credit to the Pharisees because they studied the Torah. They knew the Torah, bro. It wasn't a joke.
Could they have manipulated what they knew, though?
Even Rabbi Gamaliel was called a doctor of the law, a doctor of the Torah. Paul's teacher, Paul's teacher was Rabbi Gamaliel.
Oh my God.
So he could doctor the Torah, brother. This is what I mean. Like,
I'm saying the man who conspired to get him killed. Is this?
So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go by what my ancestors believe the Torah to mean versus what we're trying to say is today. I'm not gonna lean on my own understanding because I don't know the ins and outs. I don't know Hebrew. I don't know all the esoterics. I can't just sit here and just read it in English and think this is what it means. There's deeper meanings behind this.
Yeah, but brother, you can interpret words, though, innit?
Sorry, you're dealing with people who are making their own claim.
When you interpret words, yeah. I'm gonna give you an example. Then, yeah. Let's say Cain now, yeah, is part of the same family of people that he's saying wants to kill him now, yeah. That means they all know who Cain is, right?
My brother, I've already explained who I think.
No. Answer the question. No. Listen, you said there's only one family on planet Earth, yeah, which would be Cain's family. So Cain, the person who killed his brother,
Adam and Eve's family,
which encompasses Cain, but he's from the same family, so it's still his family. Let's not play semantics. Look, the bottom line is this, yeah. Are you telling me his family didn't know who he was?
Of course, they knew who he was. That's why he
So
ran
why
away.
did
He
he
was
need?
scared.
So
He
why
was
did he need to be
scared
marked?
that
So why
he was
did he need to be marked? Wait,
so that
wait.
people
So why?
allowed him. So that when
Wait.
people saw
Don't run off.
him,
Don't run off. So why
I'm
did he
answering your
need to
question.
be?
Hold on,
No.
patience.
You've answered
Slow
it
down. I'm
already.
answering
Why
your
did he need
question.
to be?
Listen to
You've
my
answered it
answer.
already.
Listen to.
Why? No, wait. I'm leading you to somewhere. Why did he need to be marked then? If everyone knew who he was, please explain that.
Like it says in the passage, yeah, Cain was scared that someone would lick him down for killing Abel. So God put the mark on him so that people would see the mark and allow him. I've said this 3 times now.
They would
It's in the
see the mark
text.
and allow him. Are you sure
Yes,
about that, bro?
Zulu,
it's in the
Zulu,
text.
Zulu.
Bro, come on, man. Come on, Zulu.
It's in the text.
Listen to
Look at the
this,
text.
listen to
Look at the
this.
text. Read it again. Read it again. Read it again. Please read it again.
Okay, but Zulu. The problem is that you said the descendants of Seth, who's not born yet.
If you look in Genesis 10, it says that Adam and Eve had other sons and daughters. Even when you look at the sons Cain, Abel, and Seth, these are just the main ones. They had other sons and daughters that weren't named, and that's even supported in the oral tradition.
But the first when it
you
says
look at the
other
book of
sons,
Jubilees,
1 second.
sorry.
When you go to the same chapter that we're talking about with Cain, which is chapter 4, verse 12 to 13, right? And then we move on to chapter 25, right, of the same verse where it says other son, and Adam knew his wife again and bore a son and called his name Seth. This is way after the Cain thing,
which means name in Hebrew. Seth
which
means name.
Hold on, which means he's already gone to Nod. You know what I mean? He's already gone to a thing. He's talked to God about the curse that he's putting on, and he said 7-fold, and if anyone touches you, and all of this type of stuff,
right?
You know, right?
Because Adam and Eve were still breeding and having kids, and
No.
people were growing. The population
But
was starting. Let me say this, Maku. Remember, these guys were living up to 900, 700 years old. How many kids can you have if you're Adam and you're living up to 960 something years old? How many kids can you have,
my brother?
So do you understand that the population was growing? This is why when Cain went to the land, when Cain went to the land. Hold on, brother.
I'm at the text now.
Hold on, brother. I'm still speaking.
Now.
When Cain went to the land of Nod, he built a city after his son Enoch. He was starting his civilization over there, away from Adam and Eve, and Adam and Eve was continuing to breed. And through Seth, you now have the descendants of Seth and the descendants of Cain. This is the whole idea. Some believe the sons of God being the descendants of Seth, mixing their seed with the daughters of men, who is interpreted esoterically to be the descendants of Cain. There was 2 civilizations: the descendants of Cain and the descendants of Seth.
Sorry, go.
Can you pause 1 second? Can you pause 1 second? Because we've heard your point, but as far as when you said, you know, Cain being marked, it was so that his own family, who already knew who he was and was already in connection with the Most High, would now know not to kill him. They would already known. So that part didn't make sense. And then to make it worse, if I go to the actual text, it says, Cain said to the Lord, my punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from the land, and I will be hidden from your presence. Now, he's not saying him and the rest of the family going to be hidden from his presence, just him. Yeah. So the rest of the family is still going to be in the Most High's presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth.
You're proving my point.
Wait a second. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me, because whoever finds him won't know who he is.
Yeah.
You're
what you doing? No, brother. No. You don't get away with this.
Let me explain how you're proving my point. What did you say about God's presence just then? Repeat what you said about God's presence. That part that you said.
God's presence, yeah. He was driven out from God's presence. Is the word in here. I'll read it again if you want. It says, the Lord said to him,
land of Nod.
What did he say? No, Cain said to the Lord, my punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from the land. I will be hidden from your presence.
Cool. So when we read earlier about the land of Nod meaning to wander, meaning to be driven out, and we know that esoterically this is a place outside of God's presence, away from God, is that not validated now when we go back to the text and we see that this land is simply to denote that he left the presence of God, not that the land of Nod was inhabited by civilizations? Because really and truly, the Bible is very clear on naming genealogies. When we look at, for example, the Canaanites, when Abraham went into there, It didn't just say he went into Canaan and there was no one there. It tells you there were people there. The Bible can be very clear when it's talking about descendancies. So
But then
to
that
say
means
that
there
there
was
were
more
people,
people
to
in
say
the
that there
world,
were
though.
people in Nod, but there's no genealogy showing where they came from or nothing like that. How can you come to that conclusion when esoterically we know that it's to denote a state away from God, nodding off,
That's fine.
wandering
That's
away from
fine.
God?
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
That's
And
the
not
oral
being in the
tradition.
presence. But hold on, it goes to other people's point of, you know, there could be people there who were doing things not in God's grace. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they were doing they're out of the sight of God, so they can do whatever, make pigs, do whatever. I don't know. Yeah. But there's something going on in that land, and it's organized, and it's a real place for a man to go there
until Cain gets there.
and become a robber and all of that. You can't do that if the organized my anyway.
And
yeah.
interestingly
But
enough,
organized in what type of way?
And interestingly enough, when you continue reading the story of Cain and his descendants, you will see that Cain's descendants are the ones that established things such as metal crafting. It's even in the Bible. Forget Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch just gives a deeper insight to who taught men how to do these things. But even in that same book in Genesis, it tells you, oh, so this descendant of Cain was good at crafting. This descendant of Cain was good at hunting. So you're starting to see all these different crafts, all these different things of iniquity and wizardry coming through the descendants of Cain. That's in the actual Bible, not even just in the book.
Can I pause you one
That's
second?
fine.
Then? Can I pause you 1 second?
What? Sorry. But what we're not going to do is now equivalate Seth's descendant in this place that you say this. How are they in this state when they're not even born yet? We have to go to the 25th verse of the same passage, yeah, to get the information about the birth of this individual.
Yeah, that is true. And also, Zulu. Seth's birth is after when you're saying.
I'm saying repeat what you just said. I didn't hear what you just said.
The acts you're speaking of are before Seth's birth.
Yeah. The acts you're speaking of, when you talk about Cain and all of this and his descendants, you were 100% correct, right? And what they're doing and what they did and thing, and he had Enos and and all of that and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But then we come down to the 25th verse. Yeah. And all of a sudden, it's thought that Adam knew his wife again. So also before, Adam never knew his wife. They were separated or whatever. That's what.
But they already had other kids even before that.
With other people?
No, with themselves.
Exactly.
You think just because hold on. You think just because Cain and you think just because Cain and Abel are mentioned as sons. Hold on. You think just because Cain and Abel are mentioned as sons of Adam and Eve, those are the only kids they had.
There's daughters of Adam. There's daughters of Adam too. I know.
How do you know that? How do you know that, Shifa?
How do I know that? Because I can read it to you, bro. But the point I'm gonna make is, bro, either way.
Hold on.
We're not doing Bible verses.
This is read the oral tradition, bro.
No, but your oral tradition is a bit of conflation as well, because when you say Bible, you don't specify which Bible. Now, if I say Bible, what I'm going to do, I'm going to specify which Bible I'm going to when I say to you, man and woman was made before Adam. Yeah, I'll tell you, I'll go to the Septuagint and it's going to tell you. And God said, let us make man according to our image and likeness, and let them have, it says, let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the flying creatures of the heaven and over the cattle of the earth and over the reptiles that creep the earth. And God made man according to the image of God. He made him, male and female. He made them. At this point in the
same thing in the KJV.
And at this point in the Septuagint, it's not talking about taking the rib from nobody, bro. It's not talking about taking a rib. So what I'm saying to you is, this man and woman
thing in the Septuagint, brother, in the KJV.
Brother, either way, the point I'm trying to say to you is, bro, I'm going to my Septuagint and I'm reading right now, yeah, and it's saying quite clearly that there was man and woman made before Adam and Eve.
My brother, I've just explained to you. Genesis 1 is summarizing the order of creation. You're reading it chronologically. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so Genesis 1 and then Genesis 2, this is a separate thing. That's not how it's meant to be read. And even in Genesis 2, the first verse is a continuation of the previous chapter. And then now it says it goes into the creation of man, in the generations of man. It says in Genesis 2. And then when you look at the oral tradition, they also agree with what I'm saying. And when I say oral tradition, for anyone that's questioning, because I've got Walter in the chat like an idiot, laughing, not knowing what the hell's going on. When I say oral tradition, I'm talking about the Gomorrah. So this is the oral law. that was written by
in
the
Sodom and
Pharisees.
Gomorrah. No,
I'm trying to say
Even
to
Moses.
you, thank
So
you,
you
brother.
guys are
He's
just
right
talking over
though.
me now.
No, but I'm just listening, but you are right. I'm just confirming what you're saying. You are right in what you're saying, Zulu. The point I'm making to you is what you're going by is the Pharisees and the Sadducees, yeah, which was frowned upon within the Bible itself. These people ain't supposed to be giving you no oral tradition. You're supposed to
Jesus
be
says
reading
the
your Bible.
Pharisees sit in the law, sit on the seat of Moses. You should do whatever they say, but not as they do. Right?
Man.
He says
Beware
that.
those who call themselves. He says, "Beware themselves who call themselves Jews." Because what?
No. It says
not.
those that say they are Jews, they are not Jews. They are of the synagogue of Satan.
But
But
you
who is
can't
that
have it
talking
both
about?
ways.
That's talking about the
Thank
fake
you.
Jews.
That's
That's not talking about Israelites.
Pharisees. That's who you're getting your
Why are you
info
mixing?
from,
Are you mixing up?
bro.
Why are you
Brother,
Bible
that's who
verses
you're
and
getting your
mixing things
info
up?
from, though.
That's
Who am I getting my info
Josephus
from?
That's your source, man.
Yeah,
Who am I getting my
Josephus
info
in
from?
them.
Josephus was an
in them.
Israelite.
Oh,
What
come
are you
on,
talking
brother.
about?
What are we doing?
Just like Maccabeus.
Really?
And when I say Maccabeus and Josephus, these are Romanized and Grecanized and Hellenized ways of saying the name. His name is Yosef, right? Maccabees' name was Mattiyahu.
These are
Hebrews.
Ashkenazis,
These are
brother.
Israelites. Paul's name was Shaul.
These are Ashkenazis, brother.
There's no Ashkenazi when these texts are being written. When Josephus is around, when the Gomorrah is being written, the Gomorrah was written before Jesus' time. Do you understand that?
No, man. The
Babylonian Talmud was written before Jesus' time.
These Jebusites have
Again,
infected
now you're going to
people's minds.
resorting to pseudoism, and I'm stating facts.
I'm stating Bible. Sorry,
you're not stating
when I say
Bible.
Jebusites, yeah, I'm quoting Bible.
So then, why does Jesus say that
Are
the
Jebusites
Pharisees,
pseudo? Are they not real?
Yeah, they're real, but they're not. They're not.
Right.
Ashkenazi.
Who are they? The
They're not
descendants
Ashkenazi. They're not Ashkenazi though.
Who are they? The descendants of?
The Jebusites were Canaanites.
Right.
Right, and we know that the Ashkenazi
right.
are the descendants of Japheth because it says it in Genesis, Genesis 10. It talks about the
Brother,
descendants
he's a Roman Jewish man. What are we doing?
Talks about the
here,
descendant. Josephus is not a Roman Jewish man.
He's
What
a
are you talking
Roman
about?
Jewish. Oh my gosh, really?
Josephus was an Israelite, my brother. Please do some
Are we
research,
doing
my
this?
brother. Please do some research. And anyway, Maku, the Ashkenazi is the descendant of Japheth. When you look at the Khazars, these are Japhethites. These are like the Turkics and the Rus. That's all they are. The Europeans. They're not Canaanites. Canaanites were black people. The Canaanites were black people. The Canaanites were the descendants of Ham. They were black. They weren't no Ashkenazi, bro.
Can we get a picture of Joe
Ashkenazi didn't even exist. They didn't even exist. They didn't even exist during these times.
There was this descendants of Canaan.
No, bro.
Right.
That's not true.
And you know, cursed be Canaan. So any seed of that is cursed.
Not every Canaanite was leprous.
I just like to get Josephus on the screen.
I didn't say there was all leprous. I didn't say there was all leprous. I'm saying like Canaanites came in many shapes and forms. You're right, and all colors, right? But I'm saying the ones that came via Canaan, yeah, who's already been cursed, yeah, because of his father's misdeeds. So he didn't even get the father. Ham didn't get cursed. It was Canaan, and it was very specific. Do you get what I'm saying? So curse the seed of Ham, or curse.
No, Ham wasn't cursed.
Canaan or whatever. Yeah, right. Thank you.
But Maku, okay, if you're trying to say that
now a descendant of that individual, is that not cursed?
Who were the Phoenicians? Who were the Phoenicians?
The Phoenicians.
The Phoenicians. Who are the Phoenicians? Are they black or white? The Phoenicians.
I don't know. No, the Phoenicians.
The Phoenicians were what?
Oh, not the Persians. Oh no, the Phoenicians were black. My brother.
Oh, oops. And they were Canaanites, right? The Phoenicians were Canaanites, right?
Canaanites. I don't know.
They were definitely from the Levant and Lebanon, all around that region, the coast of Levant, the Philistines, the Amalekites, all of those Canaanites were Phoenician.
I don't know why they would all be Canaanites, my brother. I don't know.
The Phoenicians are Canaanites. Did you not know that?
No.
Okay,
how are they Canaanites? What tribes are they descended from? That you're saying they're Canaanites.
Remember, Phoenician is a Greek designation for a landmass or a group of people around that landmass. So around the Levant, anyone that lived in the Canaan and Sinai and even Lebanon would have been considered Phoenician. That's how the Greeks designated.
Well, that's what the Greeks said.
Right. But those people that they called Phoenician were Canaanites.
Brother, his name's Josephus Flavius, for
No,
goodness sakes. What are we
I
doing
know, I
here?
know.
My brother,
It's
Shifa,
brother,
Shifa,
come on.
Shifa,
He's
Shifa.
Roman
If you
Jew,
know
guys.
if you know anything about Hellenization, you will know that when the colonizers, the Romans and Greeks, took over these locations,
This
they
is madness.
they
But this
changed the
is
names.
after
They
Greek.
changed the
No, this
they
is
changed the name. I'll give you an example. They changed the name from Yahudim or Yahuda, which is Judah, to Judea.
I got you,
Judea.
bro. But that's
Okay,
how we
so you're
know that.
reading that Romanized version of his name and saying, "Oh, look, his name is Josephus Flavius." Ha ha ha. But Lil, do you
He's
know
part of the
his
Roman
actual
brother.
name is Yosef?
Brother, he's part of the Roman Empire. What are we doing?
What do you mean he's part of the Roman Empire?
He's
The
a
Romans
Jew,
took
cuz.
him. He was a general who was fighting and rebelling against the Romans. The Romans took him as captives. And basically, let me tell you the story of Josephus.
So what is Flavius his slave name then, yeah?
Let me tell you the story of the captives, all right? So they lost the war against the Romans. They were taken to prison, and then the remainder of the Israelite warriors were put into the cell, and they basically committed suicide. Josephus was too scared to commit suicide, so they kept him alive, and he basically told them the history of the Jews. And that's why you have the book, The Antiquities of the Jews. And he basically goes through the whole Torah, the whole Tanakh, basically explaining it to a Greek and Roman audience.
So he just told you what he remembered then?
No. It's not what he remembered.
Well, it is.
It's what he believed as a Pharisee, as an Israelite.
I got you.
In the
But
first
what he
century.
believed don't mean
And he
it's right,
also
though.
had the text with him.
That don't make it right, though,
You
bro.
think he's
Listen
sitting
to
there
what you're
waffling?
saying.
You think
No, but
Josephus
listen
is
to what you're
waffling?
saying. No, listen to what you're saying. You're saying that he spoke on what he believed. He didn't speak on what he knew, so that don't make him right.
Okay, believed based on the text. So you basically spoke
Based
on the text. Do I have to be that specific for you to understand what I'm trying to say?
No. He's not speaking on what he believes based on the text. He's speaking on what he believes based on oral tradition. Because if I look at the text is going to affirm to me that this man had to be marked because there were people in the world who wouldn't recognize who he was.
But you have Shifa. Let me ask you a question, Shifa. Have you read Josephus's writings on the Antiquities of the Jews?
Brother, it's got nothing to do with this conversation.
Yes or no question. Yes or no question. Yes or no question, please.
Brother, it's got nothing to do with this conversation.
I've answered all of your questions. Out of respect, I've answered all of your questions. I'm asking you a question now to see how much knowledge you have on this individual. So have you read? Please answer the question, Shifa. Have you read Josephus's writings, the Antiquities of the Jews?
Zulu, you're not going to dodge this bullet. Listen,
there you go.
We're not talking
so Shifa, until you answer that question, I'm not answering any more of your questions.
Thank you, and I'm glad you won't. So please, if you don't mind just being silent for a second, because we're not here to do, knowledge challenge. Who's got the most knowledge in their brain? That's not what this challenge is. The challenge, brother, please, one at a time, if you don't mind. The challenge right now, brother, is to show that there definitely was no other people in the world. Now, for you to say definitely that there was no other people in the world, there was no reason for the Most High to mark Cain then, because everyone knew who Cain was. And everyone was still in connection with the Most High, because Adam still talked with the Most High. And they're all Adam's children, ain't they? And Eve's children. So I'd imagine they all knew each other still. So there'd be no reason to mark this guy. And by that account, but you see, by those merits, by that accurate information, I can make this
Have you read the Antiquities? Have you read the Antiquities of? Have you read the Antiquities? I didn't ask you whether you needed to. It's a simple question. It's a yes or no question. Please just answer the question, bro. Have you read the Antiquities of the Jews? Yes or no?
No comment.
Okay, so if you're going to be immature like that, then this conversation is over because you've been asking me questions and I've given you my answer.
Yeah, but what you're doing is now, you're questioning my intelligence, and that's rude. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say no comment. And if you wanna challenge me on something, challenge me on it. But I'm just gonna say no comment.
Shifa, I think it's fair for the audience and everyone to know when you're speaking on Josephus and you're making all these bold claims. It's fair for the audience to know if you've actually read any of his works. I think it's fair.
Listen.
It's only
you
fair.
Was the one speaking on Josephus. I spoke on the Pharisees and the Sadducees and those who claim to be Jews. That's what I spoke on. But you want to focus on Josephus because you want to dodge a bullet, innit? You're trying to wriggle. But there's no wriggle room over here, because this is Trilluminati. What am I going to do? I'm sticking to the... I said, spare no one, innit? Let's go in. Just go in.
And this is the problem, right? It's because you don't read these things and you jump in and you freestyle and you improvise. When you go up against someone that actually has read the text, it's just going to look embarrassing.
I have been bringing evidence, though, Zulu. So to say that I don't read and I'm not bringing any evidence, I think so far I'm the only one who's been reading really from the Bible like that. Well, maybe you did something.
No one said. No one said you're not bringing Bible verses. That's not the issue.
Yeah.
You're speaking on
What's the problem?
individuals. The issue is you're dismissing Josephus. You're dismissing the oral tradition. You're dismissing the things I'm saying, but you haven't even read any of the things I've said. So how can you dismiss it so quickly? And how can you make all these claims about Josephus? You haven't even read Josephus's texts. You haven't read the Antiquities of the Jews. You haven't read the Israelite revolt against the Roman Empire. You haven't read any of these
Big up
texts.
Zulus. I mean, Beefy. Sorry.
But do you want me to tell you how I can? Do you want me to tell you how I can avoid reading all of those?
That's the FTK in the air. What's going on, Beefy?
What we're doing is we're talking about
FTK today. Free till Thursday, Michael.
We're talking about a specific point. We're not talking about we're not talking about no one's Bible study and how much you know about a Bible. We're talking about a specific part of the Bible, which is, were there more people in the world than just Adam and Eve? I would say that the Bible itself suggests so. Just by that one statement that God has to mark Cain. Because if everyone knew Cain, there's no need to mark him. God would just say, you know what? Cain killed his brother. Nobody killed Cain or you're going to be in trouble, innit? And everyone would know who Cain is because they all related. But if they're not all related and there are other people in the world, now it gives reason for God to mark Cain. And the Most High don't make mistakes. So on
Shifa,
that
let me ask you a question.
I'm going to go on mute. And yes, you can.
Let me ask you a question. How did Cain die?
From an arrow.
Where'd you get that from?
Bible.
Show me.
Sniper, can I ask you a question?
I'll put it up to you.
Yes, brother.
When Cain was banished from where his family was,
yeah,
did he live by himself or did he live with a wife?
I don't think it says.
Well, I'm sure he was banished by himself. So if he was banished by himself, how did man raise a family? How did man get to get a family?
I think she was at Nod. She was at Nod, it seems.
Yeah, I'm finding it to you, bro. Don't worry, man.
Let me just give you a spoiler alert. It's not in the Bible, but I know where it is. You're going to be shocked. You're going to be shocked where it is.
How does a man get descendants if he lives by
himself?
Where is
it? Brother, I'll be honest with you. I don't actually know where. I don't even remember where I know this from.
No, this is fine, Shifa. We can build together, bro. If we don't know things, we say we don't know. That's fine. I'll tell you where it is. Guess where it is. The Midrash, the oral tradition. Yeah. If you look at the Midrash texts, right, it speaks about Cain being killed by being shot by an arrow by. Let me just read it. It says here, according to an extra biblical Midrash, Lamech, who was blind at the time, killed Cain accidentally while hunting with his son. In this legend, Cain's mark was a horn, and so Lamech's son mistakenly thought Cain was an animal and led his father to shoot Cain. Lamech ends up killing both Cain and his own son, which this legend states accounts for Lamech's words in Genesis 4, verse 23 to 24. And it even talks about Lamech in Genesis 4. So that affirms the oral tradition. The Bible even affirms the Midrash, the oral tradition.
What part?
And I've already established. That the Midrash is a text.
At what point in the Bible is it saying that Cain is killed, or what part of the Bible is that? That's Genesis 5, 6?
From what I just read here, it says that the actual event of Cain being killed is found in the Midrash, but the reference here in Genesis 4, verse 23 to 24 alludes to it. It alludes to it in the Bible. There's a connection between him and Lamech. So the Midrash is saying Lamech killed Cain because they were going hunting and they saw this guy in the jungle or whatever, in the forest, and they thought it was an animal because of the mark looking like a horn. So they shot him, and then they realized, oh shit, this is Cain. So that's where they're getting that from. So where you got that from, Shifa, was the same thing I'm telling you that we should be reading, the Midrash, the Gemara. These give us deeper insights to our culture, to our history, because it fills the gaps. All those gaps in the Bible can be filled if you study the extra biblical texts.
But that's exactly where I was going, because it's like, I know I've heard that before somewhere, but if I go in the Bible, it doesn't tell you how Cain's killed. It's just going to tell you
exactly, because it's in the Midrash, the book that you're telling me the Jews made, the Ashkenazi made up. The one that we wrote, because the Midrash is older than even Jesus' time. They weren't even in existence. These Ashkenazis weren't even in existence when the Midrash was written. In the Bible, Shifa, let me tell you something about the Midrash. The Bible speaks on the Midrash. When you go to the book of Kings, and you read
Jewish
in Hebrew,
Israelite,
and you
yeah?
read in
Mad
Hebrew, if you
thing.
go to your blue letter Bible, I'm gonna get the passage up. It will tell
Can I
you.
ask you one question, brother? One question, please. Just a quick one. Does
Right.
the Midrash specifically say that there were no other people in the world other than Adam and Eve and their family?
I haven't read all of the Midrash. I'm just letting you know that I'm beginning my journey. I've only just started reading the Midrash and the Gemara. I can't tell you everything about it, but from what I've read so far, it syncs up to what I believe and what the Bible says. So that's why I'm going with it. As well as the Bible itself speaks on the Midrash. There's no discussion. If the Bible's speaking on the Midrash, there's no discussion.
Can you tell me categorically that the Midrash points to any evidence to suggest that Adam and Eve was the only people on the planet and there were no other people other than Adam
These
and
guys
Eve?
are funny, you know.
Can you
You're actually practicing
I
Jewish.
can go and see if I can get a reference
Nah,
on the
this
Midrash
is
on that.
crazy.
I can go and investigate that for you.
All right, but the point I'm going to make is this. I'm not using the Midrash, but I'm just going to say, like, your point doesn't stand unless you can bring this Midrash showing me, you know what, as far as the Midrash is concerned, no other people existed other than Adam and Eve. And it has to affirm it to that effect. If it doesn't, and it does what the Bible does, then I still say the line is blurred. And from my perspective, there's no need to mark someone unless there's someone who don't know who you are. Why would you mark a slave?
But hold on, they knew who he was. They knew who he was. But Shifa, they knew who he was. This is why God put the mark so that people would see the mark and allow him.
Yeah, that's not washing though, man. That one don't wash because they already know that God said to allow him. So they don't need to see a mark.
They don't know God said to allow him. They just saw the mark and they recognize, oh yeah, let's allow him.
How would they not know that God said to allow him? That wouldn't make
sense.
sense.
Show me where in the Bible God tells Adam and Eve and the descendants of Adam and Eve or anyone to allow him. He doesn't say that, but he puts the mark there so that people can see the mark and be like, yo, let me allow him.
I can show you where it says to allow them. Do you want me to show you that part then?
If it says that if you can show me an example where God is speaking to other people other than Cain, saying allow him, then I'll believe it.
I'm going to tell you where God's speaking to everyone. I'm going to show you exactly what God
says. If you find it, I'll believe it. Simple.
I
can be wrong. I'm okay with that. But as far as I remember, I've never seen that. I don't know about
that. Let me get back to. In fact, you want.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to get the passage in Kings that speaks on the Midrash.
Zulu, can I ask you a question, please?
Okay, but your question, can it be aligned with the conversation?
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Suppose you were saying that well, you mentioned Josephus and yourself.
Okay, but we're talking about the Midrash right now.
Yeah. But all these things were written by the Pharisees, yeah? Who were at the time of 70 AD. When we're talking about 70 AD, the time just before after Jesus.
It's older than 70 AD.
1 second, bro. Let me finish my point. We're talking about the time after Jesus, the Pharisees, yeah. And you mentioned Josephus as being Israelite who wrote the history of Jesus. But I want to ask you, in 70 AD, how many black Israelites were in Jerusalem at the time?
I don't know the population size, but it's recorded that there were millions of people from the tribe of Judah in the land of Israel during that time. And when you say the tribe of Judah, that encompasses the tribe of Levi, the tribe of Benjamin, and the tribe of Judah. So there would have been millions of us.
And the Jews, yeah? The white Jews as well.
No, they are Jews. Jew just means Judah.
Exactly.
Yahudi.
So you said just now there was a tribe of Judah, which you just said they're all white Jews.
I never said they were all white. You're the one that has this weird idea that they were white. There were no white Jews in that time. I don't know where you got the idea from. The Jews didn't want... When you talk about conversion, here's another thing. People would like to say, oh, but the white people that came on, they took it on. Do you know how difficult it was, even for the apostles to evangelize to non-Jews? If you read in the book of Acts, Paul was the only Israelite willing to go around evangelizing to Greeks and Romans and other people. When they went to a dinner, after the apostles met Paul and they checked him, and they said, okay, he's cool, he's changed over now. They went to this dinner. Paul went and sat down with the converts that were Roman and Greek. He sat down and ate with them. And Peter was standing there in the corner like, yeah, I don't want to sit next to these goyim, these Gentiles. And then Paul got up and got in a massive argument with Peter, like, what do you mean you don't want to sit with them? Went back and forth, had a big-ass argument, and then Peter just walked out. So even according to the Jews, the Israelites, they weren't on mixing with people. They weren't on converting people. They were trying to keep everything insular. Even when Jesus came, they thought Jesus just came for themselves. They didn't think Jesus came for the world.
let's not move too far off. Look,
Anyway,
I've got the Bible quote now anyway. So when the Most High says, what was it? Here we go. He says, Cain said, hold on, and the Lord said, no, sorry. Cain said, I shall be groaning and trembling upon the earth. Then it will be that anyone that finds me shall slay me. And the Lord said to him, not so. Anyone who slays Cain shall suffer sevenfold. When the Lord is saying anyone who slays Cain shall suffer sevenfold, who is he talking to?
He's talking to Cain.
How can he be talking to Cain when he says anyone who slays Cain? Why would he need to say Cain again? Because Cain's the one being spoken to. That wouldn't make sense. The Lord ain't stupid, is he?
But my brother, who's present when God is speaking to Cain after he's killed Abel? No one else is there.
When God speaks, when the Most High speaks, can he speak to more than one of us at the same time, regardless of whether we're there or not?
And it will usually say that, yeah, he can. It will say he's speaking to other people. Because, for example, in the Bible, when he's talking to the children of Israel, it will say, and God spoke to the children of Israel through Prophet Moses. So it can tell. The Bible tells us the Bible will tell us the speaker and the audience. So in this instance, God is speaking to Cain, having a conversation with Cain back and forth. Oh, but if they see me, God responds. They're having a conversation. So who else is present when God is telling Cain these things? No one else is present.
They don't need to, brother. They don't need to be. Cain is told not so. That's what God said to Cain. He said not so to Cain. And then he said, whoever should slay Cain will suffer sevenfold. So are you telling me that God just told Cain that and didn't tell anyone else that if they kill Cain, they're going to suffer sevenfold? Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you to show me where it says that. I'm not saying that's not true. I'm asking you to show me where it says
Genesis
that.
4. Genesis 4.
No, I'm going back in Genesis 4, God is speaking to Cain.
I know he's speaking to Cain, and he said to Cain, not so. Cain says he's going to suffer. Hold on, let me read it again. Listen to it again. I'm going to read it.
You understand what I'm saying, though, Shifa? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, but I'm just trying to make sure you get my point. Yeah.
Okay.
Cain says, and I shall be hidden from thy presence, and I shall be groaning and trembling upon the earth. Then it will be that anyone that finds me shall slay me, full stop. And the Lord said to him, not so, comma. Anyone who slays Cain shall suffer sevenfold. That sentence is not meant for Cain. I'm sorry, bro. I can't take it that way. Because Cain is Cain. So why would Cain be the only person who needs to know that if anyone slays Cain, they're going to suffer sevenfold? Other people would need to know that, not Cain.
But hold on. When God is saying that, Shifa, is he responding to Cain? What's the previous verse?
No. He responded to Cain by saying, not so. So listen to what I'm going to read it again.
Not so, if anyone. Not so, if anyone. So that's the full sentence, right?
He didn't say if. He didn't say if. That's the whole point.
What does it say? What does it say? I'm asking.
And Cain said to the Lord, my crime is too great for me to be forgiven. If thou castest me out this day from the face of the earth, and I shall be hidden from thy presence, and I shall be groaning and trembling upon the earth, then it will be that anyone who finds me shall slay me. And the Lord God said to him, not so, comma. Anyone who slays Cain shall suffer sevenfold. Now, why would he need to tell Cain that and not tell anyone else? That don't make no sense. The Most High ain't stupid. He knows other people need to know. Because if there's a punishment, just like, when he told Eve and Adam not to eat the fruit in the garden, he told both of them. He didn't just tell one of them, did he?
Well, actually, he told Adam when he made Adam. But the reason why we know, but this is what I'm saying, Shifa. Even in that instance that you're referencing, we know the audience. The Bible is pretty specific. God is speaking to Adam and Eve. Those are the only people present. So when you're making a claim that God told everyone, don't kill Cain, if God told everyone, don't kill Cain, he wouldn't have to put the mark. He put the mark there, for the mark itself is supposed to indicate that. So if anyone sees the mark, let's allow it. And even in the same instance, as you just established, they're having a conversation. It's him and Cain. There's no one else there. He's just killed his own brother, and God comes up and starts talking to him. There's no one else there. So you're the one that's adding to the text saying that he's speaking to everyone. He announced that the skies opened. Everyone heard God's voice. Don't kill Cain. That's not in the Bible. You just read it.
I never said the skies opened. What I said to you is
adding drama, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like you're trying to say he spoke to everyone, but Nah.
I get what you're saying, and I fully understand your interpretation, and I'm not trying to say to you to think the way that I do. What I'm saying to you is, brother, that my interpretation is not based on what no one else is telling me. It's just based on a bit of common sense. So I'm applying a bit of common sense and saying, why would it make sense for the Most High to tell Cain that anyone who slews Cain will suffer sevenfold, but didn't think to tell nobody else? Why would the Most High do that?
Repeat your question. I was just trying to find the verse.
Why would the Most High say anyone who slays Cain will suffer sevenfold, but didn't think to tell anyone else that? Why would the Most High do that? The Most High ain't stupid.
I think it's to reassure Cain that no one can touch you, and if they do touch you, something bad is going to happen to them.
But how are they going to know?
We're reading, because they'll see the mark.
All right, but when he got killed, did they see the mark?
Well, remember in the Midrash, the guy was blind.
Lamech was blind. Really and truthfully, the Most High is perfect. How could he make a mistake like this?
He didn't make a mistake. The person that killed Cain was blind. He couldn't see the mark, and he shot an arrow and killed him.
Exactly. So anyone who kills Cain shall suffer sevenfold. Did that man suffer sevenfold?
Yes.
And what was his sufferings? What was his afflictions?
I don't know the exact thing, but it did say in the Midrash that he was cursed. And in that passage that the Midrash is referencing, it talked about something about Cain's revenge or something like that, sevenfold. I can get the passage, but it does allude to Lamech going through something because of that. He was definitely punished because of that. But hold on, Shifa, now that I found the Midrash verse, I'd just like to show you, my brother, about the Midrash.
I'll listen to it.
Okay, so we're gonna get the passage. It's in the Book of Kings.
To be honest, I hope you are right, because that means I learned something today. Sometimes it's not always good to win. Sometimes it's good to just be able to learn something as well, man. But same time,
Sniper, can you share my screen, please, if possible?
I'm a listen. I know BP got something as well, so I'm a fall back for a minute so BP can get some.
Carry on talking. I'm just showing I'm on screen.
Yeah.
Is there a video, BP?
No, let's talk, bro. I'm talking Michael.
No, I'm asking. Yeah, you know it's a video. That's why.
Share your screen.
Don't concern yourself.
It's a video, isn't it? It's a video.
Mm-hmm.
You know what BP reminds me of? Back in the day, I used to watch wrestling when I was a kid, and he had a character called the British Bulldog. And the British Bulldog, he weren't like the greatest wrestler of all time or seen like that, but he could beat anyone. He was the dangerous guy, but you didn't see him it sometimes until when he snaps on you. So that's how I kind of see Beefy, man. He's a dark horse still. You're a dark horse, man.
What Zulu keeps on talking about is Talmud, yeah, and it talks. It's an ancient text, but does it know the Talmud came about in 345?
When you say the Talmud came about in 345, do you know that the Talmud itself wasn't all written in one day? There's parts of the Talmud that are older than the time of Jesus. As you can see on the screen, the Babylonian Talmud. During the Babylonian exile, I'm speaking, brother. During the Babylonian exile, the Talmud was being written way before even the construction of the Second Temple. Do you understand that? So this is an old text. When you're talking about the modern day Talmud, this is way after the fact.
Okay.
Sorry, Babylonian Talmud.
Completely went over your head, didn't it?
No.
Completely went over your head.
You just make all stuff up. I let you talk in it.
Yeah, cool.
Go on,
so,
the Talmud, I'm reading here about Jerusalem Talmud. Okay, there's two Talmuds, the Babylonian Talmud and Jerusalem Talmud.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, the Jerusalem Talmud, also known as the Palestinian Talmud or Talmud of Israel, Talmud of the land of Israel, was one of two compilations of Jewish religious teachings and commentary. First was transmitted by Oli for centuries prior to the compilation by Jewish scholars in the land of Israel. Okay. In the compilation of the teachings, the scholars of Tiberias and Sepphoris and Caesarea, I think these are all like
Romans or something.
Roman towns, yeah, obviously.
Mm.
It is written largely in Jewish, Palestinian, and Aramaic. In the Western Aramaic language, that differs to its Babylonian counterpart. The Talmud is a synopsis of the analysis of the Mishnah. It was developed over the course of nearly 200 years by the academies of Galilee.
principally those of the Tiberias and Caesarea, because of their location. The sages in these academies devoted considerable attention to the analysis of the agricultural law in the land of Israel. Traditionally, the Talmud was taught, I can't read properly, sorry, my eyes, thought to have been redacted in about the year 350 by Rabbi Muna and Rabbi Yossi in the land of Israel. I want to get the part where I'm saying, because most of the stuff in the Talmud is written in a dead language. This dead language was revived by who? The Ashkenaz.
Yeah, there was, yeah.
So, though this book is going to do
dead language to who?
Well, the Israelites would have more been familiar with Aramaic.
Aramaic, not Hebrew.
Yeah.
No. They still spoke Hebrew, but it was mostly the scribes and
it was
the
a dead
Pharisees.
language. It was a dead language.
Aramaic was the lingua franca. Most people in Palestine spoke Aramaic. Jesus spoke Aramaic. All the people spoke Aramaic, but they also knew Hebrew because the Torah is written in Hebrew. In order to read the Torah, they had to know Hebrew. Jesus read the book of Isaiah in the temple, as it says in the Gospels. So they had an understanding of the Hebrew language, but the lingua franca was Aramaic. Hence why his name is Yeshua, or he was colloquially called Yeshua instead of Yahoshua, which would be a more Hebraic way of pronouncing that. Yeshua is Aramaic. So I don't know why you're laughing. You didn't prove nothing. Anyway, continue your source. This is at least your screen sharing. At least your screen sharing. I can't go against that. But yeah, continue.
All I'm saying is the book, which is known as the Talmud, was put together in 345 by two rabbis. I just read out the names.
Gamaliel and Shammai.
Sorry, my eyes are bad. I need some glasses.
And the Talmud isn't put together by two rabbis. The Talmud is written by multiple rabbis. The Talmud is discussions and on the law, on the Torah. It's debates and arguments on the Torah. It's not written by one person or two people. There's multiple rabbis referenced. You've got Ibn Ezra, you've got Rabbi Gamaliel, you've got Rabbi Hillel, Rabbi Shammai. You've got dozens of rabbis referenced in the Talmud and in the Mishnah.
Are some of these the same rabbis that crucified Yeshua?
Are these all black?
I don't know that.
Are these all black Israelites?
Yes, this is before the time of Jesus. Some parts of the Talmud are after. Like I said, different parts of the Talmud were written at different times. So the earliest parts of the Talmud.
Not that much to that effect then, Zulu, because if some of these are possibly the same rabbis that got Yeshua crucified, then what are we doing? Even if it's a possibility, we still have to then look at it with a grain of salt, say, you know what, maybe we need to do a bit of deciphering ourselves also.
Shifa, I'm not saying that the Pharisees are perfect. There's definitely many negative aspects of the Pharisees in terms of their hypocrisy. Because as you know, Jesus calls them hypocrites, a brood of vipers, all sorts of foul things, not because of their beliefs, but because they didn't put what they believed into practice. Hence why he used.
So how can their words be trusted?
Hold on. Let me say this last thing, my brother. Hence why he used the allegory, the story of the Good Samaritan, right? The Pharisee priest walked past the guy, the deacon walked past the guy, or the Pharisees, the good people that are supposed to know the thing, walked past the guy. It was a Samaritan that went and helped him. So the knowledge is true, but they didn't put it into practice. That's why he said that the Pharisees sit in the seat of Moses. You shall do as they say, but not as they do.
Yeah, but then how can their narration of the scripture and the way it's supposed to be interpreted be trusted then? Because the scripture's true. Yeah, I get that. But I'm reading the scripture myself. I don't need no Pharisee to tell me. I don't need him. I can read it and I can say, you know what, bro? That wouldn't make sense that there weren't other people, because otherwise you wouldn't need to mark Cain. Everyone knows who he is. He's already marked. He already got a name. He's already marked. So why would we need a further mark? We need a further mark because there's going to be people who don't recognize Cain.
So Shifa, do you believe or acknowledge that the Bible is a text that is to be studied? Yes or no?
100%.
Okay, so like any text, if you're going to study something, it's good to study something with someone that's more experienced than you. And that goes for myself as well. If I'm going to open the Bible and just read it by myself and come to my own conclusions and freestyle it, it's probably going to be better if I get guidance or I look at other people's opinions on people that are more knowledgeable and experienced in understanding the deep esoteric meanings of the text, as well as the historical culture and background. So when I'm looking at the Mishnah, when I'm looking at the Gomorrah and these texts, it's not to say that everything in there is gospel, because at the end of the day, the scripture is the Bible for me. But these texts give an insight to the culture, the background, the context of some of the things that people get confused about in the Bible.
But then can a meaning be misinterpreted or misconstrued? Can a person be misinformed on something deliberately to make them see something a particular way? And once I understand those aspects of the conversation, then yes, I can listen to these people, but I take what they say with a pinch of salt, because at the end of the day, there has to be a chance, at least, that these people had some kind of malicious intentions with their interpretation. Whereas I can interpret it myself and it seems to say something different. That's where I'd come to that conclusion. If I was interpreting it and I was coming to the exact same conclusion they did, then I might say, you know what? I totally agree with what they said and I'm going to trust everything they said. But because I'm coming, for the fact that I'm coming to a different conclusion based on evidence, and they're not pointing to this evidence, or they haven't given me anything to, you know, to kind of to affirm
you haven't read what they
evidence.
said. You haven't read the text.
To the well, what have they given to affirm? How do they affirm?
How about
what
this,
evidence?
I'll send you a link here, which shows all of our texts, the midrash, everything. And whenever you've got time, just read some of them and you tell me what you think about them. And the reason why I'm saying this is because you just said, I'd rather go by my interpretation rather than theirs. But my brother, you don't. But my brother, hold on. You don't know Hebrew, neither do I. We don't have the historical context or culture. Our culture isn't entirely Israelite. So there's a lot that's been lost in our migration and in our exile, right? So in a sense, we're ignorant of our past. All we have is an English translation of a book. We don't understand the esoterical symbologies of this text because we're not part of any Levitical priesthood order or anything. So we have a lack of understanding or knowledge generally in comparison to those people. Why would I lean on my own understanding in the modern day, avoid from all of these things that would aid me in understanding it, versus looking at what they knew, which is way more than what we know, and seeing how they understood it? Because they know the Hebrew, they know the Gematria, they know all of those things. They went to Hebrew school. They know this thing, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Dudu. I'm going to ask you one question, yeah? And you see, if you give me an honest answer to this question, you're going to realize why that point isn't as strong as you may think it is. Now, I'm going to ask you this question, brother. Has your parent ever taught you something like a life lesson when you were younger, that when you were younger, you were taught it, you knew what it was, but when you got older, you understood it to a different level? Has that ever happened to you?
Yes.
So to that effect, I'd have to disagree with your statement then. I'd have to say that we probably understand it better now than the people did back then, because they're only getting the deeper meanings later on after those people have died and other people have now been interpreting and reinterpreting and, you know, looking into the deeper meaning behind things. Now we're getting to esoteric and getting to all of these different types of interpretation, but that took time. So that would generally say that, you know, we in the modern time would have a better understanding, not a worse understanding, even though it's transliterated and the rest of it. As far as my knowledge precedes me, the gospel has not been tainted. The gospel is still there. It's still there.
My brother, I agree with you. I believe in the gospel just as you do. But all I'm saying is, for us gospel believers, we frowned upon these Old Testament type rabbis, these Pharisees and all these things. But in order for us to go back to the Old Testament, to go back to Septuagint and all these texts and understand it with a better understanding, it would aid us to have that historical context, language, all of that under our belt when we're going back to Genesis 4, Genesis 2. What does this word mean? What does not mean? How did the rabbis understand it in that time? Not to say that everything they say is gospel, because the same Talmud later on will say that Yeshua was burning in excrement. So I'm aware that the rabbis have conflicting opinions. Even in the Talmud, the rabbis are arguing with each other. Do you know what the rabbis are doing in the Talmud, Shifa? They're doing what we're doing right now. We're reading passages and we're having debates. We're discussing. No, I think it could mean this because of that. I think it could mean this because of that. That's what the Talmud is.
But so where did they go again? What's the name of the temple called again, where the Jewish people go?
The temple.
What is it called?
You mean the synagogue.
The synagogue. So what we're going to have to do, we're going to have to draw a line in the synagogue and say, you know what? at this point in time, I'm of this mindset, you're of this mindset, but that's not a bad thing. And I'm glad we could have this discourse on such an amicable level. And, you know, I appreciate your, I want to call it a contention. I could appreciate your, what is it called? Your contrast in retrospect of my point that I was trying to make.
So, Shefa,
So,
will you at least read the Midrash or give it a try? Because you've read other things, right?
I will. Do you know what? Because you said to me to do that, I will. And obviously, this is non-canonical, I'm imagining.
Yes, it's not scripture. None of that stuff is scripture. I'm gonna say that it's not scripture.
Okay.
That's a fact.
So what exactly is entailed within this midrash? What does it give to me? What are the what's the, give me a background?
It's records of our Israelite history going all the way back to the beginning. Some of it's also discussions and deeper insights to what certain things mean. Even myself, before reading parts of these rabbinic texts, I had questions on the gaps in the Bible. Like, oh, well, is the 6 days literal? The 7-day creation, is it literal? And what does this mean? And the who is the word? Who is the angel of the Lord? What is the Malek Yah? All these questions, all these gaps in the Bible, they're supposed to be filled with our oral tradition.
All right.
And even when you look at the 10 Commandments, when God wrote the 10 Commandments and he told Moses to give it to the Israelites, he didn't just give them the law, he told them to give them the law and teach them the law. Meaning, give them the commandments and teach them how to keep the commandments. So there's the commandments, there's the Torah, and there's the teachings of how to keep the Torah. This is where the Midrash, this is where the Gemara, this is where the Mishnah comes into play. These are the teachings of how to keep and follow the Bible.
I'm going to give you one question, but I'm also going to be honest in giving you this question. When I spoke on, obviously, it was it was Cain getting killed by an arrow, whatever. I heard that from one of my Israelite brothers. I'm going to be honest with you. We was having a discussion and that's what he came up with. And, you know, he didn't really base it on any evidence, but I've heard a couple other brothers use it. So I kind of assumed that you might have heard it. And maybe I was affirmed to that point. Now, what I'm saying is, how does the Midrash confirm that this happened? Not just say that. How does it confirm it? What evidence is there that supports it?
Remember, this is the oral tradition. So alongside the written text, which is the Bible and the Bereshit, the book of Genesis, you also have the oral tradition, the legends or the stories that accompany it. So even, for example, when you look at the Tower of Babel, people always ask questions. Is this allegory? Is this literal? Whatever. When you look into the Midrash and you look into the extra biblical texts that us as Israelites wrote, it speaks on the fact that he built the Tower of Babel to basically try and evade another flood. Because he was thinking, oh, God flooded the people before us. Nimrod was saying that. So he was like, yeah, let me build this tower here so that if God tries to ever flood the earth again, we can still survive. So and not just he was rebellious, not just that he was against the God in what he was doing and uniting everyone against God in rebellion. It was also because of the flood. See, I wouldn't have known the whole flood thing and that explanation without the oral tradition. The oral tradition gives more insight into what was happening. That's why I'm saying it's essential that we at least consider it, give it a read, and then make a decision on that, rather than just rubbishing it off. Because it's only going to make your understanding of the Bible better anyway.
All right, what you said, it does make sense here. But if I remember rightly, as far as the Tower of Babel being constructed, if I read the Bible, I remember just off of memory. Then I'm not reading the Bible yet, but I will go to the verse so we can affirm it. But I remember building a tower to the heavens so they could get into heaven to make war on the Most High and his army.
Right.
That's what I remember. Not no flood business. So where have they got that from?
It's that, yes, that, and also.
Sorry. Who was trying to get into heaven to start a war with God?
The people who was building the Tower of Babel.
But you never said nothing about no war. Where'd you get the war from?
I gotta find it for you still. I think this might be another thing that I got from my Israelite brothers still.
Probably got that from the Midrash as well. I'm telling you, bro, there's a lot of things that I thought, where did I get this idea from? Oh, it's from the Midrash. Oh, shit.
Zulu, the Midrash, how many books of the Midrash are there?
I don't know off by memory, but there's quite a few.
Which Midrash did you read?
Beef would be asking the relevant questions, bro.
No, but I'll put that on the screen.
He does this all the time, Jay.
No,
I want to ignore him, but if I ignore him, I'm being rude.
You want to what? You want to what, Beefy?
I'll put up what he said on the screen so I can read it for myself. Well, you're saying, right, this... But there's 5 different types. I did already. There's 5 different types of books. I'm asking which one you read.
I put them up on the screen and then let him see which ones are there.
Yeah.
And ask him which one is his.
Yeah.
If anyone that wants to find these texts, if you look at safaria.com, that's where you can see all the texts. You can obviously purchase the books, but if you want the digital, safaria.com.
I'm sharing my screen now. Yeah.
You go.
So Zulu, they're all the midrashes, Zulu. So which one did you read?
Yeah, the midrash, the midrash is all of that. These are different parts of the midrash. So
yeah, I'm asking which one
the midrash on Genesis, the midrash on Exodus, this is the collection. All of it's the midrash.
I'm asking which part you read so I can pull it up and see what you were saying is true.
I've read portions of the midrash. I haven't read the whole midrash. So I've read parts from parts of the Genesis. I've read parts from the Exodus. This is the midrash is on the Genesis, on the Exodus, on the Leviticus. All of those are different parts of the midrash. So they're not separate books. All of that is the midrash. The commentaries on the Torah. That's what the midrash is.
I hear you, but I'm asking which part you read so we can confirm what you're saying is true. You're saying you read something.
I'm glad you pulled me up on that one still, because you're right. Still, if I go in the Bible, I just read it, and it says that the tower was built to the heavens. Yeah, hold on. It says, and they said, come, let us build to ourselves a city and tower whose top shall be to heaven, and let us make to ourselves a name before we are scattered abroad upon the face of all the earth. So I'd imagine that means before they die then, or whatever, innit? But the point is, they want to make a name for themselves now, innit? They want to be famous. They want to be heard, innit? They want the Most High to recognize their power.
Let me say this about the Tower of Babel. There's many interpretations of what that could be. Some say it's purely allegorical and it's talking about an internal thing. Some would say that it's a literal tower and there have been remains found in Babylon of some sort of tower being built, an ancient tradition saying that this is the Tower of Babel. And some would say it's some sci-fi shit, like some portal shit. I don't know exactly which one is 100% the correct interpretation, but I think all of them could possibly be true at the same time. It could also, the allegory, the internal could be true as well as the literal tower.
But we
create statues, we create obelisks and statues to symbolize real spiritual things. So when the commissions and all these people are making pillars, they're actual pillars, but there's also an internal spiritual meaning behind it.
100%. But what I was going to say is, we can find evidence of some type of structure being built that could equate to this Tower of Babel within that, Persian region, whatever you want to call it, Mesopotamian, however you want to interpret it.
There were remains that people speculate are. I can't say confirm it again, but
to that effect, there's something that we could, maybe look at archaeologically to substantiate that this thing possibly happened. Now, as far as the story with Cain and Abel, now I don't think we have such archaeological evidence.
Of course, we don't have really much. Well, let's not say we, Shiva, because remember, we're not doing the archaeology. We're not the what's the name of that organization? Begins with an S.
I'm just speaking about mankind as a race, as one
Smithsonian
race.
Thank you, Jez. Thank you, bro. The Smithsonian.
But you are right. The Smithsonian,
and also the Vatican, because we know that the Vatican have taken all sorts of artifacts and exactly. So we don't really know Wagwan. You know what I mean? Historically, from archaeological point of view, they only tell us. They only tell us what they want us to know. So when they find the Tel Dan, they'll say, "Oh, look, here's the House of David. We found this thing a few decades ago," or the Dead Sea Scrolls, or any of these things. We're just going by what they're telling us they found. These things they found that they're not telling us. They're probably hiding the giant bones, doing all sorts of madness. So
that's another thing still. That's a whole nother subject that I'll be honest, I'm quite interested in this giant thing still, giant bones and skulls, and because it's like, obviously we was talking earlier and you said conspiracy, we're not doing but at the same time though, obviously you are still kind of interested as well by the sound of things, because some of what we're dealing with in the Bible, they're going to say conspiracy.
Yeah, but they don't want the Bible to be true, because if it's true, then it would provide implications to maybe how we should be submitting our will to God. But of course, this world is Satan's. It's his. Satan wants atheists.
So will you agree
Satan wants people to be atheists?
But will you agree then that people like to try and explain things away by calling it conspiracy when it might not necessarily be so much of a conspiracy?
Conspiracy is basically a modern way of dismissing something and as calling it a pseudo or fake. That's what conspiracy has come to mean in the general pop culture. But conspiracy, there's nothing weird about people conspiring. There's nothing pseudo or fake about people conspiring against the general population. Conspiracy is a true thing.
Yeah,
So
but I was trying to get you to apologize, man. You said that was conspiracy earlier, man. I weren't really.
Schiffer, I was throwing a jab because a lot of people, not just myself, do you think you do kind of bring pseudo here and there? So it was a little jab, like
no, but you see when they say pseudo, it's like
what, more than Beefy and Sniper?
Come on,
no,
man.
definitely not more than them, but.
Well, the funny thing, yeah, you put on a pseudo. Man here been lying.
Beefy, I didn't say that, Beefy. I didn't say that. Uncle, I didn't say it.
No, not Uncle me, bro. Uncle me. Wait, listen. Man here has been saying the whole thing. The Midrash, as was written a long time ago, he has been lying the whole time. It's here on screen. The Midrash was written in 345 by rabbinic Jews. So what are you saying, Zulu? About you saying it was written a long time ago? Who's pseudo now? Who is pseudo now, my G?
Oh my!
When was the Talmud written? The Midrash written in Zulu?
Which one, the Talmud or the Midrash? No, the same.
When was the Midrash? When was the Midrash written?
When does it say it was written?
You tell me. You said you know. You're lying at it already. You see who's pseudo now.
You've got the source up there.
You tell me. You tell me. But you are saying
I'm not an encyclopedia. Everything I do, I search up and I confirm it. I'm not an encyclopedia. You've got the source up there. Tell us when it was written.
Earlier on, when I asked you, Zulu, when were these books written? You said they were written way before Jesus. Yes or no?
I was talking about the Gomorrah.
Not the Midrash and the Talmud.
Talmud wasn't written at one time. Different parts of the Talmud were written at different times. So you've got portions of the Talmud that quote Rabbi Hillel, which is older than Jesus. You've got parts of the Talmud that quote Ezra, the scholar, which is way older than Jesus during the time of Babylon in exile. So
let's forget about your pseudo. Let's see what it says here. Genesis Rabbah, which is like Midrash for Genesis.
Yeah.
A religious text from the Judaism classical period, probably written between 300 and 500 CE.
Got him.
Damn.
Probably. Hold on. Probably.
Got him.
That's hilarious.
Probably
written his evidence.
So
bro, don't do that. Don't do that. Have you got any sources for the times that it was written then, Zulu?
No, but these are oral traditions that were written down.
You got him, Beef. I swear down.
Hold on. These were oral traditions that were written down. So when it was written down, you can't say this is when it came out. It was there before it was written down. These were oral traditions that were passed down and then eventually written down. That's what the Bible is. What do you think the Bible is? The Bible wasn't just written down and then made up.
Now. Exactly. So Zulu.
That's what it is.
1 second.
That's what it is.
Let me ask you a question.
Muslim now.
Let me ask you a question. Is there a science of is there a science?
That was weak, Beefy. That was weak.
Man. He's doing you. He's right. He's right.
How is there a science of transmission? How do you know all these transmissions are oral are real and who they came from?
My brother.
He's right. These things you religious folk always try to run to, it's oral. When the dates ain't working out and that, we start talking about oral.
So I'm asking you.
Look here, 400 BCE. The process of midrash making began with the reduction of a Bible.
Where are you reading from?
All right, I'll post the link.
Share screen. No, share screen, man.
Yeah, but you ain't gonna just do that.
Man, pseudo and man been lying the whole time. Like, bro, stop it,
bro. Beefy's got a second win, boy. Yeah.
I'm sharing screen only then. I'm only coming with proof only. I'm only coming with proof now. But people like to talk.
Come on, evidence only. I love them kind of convos. All man like Schiffer's gone quiet, gone on mute, embracing the mute. Sniper don't even want to chat. He's not even taking a sip from his drink. He just got it in his hand, screwing.
Chilling, man. Chilling. I'm way behind. I only deal with the Bible, it seems. You know what I mean? Like, I deal with tangible shit. Like, okay. I'm going by the letter of the book, so I don't know about what.
Then Zulu as well. The Zulu said earlier on these books were written by what? Black Israelites. Well, show me.
Okay, look, here's
So
the source. I put it in the chat.
Just I thought it was an interesting point because I did say man sound like a Muslim. Big up the Akis and that. He says midrash is another word for hadith. However, if you follow Melchizedek order, you don't need it. Does that make sense to any of you guys?
No, because midrash is not the same meaning as hadith.
Yeah, because Christ is
Midrash,
a high priest of the order of Melchizedek, right? So
the hadith is the followers of the Prophet Muhammad speaking on his journeys. The midrash isn't a first-hand account of the followers of Moses, of Lot, or any of these people in the Old Testament.
What does the word midrash mean?
For my memory, it means teachings or studies or
explanation.
Like
no,
I'll get the meaning of it.
Okay. Anyone know what the word hadith means? Just
explanation of the sayings. Explanation of the sayings of Muhammad, of Prophet Muhammad.
Information.
Explanation.
Or translation. Yeah. Information more. Yeah.
Well, we we're getting a couple words
let me look.
right?
I'll type in the definition.
Can we be precise?
I think the sayings was hadith.
Sayings. I think I've heard that one before.
Sayings was the hadith. Quran is the hadith, the sayings of Allah, and the other hadiths are the sayings of the Prophet Muhammad.
The information, the transmissions of Allah. So that's what a hadith is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not the same as the meaning of midrash.
It's saying of something, reporting what someone said. That's what hadith.
Okay, it means investigation. It says here, midrash, Hebrew midrash means exposition, investigation, and then the plural is mishraim, a mode of biblical interpretation prominent in the Talmudic literature. The term is also used to refer to a separate body of commentaries on scripture that use this interpretive mode. So it's investigation in the Hebrew, exposition. As I said before, it's a book of commentaries on the Torah by Israelites.
A book, exactly. It's not oral tradition, it's a book. Yeah? What is it? What is it?
Anyway.
Is it oral tradition or is it a book? What is it? Is it
before it was a book, it was the oral tradition. It was spoken before it was written down.
No, what did you
and this is the same. This is the same for the Bible.
Wait.
What did you read?
For example,
Zulu, it doesn't make as much sense, yeah, when we talk about it being an oral tradition. It's like saying with the hadiths, I know it's not your field, but just try and imagine it. Imagine the hadiths being oral.
It's not the same as the hadith though.
This is a collection though, right? This is a collection and a analysis of what already exists, i.e. the scripture, right?
The Bible.
Right.
So,
and the Bible itself was written in the same way, orally before written down.
1 second. At that time, when we're doing the midrash, was the Bible written or still oral?
No.
It was written. The Torah was written, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to do an oral investigation of a written down book text. It's not sounding like it makes sense, cuz.
Yes, because these Talmuds and these Mishnahs and these Gemaras were only understood and read by the Pharisees and the high class, the scribes. It was like
cool, but they're the ones doing the midrash. They're the ones doing the midrash too, though. So it doesn't matter.
Right, and then it becomes written down later.
They're writing down the Bible. Then why are they not going to write down their analysis and investigation of it?
Because the analysis and investigation
they came way after. They came way after.
It stretches after. It stretches a long period of time. It's not one time that the midrash is written.
Okay.
There's dozens of rabbis mentioned there over a long period of time. Like, let's say I write something about this passage in the Bible and I propose this argument to the Israelites. That's put in there. Hundreds of years later, another person that's put in there. It's like there's multiple rabbis.
Is that how it spans hundreds of years? Yeah.
Well, the additions were being made into it even way after.
Okay.
So you.
Last question. When the earliest Jews were analyzing the Bible, they were analyzing the oral or the written.
The earliest Jews. Do you mean the Jews after Exodus?
I'm talking about the first person to make an entry for the midrash.
The midrash is an investigation on the Torah, so it would have been based on the already written Torah.
Right. Now, when you're doing an investigation or something that's written, cause you're not gonna keep that oral.
Write it down.
That's if you want that to. That's if you want that to be something.
Cuzzy, you're not like if. Come on, bro. We're not gonna break that. Any book that me and you got, whatever, the dictionary. We're not gonna break that down and investigate that. And keep that as an oral. It doesn't even make sense, cuz it's impractical. It's just not it's not like a story, is it? The Midrash ain't a story. It's an analysis of a story. You can't do an analysis of a story in oral form.
No. It's described as the oral tradition because these things were spoken of the story before they were then written down. It's categorized as the oral tradition, but it's a text that's written. Yes, I acknowledge that. You can't call something that's written down an oral tradition, but what's written down is from the oral tradition.
Yeah, I know, I get it. But now the oral tradition is going to be a tradition of investigating the Torah.
Exactly.
A written book. A written book. So it ain't going to be oral, cuz.
No, the explanation is oral.
No. You're not going to investigate a written text and then document that orally. It doesn't make sense, cuz.
But that's how things were passed down, bro. Even before the Bible was written down, it was all oral. Because even when you look at the book of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, none of Moses isn't writing it in first person. It's in third person. So this is written way after the fact. Why isn't Moses saying, I went into Kemet, I split the Red Sea. Moses went and did this. Do you see what I'm saying? So no, but it's not that he didn't write it.
He didn't write it. He didn't write it. So he didn't write it. Don't play games. You just said
Ezra took the scrolls of Moses and put them together into the Tanakh and the Torah.
Oral,
so Moses did write the Torah, but Ezra basically codified it. Basically,
you're saying Moses wrote the Torah and Ezra
codified it.
Took
How does that make sense?
Moses's third person perspective out of it.
He put it into a
anytime Moses wrote Ezra wrote Moses.
It's not just that. It's also the fact that when you actually look into the Old Testament, the only writing we see Moses speaking of is the Torah, the law. Because when it says that Moses carried the book of the law, it says that in the Bible, Moses carried the book of the law.
Teaser. Even God is writing, or Elohim, or Abel, whoever that was, Jesus, whoever that was, even they're writing on tablets. I don't know why. Like I hear where you're coming from, but I just feel like if you're gonna analyze a book, we're gonna review it and investigate it, then and that book is now in text form, orally doing that, and then I've now made an oral investigation of, let's say, Genesis, the first 3 chapters of Genesis, right? And I'm now going to tell that to Zulu and Sniper and Beefy, rather than write it down and give it to them. That doesn't make sense, cuz. Now you lot are gonna now go. You lot are now gonna go and but it's different from the Bible, cuz.
No, but you know what I'm saying. In the Bible, when it speaks
is a chronological story from beginning to end.
It was put in chronological order.
But either way, the events happened in chronological order.
As organized, yes.
Well, what was that?
As organized, as it was canonized and organized, yeah, it was put in chronological order.
Okay, that's even worse now. So now orally, yeah, it's even worse now. Because orally now, I may have a story about the land of Nod and Cain, and then I've got a story about Noah, then I've got a story about Nimrod, then I've got a story about Peter. I'm just making this up, but just say, yeah. Now I'm gonna get the Noah story before.
No, the events are chronological, bro. I'm saying as in when you say Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers.
Events are chronological. What I'm asking you are, were they analyzed chronologically?
Yes.
Or just as first come, first serve, whatever story they get.
No. Of course not. Of course not.
So you just made it seem like it's been organized to be in chronological order, but they would have received the information and investigated it in chronological order, would they not?
No,
the Torah would have already had it in chronological order, the Old Testament. So they would have been.
Okay,
right?
so when we look at
I
I get what you're saying. I can explain it, bro.
Yeah.
When we look at the Tanakh, you know, like how, for example, the Bible is New Testament, Old Testament? Those are the categories.
Yeah.
When we look at the Tanakh, it segments that the Old Testament into the book of the prophets, the law, the song, the poems. So it has a different it's the same books, but it's a different categorization. So I'm saying
not
that
in a different order, though. I'm not in a different order. So it doesn't matter what category. The order's the order, cuz. It's not going to be in a different order. You agree with that, right?
Yes, the events chronologically pan out the same way as ordered in the Bible. Yes. But the categorization
is there any reordering of any events in the Bible? Like, for instance, we know we've spoken about Council of Nicaea. They didn't do this, they didn't do that. Did they keep the chronological order of the Bible that they received, or did they change any of that? Is there any evidence that maybe some events happened before other events? I see a whole. The reason why I'm saying that is because I watched the whole thing last night, and they're saying that this passage in Mark or whatever is not in the earliest transcripts.
Yeah.
Do you know the passage I'm talking about?
No.
I think the passage where they speak about. Let me get my mind right. What they talk about?
Because the Old Testament chronology and the way it's organized is based off Septuagint. Septuagint is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, all the way to Malachi.
Okay,
same as the Tanakh.
The passage in Mark that speaks about it, basically, if you've got a belief in God, and you believe in God, then you can drink poison and nothing ain't gonna fuck with you. Basically, you know that passage, right?
I know the passage, but I'm not sure of the claim. I'll have to study that.
So the claim is that line does not appear in earlier versions and earlier texts of Mark.
Is it earlier fragments or the whole books of Mark?
Earlier fragments, earlier books, some earlier copies. They listed the ones that, and they said it's not present there. It's not there.
The reason why I asked is it the whole book, because they found fragments of John correlating with what's in John now, but it's a fragment. It's not the whole book of John.
Right.
You know, so you can't say that that's not. You know what I mean? That's why I'm making sure. And if you're right, I'll go and look at that and make sure to see what the explanation to that is.
Yeah, see that one, but I just wanted. I don't know, man. I guess I
wanted to answer your question,
a bit more confusing. Go on.
Because you mentioned the Council of Nicaea and who organized it the way it is now, etc., etc. The Bible that we see today, the KJV, the way it's ordered is based off the Septuagint.
Right.
So when you see Genesis,
I'm not going to find an Acts before Deuteronomy, or I'm not like everything's going to go the way it's supposed to go. The way we recognize it when I open this Bible.
Yes.
Is yeah?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to make sure, because when you're orally investigating a text, it's strange to me.
I do have a video
when
from
you're
Zion
writing down your findings, and when you're recording your findings, why would you not write that down? And you're reading from text, and you lot are skilled enough to read. You are the readers. So why would you the readers and the writers, why would you orally deal with that when you're not even analyzing the oral tradition? You're analyzing the text of the Torah.
That's why they want the Midrash today. When they're doing that, they want the Midrash. That's why they want the Midrash 300 to 500 years after Christ.
All right, I do have a video on the Mishnah and the Talmud and the Midrash. It's a pretty long video.
I'm
try and get the timestamps.
Oh shit, yeah. I might not be the best person because I'm gonna have to leave in like 40 minutes to go take my son boxing. I'll be back in an hour.
What I can do, Jez, is I can get the timestamps where he breaks everything down, and then we can go through the timestamps.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna need some time for that, but yeah,
I'll get some info lined up.
You know Zion Lex, yeah?
Yeah. Come on, man. We dealt with this the other day. Are you liking Zion Lex, isn't it?
Zion Lex. I was gonna pay for his Hebrew course. I was gonna pay for his Hebrew course. He teaches people. Not only does he teach Hebrew, he teaches Meduneta, and Hebrew.
Wait. Can I just say? It weren't you, because I know you've been on his information or like his breakdowns. Not you. It was Schiffer. that found the Xylex thing and then trying to remix it like it is his thing. Do you remember?
Yeah.
It was Schiffer.
But, yeah, I do remember. But the funny thing is, Schiffer would disagree with a lot of what Xylex says. So he only picked that portion because he agreed with what he was saying.
Right.
Zion Lex.
Schiffer, return wherever you're there, man. Hit the like button, family. PayPal, Cash App. Come on, fam. Make a donation.
Come on.
Show some love. You like moving stingy, man. I know you like all broke as well, though, man. Times is tough. I heard that they're bringing the inflation rate up by 20% next month when it was supposed to drop. So, man, family with mortgages and that, bro, you like tightening your belt even more.
And
well, we are. It's crazy.
In 2 days' time, it's the day with the highest suicide rates in the world, around the world.
Is the what?
The day with the highest suicide rates.
In 2 days' time?
Yeah.
The 21st?
Yeah.
A lot of people are dropping mysteriously, just dropping. I think we know, you know.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
China's made some more. China's, you know.
You need to do Rumble, Jez. You need to have a Rumble show where we can just talk freely, just like on the side.
Yeah, I know.
Because we can really break down some deep shit.
S has told me to get on Rumble, man.
A lot of it's getting big now, you know. A lot of people are going there, man. It's a try.
What's Rumble? What? No copyright issues with that. What is
Because
it?
imagine we can sit there, talk about badge, talk about everything freely. It'll be better, man.
Yeah. Is it like this though? Can we do panels on that?
You can do panels. You can do ads. You can even get paid. You can do donations. Everything. Yeah, they've leveled up now. It's not like BitChute. They've leveled up now.
Can you stream to other platforms from there?
Yeah, I'm sure you can do StreamYard on there. I'm sure you can. I've seen other streamers.
No. Okay.
Even if it's like once in a while, like just have like a show where we can just talk about anything. You know,
once in a while we just go crazy. Yeah, no, I got to set it up, man. I do.
Or maybe we can record the show. Then whatever is too sensitive, we can take it out and.
Oh yeah, exactly. Shows that get taken down here, just put it on Rumble.
Yeah.
And you can even put it behind. You can put it behind the paywall, just if you wanted to say like, oh, if you want to see. No, but you can even do this here. Do you know like how in Patreon it's like extra content? If you want to see extra content, support the cause. Yeah, you can say for the Rumble, since we're gonna go all out on that one, it's gonna be even more explicit. Just pay, chuck me, £2, chuck me a £5 monthly. Then you get to see us talk about it. You know what I mean?
You get to see it. I will get on that vibe. Everyone knows BitChute is just racist, man.
It's racist as hell, full of white supremacists.
It's white supremacy, cuz.
Wow.
You know?
And anti-Sems. It's just mad. Have you seen that guy that I forgot his name? Something new, something. You know the white guy that goes against the Jays, the one that got banned on YouTube.
Oh no.
He's on BitChute. I'm sure you know of him.
Who?
He's like a blonde white guy, and all he talks about is the Jays, and he's like he got banned off YouTube. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I don't think so.
Fuck. But yeah, like there's some crazy shit on BitChute, bro. Like they just talk freely. I'm just like, yo. And I'm not gonna lie,
it looks like a proper cheap site. It's hard to navigate around. It just looks so dead. So exploring, I've tried to go through the content. It's not laid out like very clearly. It's just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The interface of BitChute is very shit.
But I'm not gonna lie though, it's a bit of a rabbit hole because you watch certain videos and then people are saying big up H, you know, the H guy that did all the bad things. And you just sitting there like, okay, am I going too deep into this now? This is getting a bit nuts.
There, man.
You know? Like, should I stop now? I'm a bit starting to become an N. Like, let me chill. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a bit too free. But yeah. I hope Rumble takes over YouTube though. I hope it's on because YouTube needs to die.
Can you help me out as well quickly if you can? Can you give me a reference to where Josephus Flavius is clearly shown as a black man?
There's no images. There's no accurate images of Josephus.
No, I said reference.
Okay, the very fact that Josephus or Joseph is from the tribe of Judah, an Israelite, it makes him a black man. Just as much as Yeshua was black. This is the same time period as Jesus. Just as Yeshua was black, just as all the other prophets and Israelites were black, so would Joseph.
So are you saying Yeshua was in 70 AD, Zulu? Around the time?
It's the same time period.
So now the thing about it, we know it's around the time we know who the emperor of Rome was. Yeah.
Okay.
And Josephus was 70 AD, right?
Roundabout, yeah.
And when did Jesus supposed to have died?
I think it's 30 something AD.
Not 3 AD.
I don't know the exact number, but it would have to be. He died at the age of 33, so it would be around that time. Because the way they do the AD and BC thing is a bit confusing to me personally. I don't really believe it fully because it's based on the Gregorian calendar and it's a bit fuckery. So if we're gonna go by that, yeah, it's around that time. I would say, yeah.
Yeah. Then at the time we know that the Flavian dynasty was just coming to power in Rome.
Okay.
Yeah, we know that it was the time the fall of the Jerusalem temple.
Yes. The destruction of the temple and the Israelite revolt, the third Israelite revolt, yes, against the Romans.
At the time in 70 AD Zulu, me and you both know that the black people are long left. We both know this.
But remember,
AD, one second, finish. We also know in 70 AD, the people who came into the tribe of Judah are white Jewish people.
No, there were no white Jewish people during that time.
So when the white Jewish people
you see the rise of the Ashkenazi during the, am I allowed to, okay, let me be careful.
Yeah.
You see the rise of the A's during the K's, the Khazars, right? That's when you start seeing the rise of, during the reign of King Bulan, the Turkic Khazarian king, converting to, this is way after the Romans, way after all this time we're talking of. There were no white Jays during this time we're talking of.
In 70 AD in Israel.
Yes. Yes.
So if you go into the Roman history and we see the people they were taking, the people they said they defeated, and they show the people who they defeated, that they're not black but they're white, what do we say about that?
Show me.
Okay, go. I'll show you. Arch of Titus. Let me show you. Simple.
Because when you look at Tacitus's writings, when he speaks on the Jews, he says that they look like Ethiopians and Egyptians.
I'm not talking about Tacitus. I'm talking about
no, but Tacitus is during that same time.
I know.
He says that some say that the Jews came from the Ethiopians, meaning the Africans, the black people. Some say that they came from Egypt. Some say they came from the Colossians, who are not, as we discovered earlier, are another group of black people in Turkey. So based on those speculations, they would have had to look like all of those people, which would have been black. And this is a white Roman saying that these guys look like Ethiopians, Egyptians, Colossians. So you have to deal with that. And then we've also got numerous other extra biblical sightings that say that the Israelites look like Africans, look like black people. So you're going to have to deal with that.
Yeah. So, you know about the war, the Arch of Titus, Zulu?
Break it down. I'm a bit familiar with it. Yeah, I'm a bit familiar with it.
Okay. The Arch of Titus is when Titus defeated Jerusalem. Then he took all their books, all their stuff back to Jerusalem, and he built an arch showing his victory over the Jewish people. You know about this?
Yeah. I've heard you break it down before, yeah?
Yeah, he took all the books, all the literature, everything they had in the temples, everything he took, and he took it back to Rome. Yeah, this is the arch. Let me share my screen. You want to share my screen quickly?
Someone, Beef is asking to share his screen. If you're there.
Yeah, you have to share it though.
Yeah, what's I'm doing now?
Give him some time. He's getting there.
Yeah, we're there. Can you see? Yeah. But now this is the arch I'm talking about. This was built after Titus defeated the Jews in Jerusalem, and they crushed the temple, leveled the temple. And this is supposed to be as well at the same time. All the Jews got scattered and disappeared. This is supposed to be the time, but the last time they all disappeared and scattered. Let's go back. I'll go back to the inscription on the wall. What it says. 1 second. Okay, now here these are the inscriptions which were on the wall. Let's see, where is What is the inscription? 1 second. Better. So okay, whatever. This is the arch, yeah. This is showing Titus and some of the slaves being brought back, and these are all white people. It's supposed to be Roman slaves after the fall of Rome, being brought back, carrying the Torah, the 7 candles, and all the things back to Rome. And one of the people who wrote all these things was a defector called Josephus Flavius, who everyone knows as Josephus, who became part of the Flavius dynasty and worked for them and wrote their books. And he actually said that the true Messiah of the Jews was Titus. But he freedom. Let me just drop that one in there. If I find the description quickly for you guys. Sorry. I'm trying to find the description. What it says. One second. Description. It reads, the Senate of the people of Rome, the devious of Titus and devious of Vespasian, the disciple of others. This was just saying that defeated the Jewish people. But it clearly shows, if one can get a picture of the arch properly. I'll try to get one up. And it shows clearly the people who were coming from. Let's see. It shows you the people clearly on the arch. Yeah, here's some of the images. 1 second. Yeah, here we go. This is them. Can you see Zulu?
And who is this depicting?
This is when Titus, defeated the Jewish people in 70 AD. And this is him taking all their stuff back to Rome. Their Torah, which is right in the temple, the candle holder in the temple, all the literature from the temple, he took them all with him back to Rome. So when you talk about any oral tradition which can be found afterwards, these are all now coming from Roman sources. Was all these books which
Okay. Can you start proving each thing you're saying, because you're showing a picture and you're just talking over the picture? So can you give us a reference to kind of break down what this is, other than you just talking over a picture?
Okay, 1 second. Let me pick down. I'll do that for you.
Because a lot of people in the chat saying you're making this up.
No, that's fine. That's fine. See, I'm putting up stuff, so people can say whatever they want, but I'm putting up stuff in it. And I show you the.
I said a lot of people. You mean Kebo?
Exactly.
I said a lot of people.
Himself.
I mean, there's a lot of people that look confused. Like, what is this?
There's a lot of people saying 3-0 to Beefy.
Really?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
There's many people saying Beefy's making it up. It's a tie in the comments.
I've seen 3 people. I've seen at least 3 people say, or don't understand what Beef is saying. So. Exactly. Kevin. Only Mood Best is saying that.
Yeah, but only Kemo is saying that Beefy's making it up. Cuz come on, man, let's just be fair. That's why I said what I said. That's why I said what I said. Because like you got one, like as I said, it's equal in the chats. Because you said a lot of people, but it was just Kemo. I said a lot of people, but it was just Beefy. I was busting joke. Obviously, my joke was lost on you, lot, so
I got it.
Yeah.
Let me just bring out this Titus victory.
I know water will be against you.
Yeah, what was against me no matter what we're talking about.
No matter what it is.
And I think Moodbest has reasons to be against me because he's Muslim, innit? He wants to see Christians take the L. So there's
is it?
definitely there's an invent. Yeah, of course. Rarely would he agree with me.
You say best ain't fair.
I'm not saying it's not fair, but I think it suits him for me to be wrong because it validates his beliefs.
Evidence.
Because if you was to ask him to come and break down what Beefy was saying, or what any of us were saying, would he be able to do it? That's the question.
Kay said it as well. Why is this so hilarious? Who the hell is Kay? Sorry, Kay. Who the hell are you?
Big up, Kay, man.
1 second.
Is Kay love is the law?
No.
Nah. He usually comes as love as the law.
Can you share my screen, Jedi, please?
Yep.
Okay. The siege of Jerusalem in 70 CE was a decisive event of the First Jewish-Roman War in 66 to 73 CE, in which the Roman army led by the future emperor Titus besieged Jerusalem, the center of the Jewish rebel resistance of the Roman province of Judea. Following a brutal 5-month siege, the Romans destroyed the city and the second Jewish temple. In April 70 CE, 3 days before the Passover, the Roman army started besieging Jerusalem, the only city that had been taken over by the several rebel factions following the period of massive unrest and the collapse of the short-lived provisional government. Within 3 weeks, the Roman army had broken the first 2 walls of the city, but a stubborn rebel standoff prevented them from penetrating the thickest and third wall. According to Josephus, a contemporary historian and the main source for the war, the city was ravaged by murder, famine, and cannibalism. This is the same guy who you say was what? Zulu? The Josephus was an army, was a general. Did you say? Zulu, you there?
Hello? I'm here, I'm listening.
You say Josephus was a general in the Jewish army?
Yeah, from what I read. What does it say? He's not a general in the Jewish army. What does it say?
I'll like you to prove it for me, please. You can bring up a source. That's a lie. On Tisha 70 BC, August 30th, Roman forces finally overwhelmed the defenders and set fire to the temple. Zero knows the story because he knows how the temple fell. I don't know. He doesn't know. Act like he doesn't know this stuff.
Look, it says here in the words of Mary Bread, Flavius Josephus was a first-century Jewish general who threw in his lot with the Roman legions that destroyed his homeland.
Where you get that from?
This is from the historian Mary Beard. I'll put the channel. I'll put it in the private chat.
Mary Beard. When was this book written?
The luckiest traitor ever. Yeah, he was a traitor. But yeah,
I thought Josephus himself said about as a general, but he didn't write that in any of his works.
I'm saying people are saying he was a general, so
I know. I'm saying, but he never said that.
I don't think I'm not making it up.
I know, but
I like I'm making things up, but I don't.
I'm saying he never said it himself. He never said it himself.
Have you read his works to confirm that?
Some of them, like you did.
Okay, so you telling me for a fact in Josephus's writings he doesn't say he's a general, or he doesn't say he led the revolt in any way.
Yeah.
Because remember, this was a part of the revolt, the third revolt against the Roman Empire. You understand the historical background of that, right?
This was when your temple got destroyed completely and you were all chased out.
Hold on, Beefy. In that same thing, it says here, and on the Wikipedia, Josephus was a first-century Romano Jewish historian and military leader.
Where it said?
On the Wikipedia.
What part?
The first line on Josephus, the Wikipedia of Josephus. When you type in Josephus in Wikipedia,
I'm on the page.
No, that's Siege of Jerusalem. That's Siege of Jerusalem.
Okay,
go to Josephus.
Okay, I will do it. Let me just bring up the part about.
No. Do that first, though, because you tried to make me seem like I was making it up. Do that first.
I'll go back.
No. We're not gonna forget it now. Do that.
I'm here already. First. Okay. I don't have the Josephus thing right up out anymore. 1 second. Let me bring up Josephus. Can you share your screen, Zulu?
Huh?
Can you share your screen?
Share my screen for what? I told you to look at Josephus. Just type in where you were just now. Just type in Josephus.
But you can share screen without I've got 7 pages open, so you can also it's your evidence. You want me to bring up
Right now, I'm doing 2 things at the same time. I'm working from home and responding to you. I've even put the quotation from the other source in the private chat. All I'm asking you to do is just go on that same website that you were on and just type in Josephus, or even click Josephus, and you will read the first line, and it will tell you it was a military leader. I'm literally multitasking right now. Can you see it?
Yeah.
And does it say military leader?
Yeah.
Thank you. Kalas, what's next?
I know, but I'm saying he himself didn't say he was a military leader.
But he's a military leader. Next. What's next?
Let's go back now to I'll go back to Eddie. Well, you said that and these are all fake, yeah. So you believe everything on the page except for his picture, yeah?
This is boring, man. Next topic, man.
We're gonna be back anyway. When in hour's time, anyway, when we talk about the Mishnah and all that, when JEDI comes back. Don't worry.
Beefy, you know you're an Israelite, bro. Like, we've gone through this for 4 years now. This is ridiculous. You know you're an Israelite. Why are you playing games, man?
Yeah, but some people that you're mentioning that you're saying are Israelite are not Israelite, my brother. You know
like who?
Josephus.
The Jew. What they say was an Israelite.
So he wasn't a Pharisee from the tribe of Judah.
No, Zulu. What they say was an Israelite.
I don't remember no.
This is so dumb.
Israelite Pharisees, my brother.
Oh.
I only know that these Jewish people.
The Pharisees were Israelites. They're from the tribe of Judah.
No,
what are you talking about?
The Jews. I said the tribe of Judah. Exactly.
Jew is the tribe of Judah. Jew. It's the same shit.
No, then just call them that. Then.
Call them that. This is just ridiculous. We're arguing over words. You're not even arguing over facts.
I'm just saying. Yeah. Are you dismissing the fact that these supposed Ashkenazis make that claim to be of the Quranic and biblical
Rabbinic.
and all sorts of texts? You know what I mean? Because you're quoting, Jews. You're talking about books that they are definitely invested and had their hand in and putting together, like the Talmud and all of these books that we're talking about, right?
That's where you get the term rabbinic, Michael. They're called rabbinic Jews.
So there's always been a question over them, Zulu. You know what I mean? So now that they're like the later people to interpret the holy text, we have to question that. And especially Josephus. There's pinches of salts and stuff.
I just clocked here. I'm working from home, but I ain't touched the work computer for like an hour. And I just saw a bag of emails. Like, oh, can you do that? I'm like, oh shit, I'm not still at work. You know, I only just got the job a few months ago, so I'm still used to like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So even like, I have my PlayStation on. I'm just chatting to you guys, just chilling. And then I open the laptop. Oh shit! I've got a bag of emails that I haven't done. As Beef is talking, I'm also sweating like shit. This email.
Go and do your work, my G. Go and do your work.
Yeah,
I'm still here, but I'm not gonna be.
Yeah. Don't worry. We got you. Don't worry. Do your work.
That's fine.
PlayStation.
The man's got PlayStation on it.
Bro, literally.
And also,
you're working.
Multitasking.
Literally, fam.
Multitasking. Big up, Zulu. Man.
We need to do like an African trip, man. We need to go like as together, just go to Africa, man. We need to do a trip, man, or something.
Listen, I kind of agree with you in some respects, but if what you're saying is true, then how can these people be Israelites? They can't. They are not.
Which people?
You know what I mean? They took it on the J people.
No, they're not Israelites. So we know that, Maku. They're not Israelites.
Yeah, but Romans and Greeks and all of that they're all part of the same mishmash and kind of have the same type of origin. So things that they do, I don't know why we invested in their interpretations or what they were doing when we have the original text. You know what I mean? And if we want the oldest organized form We can go to Ethiopia. No,
But even in Ethiopia,
we don't have to mess with none of this. Yeah.
Michael, the problem with Ethiopia, listen, the Ethiopian Orthodox says, people like to say it's the first church. That's another lie, pseudo claim.
No,
the
it's not.
Ethiopian church is not the first church ever. That's a lie. The Ethiopian church were converted by the Church of Alexandria.
So the Egyptians were Christians.
Alexandria.
They never talk about the Egyptian Christians.
No, but
they kind of been erased from history.
No, we're talking about Alexandrians, Michael. Alexandrians.
Yeah.
The first church was set up by Alexandrians at the site of Ptolemy's church. We're not going to mess around with this. That's the first church. Before the Church of Rome, before the church of any church, the first church was in Alexandria. Yeah. Then after that, became the Church of Rome. But at the time, Alexandria and Rome were in cahoots. But as I said, they were one empire. Yeah. Then at the same time as well, the worship of Serapis had become the main religion in Rome. So now, when the Church of Serapis became the new Church of Christ, yeah, they converted the then king of Aksum Kingdom, Aksum They converted him, and he built the church, which is now the first Coptic church state in Eritrea, modern day Ethiopia. So there's no way that the church of Ethiopia is the first church. Nowhere near.
It's not the first church. You're right on that. It's not the oldest church would be between the one in Egypt and
not
the
Egypt,
one in
Alexandria.
Yeah, well, you know, Egypt, it's Egypt. It's the Coptics, isn't it? So
it's called
Egypt.
It's called no. See,
it's still Egypt, though, Beefy. I know it's Alexandria, but it's still Egypt.
No. This is a thing. Yeah, we like playing with words. When they call it the Church of Egypt, it's called the Church of Alexandria for a reason. So don't call it the Church of Egypt. It's called the Church of Alexandria because they named the Alexandria. You know why? But those were white people in that church. Not black Israelites.
They named the Alexandria, isn't it?
Because it's white people, white Roman Jews.
Greco-Romans and that, yeah.
Not black Israelites.
Yes, because they
even though they could convert, even though they can convert later on and whatever, that's neither here nor there, but we got to know who they are, though, and that's what we're trying to say. Even though they're in Israel at a particular time and they're claiming to be Israelites by way of being called Jews, which, as you're saying, is an abbreviated word for Judah. Yeah, if they were really Judah and there was Judah walking around, you know what I mean? There's a clear distinction that these people are not the same people, but they're in positions of power. They've got, you know, an organized system, and they're led by Herod, right? Which is a guy that Rome has placed as your monarch in that region. So it's all like some political wranglings, yeah, but definitely by the J people who are in that region and in and amongst the real Israelites and Judah and Dan and all of those people who occupied those areas at the time. So what we're saying is that there's a particular trail of their behavior that leads them into positions of authority, whether it comes religiously or even politically. You know what I mean? They're not always the leaders, but they definitely are the closest to the leaders or whoever's in charge. So for a lot of that they'll be very close to the Romans, and some of them eventually were Romans in that.
I will say this though, Maku. You are right that there were people that were taking on our beliefs even during that time, but they weren't they weren't bigger than the population of Yahudim, of Judah.
No, they weren't of the real thing. No.
Because when we read even in the Apocrypha, you see that during the Hellenization period, there were many Greeks that were taking the Torah and taking our text and our culture and trying to insert themselves into it. It even says directly in the Apocrypha that they held the book of the law and they sought to make images of the prophets and God in their likeness. So even the Caesar Borgia thing was happening back then.
Yeah, of course. But you got to remember that these Khazars and these Ashkenazis or whatever you want to
Romans,
call them.
yeah.
You know what I mean? They're quite a large group, and there's no doubt about that.
Well,
Yeah,
remember,
and they're varying in look and complexion.
some of the J
But
people, some of the J's
not a lot
were
of them was black, dark.
some of
that
some of
type
the some of the Caesars were J people as well. Don't forget that, man. I'm lying.
Sorry.
Some of the Caesars were J people.
Of course, yeah. This is what I'm
But
trying to say.
but this is the problem, guys.
By joining these various societies, you know, like we always say, Joe Zulu, that just because the authority is one ethnicity, it doesn't mean that represents the general population. So we're always safe with that. You know what I mean?
Just
That
like in
authorities
Kemet, the leaders were white and polyatomic, but it doesn't encompass the indigenous. Just like Herod was an Edomite and a Roman, but not all of the people in Israel or Palestine were.
Thank you. And same when it came to the rabbis and the Sephardics and the whatever.
Pharisees and
these men were those Ashkenazis. Yeah.
Okay, but here's the question though, Maki. Okay. This is a very important question because you understand just as I understand the whole Khazar situation. So which one is it? Are they Jebusites in Palestine way back in the day, or are they Khazars that took it on through King Bulan later on? Which one is it?
No, the word, the naming of themselves. Yeah. Because this Hebrew is now shortened to Jew. You know what I'm saying? So I feel that these Jebusites, who are Canaanites, that come in all various descriptions, but this one is specific. This is from a cursed seed of Canaan. He's meant to be cursed, and then they've got their names and their distinctions. They're Archites, Amorites, all of these type of ites, right? Canaanites and all of this. So there's not the only one. Canaanites are not the only distinction or only descendants from Canaan. You know what I mean? They're going to populate, and I'm saying that a lot of these people are going to be of some kind of mixed heritage that makes them kind of European in appearance.
So are you saying that the original Jays that were the converts left Palestine, went into the Khazar region, taught them about the thing, and then all of them now became what we know as the Jews today? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think the ones that were out before the imprisoning in the Caucasus Mountains.
Oh, see, now this is why. Yeah.
No, because this is clear from the biblical, right? This is what Abraham is assigned to do, to go and clean up the filth in this land called Second Canaan and all of this type of stuff. So I was like, rah. And then when you look up Second Canaan, it seems to be in the region of what we're saying above Turkey, which is the Caucasus Mountains region. Now, we're not saying everybody can come from the Caucasus Mountains, but Europeans are saying it. Do you get what I'm saying? The Bible's saying it, and reaffirming it, and many other texts are, and information definitely allude to Canaanite worship and all of that. Well, if there's Canaanite worship, there's an organized Canaanite people. Do you get what I'm saying? And it doesn't mean that they created the civilization where they live in, but they've just blended in, and from that they can go away and build their own or do whatever. But pre-flood they're there, and after the flood they're definitely there as well. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know when white people came around personally. I don't. There's many theories.
There is,
So
and I don't think it's any one thing. But we can definitely specify when we're talking about a specific set of people who came from an individual who was supposedly cursed, right? And we're not saying that all of them are cursed, because it doesn't say that. But it does says that the certain ones came from man's son, Jebus, and it would make sense that his descendants will be called Jebusites, because the rest of his descendants are called Canaanites. And then they have different names within that, obviously being the 13 sons of Canaan. You know what I'm saying? So each one will be named after a son. So yeah, everybody has their tribe, right? It's whether they can identify it or not. You know what I mean? And a lot of the names meant highlanders, lowlanders, maybe open planers, I don't know, hunters and hunter-gatherers.
But Michael, let's be honest, yeah. Even when it comes to the whole mountainous argument, because yes, Abraham walked in. Some people were living in mountains. Even in Africa, bro, there's tribes that live on hills, that live in caves, that live in mountains. They're still black. You know what I mean? Like there's different tribes that have different locations within a region. Go to different places. You know, those are the people that live in the hills. Those are the people that live in the caves. Those doesn't mean they're white. You know what I mean?
No, but black. I mean, look at the other people on the other side of what we're calling the Caucasus Mountain region. You've got Mongolian-looking people.
You've got
European-looking people. You've got all sorts, right? So there's plenty. You know what I mean? To say that look, they've had enough time to start building up and do. And as I said, they've built up to such an extent that these people have had a time in history when they were supposedly not playing about. Right.
Yeah.
And they also have infected other societies and traditions and customs, which is clear in many texts, holy texts, other texts, Josephus, you name it, you know, all are alluding to goings on around about the 1st century AD. Do you get what I'm saying?
Would you agree that, Maku, the white race, they really pick up during the Greek time? Because that's the oldest. Obviously, our civilizations are way older, but when you talk about them when you talk about them running shit, it's the Greeks.
Well, we have to go more to Rome.
How long?
Even the Greeks, Alexander the Great took bare places, bro. Bare places.
So what time frame of someone Alexander the Great? When did he go into Arabia and the places? How long before Jesus was Alexander the Great?
It's a few hundred years.
So that area was full of J people. That's what I'm saying. But they took over the whole region. After that, after this died, that whole region.
Yeah, but they colonized. They colonized, they didn't become the main population. They colonized.
Let me explain to you. They came and
big up, Khan.
Big up, Khanito.
Yeah, man. They were doing the great replacement back then, Zulu. They were bringing people from Macedonia, from Rome, from all over the gaps to come to that area.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
You're right. They did ethnic cleansing.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
I'm agreeing with you.
By the time 70 AD, we know that Israel was part of Alexandria Kingdom.
And they called it Palestine, Palestinian.
And that was what, and who was running those things?
It was the Seleucids. One of Alexander's generals. Remember, he had 4 generals. He had Ptolemy, he had Seleucids, then he had another one. So Ptolemy, the Seleucids. The Seleucids. Thank you. So Ptolemy was running Kemet.
Ptolemy, it's a silent P.
Okay. Ptolemy was running Kemet, and how do you say it again? Seleucids. The Seleucids were running most of Mesopotamia, actually, Arabia and
Arabia. Then you other to talk over the Indian side, and the other
Asia, exactly.
Then the other one to talk about Rome. Yeah.
Yes.
So that whole region now was under the control of who? But people were working together.
Of the Greeks, because remember Alexander and his generals.
Macedonian, So that whole region, and most of the people who were there fled. If you're black, you want to be around them areas at the time.
Not really. Some of they stayed because remember I'll tell you why Beefy. Sorry, they stayed is because remember Herodotus, when he speaks on these peoples, he says that they're black. Even still after the invasion, they're still black. Remember the Colossians all the way in Turkey, the Egyptians, the Ethiopians. He says all of these people are black, even after the Alexander the Great and all that. So they're still black. They just colonized them. It's like let me give you a quick example. When the British and the Berlin Conference thing happened and they came and colonized Africa, they didn't replace the population of the Africans. They just took it over and used the resources of the land. It was a political thing. So even when the Greeks and Romans were invading, they weren't replacing anyone. It was political. They wanted to stretch their control or their power around the world. They didn't replace the indigenous population.
All I'm saying, I'm going by what history. I'm going my own history. Will show that when the Ptolemies came in that region, it's at the same time you have the Great Bantu migration.
Are you sure?
Just a coincidence.
No.
It's not a coincidence.
It's older. The Bantu expansion is older than that.
3,000 years ago.
Much older.
It's older than that, my brother.
A lot older.
No, 3,000 to 3,000.
It's during the time of the Assyrian invasion.
3,000 to 3,500 years ago.
During the reign of King Sennacherib. This is thousands of years ago, bro.
I said 3,000 to 3,500 years ago. That's what I'm saying.
Is that when Alexander the Great was running? 3,000 years ago?
But Ptolemy's running. Yeah, you know. Yeah.
Is that 100%?
Yes.
Let me confirm that.
Confirm it.
300 BC.
3,000 years ago. Yeah.
No, 300 BC. He died. Alexander the Great died in Babylon.
Yeah.
At 323 BCE. That's 2,323 years ago. That's not 3,000.
It's not 3,500.
That's not 3,000 years ago.
No. Before the modern era, right? Before the.
No, Michael. He said 3,000. Yeah, so that's 2,000 years ago plus
before
the
Christ.
No, I said 3,000 from today.
That's 1,000 years before Christ, right? If you're saying 3,000, yeah. He said 3,000. I'm saying it can't be that. The Bantu expansion is older
3,000
than
from. Hold on.
From now.
3,000 from now would be 1,000 AD,
something.
right? Something like that.
BC.
No,
BC,
3,000
sorry,
years
BC,
ago.
Yeah.
Because remember, it's
we're
2,000
in the
years.
year 2000, my brother.
Brother,
So
123.
go back 3,000 years.
brother.
We're only 1,000 years into the past, really.
My brother, exactly 1,000 years from the 2,000 years. Yes.
In the time of the Greeks.
No. 2,000 years
That's when they
ago. That's
exist.
Mikey. Let's go for it. Yeah. 2,000 years ago. That's Jesus' time. Correct? Can we agree on that?
Yes.
And 1,000 years before that, that's 3,000 years. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So if he's saying that Alexander the Great was running things 3,000 years ago, so that means we would have to see the dating say 3,000 years, or we'd have to see the dating say 1,000 BCE. Sorry, 1,000 BCE to make it 3,000.
There's no way Alexander was.
It doesn't say. Hold on, Con. Exactly. It doesn't say 1,000 BCE. It says 300 BCE. So that means it would have been 300 years before 2,000 years ago, before Christ, not 1,000 years. So it's not 3,000 years. It's like 1,000 something, 100 and something. Or it's 300 years.
Yeah, less than that. Right.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. The Bantu expansion was way before Alexander the Great.
Obviously,
we left a long time ago. That's why I keep telling these Israelites. Yeah, they keep saying 70 AD, 70 AD. That's baby sayings. That's the
no. Hold on. They say the Bantu migration was when 2,000 years ago.
They say 3,000. They say
3,500 or something like that.
Thank you, Khan. Exactly.
So okay, it's only 200 years before.
No,
it's 1,500 years before.
Difference.
It's a long time ago, bro.
1,500
years. And that's during the reign of King Sennacherib when he scatters the lost 10 tribes. When the Assyrian king scatters the 10 tribes in Israel. Interesting connection there. Anyway. And also, I found something the other day that will be very interesting for you guys. Remember when we had the discussion about the Israelites going into Africa and who's who and who's what? And remember when you guys were laughing at me about the tribe of Gad? Well, when you actually look at the Beta Israel, the Ethiopian Jews, they have an account from Bel-Hadad, the Danite, who wrote about the lost 10 tribes. And he said that the tribes of Dan went into Cush, as we know, right? The Ethiopian Beta Israel. But not just the tribes of Dan, the tribe of Gad, the tribe of Naphtali, and the tribe of Asher also went into Cush, but they didn't just go into Cush, they went into southern Cush. And you have to ask yourself this question: what is southern Cush? So now when you look
Kush
at
like Sudan.
My brother, let me tell you something. When you look at, for example, Southern Africa, it was never called Southern Africa in the Greco-Roman period. It was actually called Anazania. Anazania is basically Southern Kush. It was all considered Kush. All of the land of Africa was so you can see what I'm trying to say here. When the Jews are being exiled and they're going into Ethiopia, they're not just staying there, they're going deeper into Africa with all the other tribes. That's why you've got the Hebrewisms with the Igbo, the Hebrewisms with the Lemba, the Hebrewisms with all these different tribes, because they're going further into Africa as they're leaving the Roman.
Yeah, but we didn't go south though. We went west, and
we went in different directions.
Hold on, that west in ancient times would have been classed as southern Sudan, because that would have been the other part of Sudan that we didn't know about at one time. But they're saying, yeah, we left Sudan to move to another part of Sudan. I'm sure you've heard me
But
say that a few
basically, he's
times.
saying like there's a scattering of people in like many directions, and
in many directions.
yeah,
Some
yeah,
of us are
that's
some of us are going up the Nile, going down to the Nguni. They're going down to south, and then you guys, Mike, you went to West Africa, the Yoruba, the tribe of Ephraim, and the Igbo. You guys went to West Africa. We went down to south. Some people stayed in central, and then some people stayed in east. We went in all different directions, and if you follow the migrational patterns, it all leads back to Northeast Africa. It all leads back to the Levant.
My one is definitely 3,000, and the Igbo one is definitely something like,
and that syncs up with the Israel
2,000.
exit. That syncs up with the lost 10 tribes.
But
It syncs up perfectly.
The Igbo one is 2,000.
Right, and some of them, Maku, some of them are 2,000. Maku, some of them are 2,000. I'll tell you why. There wasn't just one migration out of Israel. There were loads, right?
Yeah.
You had a migration during the Babylonians. King Nebuchadnezzar came in and invaded. Prophet Jeremiah took the Ark of the Covenant and went into Kemet. And many other Israelites left him. That's one. That's another one. You also have the one with the 70 AD. When the Romans are coming in, destroying the temple, Josephus records millions of Jews fleeing to Kemet and Cush. So there's multiple times where these
who are
guys
they fleeing from? Who are they fleeing from?
They're fleeing from the Romans because basically what happened was the Jews revolted against the Romans numerous times. And the final straw was the third Jewish revolt. That's when it got a bit crazy and the Romans were like, let's just lick them down. So they started killing all the Jews. They came into the temple. They burned down everything. They destroyed the temple.
Oh,
that was the
like
final.
200 years after Jesus, isn't it?
70 AD.
The last time when they flattened the temple.
70 AD. A few decades after Jesus. And Jesus prophesied about it, Khan. If you read in the Gospels, Jesus said that this temple will not stand, that this temple will be destroyed. So he even prophesied about the destruction of the temple. Of
course.
But my point is there's multiple migrations over multiple periods of time. So
you can see a busy place.
Right. So you can see how the Bantu people can start growing because all these people are pouring in. And obviously it's not just purely Israelites. They're mixing with Egyptians, they're mixing with Cushites. Really, we're just a mixed group of people as we're pouring in to Africa. We're mixed. Because when you look at the time of Akhenaten, they've done studies on the genetics of a lot of the Bantu tribes. They do have a close genetic resemblance to the Amana period. So we are related to certain dynasties within Kemet. There's definitely that relation with Kemet. No one can deny that.
But you'd expect that, though.
You would expect that. You know why, Khan? Because Kemet itself was mixed. Kemet was a joint confederation of multiple African tribes. It wasn't just one indigenous race. So, of course, you're going to see some Semitic pharaohs, which is what we do see, because even Akhenaten and even Ramesses has Semitic genetics.
That's what I was asking yesterday about if Moses was related to like certain pharaohs and that through bloodline.
Moses was purely Israelite, but this is the thing.
I know, but I'm saying certain people seem to have like dual identities where they're represented in both pantheons,
Right, but remember, Moses was adopted into the.
Sorry, all the biblical bloodline are related to each other.
Yeah, the Cometians and the Israelites were related because they remember we lived in Kemet.
No, I mean every
years.
prophet,
Egyptians though.
Right?
We lived in Kemet for 400 years even before our slavery. We're in Kemet with Jacob and all that, so we definitely mixed with them bare times.
Exactly. So some people would have dual identities. Like me at home, I got one name, and on road I got a different name, and then I got my government name. I'm known in different guises, isn't it? Like they would.
I'll give you an example. Khan. There's two tribes of the 12 tribes of Israel: the tribe of Manasseh and the tribe of Ephraim. Yeah, Ephraim, I believe Ephraim is Maku's tribe. Yeah, because they also have the Kemetic connections. Because Ephraim and Manasseh are half Egyptian and half Israelites. Because when Joseph. Right, because when Joseph basically interpreted the dream of the Pharaoh, he made him second in command in Kemet, and he gave him the daughter of an Egyptian priest as a wife, and he gave him she had two sons. These two sons were considered Israelites, but they were actually mixed, half Egyptian and half Israelite. The same thing for
I don't know who they are.
The same thing for Ishmael, right?
Yeah.
Hagar was an Egyptian. Abraham was a Hebrew. We're definitely intermixed with the Egyptians so strongly that later on Tacitus is saying we look like Egyptians. Not only is he saying we look like Egyptians, but even in the Bible, Paul is confused for an Egyptian. And then when you go into the book of Genesis, when Jacob died after they were in Kemet, they took his bones back into Canaan. Because when Jacob died, it was like, I know we're living in Egypt, we're cool and all, but when I die, make sure you bury my bones in the homeland of my fathers. Because in Hebrew culture, you're supposed to be buried with your forefathers together, right? That's the Hebrew culture.
So what's the odd thing?
Let me just finish this last sentence, yeah? They took his bones back into Canaan, and when the Canaanites saw the Israelites coming back, They called them Egyptians. They called the Israelites Egyptians. It's in the Bible because we looked like Egyptians. We mixed with them. We lived with them for so long. We're basically Egyptians.
Yeah. So my question is this: what's the argument here? Who knows more, or whose knowledge is more consistent? Like, what's the argument? It seems to be just like going over history to me.
No, I think the issue is a lot of us, even myself, have opinions, and I've been shocked sometimes when I research. I'm like, oh shit, I was actually wrong about that. And I think it's just a matter of using our combined understanding and knowledge to come to the truth, even if we're disagreeing. Because even if I'm right, and the evidence proves me right, you arguing with me is only going to strengthen what I know. Because then when I go and fact check it and it proves I'm right, it's like, oh shit, yeah, I am right, and it further confirms what I believe. So that's what it's about. That's what it's about.
Right. So to me, it seems like the long and short of it is there is a prophecy, an end of time prophecy or whatever, and the question is, who does it apply to, and who's going to be like the people that rebuild the what is it, the third temple, or the?
Have you been hearing about that, Khan? The prophecies that's been,
what I'm saying,
bro.
like,
they're trying to build the third temple, bro. Like that shit's happening now.
Right.
It's not. Did you see the president of Israel talking about the Palestinians in the interview he did with Jordan Peterson?
Yeah.
That interview was disgusting, bro.
That's what I'm
the
saying.
way he was talking, like, oh, when we came there was no one there. And do you know how many of them have tried to immigrate after we made it beautiful? We built it up. We became this great economy. The Arabs want to kill us. All this propaganda, this falsehoods. It was disgusting, bro. And this is the guy that's running the country. The lack of regard, the disregard he has for the Palestinians is disgusting.
Exactly.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And imagine how they're treating the African Palestinians. You know, there's black Palestinians, right?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Bro, they get treated like shit. You know, in Israel, they call them Kushi. You know, that's basically like saying the N-word.
Oh, is it?
They call them Kushi.
Mad.
If I went to Israel right now, they would call me Kushi. It's like saying nigger. It's crazy, bro.
So a lot of people like using the Bible to kind of justify treating each other or knowing each other with a certain identity, or treating each other badly. Do you know what I mean? Like, to me, I find it shocking, especially that when a lot of people ain't who they really think they are. Like, if they went and done the DNA research and found out who they really were, like, a lot of them won't be able to claim certain identities. Like, for example, if you look at the,
I was thinking the same thing, Snipes. You read my mind, Alex. You read my mind.
I know who I am. There's a tribe of people called the Kittians in the Bible. The Kittians were the enemies of the Hebrew Israelites. They were their mortal enemy, right? But the Kittians are actually the Cypriots. What? Now the Cypriots.
My brother. The Cypriots are Greeks. What are you talking about?
No, there's a Cypriot tribe called the Kittians.
Is it?
They became Greek after, when Byzantium spread out. Cyprus was originally in part of Egypt. It was Egyptian originally. It's first inhabited by Egyptians, right? Because they were dominating that area by sea. There weren't no Greeks in that area.
The Egyptian empire stretched even up until Iraq. Yes, it's possible.
Yeah, there weren't no Greeks in that area at that time. Like, when
but we also had the Anatolians, you had the Etruscans. There were many indigenous Europeans in that region anyway already.
Well, not indigenous, but they settled.
They weren't whites. The Etruscans weren't whites.
No, I'm saying they settled there after a while.
Well, the Etruscans weren't in Cyprus. The Etruscans were in Italy.
In Italy, yes. But the Anatolians, were they not in Cyprus and Turkey and all them regions?
Yeah. The Anatolians were, they would have been the first main group of people.
But they traveled from Greece and thing to those places.
No, the Greeks had nothing to do with it at that time.
Mad.
They were like, they're well far away. How are they going to get there? Like, because they didn't dominate the area by sea at that point. It was
you don't have to dominate just to travel.
You do, because it's like you run across the dominant people, they're not going to let you survive, innit?
Then that means there's other people who've got boats.
Yeah, but they're not letting next man penetrate their kind of like turf, innit?
No, man, it's the Mediterranean. Like,
yeah, but you're looking at it from today's point of view. Back then, it was different. It was like piracy. People just like grabbing each
that means
other,
everybody's
killing
got boats,
them,
no?
raping them. Like it weren't just
No.
like you come across a certain bunch of people and pull out your passport. It weren't like that.
You got boats though. If you got
Yeah, but
everybody
if they
got
catch
boats.
you, you're dead, isn't it?
Can I just make a point because I saw a
sea
comment in the chat. Yeah, sorry to stop you guys. Yams was saying everything ain't black, Zulu. You've been lied to. First of all, I never said everything. I never said everything was black.
Everything was black.
No, but can't, even if it was,
what people
I
don't
never made
acknowledge. What people don't acknowledge is there was only a certain type of white people that moved into those areas, and even when they mixed with them people and become the ruling elite, the people were still black because it was a very small amount of white people that came there. The R's, when they came there were small numbers, but they were militarily superior in technology. Like they had chariots and things like that. So they become the ruling elite. The majority of the population wouldn't have even been related to their ruling elite.
Yeah, I'm hearing it.
And Khan, I've heard you make this argument before. You tried to say as well that the Gutians, for example, they overpowered the Sumerians because they had advanced military tactics and technology. But these people that you're talking about didn't have temples, didn't have pyramids, didn't have ziggurats. So when we want to talk about technology, definitely ain't going to be the R's, bro.
When you're talking
while
about,
we were building ziggurats and pyramids, half of these people were living in caves, bro. Like that's
when you're talking about Proto-Indo-Europeans, their main claim to fame was that they had chariots that they would go to war in. So even when you look at how the Indo-Europeans invaded India, even and decimated the what they called the people that were there before, I forgot what they're called now, but the darker people that were there before, right? They entered
in India.
In
the
India,
Dravidians.
what are they called again? The Dravidians, yeah. So the Indo-Europeans entered from the north of the country, and their main advantage was that in warfare was that they had chariots. So
the Aryans had chariots.
Yeah, the main kind of like thing what swung things militarily, the technology wise, would have been the chariots. So it would be the equivalent of
Is
would
this
be equivalent
the
of
reign of the Greeks
having,
or the Romans?
No, I don't think it had anything to do with the Greeks. The Greeks were like Bronze Age. They used to fight on foot. Do you know what I mean? They weren't really Proto-Indo-European.
What time period is this? Because a chariot is advanced later on.
It's not. It just got adopted by everyone and became standard. Because there's no way of beating a chariot unless you got a chariot. So even the Egyptians had to start having chariots. So when you
they learned the well from Mesopotamia. They learned how to make it from the Sumerians and the Mesopotamia.
Exactly. So from Asiatics. So
yes.
that technology is what really I'm talking about. Is what swung.
I know you disagree, Sniper. I can hear you.
From one direction, like the chariots were the main thing in terms of war.
So, Khan, your claim is that the technological advancement that they had over the people that were taken over were chariots, and that's why they were able to dominate the indigenous population of these regions. Is that your claim?
Well, I'm saying that with the Proto-Indo-European people that kind of moved down from for example, the Finno-Ugric people, right? And people from up like near Siberia, for example, right, that in the colder climates, when they came down and attacked the people that were living in the plains, for example, they did that because out of a necessity, because there was like global changes in terms of weather and conditions,
famines,
and
all that.
And because of famine, they had to go on the warpath, and it weren't that they were necessarily technologically advanced. It's just that they had an incentive to attack. Otherwise, civilized people with abundance of food, they're not really going to be thinking about attacking other people. But climatic changes kind of influence this movement of people from the north down into the south. So if you look at if you look at Africa today and you do like haploid group kind of like research, you'll find that there's a predominant group of our people that actually live in Africa.
So, Khan, this is my question though, Khan. Okay, so now we're talking about two types of people, yeah? Another type of people that's scarce in terms of resources, that's desperate, that's savage, right? We can say.
Yeah,
and we're talking about another group of people that are living in abundance, building all these enormous structures, huge population of people, fertility is up, everything's good, weather's nice. How the hell are they going to be overpowered by some people, animalistic people running around naked in a scarce environments?
Yeah, but
barely anything.
That's like me asking Africans, how did you let piddly little pissant England come and take over the whole of Africa?
That's different.
It's just because they were just
totally different
they were just savages. They were savages,
man, and that's
who were
gunpowder,
shit,
all sorts of shit.
Yeah, they had guns. They had exactly. So what I'm saying is, these things are known to happen in history.
The same, though.
It's not the same situation.
Nothing's the same. Today ain't the same as
what
yesterday,
England
is
done.
it? Nothing's
the same as what England done.
But no one's claiming it's the
those
same.
other civilizations never did that though. So like
it's known
the ones
to happen.
You're mentioning.
All right,
yeah,
so
but
when
you
the
could
sea
never
people,
do that to us, my brother.
Brother, when the sea people attacked
it's not
Egypt,
registered in history.
Brother, when the sea people attacked Egypt, were they more technologically advanced or more savage than the Egyptians?
No.
That's not. That.
So how did they take over then?
How do you mean?
I'll explain, Con. Guys, I'll explain. When it comes to war victory and war losses, it's not just weaponry or technology. You got to take multiple factors into consideration. The political and economic period of that time. So, for example, in Kemet, if they were going through diseases or famines, or there was a civil war between Upper and Lower Kemet, and they're not united, they're easier to pick apart. So you also have to look at because remember, a lot of these people are opportunists. Generals and war people, they're opportunists. They're going to look at civilization and say, these are the weaknesses, and we're going to go on them. So it's not just always technology. For example, if you've got a tribe of people and they're now having a civil war and they're divided, they're easier to pick apart. It doesn't mean that your technology is better. It just means that you took the perfect opportunity. You're opportunist.
And it's
or if there's a famine or if there's a drought, these are all opportunities for war to take over. So it's not just because of technology, Khan. I'm sure you know that.
I didn't say it's just because of technology. I said that they had a technological advantage.
It's opportunity. They're opportunists, man.
No, they didn't have no advantages, and they didn't have all the equipment. And what Zulu's saying is correct. That on the other side, they had all the abilities and all of the time to come with these concepts and have these vehicles and chariots and weapons. They've been making weapons before they were making cities and civilized places to live. So I don't know. How you're gonna beat these people, and they're not pussy. They're definitely what they're not. Is we're not gonna la-di-da and say Africans were just holding hands and picking fruit from God's garden and all of this type of stuff. No, we was
because when you look at the story of the Hyksos, and just add to what you're saying, Marky. When you look at the story of Hyksos, who was the name of the leader, the pharaoh, the warrior that led them out again? Was it Ahmose or something? What was his name again?
Ramses.
No, Ramesses is after the Hyksos.
Oh, the Hyksos. Oh, the.
He's
Hittites,
the one that kicked out.
That's the Hittites. Yeah, he dealt with the Hittites.
He's the one that kicked out. No, he's the one that kicked out the Hyksos. The one that fought. The one that rebelled against Ahmose. Thank you.
Ahmose, yeah.
Ahmose, was able to militarily overpower the Hyksos, even though prior to that the Hyksos took over Kemet. So when people are taking over, it's not just because of the military tactics. At the time when the Hyksos came in, they came in and we invited them in because they were having drought and famine in their regions. There were immigrants, the Asiatics. They came in and they lived amongst us, and then they overtook the whole thing, and they made themselves pharaohs. They rebelled.
Cut a long story short, do you agree that sometimes superior people, whether they're culturally, religiously, spiritually, militarily superior, can get overtaken by less superior people?
Of course.
Right. So you're saying that's never happened in history. I'm saying it has done.
No, clearly it has. No, clearly it has happened. But what I'm trying to say is
European.
I'm just saying as a general principle. I'm not talking about specific events. Yeah. So when the Proto-Indo-Europeans descend from like the north where they are, they attacked all the people that were already established, and basically they had the incentive of for them it was a life and death situation. They had to attack and they had to be victorious, and they were more savage about it. So that's one of the factors. I'm not saying it's everything, but technology as well is part of it. Like them having chariots, or like when you see Bronze Age people going up against Iron Age people, it's like their weaponry or even the metal or the resources that they have. That's another factor. So when we look at these things, it's like you're saying, it's socio-economic comes into it. Lots of things comes into it. No one's saying it's just one thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm
we can
saying you're
see.
making up scenarios, though.
I'm not making up
to
scenarios. I'm
do with
showing
our
you
hold on
in terms
to do,
of
my brother, to do with ancient civilizations, especially to do with us. Yeah, these circumstances are
ain't no
not.
us, bro. We're all humans, right? So when we're looking at the movement of
No,
humans
but
around
some
the
of us are
planet,
closer related to each other than
yeah, you
others.
might be. That's
So
great. But
even
I'm
though
just saying
these
is,
hold on, even though these Hittites and these Hyksos, these are people who are still at the time related to us in some form of way, because that's what the records show. You know what I mean? So it's not like complete foreigners are coming into our land. It doesn't happen
the
until
Hittites were
later on.
Indo-European. They weren't related to you
Hold
at
on, it
all. They
doesn't
were your
even happen
enemies.
until later on, until
They
you
weren't
start
related to
hearing
you.
about
Were they
Caesar
related to you?
and
Yeah,
Alexander the
obviously.
Great. 1 second. Like Caesar, Alexander the Great, and these type of people in that time. Yeah. But prior, there's thousands of years of rule in Africa where we don't even know about your existence. So there's no chance for what you're saying where, if we're getting attacked, it's by other African groups.
No, the Hittites were not African, and they didn't attack you. You tried to go up there, and they put up a defense, and you had to come back again.
No, bro, that's got nothing to do with it, bro.
The Hittites
we got to
weren't
defend our
African. They
borders.
weren't
The Hittites
African,
did
no.
not try to enter Egypt, bro.
We got to defend our borders, right?
No, you
Against
lot were
an
on the
invading
rampage,
force.
going out
1
to far
second, my
places
brother.
like Turkey and trying to establish outposts there,
Is it
which
our
they
land?
did have
No,
a
hold
good
on.
amount of
Con,
outposts.
can I ask a question?
Hold on,
Is
my
this
brother.
after the Hyksos when they went to fight the
Right.
Hittites?
Do we exist prior to the Hyksos? Yes.
No, but Con,
So everything
Con,
you're saying is out of sync, my
Con,
brother. Sorry, Zulu.
What? I don't
it's
know
all
what
right.
you mean, bro.
And the reason why I'm asking you this question, this is very important. Did they go after the Hittites after the Hyksos were kicked out? Yes or no, Con?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
So from what I read up earlier, the reason why they wanted to stretch Kemet's borders further out is because they didn't want what happened with the Hyksos to happen again. They wanted to take the revenge on
That's
the
fair
Asiatics.
enough. I've not got a
So
problem
that's
with
why
that.
they stretched out even all the way up into Iraq, the Kemetic Empire at one point.
Okay,
It
but
was an act of revenge.
They were still playing away, innit? Like sometimes you're fighting at home, sometimes you're playing away. Like it's like football, innit?
Yes.
Right. So they were away from their homeland. They took certain armies with them and certain resources with them, and they went further afield and they established outposts, innit? From one outpost to another outpost to another outpost. The same way how the Romans spread, isn't it?
Yeah,
the
it
Romans
sounds good. It
spread
sounds good.
castle,
It sounds good.
castle by castle.
It sounds good, but you're going to
strategic
leave
places
out
where they would build castles, right? So when castles fall, it's not just one building fell or accumulation of soldiers surrounded by a wall fell. That was strategically put there to guard a
fort.
a certain route. A certain route that the route is more important than anything, really, because humans have been traveling the same routes throughout history. You know, if someone comes and builds an outpost there and says, "Right, I'm claiming this," it's like me sticking a castle in the middle of the M25.
We're not doing humans because it's too non-specific. We have to be more specific when we talk.
But we have to understand.
So, as I said, when certain
general
civilizations,
terms before we get specific.
but hold on, my brother. When we're talking about specific groups of people, like you're starting to mention now, Hittites and Hyksos and yeah, this is all after the fact for these people, for the Egyptians especially, yeah, because their reign far supersedes these people' existence or forming together in that area, an area that was previously governed by these people that had no problems with their cousins. And there's so much information showing the backing and forthing in cuneiform, a universal language for these people, yeah, over many thousands of years prior to what you're talking about, these baby little invasions and incursions and all of that. This is and you've got to take also into account that why Menes, the starter of the first dynasties of Egypt, right, has to go up to Iraq and claim everything back. To claim everything back means that you previously owned it. And there's lots of stories of many pharaohs who, because of their relaxed attitude, the borders were pushed back.
Sounds like
So
Nimrod.
it depends. It depends when you're born, as a pharaoh. Where did you owe the whole of the Levant, or you only owed up to Israel or Jerusalem and just above that? Do you get what I'm saying? So it's changed over the eons. But trust and know, before any Turks in that region or Anatolians, as you know, it was all the same people. Do you get what I'm saying? Sumerians,
no, it wasn't.
My
No,
brother,
it wasn't, bro.
you know what I'm saying? All the way, Canaanites, all of this, all of that is us.
You're trying to rewrite history and claim whoever you feel is victorious on your side of who's black or white, and then put other people on the other side. You can't do that, because then people did not claim to be related to you. Hittites did not claim to be related to you. Yeah, Hittites, they had a different language, different ethnicity, different haploid group. They had a different everything. Like, they were different people to you, bro.
Well,
like, you're claiming that Hittites are the same as who? As Africans? Are you mad, bro?
I feel that the Egyptians must have known what they were doing when they put it on the walls. You understand? So they put a line of what they considered.
That was an account of a war that happened.
No, it wasn't a war. It was a line of the people.
Of course, it was a war.
Sorry, the image that shows like 5 different people that reside and thing in that land, and that they say they're related to. There's
They're
Egyptians,
not related to you.
There's Nubians, there's all sorts on the wall, and then there's these Hittites looking people. Do you get what I'm saying? Very fair, very pale. They got beards, they got thing, just like there's what you would see in Sumeria and We're not talking about skin color, my brother. We're talking about lineage. So it's what the Egyptians say. You know what I mean? And I have seen many new charts showing it the other way round, and it's a joke. But the reality is, everybody, according to the Egyptians in that depiction, is related, and one of them happened to be the Hittites.
Not true at all.
Okay.
Well, you saying that?
Say not true. Sorry, you say not true at all. But you must understand that there is that argument. Do you get what I'm saying? And it has been around for a long time, as well as the depiction, which is in stone, and which people have made, archaeologists have made various reconstructions of, because they're in there doing reconstructions as we speak. You know, painting everything a little bit slightly different color. Some things you can't change, and other things you can. You know what I mean? To try and bring yourself into the equation, but
no one's bringing no one into the equation.
No. I'm just saying, the European,
relaxing,
the European
pharaohs are trying to roll up on them, and then they had to raise up their army and defend their land, and that's what they did.
It was a retaliation because of the Asiatics coming into Kemet. Prior to the Asiatics coming into Kemet, they weren't really bothered or fussed with the Asiatic regions like that. It was only until the Hyksos came in, fuck shit up. And then what's his name again?
I'm saying, Zulu. That's what I'm saying. There's this back and forth, where one force is repelled by someone who tried to raise up a greater force, and it goes back and forth. And this is just the story of humanity. But what we're saying in general terms, there was an expansion of humans out of Africa all the way up to Siberia, where at one point those people who moved up, listen to what I'm saying. At one point, those people that moved up to that area, due to climatic conditions, they had to then just reverse and come back down and attack people who they were previously part of, right? But when they attacked them, they didn't attack them as a brother or a neighbor. They attacked them from people who came from beyond the ice wall. They didn't know them anymore. They had a different language, a different religion, a different culture. They had a different ethnicity. And when they attacked them, they attacked them as enemies. So let's not make out like they were neighboring states that had a dispute. They weren't neighboring. They didn't know each other. Historically, this is proven that there has been an influx of people from the north downwards, right? That happened at a certain period of time. Before that, everything was just expanding out of Africa. Africans were just expanding outwards, right?
When you say out of Africa, again, this leans to a Homo sapien, sapien, Homo. So, like, you're completely disregarding Denisovian, all the other human remains that show that we were in all other parts of the world.
Brother,
So, if you're going to just say out of Africa,
I'm not talking about
you're going back to evolution, my brother.
I'm not talking about evolution, brother. I'm talking about human beings, yeah, moving in one direction, right, and spreading all throughout the world, dispersing all throughout the world. There came a point where they actually ran out of habitable land, right? Now, after a period of time, those people living in the most scarce areas, due to climatic conditions, then had to turn around and then attack the people of, for example, northern India or Persia or Europe, or even right through Mesopotamia into Africa. This is a wave of people that's happened across that whole part of Earth. And it's due to climatic conditions, and it roughly happens during the same time periods because it's weather dictated, right? These people had to attack. Now, if they had the technology or they didn't have the technology, they would have had to acquire it. Same way how the Mongols, when they attacked the Europeans, they acquired their technology from Chinese, right? So even though they didn't develop that technology, they had to acquire it because it was necessary.
So the skill that's
necessary for them to have
the skill that's stealing other people's things, right?
If you want to call it stealing, I'm calling it acquiring.
Acquiring.
So
they didn't steal the technology to build pillars. They didn't steal the technology to do chariots. They didn't steal the technology. All they did is steal technology. Even when it comes to when it comes to gunpowder. Hold on, let me say this. When it comes to gunpowder, it was the Chinese. They took that from them.
When we're talking about chariots, it was the Egyptians that stole it. The Egyptians didn't have horses. They didn't have horses. The horses lived out in Kazakhstan and places like that. Naturally, that's where horses were. So these people, obviously, to utilize the horses fully, developed this technology of what is chariots, right? Now, when they went to war with Egypt, Egypt saw this and then thought, "Oh, that's a good thing to have," and they developed their own. So then both sides had chariots, and they would literally have chariot wars where they would go at each other, and both sides would have chariots. But that technology originally came from the other side. You lot didn't develop.
It doesn't make sense. Hold on. If Ramses, hold on. If Ramses is the one who's dealing with the Hittites, right? And they eventually start writing a treaty. So that's the first treaty supposedly on the planet, that a document, you should say, written in stone that says, like, you know what, 50-50, you stay over there, we stay over here. There's no beef. Do you get what I'm saying? But you can't push past certain border in the Middle East to say that's yours, Hittites or whatever. But that's after a major beef where the person who was riding the chariot doesn't depict the Hittites with chariots necessarily, my brother. Yeah.
There weren't no horses in Africa. Yes or no?
Hold on.
Do you agree or not?
No, I don't agree. Like,
what are Zulu? Zulu, was there horses in Africa?
Like, hold on. Because what's going to be depicted on the walls?
They didn't originate in Africa.
No, they didn't originate in there. But we're saying there are horses in Africa because there's so many kingdoms that were on horseback in Africa. So we're not going to do that.
There are depictions of horses on the walls of Kemet. Right. But the argument can be made that they discovered the horses and then used them later on. But yes, they're not even in
Ramses. Let's go. Even in Ramses' time, which is quite late in the day for me. Do you get what I'm saying? And what they're saying is
that's the new kingdom, right?
The second intermediary period when the Hittites came in, right? Tried to invade or whatever, right? So what I'm saying is, if Ramses is depicted, winning that battle or whatever, on a chariot, that's what we know of the situation. Do you get what I'm saying? He's going to depict himself as the winner, but he's got his bow and arrow on the back of a chariot that has been ridden by a couple of horses. This is not a new science or new technology to the Egyptians.
It is new. It's just new and stolen,
my brother.
It's new and stolen.
I can't agree to that. Well, Egyptians don't need to steal. They've got all the natural.
Yeah, they do.
Hold on. They've got all the materials.
No, they
and
don't.
they've got all the capabilities like ships
no, they
and
don't.
all of that.
If you don't have horses, you can't have chariots.
My brother, before you people with chariots We've got ships, so we can go anywhere in the world, my brother, and bring back anything we want. So that's not
stealing.
the issue.
It's called stealing.
No, it's trade. It's called trade. It's called trade. We know that the Egyptians.
No, but I'm saying you see
I'm
a
talking about
couple
your
horses.
argument. You're saying that's stealing. So I'm saying if that's stealing, then this is stealing.
No, it's trade, my
No
brother.
one
We know
said
that. We
stealing,
know
bro.
that the
I'm not
Egyptians
saying
traded
that. You're
with the
saying
South.
that.
With this, when you look at the Olmecs, right? We know that there was a trade between the Cometians and the Olmecs because they found cocaine usage in Kemet, even in the Pharaohs. They
And
found
tobacco.
cocaine and tobacco. These things are indigenous to the Americas.
Yep.
Bro.
Do you understand that?
That's not our issue. Yeah.
So they definitely traveled and traded with other areas. They didn't need to steal anything. It's the Europeans that were going around stealing people's technology, as they even did later on in modern history when they stole the inventions from black people in America, and they stole a lot of our things.
Right. And
That's a
even
fact.
though they got to Rome and all of that, and they had the ability of the wheel, they still walked most of their battles. They walked to their places. They walked to Germania. They walked to England. They walked. Yeah. So all this new technology, how come those same people never took over the whole of the planet with that supposed technology?
They did. And this is the world we're living in today. So I don't know what you're talking about.
The Hittites.
The Proto-Indo-Europeans.
The Hittites.
Yeah, the Indo-Europeans.
I'm saying the Hittites.
Yeah, the Indo-Europeans, yes.
Oh, my brother. The Hittites have their time in history, and then they are no more. So, like...
No, that's not
They
true.
got wrecked. The Hittites got destroyed, man.
Come on, my brother. Like we're not going to do that, man. We have civilizations in Africa that are similar of the modern time that were big at a particular stage and don't exist no more. Yeah. So what we know is that people move to other places, join other societies, and and now those have been put labels on. But no, say they came from greater and older societies and organized nations prior. Do you get what I'm saying? That's how the system works in Africa. Do you get what I'm saying? So, but the Hittites, yeah, man, come on, man. This is a beef amongst family, but they never brought no technology. They brought water, man.
It's not.
That means
you're not related
ready.
to Indo-Europeans, bro. They're called Indo-Europeans. They're from India. Nothing to do with
Indians
Africa.
related to us.
Indians related to us.
No, the southern Indians are.
I'm saying are Indians.
Not the Aryans, not the northern Indians.
No, yes. Because
India's Kush.
Remember that
no,
what you're
wrong.
talking about, one second, what you're talking about, the modern day Indian, yeah, a lot of them have admixture from your people, other people, but that doesn't make them.
But who gave them the name India?
But hold on, my brother. It's just like you're trying
called
to say
India
something
before.
that sounds so retarded when you have accepted.
Exactly. So you're a different set of people.
My brother.
You're
it's
not
just
Indian.
The same region. Kush, where it was before, when it was Egypt, we're not arguing about that.
I don't know what you're arguing about. I'm
Egypt.
telling you historical facts.
But I'm saying, like, you're saying you're locating places, you're naming names, and when I give you the older name for the place, yeah, you're not seeing the picture. So you're saying Kush,
but that's not what you're doing. I'm saying to you,
what you're talking
India,
about.
The word Hind, comes from the northern invaders, the white people that moved into India. It's not from the indigenous African people that were there or the southern people that were the very black people. The name India doesn't come from those people. So I'm telling you about Indians. I'm talking about the tribes of people that invaded from the north, who were Indo-European, who had chariots, who used those chariots in a military advantage to take that continent. That's what they did. And that same technology was used all throughout Indo-European invasion of the rest of the world. That's what they did. They came from northern Russia. They came down and they're the R haploid group. And now all the ruling elites have an R haploid group. Why? Because even though they weren't great in number, they established themselves as the leading elite. Same in England.
Sorry, my brother.
Same in England. The majority of the population is not related by blood to the ruling elite because they operate what is called a caste system, where a small group of people at the top rule over people at the bottom. And the people at the bottom will always have a greater number.
So that's exactly proving our point. So the more original Asians...
Hold
on. You're not giving no facts because India comes from the... Hold on, my brother. I let you talk. I didn't agree with shit. Yeah.
You
So
just
I'm
said I'm
saying
not.
like the
I'm not arguing with you.
India comes from the word Indra and also the Indus Valley that it also represents. Do you get what I'm saying? Right. But now, when they were calling it Hindu Kush, Hindu or Hindi or whatever, because of the culture, the way of life or the religion, right? And Kush because of their origins from where we're saying is Ethiopia and all of that. They knew that when they were Harappans and all of that. Yeah, the Harappan Empire, which is like 5,000 years ago in India. Yeah, you lot can't even talk because you don't exist. So we don't want to do these silly games where you're trying to equivalate being Indo something, meaning you came out of something, not that you're coming into something, right? You came out of a set of people, right? That are Asian. That's it.
Are you
Not that
now
it's the other way around.
arguing? Let
And
me
then
just double check that. Let me double check.
hold on. And then you remixed with them later on.
Are you
as well
arguing
as
that
other
all
as
people
well
are
as other
related?
European groups.
Are you
Like,
arguing that
man.
all people are related?
Hmm?
Are you arguing that all people are related?
I'm saying that the Asians, we're all related, yes, to some way,
But
some
for
way, shape, or
however
form.
long I've known you, you've been
Mm.
arguing the opposite of that. That there
No, I
are
haven't,
people
man.
that you're not related to, that they're other
Yeah,
people.
directly. Yes.
Who then? Who are the other people? Because if the
Yes.
Indo-Europeans are related to you, then that doesn't leave anyone else.
No, I'm not saying Indo-Europeans. I'm saying the Asians, the Indians
But
that you're calling Indian, that you know fully well are an admixture of original people from the Horn. Like, what are we doing here? We brought up so much evidence to prove that fact.
Yeah, you're
Yeah?
massively contradicting yourself.
I'm not contradicting myself.
You
I'm
are,
telling you
because if
that you
everyone's
said
like the same people,
Indo-Aryan. Hold on. You said Indo-Aryan, and
I said
Indo-Aryan is what these
Indo-European.
people are. But you said also agreed that the Southern Indians are us.
Brother,
Right?
are all human
Hold on,
beings
my brother.
related?
Hold on. You said the Southern Indians are related to us. So why not the Northern Indians related to us? They are related to us, but they have additional admixture. There's nothing wrong with that. But we can clearly see that.
Mike, you're
right. We can clearly see that. We know how
You've been
human
arguing
beings
this
work.
whole
You got to
time.
mix.
You've been arguing this whole
You got to
time
mix with
that
someone, my
when
brother.
the people came out of the Caucasus Mountains, right? They were different people. They're not related to you.
I'm not talking
right?
about Indian people.
1 minute, man.
That's
1
not
minute.
Indian
Do you
people,
agree?
is it?
Let's go step by step. Do you agree to that? Yes or no?
No, bruvs. Stop
No,
chatting
now.
shit, bruvs.
So now it's
Listen
no.
to myself. Listen to me when I speak. Yeah. I ain't said nothing of the sort. Like, relax yourself. Yeah. If you know what I said, then you wouldn't be asking me these stupid questions.
It's not
and
stupid.
Trying to, yeah, it's stupid because
It's
I
not
never said
stupid.
these things, bro. I'm saying to you, when you mention Indian, yeah, and Indo-Aryan, and that Indo-Aryans created Indians, yeah, you was barking up the wrong tree, yeah, because you know, and I know for a fact that those people, original Dravidians, yeah, came from Africa. Right?
No, they came from Anatolia.
Oh my god!
No.
I thought you said
Yeah,
everyone
they
came
did.
from Africa.
This is
Show
mad.
and proof. Hey,
This
Khan,
is
it's
mad.
easy. Share your
This
screen,
is
bro.
mad.
Share your screen, innit?
Remember that their transition. Hold on,
man.
their move into that location. Hold on, is in the region of 60,000 years ago. So please explain what you're talking about, my brother.
What I'm trying to show you is
So
not that
those are the
those
people
people
that
weren't. I'm not saying that
Raj
they
said
weren't
he come from.
originally African or they never came out of Africa or they weren't black. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that they were the inhabitants of Anatolia. And from Anatolia, they crossed through Iran, come out in northern India, and the Dravidians
Lies.
then moved into India. And this is the same route that the Aryans took when they came out of the Caucasus Mountains into Anatolia, yeah, and then across Iran into northern India, and then they invaded the same way. The only people that come a different route, they're saying, is at the very south of India, the very black people, they're saying they got there by boat or other methods. They
Sorry,
did
in
not go
India they're
through.
all black, my brother.
No, they are. They've all homogenized now.
First of all,
No,
They've all
some of
become.
them.
They're all
Hold
mixed
on, hold
now.
on. The hierarchy and people left in positions of power after the 200-year colonization by the British. Yes, we understand that, right? They're going to leave their descendants in charge. Yeah. Now their descendants are what we're seeing in Nollywood and but that's not your average person from the different parts of India. They don't look like what
when
like
people
Shilpa Shetty
invaded
and none of that.
when people entered India,
Can I
they
as well?
all homogenized and became one people now. When you go all around India, it's very rare. They all
India's not
roughly look the same now.
They don't.
They're not
They do,
homogenized.
bro. They're
First
very
of all,
slight differences.
Michael, first of all, can I ask something? When you look at India now, the Indus Valley, when you say India, it's a bit.
Indus Valley is in Pakistan, isn't it?
1 second, bro. Finish, bro. When we talk about India, it's very deceiving because we talk about look at modern things today. But what we look at it is the Indus Valley. Yeah, the Indus Valley was dominated by Dravidians and the people who are from the modern day Sri Lanka. They were the most dominant people in that whole region. Everything which comes light skin is part Mongolian, part Veda, who came in after, part Mughal, all those things who came in after and pushed people to Sri Lanka and to the south.
So yeah, that's all it is.
You
We
just
know
said
what it
what I
is,
just
though.
said, bro.
No, but we know what it is. So why are you telling me, oh, man's not saying that when all not related and I'm giving you the origin of a particular set of people that you mentioned. When you mention India or Asians, yeah, and now you're talking about Indo-Aryan. But the fact that the Indo is there showing you their origin, yeah, not the other way around. Because one came before the other, and that's what it's telling you. Do you get what I'm saying? But to say that they invaded those regions and subjugated some of those people and bred into some of those people, yeah, true. But there's enough time in history for your people to do it and many others to do it as well. But a lot of them to still maintain their look and origin, how they originally look. And remember, there's still hold on, people directly from Africa in India.
Okay.
Yeah, the largest amount outside of Africa.
Forget for a second.
Is in
just
India.
Put aside what the people actually look like, whether they're black, white, or in the middle, right? If we look at the haploid group of the ruling elites, right, the people with a genetic marker, right, we can see that a small group of people, the Aryans, are still the main haploid group. That means that one man could have married up to 10 women, yeah, and it could have produced more and more and more R people, because the main haploid group of Indians is R, right? So if like you're saying there were 50% Dravidian or 50% African and 50% invading force or whatever, that would not be the case.
Can you look it up again, because the haplogroup is H, as far as I knew. But no problem.
It's R. It's R.
Look again,
the Indians,
please.
The Indians
have another look.
R, the R group.
H.
I think I'm gonna play a video.
H like H. That's why we know it, because we put the two together and say, okay, what's the main thing? Oh, H. Okay, cool, no problem. Yeah, that's their haplogroup. All right, no problem. They're not J's. They're not they're H. So why are you saying the opposite?
But Michael, this haplogroup business, can you name a tribe which is J? Which is J haplogroup? What is haplogroup? They don't say anything.
One minute.
Ain't no Asian, no R1.
1 minute.
Let's say that
What's the question? Let me understand the question.
I'm saying, can you name me a tribe of J or H or whatever? But
okay.
When it says H haplogroup,
I don't know. You seem to think that tribes is actually something important, but it's not. There's no pure blood tribes. All tribes are a mixture of people. You can't keep a pure blood tribe. You end up being inbred. You have to have some mixture.
Listen. It's simple, yeah. When you say J haplogroup, what are you talking about?
You want to know about the J's?
Who are they?
Who are the J's?
Yeah.
The Mesopotamians.
Mesopotamians?
J2, yeah, is different from J1.
Can you show me somewhere where it says J2 are Mesopotamians?
Yeah, Turkey's J2 predominantly.
No,
it's like 30% or more.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. This is what games you like playing. Can you show me where it says J group is Mesopotamian? I don't hear your what you think. I want you to show me.
But you asked me what I know, and I'm telling you.
No, I said show me.
What do you want me to show you? What do you want me to show you?
Any text that says the J haplogroup is Mesopotamian.
Okay, if you go and look in the Mesopotamian area, yeah, which is Iraq, Iran, and Turkey, I call it the Levant if you want. The predominant haploid group and the the main body of people are J2 people.
There today.
Right?
There
Now,
today.
yeah,
Not-
they're
not- not-
today. Yes,
yeah.
my brother.
So-
Yes, they're there today. And them people originate from that area. Right?
What?
Now, there is admixture. There is admixture from ours, yeah, who are the ruling elites, right?
Oh, my days.
Now, because they're the ruling elites, you can see that there was an invasion of people at a later date. They invaded from the north, from the other side of Caucasus Mountains, where the R's come from. They invaded all throughout the area. And what they did was they become the ruling elite. They established themselves as the ruling elites.
What were their names? What are these people?
The R people, like the Ural Altaic people, the Finno-Ugric people, like the Yamnaya tribe, the Kurgan tribe. Like there's these people that we know where they come from, innit? There are people. They're from Russian origins.
The Uyghurs are Turkic people. They're from Mongolia.
But the ruling elite is the R tribe.
What is our tribe? What tribe are they from?
Hold on, let's get this right. Let me play this video because it's short. But I swear, no.
Some say no, but biology says yes. In almost every single culture around the world, much emphasis was placed on lineage, which is referring to an individual's line of ancestors, and still is important to a certain extent today. Some people around the world are quite proud of their lineage, and others not so much.
Still.
While others
I
say it
swear,
shouldn't
let's
matter at
find
all.
H.
Various cultures have different naming customs passed down from generation to generation in order to preserve their lineage, and this may vary by country. For instance, in the Anglo world, traditionally the father would pass on his surname to his children, but in the Spanish peoples in the region, and it's quite rare west of the Ebro River, except for a large Italians, French, Iberians from southern Italy and the Levant. This is where the fun begins, as now we'll be looking at haplogroup R1, which originated in North Central Asia around 3,000 years ago.
Where from,
This
Michael?
haplogroup is widely associated with the
Central Asia.
North Central Asia.
Yeah.
You said-
North
you said
Central
they came
Asia,
from-
which is Russia.
But you said they come from Anatolia.
No, I didn't say that. I said they come from northern Russia.
No, R1s. This is
The R's,
this is the R's. Yeah, this is not J. This is
this is
right.
R's.
This is R's, right?
All right.
So
Can
look
you
at all
see
the
there's-
places.
Can you see there's some in Africa as well?
Hmm?
Can you see that there's
Now,
some in Africa?
this is
as well?
now. This is now. We don't care.
Yeah,
about that.
now. Yeah, I'm talking about
We
now.
don't care
Yeah.
about that.
But they're not white people though.
These are white people, my brother.
No, where?
R1. R1 are white people.
Yeah, they started off as white, but there's some black ones in Africa.
All right, cool.
spread of Proto-Indo-Europeans from their heartland in the Caspian.
Indo-Europeans.
Proto-Indo-Europeans.
Oh, Indo-Europeans. But you talk about Indo-Europeans, which are Aryans, right?
Yeah, this is the R people. It's what we're talking about.
So Indo-Europeans are R, right?
Yeah.
So if Indians are not R.
No, the ruling elite are. The majority.
Oh,
might
okay.
not be.
But obviously, why are the ruling elite R?
Because they invaded there.
No, yeah, because R colonized there. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying other people that they did not touch, did not taint with their whatever they're bringing, right? Their DNA and whatever, right? Their RDNA. Yeah.
Where are they?
What are those people? Do you get me? Because there's
see,
so many
can you see
more
on the
of
map
those
that
people.
that you're showing now?
One second. There's so many more
Yeah,
of
here,
those
yeah.
people in India. Because remember,
Right.
there's over 1 billion people in India,
All
right?
right.
So, right, these people
Now,
who
there
are
it is.
mixed and blah 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 will only be small percentage
All right.
in. Well, not really small, but yeah, small enough.
I just
Like
want to
you can
point out
clearly
one thing.
see
I just
the
wanna point out one
admixture and the differences. Right.
All right, I just want to point out one thing. India back then was bigger than what the India that we know today. So really, when you're looking at the purple bit at the top, yeah, you're going quite deep into that before you stop being in India. Because India, you could say, would be 50-50. 50%, the north of it would be Indo-European. The other half of it, the bottom part, would be the Dravidians, right?
Are we entirely having this conversation in Eurasia?
No.
Are we?
No.
What? No, I'm saying obviously around the world, yeah. But I'm saying,
I'm saying India
the
doesn't
reality.
come under India doesn't come under Eurasia.
Sorry?
India doesn't come under Eurasia.
Is it on the same landmass?
No, it's not. It's not.
India is not on the same landmass as.
What?
India is not in is not in Eurasia.
It is the term Eurasia is including India, Korea,
Pakistan.
China. This is China, and Japan over here. Do you get what I'm saying? So like they're all on this. There's no breaks. There's no gaps. This is
know, but
all
I don't
one.
think
Hold on one second.
Eurasia goes that far out.
1 second. 1 second. Yeah, because look, they're saying now this is Asia Minor, right? All of this is Asia Minor. This is the lies, right? This is the natural border. Look, the Caucasus Mountains is right here, you know, my brother. Everything that's going on is on the other side of it. Interesting, right? And then we go to the Caspian Sea and all of this type of stuff that we was explaining to you before, and all the other little seas they've got. Do you get what I'm saying? Before you get into the Mediterranean, this is your Turkey right here. This Turkey is part of this and this. Sorry, this larger piece here, which is we're calling Northeast Africa, and was known to be that for the longest time. Yeah, wherever many people came, as you can see, it's not that hard. You don't have to go over the Caucasus Mountains to reach there. You can just go across the Aegean Sea, and you can, you know, go across Turkey or whatever, you know what I mean, or the other side of Turkey, you know what I mean, yeah, which is this side, you know what I mean. There's a little bit that's a little bit of Turkey, yeah, but that's the Constantinople side, and the Istanbul probably on this side, yeah, whatever, yeah. So this side obviously is where we're talking about a lot: Assyria, Hittites, all of that, right, Khan? And we're talking about Anatolians, and we're talking about here and da. But we're telling you, for the majority of history and haplogroups, yeah, a lot of these men were not there, and the history supports that. The factual evidence support that. You know what I mean? And even though you might have these people there now, who are they surrounded by? Who's the majority in that region? You know what I mean? The ones they want to leave out.
This is just showing. This is showing. We can't see what percentage of these countries here have got any admixture or any other admixtures. It's not showing that. It's showing you
specific, right?
Yeah, it's showing you the majority or the origins of those groups, right? So we can see that
it's not an origin. It's where they are now.
Homelands. It's basically their homelands.
So it's where they are now.
It's not an origin. It's where they are now. Because
this map is showing where they are now.
Yes.
Yeah, but there were no DNA.
Every map that they do is more relates to where they are now. This is why it's you're getting it misconstrued when you're seeing J2 in a certain region. But you know, before E1B1A and E1B1D resided in that region way before that. So we can tell that it's a measurement and a thing of now.
So show me before
and that blood group
show
now
me where is
in that
Indus,
region.
Show me where is the Indus Valley from here.
The Indus Valley. This is the Indus Valley, man.
No, it's not.
Indus Valley's here.
That's that bit there, further up.
What?
Keep going up.
Up where?
See that little dip?
This.
Down.
There.
To the left.
There.
Now the other direction.
Over here.
That little crack in there where it goes in. Ain't that Indus Valley there?
Pause.
No. It's the mountain range. There's a mountain range here, and there's loads of rivers. And one of them is the Indus River. And it flows
so that
into
big river,
one second.
Is Indus River, right?
It flows into India, what we're calling India, and then breaks off into other tributaries and rivers. And
so from this map, we can see that northern Indians, Pakistanis, Afghans, all these people going right up to Central Asia, where there's all these Turkic tribes living there. They're all our people, right? The same as Russians. The same as English. They're Russian. They are our people. They're not Mesopotamians. They're not Turkish, like I am, like from Turkey, right? They are Turkic and Russian type people, right?
Okay,
how
so
they look
in
India, like their skin color now, is irrelevant because that's due to admixture. That's all I'm saying. You can't judge it by how they look.
What? Of course, you can judge it by how they look.
These
they're originally
Indo-European people, have mixed with all these other people, right? and they've created like a caste system where they put themselves at the top, but they have to mix with the majority. So they do look like the people that they're ruling over.
They didn't create the caste system. They just changed it.
Okay.
They came in and
but they
changed.
utilized it.
Hold on. They
to
came
rule
in and
over.
changed the religious aspect of what Hinduism was and what Hindus do and who they practice to and all of that.
According to this map now,
Mm-hmm.
is there any R people in Turkey?
According to this map,
No, there isn't, right?
No.
All right.
No,
but
there
when
is
you
a little
showed the
bit.
previous video, it was saying it was up to 20% R. Do you remember that?
Right. Because we're not looking for that yet.
I'm just
This
pointing
is
that out.
specific.
I'm just saying.
Hold
I'm
on,
just
it's
saying.
specific though. Specific. There's white people in Turkey. Yeah, defo. Look, you can see it right there.
No, but it's not coming up as a purple country.
No. We're not saying.
Right. So this is showing the majority. So if the majority,
yeah, the majority that's in there right at this present moment,
yeah,
of only one
Group.
haplogroup. Right. Cool. Let's move on.
All right. Cool.
So I don't know what you're claiming. Let's go. Oops. Let's go back.
French, Iberians, and originated in North Central Asia around 20,000 years ago. This haplogroup is widely associated with the spread of Proto-Indo-Europeans from their heartland in the Caspian Basin, with R1b being predominant in most Western European ethnic groups from the Germans, Italians, French, Iberians, and inhabitants of the British Isles. R1a is spread throughout most of Eastern Europe, except for the Balkans, and has a moderate presence in Eastern Germany and Austria, showing the large degree of admixture between Slavic and Germanic peoples in the region.
Slavic and Germanic people. Interesting.
And is quite rare west of the Elbe River, except for a large number descended from Polish migrants near Köln. But when we look at the rest of Eurasia, we can see that R1a spread to areas of southern Central Asia among the Kyrgyz, Uzbek, and Uyghurs, but most notably to South Asia, where it is dominant in much of the Indo-Aryan population of northern India.
Mm-hmm.
But what's truly astounding is when you look at the spread of haplogroup R1b, which is scattered throughout the old world, especially among the Armenians and Bashkirs of Russia, but also among the Chadic-speaking groups in West Africa. But these did not result from European colonization.
Can you see them in Turkey, yeah?
No, it was more. There was more when they showed R1b.
No, they went closer. They went closer.
There was more Slavs in Turkey than there was these ones.
Yeah, but they're all mixed, isn't it? That's what I'm saying. Like these Europeans have been mixing with each other, and then they're gonna come and mix with Mediterraneans and mix with, they're gonna mix with all of these people, Asians again, and everything, and Mongolians and all of that. It's gonna be a melting pot. Yeah, but that we're already in existence, flourishing, while all of this is happening.
Yeah, it's all to do with weather and conditions.
It seems to become an admixture of the original. Yeah, of course, makes sense.
Or rather by previous migrations from the Middle East or Central Asia, where R1b can be found in smaller percentages. R1b was spread by European colonization to the Americas and Oceania.
Come on, we know that, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be there.
Shocking?
You wouldn't be there, right? If they never colonized the place, they wouldn't have no DNA over there.
What's surprising is
that
the
for most of the planet.
Amount of them in South America is so shocking. I never would have thought that that many people would be of white origin.
I mean, there's Ashkenazis, there's all sorts of European.
But there ain't that many white people in South America.
Yeah, and even in highly.
That's mad. Sorry?
There ain't that many white people in South America.
Who told you that? You don't know, man. Some countries, yeah, especially Argentina and all of that, and wiping out the indigenous Afro Argentinian. Well, not.
Yeah, but Argies would be the only country,
just taking them away from the forefront. You get me? But yeah, Argentina and certain countries in the South Americas, they've definitely colonized.
Well, look at Brazil, though. Brazil, would you say it's a predominantly white country?
It would seem so. It would seem so. I mean, there's loads of black people there, but yeah, it would seem so. There's loads, and then a lot of these people are admixture. You know what I mean? Clear to see.
Mixed Latin American countries like Brazil, R1b remains dominant at over 50% of the population, an even higher percentage than in the United States. And this is believed to be due not only to post-independent European migration, but also due to the initial Portuguese settler population. In the Americas, haplogroup Q is dominant among the vast majority of indigenous peoples, and due to intermixing with Europeans, Africans, and others over the centuries, is present in varying amounts in most Latin American countries today, with the exception of
more admixtures. Q, you know.
Q. What's Q? Who's Q? Mongolians?
Q. No, bruv.
The North American Indians.
They can't say that.
Yeah.
They can't say that. They're saying it's all of the above. All mixed up together. Including Africans. You know what I'm saying? This is how you're getting these little distinctions. And I keep telling you, the base material is going to be highly melanated people. And mostly, in most cases, it's going to be Africans. And it's other people who's going to come in on them once they've all been created by their admixture or whatever, and and all these mixing and whatever, somewhere else, somewhere cold. Yeah. And then they're coming across the world, mixing with other people. But one thing they ain't getting is themselves again.
But something funny he said there. He said, if Q are indigenous, how come the letter Q? If they're indigenous to that area, how come they're the letter Q? They should be higher up.
They just start running out of letters, bruv.
No, that makes sense. Doesn't make. If they're indigenous to the area, how come they number the letters lower than the people who came there? The J's.
No, they ain't the J's. They're the R's.
The R's, yeah.
Who is indigenous to the place? They should be the higher number. They should be like.
Well, it's not just location.
Obviously, the person who was
not location,
giving out the letters gave
it's basically your blood, right?
It's your surname
first. It's your surname, basically, and it's the admixtures. So yes, they can say that because they're mixed of Spanish, and African, and
How are they indigenous?
So those are all.
How are they indigenous?
Because of the time when it happened. This is not just the other day.
You know that in the out of Africa theory, these people have been some of the later along the letters. Like A would be in Africa, B would be in Africa, yeah. E is in Africa, so they're the original people. Now, when you start traveling along the routes that people took, they ain't been in America that long, bro.
Africans have been the thing, yeah. Africans have been going to the Americas for a long time. So where are those people there?
The Africans that are in America,
straight from Africa, yeah.
I don't know if it's on this chart though.
It's Asian. Ooh. Okay, let's go.
Let's see what it's gonna say.
Okay. What's this one?
And
Cambodia
peoples, but it's also spread throughout
China,
much of mainland Cambodia and the Austroasiatic speakers of Eastern India, as well as in insular Southeast Asia, due to previous Austroasiatic migrations there in the past.
What haplogroup is this?
Its northern branch is located primarily in Korea and Japan. Haplogroup OM112 originated in China and is today most heavily associated with Thai, Hmong, and Sino-Tibetan peoples, but is also spread throughout much of mainland and insular Southeast Asia. Haplogroup H, which was formed around 50...
What did he say?
H.
Okay, and what did I say?
You said H.
Okay, cool. That's
all
I wanted to. Yeah, you said R. I said H.
Yeah,
and
but
I'm
when
saying...
you just showed R, the top of India is R, the bottom's H.
But that makes sense, right?
Yeah, but so it's 50-50.
Well, one's there before the other. Like, what are we doing about?
Yeah, but one's the ruling elite of the other.
No, it's just another set of people coming in and mixing and to create them. They have to be created. It's not that they're coming in.
Are you saying that the Aryans didn't rule over the Dravidians?
How?
They dominated them. They took over the whole country.
A weaker gene cannot dominate in a dominant gene. What are you doing?
Who's saying that they're weaker though?
We're talking about genes, yeah? We're talking about blood.
Yeah, I'm saying who's saying that they're weaker?
I'm saying they're weaker.
Right, based on what though?
Based on the evidence that you can't
based
get
on how
an Aryan, you cannot get blonde hair, blue eyes replicated if you mix with any people who have melanin.
But the haploid group doesn't change.
Right. So
appearance can
It just
change.
shows you. It just shows you who has the predominant gene. Let's not say the superior. Let's say the predominant gene.
In terms of melanation.
Of course.
But that's not what we're measuring.
Yeah, but melanation helps with your genes, it seems. Because the more original you are on the planet, they seem to have a heavy level of melanin. Right?
Okay.
And all the other people, whether they be Oriental, Mongolian, still have their equivalent amounts of melanin. So that's not their issue. It's only these people who don't have melanin, in the skin pigment, that we can know that that look they're trying to say is what? Supreme. To not have melanin like everybody else has got, right? And to have blonde hair, which means that there ain't something right. Where's the melanin in your hair? There's no color. There's what's going on?
That's why it's called melon.
I'm to the mousy. I'm to the mousy brown or something. At least that's a color. Yeah. So they're saying this is the height. Yeah. When in fact it's the opposite, because genes wise and everything else, shows that it's the opposite. Yeah. And if this Aryan breeds with a Tamil or a Dravidian, we're not going to get European again or Aryan again. We're not.
All right.
So that can't be the predominant gene. This is what we're trying to say. So they can be predominant in their behavior in the sense like with their warring, they take
And
over
murdering
areas
and ethnic cleansing and all that.
Right. We can go with that because some of the people who look like them and carry that same supposed description or whatever are Vikings and are Scandinavians and so we can agree to that. You know what I mean? That they got that warrior gene and all of that type of thing. You know what I mean? And I think it's definitely has an effect on what's happened in India. You know what I mean? These different people, the Vedas, invaders, or whatever, the Turks and everybody coming in. But it's all at a later date, my brother. Originally, it would have just been those people or them and other shades of people similar to them. You know what I mean? And how other people are created is once there's interaction and they start mixing. But no, say there's all models out there. So they're acknowledging that something that actually helps white people's cause, for example. To say like, oh, there was no white people at this time. Well, that's not true because there's Aryans, there's all this type of thing. But we know even now they're not the predominant gene. And they haven't got it. You know what I mean? They have to mix with someone else to continue the line and the lineage for it to be more successful.
Guys, I'm a layman in all this. What can we define what haplogroup means?
It's like I'll explain it to you, Beefy. It's like, imagine like, you know, when you buy something, it's got a barcode on it. Yeah. So imagine your cells, your body cells, they got barcodes on them that identifying them, like what we call markers, right? There's one particular marker called the Y chromosome that you inherit from your father and your father's 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 father, and the chain goes unbroken, right? So all the humans on Earth all come from what they would call it scientific Adam, right? So one person who lived in Africa, roughly near Tanzania, would be the origin of all human beings, right?
What makes sense?
And his haplogroup would be A. So we start from him.
Okay,
now,
stop a second. Wait, stop. I'm trying to understand this.
Yeah.
So, I know that they say that genetic Adam.
Asians, you're safe, man. You know you're H. I said you was H. It is what it is.
Only
you
half of them's H, man.
Yeah.
Look, it's not half. Look at this. The majority of the thing is H. Even if you take the other color and you
but
put
that's
it
the
over
India
it.
of today. I'm saying the original India would have been much bigger than that, going all the way up to Tibet.
Regardless or not, the blood groups and all of that say different. You know what I mean? Say this is what it is. You know what I mean?
That's if you all believe in the out of Africa theory, but that theory does not make sense. You say, because I was looking into this the other day. They say that genetic Adam came from West Africa, genetic Eve came from East Africa. So these people are from two different tribes. Now we say that these two people, when they met up, they made the whole of humanity. What about the tribes they came from? What happened to them?
They died out.
What?
They died out.
What? It doesn't say that.
They died out. So, for example,
it doesn't say that.
It
doesn't say that.
If there's
That says
Yeah.
died out, but it says 2 of them left to go into Europe. That's how. That says that no one died out. Please, I beg, don't lie.
People can die out. If me and you are 2 brothers, right, and we got 10 women between us and we breed them up, and my children decide to kill your children, yeah, then only my children will go into the future, and you will be
It didn't happen.
eradicated.
It didn't happen though.
But that's one explanation of how it happened.
So you got the tribes of people in the world, then all of a sudden they all die out except for 2 people who carry on the human race.
They killed them out.
No, 1 second, bro. 1 second. Was funny thing about it, yeah, was the Y chromosome haplogroup emerges at different times. They emerge at different times. They don't like they come from 7 times. One emerges in from West Africa, one is East Africa at different times. So how did people get wiped out?
I don't think you're right what you're saying. I think you must have misunderstood it. Let me explain it to you.
Let me show you the video, man.
All right, you can watch the video. It's all good. I would like to watch the video. There's no problem. Let me just make one scientific.
You just make up your own shit. You just make up your own bullshit.
I'm not making up my own shit, brother. I'm just not trying to correct you every 2 seconds because I'm trying not to be rude to you. The fact is, you said that there was 2 groups of people, yeah? There's 2 Y chromosomes, one from the man's side and one's from the woman's side. That's not correct because the Y chromosome only comes from the father's side. When you're talking about thingy Eve, evolutionary Eve or whatever they call her, yeah, they use a different measuring marker to derive the origins of humans back to one particular woman. Do you understand? Now, for you to make the assumption that a genetic Eve met genetic Adam and they had children, that's not how it happened.
Sorry, genetic Eve is not Eve.
I understand that, but I'm saying is, if all the women on Earth descend from one woman, and we can trace it back to one woman, and she didn't live nowhere near the genetic Adam, right? He's saying, oh, they must have found each other and then started having children. That's not what happened.
Well, it has to be. Listen, the genetic Eve concept, right, of all this mitochondrial DNA and all of this type of stuff, was based on the concept that at a certain point, a batch of Africans left out of Africa, and their DNA is responsible. That woman's responsible for anybody who is non-African around the planet.
Right.
You know
But he's assuming that she
that
had
has
sex
nothing. That has no bearings, even for an African. That might be a distant or
relative,
relatives in
exactly.
real distant. You know what I mean?
Do you understand that?
A whole nother tribe, a whole nother origin, and all of that. That's how complicated Africa is, right? And diverse it is, right? So
definitely.
to single that everybody who's Chinese or whatever comes from one African woman around the planet. You know what I mean? From Africa, has no bearing on Africans.
That's right.
Right. So as I said, when you're talking about the original H's and L1s and all of that, that is still within the melting pot of Africa. And that's going to take so long and mix and make all these other admixtures and do just within it.
Yeah.
And then once they do that, boom, they're out.
Yeah.
Across the planet. Do you get what I'm
That's
saying? In different quarters, in different and this and all of that, right?
Yeah.
But they're saying at a specific point, only one of them is responsible for everybody else.
That's it.
Who's Homo sapien around the planet.
That's exactly it.
Right. Okay. Cool. I'm not involved. You know what I mean? As I said, that is somebody's origin, most likely yours and a few other people in the audience and that, but that has nothing to do with me as an African. The only thing it is maybe a distant auntie of mine.
It would have something to do with 50% of you, which would come from out of Africa.
I might not even be related directly, long distance, but directly to that woman, I don't know. That's not necessarily true.
The only people that wouldn't be related to that woman would be haploid groups A and B, who are the original Africans, like the Khoisans. Now, anyone else?
They're not A and B, are they?
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Yeah, A and B is the Khoisans. The original inhabitants of Africa,
sorry.
right?
You mean A and B, yeah.
The South Africans.
I thought you meant A and B of E1B1B and E1B.
No.
I get you.
They got their own A group.
Right. So this is my point. Do you get what I'm saying? So if the original letters are still in Africa, multiplying, mixing with other admixtures that they created, mixing with other
But I'm
tribes.
saying your
that
particular
we also
tribe,
don't know their origin.
Mike, your particular tribe and majority of Africans of today came from outside of what is modern day, like Africa today. What we know is Africa today. Your people, or at least 50% of your DNA of your tribe, or I don't know, 50%, I can't, I'm just saying roughly, yeah, would have came from what is known as outside of Africa, in the Africa that we know of today. If we draw the border of Africa today, your tribe would have came from outside of that.
Right.
So
and
you
and
might
and
be on one side of
in
your
the old
family,
on the
you
old
could
map.
still be
Sorry,
related
my
to
brother.
that Eve
Sorry.
woman.
Sorry. No, because we're already there. In
No,
the time
one
they're
side
saying,
is one side
we're,
is.
no, we're saying we're already there. Just because an auntie of mine left out, what, 180,000 years ago.
Yeah, don't forget she's the first one to be out
Wait,
of Africa.
man. 180,000 years ago.
But she's the first one, right? Regardless of what the date
No,
is.
she's not the first person.
She's the first woman to be having children outside of Africa.
No.
Of course. She's the mother of all people outside of Africa.
Are you saying that 180,000? Because remember,
I
they
don't
say
go by numbers. Man. I don't do numbers,
200,000. 1 second. Yeah, they say 200,000 years ago. But from it's gone up. Sorry, it's gone up from the 180,000 years ago to 200,000 years ago. Yeah, to show you that there's this movement that they're talking about. There's multiple waves of people leaving out of Africa depending on the conditions. You know what I mean? And it's been long standing. So I don't know, when they're talking about this genetic Eve, this is only at a point at a particular time. You know what I mean? In the history of human evolution or whatever, they're saying we're 300,000 years old. So we didn't just start moving 200,000 years after existence. I don't think that's true.
All right, but if there's a woman and we're saying that,
And I say that's a conservative number.
Everyone
as well.
outside of Africa is related to this woman, and she's the first African woman to come out of Africa. That means that all humans outside of Africa, right, descend from this woman.
Yeah.
But what you have to remember is the majority, the majority of Africans of today, yeah, are of E1, B1, A, and B's, the biggest group, right? And those people would have came from outside Africa. So to be a Yoruba man, you might well also be partly, not fully, but partly related to this genetic Eve woman.
How?
Because she,
of
if she was the first
180,000
woman,
years ago.
if she was the first woman to come out of Africa, she would have been an E1, B1A.
They're saying she's not.
What do you mean? She would have been.
No, she's just the one that carries the markers of everybody who is non-African. So that doesn't mean she's the first woman out of Africa.
I'm saying you're partly non-African.
Huh?
Oh. Based on the size of Africa today, your people that came from the Levant region.
Today, but we're not doing that. We came from, hold on, we came from prior to those ideas being conceived by people who never, hold on, by people who never existed at the time. So
I understand that.
Yeah, okay. So when we gave you the earlier distinction, hold on. When we gave you the earlier distinction, saying that that was Northeast Africa in ancient times, yeah, that makes more sense, right? So we haven't really come out of the boundaries of what we're calling Africa.
I know,
and
but when they're saying
our
that,
existence out there proves that.
When they're
not
saying
the other way
that
around, my brother.
All the humans outside of Africa descend from this one person, they don't mean the Africa of then. They mean the Africa of now.
No, they don't.
Yeah, because they don't acknowledge the Africa of then.
No, they don't. They mean everybody now outside of Africa.
Yeah, but you moved back into Africa.
What?
But you
but this is not our argument because we're Africans. That's not our argument.
Yeah, partly, obviously.
That's not our argument, though. That's not anyone's argument that it's got anything to do with
but
us.
you're saying that your point was that you're not related to that woman. You're saying I'm
saying it might be my auntie. I said it might be my auntie. Distant relation. I did say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what are you telling me? Like,
what do you mean, auntie? I don't understand. Why is she your auntie and not your mother?
No, not distant mother. No.
But she left. She's gone.
Yeah, but
because it created the rest of you. She's your mother. She's your, in a sense, she's your great grandmother, and you know what I mean.
But 1 minute.
No, not mine as well.
Up
How?
until a certain point, me and you would be the same until you decided to go back
Sorry,
into Africa.
the melting pot where she's from, yeah. What generation of human is she?
The first
she's a modern. She's modern.
no.
Nah, she's a modern. She's a modern version. Modern human. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The old ones are still there, and she ain't none of them. They didn't say she was
Who's the
Khoisan.
old one?
They didn't say.
No, Khoisan.
They didn't say.
And they modern humans too.
I got a video, yeah, we're showing migration pattern.
They're not the modern human. They're the oldest, supposedly.
Yes, so
right?
we can follow.
No, the oldest African. They're not the oldest
One
humans.
second, guys. One second. I got a video, yeah, which shows the pattern. Like,
There's no one else.
shows a movement.
Who else is there going to be older than Africans?
All them Oedipicus and Mecodipicus and all them scientific ones.
What? No, the scientific ones. Hold on. I found in the oldest ones. I found in Africa.
Yeah, so they're the ones
all over Africa. Sorry, all over Africa, especially the Horn and especially Southern Africa. So what we do?
When they say modern human,
and then the oldest Homo sapien bones. Hold on, my brother, is found in Africa as well. So like, we're cool.
Are you saying that Khoisans are not sapien? Are you saying that Khoisan people, they're not sapien?
No, they're the ancestors of that.
No, they're not.
Sapien is
us. It's everyone now.
Nah.
Including Khoisan.
Nah. I mean, we have degenerate versions of that. But yeah, like, nah, sorry.
What do you mean degenerate, though?
There's man.
Who's degenerate?
Well, degenerate as in we've fallen from our original form. We're not in our original form.
But the originals are
if it's original form,
right?
hold
They're
on, is a Khoisan or a Pygmy or a Watusi and now you look European. Well, I don't know. What do you tell me something? Tell me what's happened.
What I'm trying to say is modern human.
Have we gone more advanced or have we gone backwards? It seems.
I don't know about these biblical narratives you're coming out with, like falling from grace and all this malarkey.
Well,
but what I'm saying is,
so now you don't believe in religion now. Wow.
If you're not the original, if you're not like Adam, and you're Adamish, you get me? What is going on?
Primitive people. They're modern humans. They're not. They're modern humans.
They're very primitive.
Who?
There's no difference between them and us. You can have sex with them, have children with them, and the children will be exactly like you and me.
That means they're ancestrally they're related to you, yeah, some way.
No, they are us. We are them.
Mac, I'm sharing my screen.
There's no we. I don't know what you're talking about. Like you have one birth mother for the rest of you guys around the planet. That's all. Like that's
but that's your birth mother as well, though. That's your birth mother as well.
No, because they say that our DNA is so mixed up. We've got everybody's DNA within our DNA. Right. So then how? One auntie that left out of Africa 180,000 years ago, does not mean that everybody is related to that woman. Like,
but I'm not saying everybody. I'm saying you. The people that went back into Africa.
No, but we never left Africa.
Yes, you did. That's why you're originating in the Mesopotamian region.
Let's silence Khan, please. Khan likes talking. I will prove it. For the migration pattern, from the beginning to modern day, who went where and how they went where. But these people are talking. This J group. This is nonsense. I will actually share my screen, Michael, please.
It's shared, no?
Okay.
Make it big, yeah?
Humans have 22 pairs of autosomes, 1 pair of sex chromosomes, and also chromosomes in mitochondria. About 3.3 billion pairs of information in chromosomes determine a person's traits. If you have Y on your sex chromosome, you are male. Mutations that occur once in males are continuously passed on to offspring, and repeated mutations are also cumulatively inherited. By comparing and tracing mutation polymorphisms on the Y chromosome, the lineage of the paternal line can be traced. As a result of tracing the Y chromosome, there was a paternal common ancestor for all humans living today. The most recent paternal common ancestor, by the Y chromosome, is called the Y chromosome atom. Studies have shown
that... Michael, it's a problem. Say for all ancestors today. It doesn't make sense. It don't make sense.
that the Y chromosome atom lived in Africa 270,000 years ago.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
DNA and
Pause right there.
mitochondria
Right
is
there.
inherited
He lived
only
where?
through the...
Sorry, man. He lived where?
Let's go
In
back.
Turkey, Sicily, huh? Cyprus.
Let's go back. Let's go back.
My brother, come on, Con.
Anatolia.
You get me?
Mesopotamia.
What?
Y chromosome atom. Studies have shown that the Y chromosome atom lived in Africa 270,000 years ago. DNA and mitochondria is inherited only through the maternal line, and the most recent maternal common ancestor, by mitochondrial DNA tracking, is called mitochondrial Eve. By tracing this genetic information, the human movement path can be traced. The human migration route through mitochondrial DNA was introduced in another video. This video traces the migration path of the Y chromosome atom descendants, and shows where we are today. In humans, each DNA pair is inherited from each parent. One of the pair is called a haplotype. Haplogroups are groups of similar haplotypes that share mutations. The HARP group belonging to the Y chromosome atom was first divided into A and BT groups 150,000 years ago, and then again divided into B and CT groups 100,000 years ago.
Notice we ain't come to E yet, yeah?
Sorry, yeah.
The date is recorded as the earliest possible year. CT is divided into D group and CF group again, 100,000 years ago. Group DE and CF form groups D, E, C, and F again 75,000 years ago, respectively. Our closest ancestors today lived on the continent of Africa between 100,000 and 50,000 years ago. Few of these groups venture out of Africa to discover new...
Well, my tribe says we've been here a million of years, but I don't know. Let's carry on.
Right? Look. He's showing all the African tribes, right? And it all goes up to D.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
F.
D. Yeah, you're right. F. Sorry. F is the one that's leaving, though, right?
So hold on. Wait, Mr. Khan. Like, what was we saying prior to that? We're saying like everybody who was on that continent is our ancestor, and there's going to be mixing amongst them for over thousands of years before any J, before any E, before anything.
Or Eve
right?
leaves Africa.
Right. Now, for us to be E, right? For us to be E, right? It only makes sense with all that melting pot and all the time that's going. Because this is generations of different, you know. This is generations of different thing, and the mix and blend and half tribes and this tribe and that and subverses and breaking out. Sorry, go on.
All right, all the red ones that's highlighted, he's showing you that they're the ones that we're talking about that's currently inside Africa. Now he's showing a purple arrow, yeah, that's showing you when it goes outside of Africa, so it's going to go over to Yemen, right? Then he's going to show you the haploid groups that are from outside of Africa, and your haploid group is one of them.
Well, my brother. This is still Africa.
I am B.
Sorry, show him that Middle East bit is still Africa at this time when they're having this conversation.
Yes.
Right. So then shush.
Yes. At the time,
we ain't doing nothing.
I agree.
We ain't doing nothing special.
No. But
right, we're going to the we're going to the reaches of our borders, which seem to encompass.
No, there's no borders. There's no borders because there's no other people to come across.
It's not even that. I'm just saying the rivers is what we're dealing with. You're talking crap. Yeah, we're talking about rivers, survival methods, where things can grow, where we can irrigate the land and start agriculture and doing things. So we're not stupid. We know what we was doing.
At the moment, yeah.
Hold on, my brother. Because one thing you're gonna say is that no one else was there, right? No one else was there first. That's a great point.
Point the map, yeah. Point on the map and show me where the E people come from.
Don't show you there. Don't show you on the map. Just show you.
It's within the continent of Africa. I don't know what you mean, bro.
That's the E1B1A, not E1B1B.
Bro,
so
up
what?
To F. Up to F. Up to F.
Up to F.
We're already here. E. Can you see us on the screen?
I am B.
Sorry, I didn't want to hurt your feelings, but you know.
Who's B? Who's B?
Me.
E.
How do you know?
You know we're E.
He's lying. We
know we're E. And the thing is, when you go down, yeah, you've got all the different and the original still together. And this is a great point. yeah, that we can still see the mixtures and the constant mixtures, because some of those tribes are still in their original form. You can still go and find a Khoi tribe and the San that made the Khoi San. Yeah, but now everyone's confused and calling a mixture of two tribes. Yeah, the oldest DNA we can find on the planet. Doesn't make sense. No, the San and the Khoi, the Khois and the San make up the Khoi San. So this is what we know. Like, we're not stupid. We know, and even through the names, yeah, as I said many times, just like when we say we're Nubians, yeah, it sounds like new beings. Yeah, that's one angle, but it's a mixture of two tribes. Yeah, the Dongolawi and another tribe. Do you get what I'm saying?
That tribe and that tribe. This
let's see who
Right.
these purple
So
people are.
we can show improve on the mixtures within that are old as well, because even then they're going to put it at 100,000 years ago. Do they exist in this time? Do you exist, Khan? No.
Obviously, I exist in the bull bag of Adam.
No, of one of us. This is the reality.
No, not one of us. As you can see, there's different branches there.
Yeah. Nah, because if you could say Ethiopian, when they were on this map originally, they weren't called Ethiopians. Like, this is what we're trying to say, bro.
Well, there were no Greeks to call them Ethiopian.
Right. There was no Greeks yet. The Greeks was in someone's. They weren't even in someone's mind yet. None of you. Like, this is mad. All right, play the thing, Beefy.
New worlds. Groups C and F, descendants of the CF group, are the main groups outside Africa. Part of the D1 group, descended from D, also leaves Africa and goes to uncharted Eurasia. Groups A, B, E and D2 remain in Africa. So we can say that the CF group is the Y chromosome atom of people living on the Eurasian continent today. Those who left the...
What? When I said I was B, what were you saying, Khan?
What?
When I said I'm haplogroup B, what were you saying? No.
I said, how do you know?
Was my people never left Africa. We're from the Great Lakes region. Just showed you that.
Right, so we can see C, yeah? C is the Mongols. C is the Mongols. They're going to go from Africa all the way to Mongolia now. You're going to see that.
No, they're Africans who went to Mongolia.
Yeah, basically.
African continent
Right, so
for the first time spread throughout the Eurasian continent. When did they leave Africa and where did they go?
When?
And what descendants? And where? Let's travel together by following their trail on the map. Unlike the mitochondrial Eve, which lived in the east, the Y chromosome atom is estimated to have lived in Western Africa between 270,000 and 250,000 years ago.
Jeez.
That time was the Ice Age. It is thought that they, who lived a hunter-gatherer life, moved to the east together along the movement route of their prey. During the Ice Age, Europe and North America had huge continental ice sheets. There were also ice sheets in the Himalayas,
Go back, Zulu.
northeastern Asia, and near
Beefy.
Yeah.
Did you see how they creeped into India? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So, like, this is what I'm trying to say to Khan. Like, yeah, you can't even equate that circumstance, because they were going to tell you it's maybe 60,000 years ago when that situation happened.
And 50,000 years ago. Few of these groups venture out of Africa to discover new worlds. Groups C and F, descendants of the CF group, are the main groups outside Africa. Part of the D1 group, descended from D,
from the horn,
also leaves Africa and goes to uncharted Eurasia. Groups A, B, E and D2 remain in Africa. So we can say that the CF group is the Y chromosome atom of people living on the Eurasian continent today.
Eurasian
Those who
continent
left the
today.
African continent for the first time spread
Look,
throughout the Eurasian continent.
Stop.
When did they leave Africa and where did they go?
Stop. It's like a disease. Like a fucking disease, man. Like a dose. You little fassies. Yeah? Trying it. You know what I mean? We told you what it was, fam. And then you try to come with your shit when you don't even exist yet. We're waiting for Jays. We waiting for Jays. Yeah. James ain't got nothing to do with it yet. Still us.
Who's
traveling
us? You're not
around
there.
the planet.
You're E. You're E.
Bro.
None of these arrows are coming out of E, bro. You're not none of these people.
Yourself.
These are all Africans, bro. These are all Africans.
Yeah.
There's two Africans.
Okay. But what we have is D, E. You know what I'm saying? That's our connection. We're family, man. Just relax, man. You know what I mean? You can see the connections, man. It's all right. But as I said to you before, like, man went to Asia, settled, all of that. Remember, there ain't no fucking Mongolians, no ancient hunter-gatherers, none of that shit yet.
No Bronze Age.
Yeah, these are the ancient hunter-gatherers.
Right, these are the originals.
This is before farming. This is before farming was invented.
Right, this is the horn, bruv. Look,
they're all hunter-gatherers at this point.
Squeezed out the horn. They just left. They crossed in the Sea of Aden, which is what we're talking at the bottom of the Red Sea. Yeah.
All the way to China.
We know this. This is their genetic Eve talk, though. This is their genetic Eve talk, though. This is what we're trying to say. So how is this my mother? Please explain. No, it's my auntie.
Father. It's the father. It's the father. It's supposed to be your father.
So if I say it's my auntie, am I wrong in what I'm saying, Khan?
There's no aunties in this.
Oh, there's no aunties
lineages,
in this, no?
isn't it?
Yeah, but that would include some aunties.
No.
And uncles.
It
And
wouldn't. Aunties is branching off in a different direction from you.
Yeah, but your grandparents, like, have children, and
that's going in the
they have
opposite
siblings.
direction. You're going back.
They're my uncles and my thing, and they're not directly related to me, but they're related to me, man. Come on, man.
All right, man. Come on, play the thing then. Let's see the little square that's going to come up in Saudi Arabia. What number it is? I think it's going to be F.
Descendants and where? Let's travel together by following their trail on the map.
Follow.
Unlike the mitochondrial Eve, which lived in the East, the Y chromosome atom is estimated to have lived in Western Africa.
Look at the
between
timeline at the bottom. How
270,000
long
and
people were living in
250,000 years ago. That time was the Ice Age. It is thought that they, who lived a hunter-gatherer life,
So you know what the Ice Age means, my
together
brother?
along the movement.
Sorry,
Wait.
Pause there. Pause.
Stop.
Pause. You know what the Ice Age means, my brother?
Yeah, it means everyone was pushed down.
Ain't no fucking Europe.
Life.
And since there ain't no fucking
There's Europe there, man.
there ain't no J's. Hold on, there ain't no J's to go there yet.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is.
How?
Yes.
How are they? They're not in
Where?
existence yet.
Go back.
They're not in existence. No one said no J.
You're
no
not in
none.
existence either.
We
Of
are.
course I am. I'm E. So
What do you mean we? Are you both the same?
I said we're E.
Yeah, but he's saying he's B.
So then we're in existence, right?
No, there's no we here. You're different people.
B exists along with E, F, and all of that. They exist all at the same time in Africa.
Can't watch. Look, it's simple. Like
You keep going back too far, man.
no.
We watched the same piece like
slowly.
4 times now.
Now you've made me sit up.
The Y chromosome atom is estimated to have lived in Western Africa between 270,000 and 250,000 years ago. That time was the Ice Age. It is thought that they, who lived a hunter-gatherer life, moved to the east together along the movement route of their prey. During the Ice Age, Europe and North America had huge continental ice sheets.
Oh, is it?
There were also ice sheets in the Himalayas, northeastern Asia, and near the Kamchatka Peninsula. The maximum height reached 3,000 kilometers.
Tangier.
The location of the continental ice sheet is marked in white on the map. Ice Age sea level was about 120 meters lower than it is today. The model that NASA created the appearance of the Earth, when the ocean drained, was displayed on the map as a reference. The vicinity of the Gulf of Aden was almost detached, and the Persian Gulf was connected by land. So mankind could follow this route
the
to South
Persian
Asia.
Gulf.
There was also a land connection between
Stop. The Persian Gulf was connected by land. So it is technically still a piece of Africa, right? Even though they say halfway through, it's on another tectonic plate at the top end of it. But most of what you're seeing is connected to the African plate. You're done out here, fam.
Including India.
So don't call it outside of Africa when it's Africa. Right. You get it? Because we're talking about after the Ice Age is there, we're going up there and setting up. So that land there is cool. We can do stuffs and we're doing agriculture there. Supposedly 40,000. Somebody's doing agriculture there 40,000 years ago. Mad thing. Yeah. And we know none of you exist yet.
Exactly.
So go on, let's move forward. Because when you
Java and Borneo, and New Guinea and Australia were also connected by land. Taiwan and the western part of the Korean peninsula were all connected by land. Also, Bering was a land at this time. It was all land until 15,000 years ago, when the glaciers began to melt.
Oh, is it?
It is now sunk under the sea, but there may be traces of a huge human race. So, Shall we go on a trip again? Haplogroup CF leaves Africa and forms a CF group somewhere in the south of West Asia. Haplogroup CF is a group also known as CFP143. Its earliest appearance is estimated at 75,000 years ago.
Woo.
The first place of origin is unknown,
Not you.
but it is presumed to be between East Africa, the origin of CT, the immediate ancestor, and South Asia, the origin of its descendants.
I told you.
Looking at the existence and distribution
right
of
there.
the clade.
Pause right there. So, sorry, again, who owes who rent?
Rent.
Right. When I say the Asians owe the Ethiopians and the people from the Horn rent, and then in turn, them man they owe me. Yeah. It is what it is, fam.
Rent.
Yeah. Just proving our point. But right now, while we're having this discussion, has nothing to do with nothing Turkish, Turkic, Sky Turk, anything. You don't exist yet. So when I keep making these phrases that a man never existed and he's talking to a man, yeah, no, say I'm not making it up. I'm telling you facts that can be proven. Yeah,
in this type of
that
conversation,
certain man don't exist. Ice Age, you never wrote about it. Hold on, your ancestors never wrote about Ice Age. So if they wrote about Ice Age, then cool, but they didn't. So that's even more proving you weren't even around before an Ice Age.
I was around 35,000 years ago.
All right, we ain't reached there yet.
Might not be Turks though.
My brother. We're still at 69,000 years ago. So we ain't reached there. So when I say you, do you exist at this point?
In the proto states.
No.
No, you do not. You do not. Not even in the twinkle. Not even in a man's nuts.
Can't be cutting me off from my daddy Adam.
No.
We all come from Adam.
No. Yeah, but it looks like way down the line for some of us.
Anyway, wait. If it's Adam, yeah. When was Adam born? According to the Bible.
I don't know.
6,000 years ago. So please, I beg, drop it out. Carry on.
That's another type of Adam. That ain't the original one. That ain't the original one.
That's a biblical science.
That's the one that led to euros. I don't know. You get me?
That's a different science.
White Adam. You know what I mean?
See what happens.
That ain't African Adam.
We'll see how that happened 6,000 years ago. We'll see.
So it's mad. It's mad. So yeah, as I said, all this discussion, you don't exist yet. Facts or no facts?
Are you on the table yet?
Yes, we're there already. Look.
No, why stop your nonsense? We're talking about
your nonsense.
There, look.
Look,
we're there.
Are you
my
Hebrew?
friend, stop your nonsense.
Are you Hebrew?
No Hebrew
I
this
said,
time.
my friend, stop your nonsense. Yeah. If you don't exist, you don't exist. You don't have a horse in this race until we get down to 30,000 years, right? That's what you're saying. Okay, let's see if this chart agrees with you, which I kind of agree with you. But for in the terms of haplogroups and all of that, that's baby food.
Come
on, my brother.
I not existing in the next man's ball bag right now?
No.
So where do I come from then?
Wait, they're gonna make the person that's gonna make the ball bags. That's gonna make the person that makes the ball bags that makes you. We still got a while to go. We still like 30,000 years, my brother. Come on, man. Stop your nonsense. You get me? Almost 40, in fact. Go on, press play.
Most males from Eurasia, Oceania and the Americas are included in the CF haplogroup. The direct ancestor is CT and the direct descendants are haplogroups C and F. Haplogroup DE are brothers. No living haplogroup CF has been found to date.
No living CF group. Oh.
The screen you see now shows the location where the haplogroup CF gene group was discovered. Estimated time of living indicates the earliest age. The letter marked in the box is the presumed location of the first appearance, and the arrow indicates the movement route. The moving letters along the migration path.
See how far we've reached already. Look.
He skipped a few thousand generations, bro.
Wait, one second. I hear you.
Hold on, 57,000. Listen, Khan, stop it.
Look, we're in South America, we're in the Americas.
Right.
We're all over.
We're all over.
Who's we?
And we're in. Hold on. Are we in Europe as well?
Yes.
Okay. So the first original inhabitants of Europe are who?
Yeah, you can have it.
All right, cool. Safe. Yeah, we understand that. And we understand that you're.
Hold on. Are those people in America? Are they
Same people
African?
see, yes.
And what's this? 60,000 years?
57.
Okay, all right, keep it
0.1.
rolling.
Go on.
Pathways that follow indicated the major mutant populations. The distribution of each haplogroup and the detailed movement route will be introduced in detail through another video. In this video, I hope you understand the overall flow of human movement. Part of the CF group crosses the Persian Gulf into South Asia, and another part goes to West Asia. F, a descendant of the CF group, appeared in South Asia 62,500 years ago. In Western
So hold
Asia,
on, stop
the C
right
group
there, stop right there. You see what happened here, Khan?
I'm looking.
All right. What happened to India? Look at that little purple box above India, and then look at the arrow. And what's that letter there?
I can't see. You got to tell me.
Is that a H?
Yeah.
Look like a H to me.
Yeah.
Right. So again, they have nothing to do with you, but more to do with us, right?
Yeah. And then my lot's gonna come and take over the whole of North India.
You can't come until you're created. Pause. Anyway, you can't come until you're created. So at this point, we're still not talking about you. We're still talking about people who are melanated, of their varying different looks and types and whatever, and maybe Aboriginal looking in some cases or whatever. Yeah.
So where's the E's right now? Where are the E's?
We're in Africa chilling, man. Relax.
Okay.
You can see us. North Africa. We're riding around the desert and all of that, doing our thing. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Can you see us?
I can see it. I can see it.
See us, man. Right. You don't know. Shifa.
appears 53,000 years
You
ago.
know I had to come back.
Haplogroup F, also known as FM89, is a very common group, accounting for 90% of non-African paternal lineages.
Oh, is it?
Males with the FM89 gene belong to the haplogroup HIJK, a direct descendant. Other direct descendants of F are F1, F2,
Jay,
and
look,
F3.
there you go. There you go. There you go, my son.
Thank you very much.
What's that, the J bag, yeah?
Now,
Is that the J bag?
Now, let me just ask a question.
My brother.
I told them J bags about themselves long time.
Wait.
From F, when you follow the lineage of F all the way to J, can you see any E's on there?
No, this is as I said, it's one side of the family, man. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, the daddy side.
Because we're conjoined. Hold on, we're conjoined by our origins within the continent of Africa. Like, stop all that. Yeah. But what we're saying now, when we look, Mr. J, Mr. J, look how far. You'll come down the coolie line. You come down H. You're a descendant of the H.
Exactly.
Yeah? Indo
on the bottom end.
Indo. So who's your predecessor? Who's your predecessor? It's H, K, and I.
F.
These are your predecessors. Come on, my brother.
F and F.
Do you know what I'm saying?
It's I.
You don't even worry about all that. Yeah, that's all. F is for family. F is for family for us. Yeah, but for you,
it's IJK. Down.
You came out of an admixture of an admixture of an admixture of an admixture, like we explained.
There, bro.
Hey, look, IJK.
Who created them? Who created them?
Come on, my brother.
You, man?
Yeah, your chest is burning right now. You just came into existence. What's the timeline? What's the timeline? 52,000. Yeah, the first J's. This is why I'm saying these J's might not even be you. Ooh,
I'm Jay. I've had my test done.
Ooh, you are one. You're lying. You're bummer clock liar.
Are you calling me? Are you
bummer clock liar? Yeah.
Calm down. Are you
we tried to show you.
Are you saying that my dad's not my dad?
Bruh.
I'm just saying, yeah.
I don't know what you're doing. You haven't done a test.
Yeah, you ain't done a test. So
I've done a test, and I asked my mom.
And you ain't done a haplogroup test at that. Come on, my brother.
This is a big lie. Yeah, you've done a test when you definitely haven't. And if your dad has, that's all good.
Yeah.
No disrespect, but we know that doesn't make it 100% certified.
You know, it just made me think.
It actually does.
You see, like when you watch Lord of the Rings, yeah, and you got like the dark side or the shades or whatever. They don't come out.
Have you got brothers and sisters come?
Yeah.
Right. You know why I don't?
I'm listening.
Well, you actually know why it does. So if I explain it, it actually becomes personal. But if you use your common sense, you can see why it ain't 100%.
It ain't personal because you don't know me or my family, so you can.
Yeah, well, then I don't want. But yeah, you got
without
common
me
sense,
getting
bro.
upset. Like, I'm not asking you to insult me.
Mother's baby, father's maybe.
Right. But I know for a fact my dad's my dad, right?
Do you?
How's that?
Because my mum told me.
Okay, so you know for a fact because of what she said, not because of you done some type of discovery of evidence.
Well, my brother Khan, is your dad's DNA going to be exactly the same as yours?
No.
Then why are you talking then?
Because
Like,
we're only talking about.
Go take your own test.
Here's another
first,
question: Can father and son be different haplogroups?
No.
What?
The haplogroup is determined by the Y chromosome, right? Which you inherit from your dad.
Well, I think it happened on this map. Hold on, on this map, that's what must have happened.
If it comes up different, then he's not your
right,
dad.
gents? On this map, on this haplogroup thing that we're saying, that's what must have happened.
I'm not really too up to speed with this science.
Yeah,
no,
I get
cool,
you.
It's cool. We're learning together, right?
You're
It's not
using
about
the
being
religion,
right or
bro.
wrong.
You're not
He ain't
using
learning.
science.
He's lying.
You're
My
using
point is
religion
this:
now, bro.
You're lying to the
there
man.
is a specific test for this because this is how they do the whole Jeremy Kyle. Is he your father sort of test? That's the same test that they do.
No,
the
brother.
This guy is just
No,
messing up.
brother. You're lying to the people,
is
then,
blood.
man. It goes by the mom's DNA when they do them tests, bro. You're lying to yourself and to the people. Start using the religion that you follow to conflate things, bro. Just say the truth.
Oh.
Brother, have you not seen an episode where they said to him, "You're not the father"?
Hold on, my brother. Hold on, my brother. You've even confessed that you came out of H, right?
No.
Pause. Yes.
I came out of F.
You came out of H. No, because
Brother,
H is Asian. One second. And you want to keep quoting Indo. Indo is H.
That's right.
No,
Indo is H in this. In this. My brother,
Look,
stop your nonsense, please.
Are you looking at the same chart I'm looking at?
Listen. Everyone along the bottom is related to each other. Yes or no?
No.
What?
If you want to find out,
every group along the bottom is related to each other.
Let me tell you how to work the chart. Let me tell you how to work out the chart. Yeah. If you go, if you go back from H and you go back from J, you can find their common ancestor, which is where they split into two separate groups of people.
What's your common ancestor?
That does not mean that J comes from H. It means they're cousins.
I'm just looking at the chart and I'm seeing. Look what happens to H. Look what happens to H at one stage. Boom! I can't see closely what the letters are, but it goes over.
It turns in.
Hold on, it goes over and it goes to UK. Does it say UK or something? IJK. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Bro.
Yeah, right.
Bro.
So from that point, Khan, what we saying? What's IJ and K? What's going on there?
Shall I tell you?
H is your daddy, man. H is your daddy.
Right.
Let's be honest, bro.
No, F is your daddy.
Well, F is your daddy.
H is your daddy, but the real father is F.
F
right?
is the daddy, yeah.
That's the common ancestor.
Yeah.
You are all out of F.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
What's your point?
So I'm saying you are all out of F. You are African, who was F, who came out of Africa, and out of his genes. No, sorry.
Oh my God.
And out of his genes came people who are gonna end up be called Dravidians and all of this and thing. And I'm saying you cannot be there yet. I can't see how you are J.
No, but Khan's Ashkenazi. Khan is Ashkenazi, clearly.
You might be later on, but I know that you might be mostly R.
Who's F?
R1. I don't know.
I reckon Khan's Ashkenazi.
Sorry, would you say?
I reckon if you done Khan's DNA, you're gonna find Ashkenazi in there. I guarantee you.
F is
are they like where Yemen is? Where Yemen is? No.
What?
But you're
African. Go back. Beefy are showing where F.
You see the arrow that leaves Africa?
You're gonna be pissed.
The arrow.
Khan, stop your nonsense.
Arabian
this
Peninsula.
is mainly African business, especially according to the timeline.
Is that not
F? I told you, he's an Ashkenazi, man. Just admit your heritage.
Look. Into South Asia, and another part goes to West Asia. F, a descendant of the CF group, appeared in South Asia 62,500 years ago. In Western Asia, the C group appears 53,000 years ago. Haplogroup F, also known as FM89, is a very common group, accounting for 90% of non-African paternal lineages.
Non-Africans.
Males with the FM89 gene belong to the haplogroup HIJK, a direct descendant. Other direct descendants of F are F1, F2, and F3. They are called the F-para group because they have not been given any additional unique marks. Many types of descendants came from F. Haplogroups I, J, and K came from group F, and haplogroups M, N, O, P, R, S, L, and T are descendants of haplogroup K. Let's take a look at how these descendants spread out into the world through a map.
Let's look. A bunch of K's.
Born 53,000 years ago, travels to Europe, Australia, and Siberia. During this time, some of the descendants of group K.
Stop.
I told you
no problem. But we know between 70 and 50,000 years ago, man went to Australia. And they still didn't look European, did they? They were Aboriginal looking people, or, you know, Tasmanian looking people, and you don't want to look them up because they ain't going to help support your argument, Khan. Yeah?
What's my argument?
I'm saying fear of a black planet, and your insertion was 5 minutes ago.
Bro, I've got no fear of nothing. I'm the one telling you about
We're not talking about Turkic or anything yet, bro.
No.
Right, thank you. So that's what I'm saying. When you don't exist, just be quiet, please.
I do exist. This J is on there.
That's not you. You're not a J. We're not 30 on you're a J yet. We're not 30 on that. Let's hear the story. Let's hear what they're talking about, and then we'll see. Because all of a sudden you're moving to Australia and India and stuff. Like, bro, like, allow it, man. I don't know if that's you.
I don't know if that's me or not, but
I don't know. Not being rude or anything, but yeah, these men are like different. They're moving different, and the time scale says you're not around. Therefore,
Therefore,
you get me? 50-something thousand years, blood. 30-something. Look, you soon born,
brother. I heard Ashadi's from the hood. Not
or is he actually born yet? No, he's 35 or something. What is it? 30,000 years for the J's.
We'll see.
35,000.
I feel for the R's.
No, the R's are after.
Yeah, well, that's
okay.
That's you. Let's go.
Yeah.
Leave for New Guinea, the O group, which occurred between 36 and 40 million years ago, spreads to East Asia. Group P advances to Central Asia through the Taklamakan Desert. According to a study by Clark and Perter et al., the last glacial maximum began in 33,000 years. During this time, the ice sheets were the largest, covering northern Europe, North America, and Asia. And severe droughts, desertification, and lower sea levels have had a serious impact on the planet's climate. Continental glaciers were at their widest 26,500 years ago. During this time, many large mammals become extinct. Hominids were no exception. Neanderthals and Denisovan could not survive this period and disappeared.
Pause. Come on, man. We need to grow up, man. Yeah? And know what's pseudo and what's not. What the fuck is this in front of me? You can show me an ancient African. Yeah? You can show me a da-da-da-da. Thank you.
They call it an artist impression. It's a pseudo thing.
Denisovan. Look at the fuckery. They're my
It looks like Condo, man.
They just didn't want to make him African.
Right. They're just going to make an excuse for Africans who've been out there for a long while. Yeah. You know the skin tone got to be different because you can give us cheddar, man. So, like, stop your nonsense.
And cheddar man didn't have them lips neither. Cheddar man had full lip.
So yeah, but whether he had wavy or straight hair, that doesn't define whether you're African or not.
That's right.
Like, we're not going to do
what's that nose supposed to be? Bell pepper. What's that nose supposed to be?
It looked like you, man. That's your people there, man.
I know Nigerian uncles with that nose, man. Like, allow it, man.
That's a jalapeno nose.
Yeah, I know kings of Nigeria.
No, but
you got that nose, bro. Like, just relax, man.
Maku, this is how cons people them try to write themselves into history because they show you pseudo pictures.
I ain't got no gingers in my family.
Yeah.
I got no gingers.
Right. So hold on. They're saying no. They're not even saying this is Denisovan. They're saying this is Neanderthal man.
Yeah.
Right. This is Neanderthal man. And come on, my brother, there's a big fucking question mark on that shit.
Whoever got paid for making this model needs to fucking get sacked.
No, man, it's all right. because you've got to understand the baby of the family is always going to try and add his input to make him seem
Even
like
the
he
head
was part
shape.
of
Look at that forehead. That doesn't look normal, bro.
the historical goings on when he never actually existed.
You
It's
see
just a
that forehead
lie.
somewhere. You see that
It's a
forehead
professional lie. Like, this is what we're doing. Rewriting of history,
It's
his
artist
story.
impression.
Yeah, you don't think it's relevant that people who are in the northern hemisphere, who especially had periods in history where they lost their memory, like the Dark Ages. So
Yeah, that's what I was
prior
about
to the
to say,
Dark
yeah.
Ages, they forgot
Medieval
about
and
all this.
shit.
Thank you. So you can only think, oh yeah, maybe we was in caves and ugh. But when your people were slightly semi-organized, because the people who preceded them and around them were definitely organized, so you could take ideas, make up your little civilizations or your little villages and towns and blah, blah, blah. And then later on in history, you'll gather together and get delusions of grandeur and start attacking different sites. And even in some cases, those sites were abandoned.
That's right.
Thousands of years they've been abandoned, and then these new sets of Europeans or whoever moved to that spot, and all of a sudden they set up on the remnants of the old city or blah 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 blah. This has been repeated all over the planet, and especially in fucking Turkey.
This is why man call them evil though, Maku, because even they was calling themselves evil. If you look at history, they call it medieval. What's this evil business? They knew they were evil. They knew they were wicked. They knew. Come on, man.
And the Black Death also, the Black Death and the plague and that will also cause you to lose your memory and all of this type of stuff. So there was many reasons why they've had that. No, it's facts, man, because after that is when the nursery rhymes and all of this and the sword in the stone and King Arthur, this is where all of these fantasies and all of these fairy tales, my brother, this is where all the fairy tales came from.
A lot more hairy on the body. Like, why has this guy just got a beard and a bald head and no hair on his body whatsoever? Like, he's got less body hair than me.
Is that what you want?
And I'm not even a hairy guy.
They knew that the original people weren't hairy, bro. But you turned to hairy, so
you focusing. Are you focusing on body hair? Like, can we stop this?
Neanderthals are supposed to be hairy people.
So my brother,
where's the hair?
Hold on. How did we get to Neanderthal? One second. How did we get to Neanderthal?
No, you're saying by time
in the blood group of J people and all of that.
No,
how did we do that?
He's saying. Is
that you?
Are
you saying this is you?
No.
Okay.
In the video, he's saying at the time the people went to Australia and other things. That's when these people died out. That's when they're dying out. That's what they're saying.
Right. No. They've already gone. What? What is that on the screen? I can't see it. Is it 30,000?
Well, but if you said that Neanderthals look like Aboriginal Australians,
no, is it 32,000 years? Can you see?
It'd actually be more believable.
I can't really see.
Where above the writing is, yeah. I think it's 32.
Are you trying to say that Australians and Neanderthals, bro? That's racist,
right?
I'm saying they lived in the same time zones.
No, you called Australians Neanderthals. That's racist.
Right?
How is that racist? Neanderthals.
When they're hold on,
we're still the original man we was.
Movements. Hold on. When their movements are 30,000 years prior, so like there's no correlation. Do you get what I'm saying? We're talking about these Neanderthals. Who are they, and where did they come out of? Did they come out of the J people and the I people and the H people?
No.
What's going on?
They came out of the Khoisans.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
They did.
Nothing to do with
funny.
us.
He's a comedian.
They came out of the croissants. Hold on, they came out of France. The croissants, yeah.
Let's play the
No, sorry. Go on. Who was talking?
Few sapiens survived. According to studies by scholars, the population at this time was only 10,000. Fortunately, thawing began gradually in the northern hemisphere between 19,000 and 20,000 years ago.
So
as the glacier begins to melt, the descendants of the Q group, whose ancestors are from the P group, spread to Siberia and northern Europe.
All right.
From the QR group, the R group is born, and they enter Europe and occupy the region.
Wait, that's you, Khan. That's you. Well, 1 second. Pause right there. Pause right there. Pause right there. Because a man said, remember, a man likes to talk about the Russian steppes. and I noticed this arrows going up to Scandinavia. Oh, you Aryans as well, yeah? No problem. Safe.
Steppers, bro. They were
It's cool. You Scandinavians, hold on. But you came out of what? Q.
Steppers in the cold, man.
Q, my brother.
Yeah. R comes after Q in the alphabet.
So you are now, yeah? Cool.
Are you R or you Q, bro?
I'm
R's
J.
the first letter in rainbow.
You can't be J.
You ain't J, man.
You're the rainbow
See,
people,
J's too early for you, bro.
Why?
Yeah? You're like a form of J.
No. I'm
Yeah,
J.
man.
You're down,
Once you go to the other letters and you further down, and you Q, nigga, Q.
That's what I said earlier. I was right. Jay is his dad. I told you. Jay is his daddy, bro. Jay is his daddy. J Bank.
No.
And the fact of the matter is, you man are the rainbow community.
Way too early, man.
You are the R's.
Listen, it's way too early. I say
great grandfather.
Listen, IJs have to lick. All of that has nothing to do with man, right? And then after that, some cues just pop out of nowhere, and then they start moving in all directions, bruh. And in the directions, that we kind of realize, okay, that makes sense. They become Scandinavians. They go over to China and mix with the Japanese, making these man all thing, and they become these type of Mongolian, Turkic, whatever. Yeah. That's you, man. Cute, man.
I don't know
Q
if you've
gang.
noticed, but there ain't no mixing happening yet.
There is.
There
man.
ain't no mixing happening
How do you
yet.
get even haplogroups? How do you think you get even haplogroups?
There's enough space for everyone to move into fresh land. There's no mixing.
All right, rewind it a little bit, Beefy, and then play it again. Because, that's some real shit.
You sound like you're under pressure there, Card, man.
In the northern hemisphere between 19,000 and 20,000
Okay,
years
20,000 years ago. Stop. See, 20,000 years ago, you lot ain't there.
Who's
There's
you
an
lot?
ice age.
You,
brother.
Romeo, the Romeo.
What you're trying to do, which you can't help doing because it's the pinnacle of your existence.
All right,
you're trying to divide everything into black and white.
No,
what
I'm
you're
not
trying to do.
No, we're dividing it into R's, Q's, H, I,
haplogroups.
haplogroup, baby.
No, you don't accept haplogroups.
Yeah, you're assigning
now it's come to your detriment.
R because R's
come on,
the
man.
whitest group. You're saying I'm white.
You want to play this game with letters?
I'm saying I'm J, and you're like, no, you can't be. I don't understand why. You're obviously basing it on skin color.
What?
Brother, you're a Byzantine Roman.
How? Hold on, my brother. Hold on. How is this basing anything on skin color? How?
Why are you telling me I'm R?
I'm not saying you're R.
Byzantine Roman.
You said you're R. Here you are.
No, the video saying you're R. The video is saying you're
I
R.
used to say you were R, but I've realized now you're Q, my G. Q. But you were never J. That's what I was saying, my brother. Well, I'm just, bro, we just proved it.
Looks, but that's what you don't understand.
This shit ain't got nothing to do with no J. You ain't no J.
You're just showing
yeah, brother. A whole LMNOP comes before you.
Yeah, man. QRST, man. Like, what?
A whole LMNOP before you, Q.
All right, cool.
Go on, Beefy.
Go on, Beefy. Play
Let
it,
him learn. Watch. Bam. Q.
As the glacier begins to melt, the descendants of the Q group, whose ancestors are from the P group, spread to Siberia and Northern Europe. From the QR group, the R group is born, and they enter Europe and occupy the region.
Oh,
Finish. The R group is born out of you, man. Blood,
but you
just all born out of the same thing, blood.
You just associate me to the group of people that came down into Europe and took over Europe. Why would I feel bad about that?
I'm not saying feel bad.
Now we know why a QR code is called a QR code, bro.
Don't be claiming J when J ain't got nothing to do with you.
No, but I am.
Yeah, Mackie, you know when you're using your phone and you're using the QR code. Now you know why it's called a QR code.
QR. Yeah. Q and the R.
Why would I complain? Why am I complaining?
That's them, man. There.
But it's we're living on the
big up DOJ. Big up.
I don't understand it. I'm upgrading me to R, yeah? All right, thanks.
Where is he?
Go on, what's the joke?
Yeah, you better QR code in, man. Your QR code
is from J to R, and you're making it like it's some negative things. You've upgraded me, bro.
What upgrade? You downgraded.
So I'm
downgraded, bro.
I'm African, I'm less black,
you go to the bottom
more
of the
white, and more of the ruling elite, and I'm going to complain about that.
What?
Why is it a
Brother,
joke,
you wanted the
though?
last
Fucking
letter.
nonsense,
How's
man.
it from
Why it's funny?
Ruling elite.
and
Like,
how's
what?
it from J to P upgrading? I beg.
Because you're associating me with the group of people that are currently ruling this whole planet.
Cool, no problem.
Cool, no problem.
All right, cool.
Yeah, cool. All right. So now, but at
No
least
worries.
we've got a proper grouping for you instead of you lying and claiming J and J2.
I'm not lying, brother. I think I know
Right,
who my
right,
dad
right.
is.
No, but I'm saying you're
And
not
genetically-
Anatolian. You're not none of those people, yeah, that they're mentioning.
How
Your
do you
existence
know?
comes later.
How do you know?
I'm telling you because
You're
when
judging it based
genetically,
on
he's 3 times more
look how
likely
long
Brother,
to
you're
Jay's
suffer
been
judging
some
it
around.
kind of
based
like
on
mental
looks.
deficiency. 3 times
Yeah.
more likely to suffer like mental health. You know, like ADHD. He's 3 times more likely. So there must be
And
something in these
it-
letters, bro.
Are you
Let me tell you
seriously the
something,
one
yeah.
to mention
Let me tell you
mental health,
something, yeah,
bro?
Khan. 15,000 years ago. It's peak for you.
I don't know, bro. It's like you're laughing at your own jokes, though. You're
Huh?
making jokes and you're laughing at them.
Is it
but
50,000 or
the joke's on you,
1,500?
innit?
I don't know.
The
Talk
joke's
to me.
on you, fam.
Hmm?
The joke's on you, innit?
Because like that's recent, bro. Like we've been through Ice Age and all sorts, and you never existed then, and then after the Ice Age, you pop into existence. That's interesting, isn't it?
All right, cool.
You're right. When after all the ice is melted, after all the civilizations have been created, and some of them get washed away in Mesopotamia, the same place you're calling what? You can't call it nothing but Africa, bro. It is what it is. And as I said, Africans resided there, but obviously when there's a flood or whatever, we duck out, you know, and it ends up in your holy books. No problem. Do you get what I'm saying? Because there's a big deluge, a large body of water, because Europe's melting now. Yeah. And there is no Europe because nothing is anything that was before was underneath the ice. But the funny thing about that is we can clearly see by the DNA and the movement of people that it wasn't you there anyway before the ice age. Fuck.
All right. So what? And then what? I don't get it.
Your thing is just now. It's just reaching.
Yeah.
Look.
Okay.
Now you've come into existence.
All right.
All right. So you're
Let's
ancient,
play.
old,
Descendants of groups
crusty
Q and C,
DNA, and I'm
who
the
stayed near
DNA.
Go on.
Yeah, go.
Siberia, crossed the Bering Sea to the North American continent. An ice corridor opens between the Laurentide and Cordillera ice sheets. So the descendants of Group Q were able to cross over to South America. Also, descendants of the Q group who lived in Central Asia advanced to the Scandinavian peninsula. Let's stop traveling for a moment and look at climate change over the past 15,000 years. In 15,000, the Earth's temperature rose rapidly, reaching its present temperature around 14,500. Then the temperature suddenly drops and it becomes cold. 12,000 years ago, that is, around 10,000 BC. After that, the cold lasts for 1,000 years. This period is called the Younger Dryas period. Melted water from the North American ice sheet flows into the Atlantic Ocean. And scientists have found that it stopped the thermohaline cycle and cooled the Earth. The Younger Dryas era is the greatest turning point in human history. The Neolithic Age began, coincident with the time when hunter-gatherers first settled and began farming. It was the time of the agricultural revolution. Grain is first domesticated, goats and sheep begin to be domesticated. This will lead to a major change in the way of life of mankind.
Shit, where's
The
this?
first
Hold on
human
1 second.
settlements
Stop.
were in the Levant.
Stop.
Ironically,
Bare lies.
Stop. No, but look, remember I said, they say in some articles 40,000 years ago, somebody was doing agriculture in the Levant. After the flood now,
Don't call it
we're
the
saying
Levant.
of
It's
11,000
it's
11,000
Northeast
years.
Africa. Northeast
Yeah, cool.
Africa.
Yeah, or the Fertile Crescent. Let's put it that way. Yeah,
Exactly.
that's what we
Fertile
called it,
Crescent.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, because it was fertile.
Yes.
Is it fertile now?
Well, not as much as it was, but yeah.
No, thank you, because a large body of water has come off and wiped the whole fucking ecology and changed the whole environment.
Right. There's making a lot of oil there, but a lot of fossil fuel.
Right, because it's largely desert now, and right, and those rivers.
I told you that was the Indus Valley. Look, you can see it there, in Indus Valley now. That huge river that comes off the side of India there, yeah. Is that Indus Valley?
This is Indus Valley there.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And what's
Still.
that one near Turkey? That's Euphrates.
You wish you were
and
Indian so bad, innit? You are
I know,
begging to be an
just making
Indian
up
right
shit.
now. I've
This
never
is
seen
Euphrates
anything
River.
like this.
That's
Listen,
Euphrates, isn't it?
And that's
Euphrates and Tigris.
Yeah. But there should
That's
be the
the
Jordan
Nile.
there
That
as
one's
well.
obviously
There's more
Nile.
rivers. More rivers. The
I
Jordan
can't. I don't think the Indians want
run
you though, man.
alongside.
I don't think
What's
they
the
accept you.
Chinese one called? What's the Chinese one
The
called?
Gihon. Is it the Gihon or something like that?
Oh,
Yeah,
there
that's
was
a big
nasty.
one. That's
Yellow
a big
River
one.
and that. The yellow
That's a big
river.
one.
Yeah, it's nasty.
The period when mankind first settled and the agricultural revolution took place was the period of greatest ordeal for men.
See, it's all around the
Surplus
rivers.
production
It's
begins
where the
when
rivers
crops are
are.
cultivated and livestock are raised.
The flooding of the Nile and all that.
We're
That's
in
what
Africa, man.
agriculture.
They live
Yeah,
in a
look,
group to
life
keep and
is not.
protect them.
It's not doing nothing
You will also
nowhere
need an
else,
army
bro.
and a nation will be
What's going on?
created. Although it
Sumerians
is
are
not
doing it right
transmitted
now.
in the records, it is believed that there were many conflicts by analogy with the battlefield record since the historical period. It happened between 10,000 and 5,000 years ago, when we entered the Neolithic and Bronze Age. In a paper published in the April 2015 issue of Genome Research, interesting research results can be found to support this.
That ends
During
the
this
discussion
period,
right there.
the
Bronze
genetic
Age, bro.
diversity of women
Hold on, pause. One
increases
second.
significantly.
Pause.
No, you don't get to pause. We're watching the video.
Pause.
We're just a spectator.
1 second. No, that ends the
Shut up,
argument,
man.
bro.
Bro, we're
Bro,
watching
you show
Beefy's
me.
video. Why are you
You
spoiling
show
it?
me one Bronze Age empire where people look like you.
Mad.
Brother, do your
Mad.
children look like you?
That's the question, though.
You don't answer a question with a question, brother. I said to you, can you show me one Bronze Age empire where the people look like you?
He's wiggling.
Yeah, the Greeks.
What?
The Greeks are Bronze Age.
You're tripping,
The
man. You
the
tripping.
Trojans and
Let's live now. We're gonna allow you now, bro. We know you ain't got no sense, bro.
The Trojans are Bronze Age,
While the
bro.
genetic diversity of men decreases sharply, it's not just happening
say
in one
Trojans?
area, it's happening all over the world. This graph means that only a small group of male genes were passed on to the next generation. This is probably because the wars increased, and the men who were defeated in the war were slaughtered, and only the genes of the winners were passed on to their descendants. Isn't that a surprising result? Archaeological excavations also support the findings of this study. Let's go on our last trip again. A former R1b group that lived in Western Asia migrated to Europe 4,000 years ago. Some of them migrate back to Africa. As a result of the study, people who lived in Europe 10,000 years ago, and those living today have completely different genes. A group that
That was a bit fast, man. Is he speeded up or something?
He said what? The people who migrated all those times ago
Can you slow it down
don't
a
have
bit,
the
please?
same genes as people
You
of
got
today.
completely different genes, bro. You lot came
Oh
from
my
somewhere
God.
else. You must be
Again,
them
that's
people the
not you.
Bible was talking about.
This is what I'm showing
You
you.
must be them people
This
that
is-
weren't made
Hold
perfect
on.
like us, man.
How long is this 20,000 years ago,
This
man?
also ain't you now. This is
that
fucking.
lived in Western Asia migrated to Europe 4,000 years ago. Some of them migrate back to Africa.
Speeded it up.
As a
Slow
result
it
of the
down.
study, people who lived in Europe
Yeah, you speed it
10,000
up.
years ago,
Slow.
and those living today have completely different genes. A group that
Fast
migrated
way.
4,000 years
Not that
ago
much.
replaced the group that had lived earlier.
Yeah.
These are the R groups that lived near West Asia, the Black Sea, and the Caspian.
Right.
So far, it has been a long time travel of 270,000 years.
Right.
Thank you for being with us.
Go back a bit. That's
As a
fast.
result of the study,
Just a little
keep
bit.
the next generation.
Okay.
This is probably because the wars increased, and the men who were defeated in the war were slaughtered, and only the genes of the winners were passed on to their descendants. Isn't that a surprising result? Archaeological excavations also support the findings of this study. Let's go on our last trip again. A former R1b group that lived in Western Asia migrated to
R1.
Europe 4,000 years ago.
R1B. R1B said.
Some of them
You
migrate
cunt.
back to Africa.
No, that's the Slavs.
Wait.
As a result of the study, people who lived in Europe 10,000 years ago, and those living today have completely different genes.
Facts.
A group that migrated 4,000 years ago replaced the group that had lived earlier.
That's Yukon.
These are the R groups
I
that
haven't
live
been
near
replaced, I'm
West
still there.
Asia, the Black Sea, and the Caspian.
Yep. Europe.
So far, it
Caucasian
has
business.
been a long time travel of 270,000 years.
Pause.
Thank you for
What are you
being
saying?
with us.
What he's saying is what I've
If you
been trying to say from the
subscribe and
beginning.
set notifications,
currently
receive
the
new
majority
video
of
news.
Europeans are R1A and R1B. But those people came from northern Russia into Europe and displaced all the original Europeans. Yeah, and that didn't just happen in Europe, that happened across the whole world. These R's came down and displaced the original people. And this movement, this reversal movement, this reversal movement of
the
people
Q's and
that
R's were together, bro.
1 minute,
The
man.
Q's and
So
R's.
from going from expanding out of Africa, you can see there's now a reversal. And what happens is a lot of people move back into Africa, including the majority of African population, which is E1, B1, A, and B, move back from Levant region into Africa. And it didn't just happen in Africa, it happened all around the world where there's this reversal.
Yeah, but we can't believe that they'll come because you said that Greece is a Bronze Age empire, and you forgot to mention it's the end of Bronze Age empire. In fact, it don't start till the Bronze Age has been going for about 1,200 years already, until Greeks have even started thinking about kingdoms. And then even if we look at the Greek empire, are they going to look like you? Brother, one second, brother, one second, pause. I won't finish. Last statement, I swear, last statement. But last statement. Even if we look at the Greek empire, even if we look at the Greek empire, which I would say would be something more Phoenician or Canaanite, are they going to look like you? Is any of the artwork going to look like you? If we dig under the ground in Cyprus and we look at the catacombs and we look at any of the artwork or any of the statues or any of the ancient bones, are any of them going to have your DNA or any of these things going to look like you? No, it's Black Madonna and Child, not Khan Madonna and Child.
What are you talking about? This is what I'm trying to show you. This is what I'm trying to show you. Yeah. When the R's moved downwards,
you killed yourself, brother. You killed yourself.
Excuse me. When the R's moved downwards into Europe, into Mesopotamia, into India, you see a dramatic change in people's appearances. They all become whiter across the board. From England,
no, they do not. No, they do not. The people in Papua New Guinea are still black.
Can I finish my point?
Black, boy.
Can I finish my point?
Black as
the original black people have been displaced. That means that Cheddarman,
no one loses their
original English, was displaced by the Yamnaya culture, who were whiter. They come from Russia, and they displaced the original black British people.
We don't really know where you came from. We just know you sprung up with your QR
displaced people, my brother.
You know, like that.
The ice displaced people sprung up out of the ice,
Can I just
and then started making war on people and doing
the
mad
whole
things.
world based on climatic changes, forcing people to move. That's all it is. And you're seeing a massive whitening of people across the board. So where people were black, people did come out.
Brother, you man defrosted out of the ice. What are you talking about?
B1Bs and whatever, going all the way up to Turkey and into Russia and whatever. At a certain period of time, you see that there is a backlash, and then people then start moving back into Africa. And
it's because you man defrosted.
You see a whitening. You see a whitening of the whole world's population. So from England to Russia,
because you man
Turkey,
all started
to China,
defrosting. You know, like in the vampire movie,
when
all the vampires start waking up. Guys, why don't we finish it? Because one told half the story. One told the male side of the group. Let's go down to the female side. A clearer picture. What do you think, guys think?
Yeah, go on, man. But I'm just saying, then vampires started waking up and they started crawling out of them caves. And, you know, we obviously had some kind of interaction with them before, you know it. They started making war on everyone. Do you know like
that's
that?
true.
Because
if you don't like it, you know what you can do.
What's could they have come from, Maku? It wouldn't make sense.
Okay, share a screen, Michael.
Wouldn't make sense.
So, first of all,
brother, listen to what I'm saying to you.
Speak.
They just went through this whole haplogroup thing, and everyone's in Africa, but all of a sudden your DNA changes. DNA don't change, brother.
So
where did you see that?
One second, guys.
Where did he even see that?
One second, can we agree something? Can we agree that if it was in Garden of Eden, it has to be Africa? Yeah?
DNA mutate.
Say that again. I can't hear you. Mike's low, beef.
If there has to be a Garden of Eden,
yeah,
it has to be Africa, right?
It would seem so, yeah.
Khan, what do you think?
I don't know, because they're saying that Adam.
Well, the Euphrates leads out of the Garden of Eden, according to the Bible. So if the Euphrates leads out of it, and two of the rivers lead into Ethiopia, it would have to be connected to Africa without any shadow of doubt.
Beefy. There's two answers, isn't it? If you're saying that Adam and Eve were the first people, then yeah, it's Africa. If you're saying that when they were living in the garden and they come out and their children found other people to marry, then we're saying that there was other people other than them, then it doesn't necessarily have to be Africa. Depends which version you're going with.
Boys, no, all I'm saying was we saw that the Y chromosome came from West Africa. So we'll see where the woman chromosome comes from. We'll see if maybe it could be Mesopotamia. Could be wrong. I don't know.
I don't know.
Are you sharing the screen?
Hey, make it big, man, and just play the thing, man. Because right now.
Whose video is this now?
Yeah, I know you've been listening.
We just found out your
it's not
queue.
gonna work.
We just found out your
It's
queue.
not working,
and we
bro.
good, man.
So early on,
Our queue, brother.
Khan, we follow the Y chromosome early on, yeah.
Yeah.
Now we'll follow the mitochondrial DNA now. How it came from, yeah.
All right, cool.
Let's go. Oh, is that the X region?
You man got that Queen Royal code in there.
Oh wait, Zambia, Malawi, Congo. Oh, okay.
Is it the same video?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
Go on, play.
Go on, play it.
Our hominins have been living on this land for millions of years. But it wasn't noticed until our ancestors tried to escape from Africa. Astonishingly, scientific research has shown that the 7.5 billion people who occupy the Earth today are the descendants of a woman who lived 200,000 years ago in Eastern Africa.
That's lies.
Well, even if you're
Scientists
saying
call
it
her her
agrees with what I said.
mitochondrial Eve.
Right. Yep.
Will you not follow along with me? The traces of how mankind spread by following the footsteps of the descendants of mitochondrial Eve. Mitochondrial Eve was born and lived in East Africa about 200,000 years ago. First, let's go to the place where she was born and raised through Google Earth. You can see a huge lake and a wide meadow.
Whoa.
Lake Victoria and Serengeti Plains.
Malawi.
You can also see
Uganda.
Mount Kilimanjaro. The surface area of Lake Victoria is 59,947 square meters. It is a huge lake that is 38 times larger than London, 99 times larger than Seoul, 76
Hold
times
up.
larger than
Hold up.
Singapore, and 339 times larger than Washington, D.C. The Serengeti eco.
Huh?
Size.
Why do they call it Kilimanjaro? Why do they call it that? And that's where the first woman's from, yeah? Because she was killing out the most gyros from day.
It's just in Kenya and all of that. You know, it's like our biggest mountain in Africa.
Kilimanjaro, there's Malawi, the Congo, Kenya.
But it's our largest. I think it's our largest mountain in Africa.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's a freestanding mountain. It's freestanding as well.
Does the name mean anything though?
Yeah.
It means a lot. It's on its own, bro.
Freestanding.
Like we ain't got mountain ranges. We got mountain ranges, but I'm saying that is a mountain, as in bow, a pyramid, a mound, or whatever. Like the ultimate.
Ecosystem is a geographical region in Africa, spanning northern Tanzania. The protected area within the region includes approximately 30,000 square kilometers of land, including the Serengeti National Park and several game reserves. The name Serengeti is often said to be derived from the word Serengeti in the Mali.
How is that not the Garden of Eden? I beg someone tell me. How is that not the Garden of Eden?
I don't know. I don't know.
Look at it. Look at it.
Maasai language, Ma, meaning endless plains. Mount Kilimanjaro is a dormant volcano in Tanzania. It has 3 volcanic cones, Kibo, Mwanzi, and Shira. It is the highest mountain in Africa and the highest single freestanding mountain in the world, 5,895 meters above sea level.
Pause there.
Because of its
You get me?
shrinking
I thought it was
glaciers
a
and
bit
ice.
amazing. You know what I mean? You get me? I was just thinking off my head, you know, and I got it right. Like, you see what I'm saying?
But there's a cloud at the top of that shit, man.
We do research. We know about our shit. We know, ain't that the freestanding? We said it. It's
Brother,
like a
when
pyramid. It's like the ultimate pyramid, and it's a volcano. Come on, man.
Brother, there's ice on the top of that bitch. That's how cold it is up there. That's high. That's proper, like, that's miles high. And obviously, man's in the cloud. Do you know, like that? Man can taste the cloud. You know, hey.
So ours is different. It's not like no tectonic plates.
So when Zulu's people say we came from the clouds, Michael, when Zulu's people say we came from the clouds, that makes sense now.
It can, yeah, therefore.
That's where they came from. Not from.
We've
not
got
from
high
dad.
points. We've got high
Exactly.
points.
If you're living around there, you're living near the clouds, aren't you?
Yeah.
Come on.
High altitude and that. Yeah, I hear you.
Ice fields, which are projected to disappear between 2025 and 2035. It has been the subject of many scientific studies. So far, we have looked at the region where the common mother of mankind, mitochondrial Eve, may have lived. This is where her descendants lived as hunter-gatherers. It may seem peaceful, but it is also a place of fierce life. At that time, climate change caused the prey to migrate, and it is presumed that they moved along with the prey. Now you are looking at their migration routes from 150,000 to 100.
So me, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about myself. When I say my people came from the Great Lakes region, this is backing me up. See where we came from? Look, someone tell me something different. I beg.
I hear you.
We come from Israel. No problem.
100,000 years ago. L is mitochondrial Eve, and LX are her descendants. Letters are human mitochondrial DNA haplogroup, arrows are migration paths. The number in the upper left corner of the screen is the estimated age. How would you have known this? We have DNA that is inherited only through females. It's called mitochondrial DNA. We can trace back this mitochondrial DNA to find out who our ancestors were. But why is mitochondrial DNA only inherited through females? Doesn't the man have it? Of course, men also have mitochondrial DNA. However, a man's mitochondrial DNA is not passed on to offspring. Let's find out why. Mitochondrial DNA is only a small portion of the DNA in a eukaryotic cell. Most of the DNA can be found in the cell nucleus and in plants and algae. Also in...
Yeah, this is false information now. How old is this video?
Who knows?
This is false information now, because they're saying that they've now found the mitochondrial DNA that's passed on from a man. So it is present.
No, he said it is present. They did say it's present.
Oh, he just said it's not. He just said it's
no,
not.
he said it was.
It's not passed on from son to son because you just explain why.
Bro, he just said that the dads don't pass on mitochondrial DNA.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that that's not true. Men pass on mitochondrial DNA to their children. Is what I'm saying. They've discovered that now. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but it's their mum's mitochondrial DNA.
Oh, cuzzy, man. Yeah, cuzzy. Come on, man.
No,
we know about mums. We know about mums already, bro.
But are you carrying your mum's DNA? Yes, you are. So
yeah. What I'm saying is, you get it from both mum and dad. They've now discovered that. I don't know. Am I not saying that clearly? Or something?
I hear you.
No, but they're saying that.
But this just said that you don't get it from your dad.
Yeah, they're saying you don't get it from your dad, but your dad has it.
And I'm saying you do get it from your dad. They've discovered now that you do get it from your dad.
You do. Yeah, that makes sense. But I'm saying you get it from the part of your dad that is his mum or his grandma.
I don't know about all that, bro.
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying, man.
Cool, cuz.
Rewind it a little bit.
Cool.
And listen.
So all right, cool. So they're saying you get mitochondrial DNA from your mum and your dad, yeah?
No.
That's what they're saying in this video.
Yeah.
Can you rewind it like 10 seconds, please? I just turned on and I thought that they said you don't get it from your dad or something.
No. They didn't say that. No.
My bad.
Go on.
Of course, men also have mitochondrial DNA. However, a man's mitochondrial DNA is not passed on to offspring.
Can you press
Let's
pause?
find out why. Mitochondrial DNA is only a small portion of the DNA.
Pause. Yeah. Wow, sometimes you man like you
presume that they crossed the sea by constructing a raft near present.
I know. I am.
Like I said, like, bro, cuz I just walked in the room. How did you like listening to the video? I heard it. You never.
I heard it.
Now what? Huh?
Sorry, what did you say? I was saying that I didn't hear.
Anyway, listen.
That men have mitochondrial DNA.
No. Anyway,
that they don't.
I'm saying we should. No. No one's saying that men don't.
Oh, okay.
What the video is saying is,
and which is which I'm
this is what I'm trying to bring up. I believe it may be the old view now, that men don't pass it on to their offsprings. Whereas it seems that the new view is, from an article I read, which maybe we could expand on or look into, whatever, is that men do pass it on.
Right.
You know what I'm trying to say?
And
But
I
this
agree.
is
I
what-
agree with you.
This video is trying to say
Objection
that.
sustained.
Say that again, cuz?
Objection sustained. I think it's a valid point you're making. 100.
Right. So I'm just saying, like, this is a testament to the way that their science, if this is an official type of video, shifts. Like, so we, like, all this RNA, DNA,
That makes sense.
brother. This is a rolling, shifting scenery, bro. Yeah. And we all need to be careful lest we feed into some, like, for want of a better word, pseudoscience or scientism. Cause it seems like they're freestyling, cuz.
It is a lot of scientism.
Well, this is. You're right. This is an established, and I made that there's points of it. This whole mitochondrial Eve and all of this, this whole story, and it's been around, as I say, maybe 15, 20 years now, right? That they came up with it, right? Based on supposed research. Right. Of course, they would have upgraded anyway, but you're right. It might be from maybe 5 years ago.
Now, once you start understanding that men do pass it on, how different is that going to make the DNA results? Like the way we're reading it, the way we're perceiving it. Carl, bruv, I swear down, man.
It changes everything. That changes everything.
It changes a lot, right? So
a lot,
right?
A lot,
So, I don't know. And like I said, for some reason, the subjects that I'm not too great on or whatever, it's like almost like I don't have an interest in it because it's like too much room for belief in it. You know, like it's really hard for us to do this DNA work ourselves, man.
Well, I feel that they're putting all of this in front of us, right? And it's not us necessarily. We have to learn it because other people are using it against us when we're having conversations. All of a sudden, they're talking about haplogroups and you have to get to speed, otherwise you get left behind. You know what I'm saying? In that respect, it doesn't mean you necessarily believe what they're saying, but you can break it down because, like we're doing, we're breaking it down and we're saying, okay, I know that is possible. I know this is possible. I know this is what the established people say about the thing, and like you just brought, they also say this now. But that's the moving of science, and that's how it works. Supposedly, they keep experimenting until they find, the results change. And
can I
again,
just say that
once they get to a result, it's still got room for improvement because you're still experimenting.
Yeah, it's a work in progress. But can I just say, I feel that, in the DNA results test, Beefy, you are the father. Maku, you might be the father. Shifa, I probably am the father. Jedi, you're not the father.
Well, I can't. I don't know.
These are results on Murray, man. These are results on Murray.
This is Khan. You don't think that. You might be the father of Khan, bro.
Yeah, Shiva.
Oh, you look gonna be my father.
You definitely the grandson.
Wait. How are you gonna say Matthew might be the father? Beefy is, but I'm not.
Exactly, that makes sense.
You might be.
We're all the same.
No, you're not the father just because I was allowing you, man. I was allowing you with the joke. But obviously, if you want to be part, you can be the father.
No, I know. As the pappy.
He represents the tribe of people that Khan was mentioning earlier. And he's like, the egos and this one. And
what you
doing? Yeah. Anyway, now we know that Khan is not a J. We know that Khan is not a J anymore. Why is he doing?
How do you know that?
We know that Khan's not a J anymore.
How do you know
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How much is a blood test? This test.
I think when my dad had it done, it was like 140, but that's because he had the whole shebang done, like the medical evaluation. It showed you.
Let's just do the £100 one. Yeah, I'm gonna raise the funds. If I raise the funds, will you do it?
Obviously.
Yeah. I'm gonna raise the funds, and by
but it's a waste of
March,
but it's a waste of money.
Yours. Huh?
Oh, it's a waste of
money. It's a waste of money.
No, it ain't, Khan.
If it says Ashkenazi, will you accept?
What I'm saying is, Khan, if we pay for it, Khan, you have to show your results, cuz.
Obviously.
I'll pay. I'll chip in.
Even if you don't like what you see, even if, like, for instance, say the madness of the mad thing come out.
What's the madness of the mad thing? That I'm a
the madness of the mad thing, you're not Jay.
Yeah, but that means my dad's not my dad.
Bro, I said the madness of the mad thing.
Inheritances, bro.
Did I say that, cuz?
Yeah.
I just saying. Say the madness of the mad thing, and you're not Jay. You're gonna have to share that result.
You make me punch up my own mum.
Q&R, man.
The thing with the DNA test, yeah. There was a thing.
You know what? Guess what? Sorry. Your dad definitely got it, or your brother got it. Your dad definitely got it.
What's that?
The DNA.
Yeah, my dad's done it. Yeah.
Oh, your dad's got it. Okay, cool.
Well, I was watching some of these DNA things. Yeah, there were two siblings.
The thing is, it's nothing even remarkable. My
So
dad's
hold
not,
on.
it's not even remarkable. It's
How are you
J2. Like
J2? Hold on.
The whole of
you
Turkey
know that
is
though,
J2.
right?
Brother, the
You know
whole
that,
of
Khan.
Turkey is J2.
But you said you got E1B1B in you.
You've watched this. Hold on. You've watched it when the people from 23andMe are saying this is for entertainment
only.
Right? You've seen that, right?
Right.
We got to keep taking that into consideration as well. The fact
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, most of the DNA stuff is trying to find the Ashkenazi placements everywhere. That's what
they're doing. That's true.
Everyone seems to come up with Ashkenazi on their upload.
No, because
J2, more like you've been drinking J2O.
It's about the data collection, isn't it? A lot of the Ashkenazis gave up their DNA for other reasons, so they got it all on file, isn't it? They got it on the what's it called, the human genome, whatever it is, breakdown. So they're all on there.
That doesn't come in apple and peach flavor, though.
Yo, is that time of day, isn't it?
I don't know. I can't comment, bro.
I'm only messing with him because you kept messing with me earlier. At least I'm not going on too bad, man. I didn't say nothing horrible.
It's not that you're going on too bad. It's just too random. Like my brain.
All right, I know. Shut up. All right. I'm sorry. Apologies.
A small portion of the DNA in a eukaryotic cell. Most of the DNA can be found in the cell nucleus and, in plants and algae, also in plastids such as chloroplasts. Sperm from a man's body goes on a long journey to find an egg deep in the woman's body to obtain descendants. Among tens of thousands of sperm, only one sperm is selected and fertilization takes place. You have experienced your first victory here, so you should be proud of being born. During fertilization, not all parts of the sperm enter the egg. The tail part is left and only the head couple gate is inserted and fertilized. Herein lies the secret that men's mitochondrial DNA is not inherited. Man's mitochondrial DNA resides in the tail. This principle has only recently been used in the study of human history. By 1985, data from them of 145 women of different populations, and of 2 cell lines, HeLa and GM 3043, derived from an African American and a Kung respectively, were available. The study published on January 1, 1987. The published conclusion was that all current human originated from a single population from Africa, at the time dated to between 140,000 and 200,000 years ago. After this thesis, DNA was extracted from ancient human fossils and analyzed. The map used in this video was created by referring to the results of direct mapping of these research results and data from Wikipedia. Click the link in the description below to view the mapping results by year. Now, let's watch the migration path of the mitochondrial Eve descendants again. About 60 to 80,000 years ago, a renewed expansion repopulated Africa with L2 and L3 types. About 50 to 60,000 years ago, L3 type African moved to Southwest Asia. All non-Africans are today descended from either M or N types, both descended from an Africa L3 type. The group leaving Africa must have been very small, given that only 2 lineages survived. The M and N types, which left India about 600,000 years ago, arrived in Australia around 50,000 to 40,000. This was the Ice Age, and the seas near Indonesia were all land.
You see what the man just said then, yeah? So L obviously comes later than A, innit? So they've got A, B, C, D, E, all the way to L.
No,
it's
different.
It's different.
I'm a bit confused. Oh, it's a different. It's a different. Okay.
Yeah, the women one start with L.
Okay.
Because I always known that to be the case, and I didn't know that I was looking at 2 different. Do you get what I'm saying? Because this is the one I knew first, L1 and L2 and all of that, rather than this E1, B1 stuff that came later.
Oh, so that's only for men?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I didn't know that. Thank you. I didn't know that.
Yeah, because I was thinking, how do we get all the way from A all the way to L, and everyone's black until you get to L, and then all of a sudden people just turn white? That don't make no sense.
No, the woman lineage.
Until you get to J.
We're talking about man.
Okay.
We just looking at the men.
Okay, so
going
what
around the planet.
Anything that comes after the L then is more feminine. Then I understand.
They're all women.
No, man.
All women.
They're all women.
It's a different chart, isn't it?
Don't be looking for yourself on there, Chipper.
I was just getting confused. I get it now.
It's
mumsy, just for women.
It's mumsy and sis and all of that. That's
this is just for women. The other one was for men, but this one's just for women. I got you.
Yeah.
So if A was for man, yeah, like A to H, J,
Q even.
Q
and R.
Yeah, you said it doesn't go in alphabetical order. It's not A, B, C, nothing like that, is it?
Yeah, of course it does.
Yeah,
A is Khoisan is first, isn't it?
Okay, cool. So look, A is a man. A is a Khoisan man. Yeah. J is a Turkish man. Yeah.
Mesopotamian.
Mesopotamian, right? So that's saying that if that's the way they're doing DNA, then that's saying that I know they talk about mitochondrial Eve, but it seems like they're actually agreeing that there was some kind of Eve. It seems like they're saying women come secondary.
Don't know.
Do you not see that? Because if they believe women come first, then they would have done the women's DNA first, right?
I don't think they had the technology, which is harder. To unravel the mitochondrial information. It's in a tiny little.
It comes like in a fact where they're making a nod towards the Adam and Eve story.
Yeah.
It's harder for them to get this information because it's in the mitochondria. It's tiny. But with us, to get the Y chromosome is literally half your chromosome is that information, isn't it? The Y side of your chromosome, which is 50% of your
mitochondrial DNA testing. I remember that is the most deep, extensive testing, even either way around. Do you get
23andMe ain't doing you no mitochondrial test for £100.
No.
Don't be silly.
And that even only goes back 150 years or something like that. So it's not even even that deep. Or 600, sorry, is it 600? Where your normal one is like 150 years. Yeah, something like that. Anyway. But yeah, the mitochondrial seems to be the more powerful or the deeper DNA testing science.
Father, maybe mother, obviously.
But this is all the aunties, man, and the mums. And
it is called Sundaland. It is presumed that they crossed the sea by constructing a raft near present-day Bali. They were the first navigators of mankind. At this time, between New Guinea and Australia was land. Some of the eminent types that migrated to Australia between 50,000 and 40,000 years ago, changed direction and head towards East Asia along the eastern coast. Crossing the eminent type Eurasian grasslands that lived in Western Asia and heading to East Asia. Many races are born in Western Asia. V types go to Europe.
Jeez.
At this time, Europe was inhabited by Neanderthals. Type
what? X. No. Pause right there. Pause right there. You see, we can't be. Yeah.
Problem.
Let's just say Q and R. Let's just say that, man, because it is what it is, man. Because we ain't got no proof of no Neanderthal business. Yeah, we just got archaic Europeans or whatever. Khan and them. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing, man? Q. Acting all cute.
X leaves West Asia a little later and heads for Siberia. It was a very cold ice age. I will introduce the life of our ancestors during the ice age through another video. The M and N types, derived from L3, served as the basis of mitochondrial DNA for today's offspring. Currently, Europeans do not have M-type mitochondrial DNA, which is unusual. Between 40,000 and 30,000 years, a group with mitochondrial DNA of type A, B.
So they're no European by then. They're no European then.
Not yet, man. All this talk and nah. This is willing aunties going around the world and doing whatever, and the world for them doesn't seem to be mainly to be traveling into our ice age. It doesn't make sense, right?
And the question is, where are these women going without men?
Yeah, they're probably going with men. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I'm joking.
No, we've done the men chart already, but I'm saying You only come into existence at 32,000 years. So yeah, just now you're just starting to appear. And because one of these antis left out of Africa and linked up with you, man. But they're calling you lot Neanderthal. I don't know why they're doing that. It's disrespect. You know what I mean?
And F derived from type N appears in East Asia. At the same time, C, G, and D types appear. C and Y types also appear. They have M type as their ancestor. Type D advances to Japan via the Korean peninsula. The last glacial maximum period begins in 33,000. LGM lasts as long as 25,600. During this time, large continental ice sheets existed in Europe and North America. The sea level was also 120 meters lower than it is today. The west coast of the Korean peninsula and the Bering Sea were connected by land. 25,000 years ago in Asia, A, B, C, and D types spread to the east of Siberia. The X type from Western Europe also arrives here. They lived here in the coldest time.
Pause right there.
They begin to cross the Bering.
Pause right there. Because if there's man them out there, which there are man them out there, do you see why we understand that there wasn't much gal out there? No matter what we're talking about, there's not much gal out in those regions. There seems to be bare man though, right? But there's no like large quantity that these men can draw upon, you know what I mean, to make themselves into larger numbers until after the Ice Age.
No, I think there's always been more women than men.
Yeah, but quality women, I'm saying, like, you're only getting 2 batches out there. The Mongolian type looking chicks and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, no disrespect to them, but
Now, I think men were desperate for women. That's why they started bombing like Neanderthal chicks and that, because they were like, boy,
I don't know. Know about all this.
I'm saying a little stress relief and all that.
Just press play, man, because like we're not going to do myths.
Bering Sea in search of a warm place where the sun rises. It was the end of the Ice Age. It is estimated that a few types A and D crossed the Bering Sea 20,000 years ago. Around 15,000, a type arrives in Alaska in groups. This is the time when the Earth's temperature rose after the last ice age. Sea levels would rise again, but the Bering Sea would have been covered in ice. The period between 14,690 and 12,890 before was the Bowling Allerud warming period. The Nordic Fennoscandian ice sheet begins to melt. This is the period when I, U, V, J, H, and V types began to migrate to Northern Europe.
Mud. Con. Q types. Q, U, V, R, S, T, U, V, double X, Y, and Z in that. Them man there. Them man there.
To South America. Some of them arrived in South America 12,000 years ago. At that time, there was a huge continental ice sheet on the North American continent. The Laurentide ice sheet to the east and the Cordilleran ice sheet to the west coast of North America covered the continent. But how were they able to move south? Recent research suggests that an ice-free corridor opened between 2 ice sheets before 12,600.
Oh, is it?
Types A, B, C, and D traveled along this route over 1,000 years, reaching Central and South America. The Earth's temperature begins to rise after the end of the Ice Age. Then, between 12,900 and 11,700, the temperature of the Earth's clouds suddenly drops. This period is called the Younger Dryas period. It was found that this was because Lake Agassiz in North America burst and flowed into Hudson Bay, affecting the thermohaline circulation system. During this period, type B migrates to the Philippines and the island of Borneo. Some of the B types who lived here moved to Madagascar before 1500, and migrated to Polynesia including New Zealand before 1000. So far it has been a long journey of 200,000 years along the mitochondrial eve. Shall we summarize the results of our trip? The first L type was found in Africa. Type N lived in Western Asia, East Asia, and Australia. M type was widely distributed, and can be found in the Arabian Peninsula, Sahel, India, East Asia, and Australia. Type R was found in Central and Eastern Africa, Western Asia, and India. U type existed in India, Western Asia, and Northern Europe. Type I lived in Western Asia and Northern Europe. T-type can be found in northern Caspian Sea and Western Europe. Type H can be found around the Iberian Peninsula, northern Europe, and the Black Sea. Type V is found in northwestern Africa, the Iberian Peninsula, and northern Europe. Type C can be found in East Asia, Siberia, Central America, and the Amazon region. Type A is found in East Asia, North America, and Greenland. Type B can be found in East Asia, Southeast Asia, North America, South America, Madagascar, New Zealand, and the Polynesian Islands. Type F exists in Southeast Asia. Type D is found in Alaska, the eastern United States, and the Amazon region.
I'm confused right now.
Yeah, so we have a young lady from Scotland that's actually got a question she'd want to ask or a statement she'd like to make. Shani?
Yes, it's Shani. Yeah, it's Shani.
Big up, Shani.
Thanks for letting me on, guys. Big up, everybody. Thank you for letting me on.
Big up, Shani.
Yeah, so...
Okay, so Shani, ask the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous. You know, long time listener, first time caller. One of those ones. Right, so I was going to say, how many thousands of years is this? Was my first question. Because I'm sure he was saying...
Shani, apparently there's two... According to the Out of Africa theory, there's two movements of people. One is 100,000 and one is 65,000 years.
Right, okay. So I'm contesting the right to say that's us, that's we, that's I, that's me. I'm contesting the right to say that. And the reason being is because if it's this many thousands of years, in that time you'd have to have, you would, for you to be related to these people, you would have thousands of ancestors, maybe even millions, of ancestors. No, definitely would be in the millions of ancestors. In that time, out of a million odd people, you could change from being African to European to Chinese to Turkish to African again. So you can't. That's why I'm contesting the fact to say that's us, that's not you, that's not you. It's just at this point in time, you are the ethnicity that you are at, because in another say 40 generations, your family might not even be African.
Yeah, but your haploid group will stay the same.
So that's what
and your journey or your route around the world would be of a set course that would correlate with another group of people.
Yeah. So that's how they do it.
We know, Shani, we're just joking. We know.
We're not random. It don't stay the same. And as I said,
how can the haploid group stay the same though?
Because it's a marker. It's a marker. It's like a barcode on a cell that you inherit through your parental lineage, and it never changes. The only reason it changes, Shani, is when one group of people becomes like through genetic drift, become a second group of people. So they'll take it from A to B to C. Do you know what I mean? Based on climatic changes, like epigenetic changes, genetic drift, or the women that you married, or whatever it is, the changes. If you change enough from the original group, then they designate you your own number, like your own letter.
Yeah. I'm based on also admixture as well.
Yeah. Like I said, the women that you marry.
Exactly. Yeah. So it makes sense. I think it makes perfect sense.
So, Khan, your haplogroup
because of the climate
is J.
J2. Yeah.
No, Q. In fact.
So Khan. Right,
for today, I can be a Q. For today, no problem.
That means that.
Yeah.
Go on.
But if you were Q or J, does that mean that since the start of your bloodline, it was Q?
No, it means that.
Is that what that means then?
When Maku was A, I was at A2, right? But when we come to a junction in the road, he went left and I went right. So we've got a common ancestor.
Stop, you're lying.
It's not a lie, bro.
When
Mac
was A, you didn't exist.
Brother, you're not getting it. Listen,
and when I was at
Mike, let me answer.
Sorry,
if you've got an older brother, Mike,
in my ancestors, a couple generations back, I did not exist.
Mike, if you've got an older brother and he has a son, and he got married before you, and his son is older than your son, your son cannot claim lineage from his son. You just have a common ancestor.
Yes, that's
He
right.
might be older than you. Like why? Sorry, beg your pardon. E1, B1, B, and A is older than J2 and even J1. It's older, but the lineage doesn't run in a parallel line straight through. It comes in a fork. So we will have a common ancestor and we'll split off in two different directions. But E is older than J by about 10,000 years. But we have a common ancestor.
Anyway, yeah, and our common ancestors are motherfuckers who carry that H. You get me? And all of that, and the K
Not
and
mine,
the F.
not
F.
mine.
It's really F. It's really F.
No,
from
E
our
comes
continent.
well before F.
But
E
as I
comes-
said, what?
E,
You lot
F,
come out.
E,
It has
No,
to
no,
be
you
A.
lot come
It
out.
has to be at the
You lot,
start.
sorry, you lot come out of F as males.
Yeah, but you
know,
don't
on your
come out
mic,
of F.
on your haplogroup thing.
Yeah, you don't come out of F.
And
though.
I'm saying after H is your existence. Do you get what I'm saying? And that is proved because it's in alphabetical order. Do you get what I'm saying? So you saying you a J, I'm saying no. Yeah, I'm saying Q, yeah, which led to R, which is European, as we know, most Europeans or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So we know this. So now you know you're European. You said you're European.
I'm not
many
European.
times.
I'm a Central Asian.
Now you're Central Asian.
No, I'm saying the
this is
origin.
confusing thing.
See my haploid group, J2, the subclade of it, which means
No, what are
the
you?
specific...
we don't know that. We don't know
Hold
that.
on, man. I'm not boring you with details, but if you want to know,
This
my
is a lie.
haploid group,
Myth.
which is J2, the subclade is M67, comes from Uzbekistan. That's where that particular subclade of J2 originates from in the world. So if you said to me where I particularly come from, it would be Uzbekistan.
But I'm saying, who were the first people in Uzbekistan? J's or other letters? Because it doesn't make sense what you're saying, bro.
I don't know
what I mean?
who lived in Uzbekistan
That's
first.
on the trail of H going to where they're going to be
Has
H.
anybody got? Sorry, can I just ask
I
a
don't
question?
understand.
Has anybody got paint on their computer or anything? Like
a what?
Have you got like an application on the computer where you can draw?
Oh, I get you. I get you. Like,
Has anyone got a computer where they can draw? Like, because this doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I'm just because can we just show like a diagram of how A turns to Q, but yet Q doesn't come from A.
Q does come from A. Everybody comes from A.
How does that happen? How can you say, oh, you don't exist yet?
It's just like a joking, Shani.
No, it's not. I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
Sorry, I must have missed it.
I'm not joking. How am I joking? When the markers say, when the markers are established, if it's established 35 years ago,
Shani,
hold on. If it's 30,000 years for J, and we're talking E, which is another like I don't even know, some ridiculous number.
Listen,
but one comes before the other. Definitely.
Listen to what I'm saying.
What I mean? And they're distinguishing. Hold on, when this marker just appears, Shani. So, in all the DNA markers, as we know, if we're saying J, it's way down the line, right? And then we're saying from the J, and we're saying he's not even J, because when they're showing it to us, they're showing it at Q. Before R. Before we know as Europeans exist. So I'm saying he's Q. Because at the moment after the Ice Age, 1 second, the moment after the Ice Age, once they start spreading out, based on their origins being F, this is it. This is the F of the family, and then the break off branches that it created, So when man's saying that we're all related,
that makes sense.
Because over time there's many diverse mixes in Africa going on, but we're still retaining the originals. So A, B, C, D is still there. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you.
You're not retaining
the
original.
Why? How can you take their DNA and then tell them what they are then?
Based on genetic drift, anyone who is the same distance away from the original people will be just as closely related to them as you. The only difference is you moved back into Africa and married back into these people.
We never moved back.
Yes, you did.
I didn't.
Anyone who's
saying
E
the same thing,
or
man,
E1, B1B moved back into Africa from Mesopotamia, Levant region, because that was part of Africa back then.
Bro, that's not what's being asked, and that's not what's being discussed. I don't know why you're bringing that up, because it don't make no sense, bro.
because it's hard for people to get the current state of affairs out of their mind. People thinking about Africa, they're thinking about the Africa that we know of today. Really and truly, that doesn't really apply to this, because human beings were moving without borders.
Well, sorry, let's get it right. Africans, if we can call them that,
But it wasn't
we're
called
moving
Africa
around
then.
the planet.
No
Well,
one made that word Africa.
I'm just saying. I'm just
was
saying. It just
humans
seems
living on planet Earth, moving without borders.
no, they're not just living anywhere on planet Earth. They're living in a specific part of it that
But it
is
wasn't called
now
Africa back then.
called Africa.
But
Allow
yeah,
it,
now
man.
it's called Africa.
There's
but
no
back
need to
then,
be
it was just
semantical
planet
about
Earth, wasn't it?
this, my brother. There's no need to be semantical because, as I said, there's no Europe. There's no none of that.
Right.
You get it? Right.
Exactly.
Before beyond a certain point. So as I'm saying, and I'm saying it again in front of Shani. Where's Shani gone? Oh, she gone. Yeah. When we're saying things and we're saying like, yeah, before he existed, it's facts according to the haplo groups that man want to give out.
Well, my point is this. This is where your position is contradictory. You can't, with the same breath, claim as an E person that you are a direct inheritor and the same as an A person. Yet at the same time, you're saying to a J person, you're not. You came about in X, Y, and Z time. You don't exist before that time because you're not affording yourself that same criteria. You're saying, no, we've always been here because we descend from the original people. But if you descend from the original people, everybody does.
No, I'm saying you're
yeah,
original.
they do.
You got mixed in you. You're mixed, cunt.
My
Mixed of what though?
My brother. Have we not been sitting here and saying that we could see clearly on the scale that the mother of all of you is F? That's plain and simple.
The
Do you get what I'm saying?
father.
And you look
The
up
father.
The father.
Oh yeah, the father. Sorry, the father of you, man, are F. So like, where are we being disingenuous at and saying
because
blah blah blah? Your argument is nothing to do with us. Yeah, in that scale, you are part of the family, as we said. Our auntie, our uncle, whatever. You got what I'm saying? Left out of Africa or ancestor.
No, but I'm trying to address the confusion that Shani's coming with, because you're saying to people that you did not exist before this particular time in history. Me. But with yourself, you're not saying that. You're saying, no, I go all the way back to A. Why? Because they're black and you're black. Is that why?
Let me break down the Bible.
They're not black. They're not black. They're just saying the alphabet. The letters. Hold on, one second. The letters are the letters, bro. The haplogroups are the haplogroups.
Yeah, they're A, B, C, D, and
hold
E,
on,
right?
where we got more diversity, a mixture of all of those groups, and we can still find those various different groups today, is still within Africa.
But that doesn't matter. You're not the whole of Africa. You are only representative of E.
My brother.
Of the E group.
I'm not representative of E. Hold on, my brother. You can't say that one man is one type of tough, because we come from many different tribes in Africa, and
but who's we?
Timeline,
You're just E, though.
The timeline. You can't just pin man to one thing, bruv.
But you're pinning other people to one thing.
Because they're outside of Africa, and their origin is one.
Africa.
Hold on,
there was
and
no Africa
their
back
origin. Their origin is one person.
One man.
No, but what I'm saying
Africa.
is your
criteria, 1 second, my brother.
One
1 second, bro. Yeah, their origin is one person according to their genetic Eve and Adam story.
Do you know what you are, bro? Shall I tell you what you are?
You can't tell me
you're
what
a
I
pawnbroker,
my brother.
You buy gold for a different price and you sell gold for a different price.
What are you talking about?
You judge yourself by a different criteria, and you got a different criteria for other people. And this contradiction is confusing people.
It's not confusing anyone.
It is, because you're talking about we,
they're talking
about Africa, and you're talking about a continent and a landmass and a group of people, when really you represent E1B1B. That's it.
No, you don't know that.
What do you mean I don't know that?
Don't know that.
You've only got one dad.
Like, just relax, man.
Are you taking this test yet?
Hold on.
You've only got one dad, Mike.
Like, you're just putting it on, man. Like, you don't even know your J2. So like,
how can I not know when I know who my dad is?
My brother. And as I said, it's not like I've been out of Africa. My genes have been out of Africa that long. I'm the first generation. My parents are from Africa.
What's that got to do with it?
Hold on. and then we'll go back to the various different tribes that they came from and all of this type
These
of
are
stuff
all
and all of that.
irrelevancies. Tribes does
It's
not matter.
relevant in the A, B,
Very relevant.
C, D, E,
No, it
F, G
doesn't.
of it.
It matters
My
in
brother,
your mentality, but in
my
the
brother,
particular science that we're analyzing today, it has no relevance.
you're just losing. You're getting bun out, yeah, because you don't see what we can see and what the scientists can see and everybody else can see is that within the continent of Africa, all of this L1s and all of that are still there. They're still apparent.
So
You're
what?
still
They're
in
not
there.
related to you.
But hold on, my brother, man. Things and you know what? When they're talking about tribes and all of these type of things, and we've been indicating to you that it takes 2 different tribes to make a new tribe. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, and they will obviously share the same. What?
Not always.
Well, it's in our case, not your case. Yours is one. Yours is mono. Yours is one person.
If a king
one
has
auntie.
2 sons, if a king has 2 sons and one of them inherits the tribe, and the other one says, "Well, I'm taking my people and going over there," yeah, then you have 2 tribes.
2 sets of people, though. 2 sets of people, though.
But then, what if the first son? What if the first son who stayed at home has more wives, and then in turn has more children?
You still have
this
2
is what you're
separate
forgetting.
tribes.
This is what you're forgetting because you're isolation. You're not hearing ice age, cold,
I don't need to hear,
freezing,
bro.
barren.
If Abraham
lands
had 2
that
sons,
you're talking
yeah,
about,
did they
My
not
brother,
separate
man.
into 2 tribes?
My brother, you're just losing your whole point. Yeah,
uh,
when you're in Europe, when you're my brother,
It's a
when you're in
principle.
Eurasia has never been like flourishing to the level of what we're talking about in the motherland. And this allows for these many varieties and haplogroups and all of that to exist and flourish for thousands of years, yeah, before new admixtures, when they decide to start exploring other places around the world and going out there and yeah. And we know, according to what they're talking about, it's not according to what I'm saying, according to what they're saying when we're talking about mitochondrial Eve, yeah, they're saying one African woman from the Horn, in fact, yeah, left out of Africa and created the rest of you, yeah, who are non-African.
Women do not
So
create.
you cannot, hold on, my brother. You cannot put this to me more than, as I said, it's a distant relative, yeah. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that she's not related to me or yes, it could be a great. How many greats you want to put on it? Auntie, yeah, that's fine. You get what I'm saying? The great,
but she's your mother,
the sister. Yeah, thank you. But mine is still intact, and mine is so diluted and convoluted within the continent. So that's with all the A's and B's and C's and CFs and all of that having the be in the melting pot for thousands of years, because we don't even know. We do know when the E's come into existence.
I think it's really nice, and I think it's like quite respectable. The Africans seem to give just as much respect to the mum side as they do to the dad side, because obviously in this particular science we're talking about, it only goes by the paternal lineage. Like the mother side really doesn't come into it, and like, you know, you don't really seem to be able to get your head around that. I don't know what you're doing. Your particular tribe, yeah, is dictated by the leader of the tribe, who's the patriarch, right? Who provides the name for the tribe, and he's the daddy, right?
How did this come
to
this?
Daddy now.
So it's the patriarchal. It's a patriarchal system.
Sorry.
Okay.
But the patriarchal. Sorry. Big up,
Hey,
Axum. But the patriarchal and matriarchal system are with us. So no matter what you're saying, 1 second, my brother. 1 second, because we're having shifting sand issues here. Yeah. Now we're in the modern time. We deal with the patriarchal, or is it patriarchal, which is the man, right? We deal with the man now. It wasn't always like that in where we come from.
What does this have to do with haplogroups, though, guys?
I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying the importance of the woman, because he's saying the woman. He's saying the woman's not important, but the woman's the one gonna have the baby. I don't understand what he's doing.
Yeah, and can we go like what's the action? No, can I break it up a little bit, right? Because they're talking about different things at the same time, and that's making people confused.
Are you, Axum, you gonna come on and be completely honest, or are you gonna like spare his feelings?
What? Whose feelings?
You're mixing
Whose
two
feelings?
different sciences in one science, bro.
I'm telling you the science that they're explaining on the screen. I'm not
I
steering
haven't
away
even
from that.
expressed what I'm
You know what I'm
thinking, and
saying?
you saying
I
this,
know.
Khan.
I'm asking you,
Exactly.
innit? I'm
Go on,
asking you.
No,
I'm
go
not
on,
if you're
what?
going to
Axum.
be, decisive.
Let Axum speak, please. Go on, Axum.
Yeah, all of this, what you're talking about, is just about mutations from original
Right.
thing mutated to some next thing to
Right.
another thing and then to the third thing, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Facts.
What's the issue? Why are you arguing then?
He's trying to claim that at a certain period of time, I didn't exist. And I'm saying if I inherit my Y
No, but
chromosome,
you did exist though, Khan. You
I
just
know,
had another mutation.
I
It's not
know,
about not existing,
I know, but
right?
he's
Well,
trying to
there has
say
to
that.
be a point when that
He's trying
haplogroup,
really hard to say that.
sorry, when that haplogroups, my sister, comes into existence, right? And they gave it a period, a time period of 30,000 years. So that
Yeah,
matches
yeah,
up.
but that doesn't mean though, Maku, that him himself that didn't exist. It just means a new mutation occurred.
Right. And he's comes after that
Any
point.
mutation.
He doesn't even come at the point of the mutation of Q. Let's get it right. He comes after that point because he's really R1, but he's just trying to play some game about he's J2.
Yeah,
No,
but
there's nothing to support
because
that.
it sounds like, Maku, when you're saying that he didn't exist at all. You see what I'm
Yes,
saying?
there was a time that he, as a Turk or whatever he claims to be,
You're
never
not there.
existed. It's not
Facts.
there. So what are we
No,
doing?
don't say it's facts though, Beefy. No,
What?
guys, you guys need to break this down, like seriously, yeah?
Yeah, we're being serious.
Yeah.
We never run no jokes. We always went with the form of the information that was put in front of us.
That's the sad thing about
So you
it.
sat there, hold on one second. So people sat there and they listened, but didn't listen. Because when the graphs were on the screen, we're explaining it and breaking it down and saying, look, this is your root. You're from F. F is your
Yeah,
father,
but it doesn't
right?
matter. Like, but you still existed though. I don't think you get what I'm saying.
I
You still
existed, or my people existed, because on that same chart, you can see E, that he's
No,
claiming
I'm
I am.
saying you still
Right? 1 second.
existed, but you
One
yeah.
second. He's saying E. I'm E, right? So I'm saying, all right, cool. We'll accept it for argument's sake. But it's funny how I'm with all the previous letters in the continent for thousands of years after these movements. Hold on. These movements have taken place. So while these movements are transpiring and people are mixing, my people, seem to be still in the continent, right? With all the other letters. And now he's saying we're not related. Just retarded foolishness. Do you get what I'm saying? And there's no guarantee that I might be one of the older ones. How does he know? When I'm surrounded by them, they can still be identified and taken their DNA. But this J and these other letters, which are Europeans and other people, which we told you the admixtures and the mutation to give you all these later letters in the alphabet.
You know, the
So
irony is you
we
keep
know
saying
what it is.
European.
No, but
the thing that we've
hold on, it's
learned,
got a time scale.
sorry to cut you, but the thing that
It's
we've
got a time
learned from
scale
this
on
is
the
that
side of it.
the original Europeans were actually black African people. So when you keep saying European, I find it quite weird.
Yeah, of course.
Like you're trying to label Europeans like they're the evil ones,
of course,
or they're the dark side,
no,
or they're
but
like the oppressors of the whole world. But when we look at Europeans,
I never said that.
I know you're not saying that, but I'm saying if we're
Just
trying to
making up
talk
shit,
about
then.
Europeans like it's some sort of a negative connotation, you got to realize that the original Europeans were black African
We're
people.
saying what is, we obviously
and then you're
know
talking
that.
about Africa.
Hold on,
and
my brother, man.
Your people came from outside of Africa.
My brother, man.
Did they
And
not?
you're gonna say that again after we done explain to you in the time that it was happening. Yeah, it was still a part of Africa. So you keep making this inconsistency. We came outside of Africa into. What are you talking about? You know that's not true. That's a false thing, or you're trying to wind man up. I don't know what you're trying to do.
I'm not
Because
trying
it's
to
not
wind anyone up.
definitely,
I'm trying to point
definitely
out.
not based in any truth.
I'm trying to
Go on,
point
Axel.
out a simple fact.
Why
that
do you
you
sisters
use
jump on and then dust out, man?
a different criteria. Sorry, just what you saying, man?
No, I was saying, why do sisters jump on and then dust out? I didn't hear.
Because you
what
just
got
realised
them.
there's no point trying to talk to this guy because he's just like beating his own drum and he's just enjoying himself. Like, good luck to a minute. Like, it's
Are
been
you all right,
entertaining.
man? You're the one
but
who's
it's not
making false
accurate.
statements, my brother.
It's not accurate. And
You keep making these statements
you're
that you say
confusing
that we're
people.
making. Oh, come on, bro. Yeah,
Sorry,
you keep making these statements that you think that we're thinking or we're trying to emphasize but not say, and that's not true. Anything we say, we're saying it with chest, and we're saying 100%. At certain times, according to this haplogroup business, and according to this movement, this genetic Eve and this mitochondrial DNA, there was a point that you and yours never existed.
And
How
there's
are
a
we
point
wrong
where
in
you
saying
and
that?
yours never existed.
Okay,
too.
cool. Okay, cool. But that's in the terms of the continent of Africa. And we're saying that even though we are not as E as you're trying to say that we are, yeah, we're saying, but we're all the way back to A. So those
Brother,
are our
are
ancestors.
you or are you not?
Hold on.
Part Hebrew.
Oh
Are
my
you not?
God.
Are you not
Oh
part
my
Hebrew?
God.
Oh, Hebrew. What
Like,
is
allow it.
Hebrew?
Are you not
bro?
Hebrew mixed with Bantu? Are you not?
What is that?
What is
Are you not a
Hebrew, bro?
mixture?
Are you all
What's a
right?
Hebrew?
Are you Hebrew
No,
mixed with
man.
non-Hebrew?
You don't even know what you're talking about,
What's
bro.
a
Just
Hebrew?
relax, man.
A
Yeah?
Hebrew is a person from the Mesopotamian region.
No.
Yes, it is. E1B1B
Can't you
originates
be a
from
Mesopotamian
Mesopotamia.
then? Wouldn't you be a Mesopotamian then?
No, because at that particular time I wasn't living there with you lot.
No, I mean, when they were living there, what were they calling themselves? Were they calling themselves Mesopotamians?
Well, they weren't
or were they
calling themselves African, that's for sure.
Arcadians, or what they call them, Sumerians?
I don't know.
Or,
See, this is what I'm saying. When you switch from one science, which is DNA and haploid groups, into another science, which is etymology and the meaning of words, you're basically trying to run around the houses and lose, man. But you can't do that with me because I can keep up with you.
Sorry, you sound silly, man.
How long
What are you
ago?
doing,
Wait,
You switch from one subject to another.
Let me figure you out here. How long ago was Mesopotamia Empire? How long ago?
Irrelevant to the conversation.
It's very relevant.
Fully relevant.
Irrelevant to the
How long
conversation.
ago?
Fully
How long
relevant,
ago?
my
Ask the
brother.
question, bro. How long ago?
Irrelevant.
How long ago?
Come on, my
You said
brother,
you're
man.
just
Why are you
taking the
being like that,
subject.
man?
You're just distracting us from the original point.
How long
The
ago?
point is the people that Maku claims to descend from,
4,500
their
years
haplogroup
ago.
originates
No,
from what is
come
outside
on,
of Africa today, and they had to move back into Africa. And then they remixed with the people that was living in Africa. Predominantly, the African people of today are either E1B1A or E1B1B. These people moved back into Africa.
Anyway, sorry.
Are they Africans?
Mesopotamia is Africa. Sorry.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
I've been telling
I
that
said,
from
what is
time, and
Africa
he
today,
keeps
right?
doing that. No, why are you saying today? Because when
So you know
these
what I'm
things were,
talking
hold on,
about.
my brother, no, because we keep saying to you when these things were happening at that time, yeah, it was not. It was definitely under the control and under the province and all of that. We gave you even the tectonic plates say it's Africa, my brother.
Like
The
Brother,
plate
no one's arguing that
everybody is
point.
an
Brother,
what is he
African.
doing, man?
brother, you can
Khan
have the
is an
whole
African
world
too.
as
Me too.
Africa. It doesn't change my point.
It does, man.
No,
Like
it
you
doesn't.
chatting shit, bro.
It doesn't.
Big up yourself, Wanksy. Welcome
Big up,
aboard.
Wanksy.
Big up everybody, man. I'm just interested in listening to this conversation. It's
All right, no
something
problem.
I normally don't go into, but I'm curious about one thing. Did anyone make a claim that it's better to be an older group in your DNA or a younger group? Because you can look at it from both ways. Like the older group might have some power, some integrity in the DNA, etc. Or the newer group might be a newer part of evolution and might be more advanced. So I'm just curious what all of you guys think about this.
I feel in the continent of Africa, it doesn't necessarily matter, but it's the most prevalent that so many different people groups, yeah, have been there, and they seem to be the oldest ones on the planet, and that only one of them, one section of them, yeah, became everybody else around the planet. Come on, my brother.
Yeah, but you could say there's chance because there have been Neanderthals and Denisovians and others who have been mixing with humans for forever, everywhere.
Yeah, please wait, brother. I'd like
No
to hear
problem.
I'd like to hear a direct answer to the question that you asked.
Yeah, my apologies.
Whether people think old DNA or new DNA is better, it's superior, or what? Based on the fact that old DNA. Well, you heard what Wanksy said. It's just
it's more.
It comes.
I think yes.
Mate.
I would
it
say
comes
yes.
to what
Sorry.
Atkins said
yes
about
or no question.
genetic mutations.
No, I would say yes based on
It's not a yes
that the
or no
older DNA. 1 second.
Wait, no,
the older DNA is
he's not
more.
asking yes or no, bro. He's asking for your opinion on what you think is better. So he used both examples, so it's not yes or no.
Okay, the older DNA is better.
Older.
Yes, obviously, because it's more
Can you explain
authentic
why?
and it's
Can you
more.
explain why exactly?
Yeah, it has less. It had less admixtures and thing is what they're trying to explain
But
to
what
us.
you call
It
an
has-
admixture, for me, is just a variation. It's just mutation. It's just normal, natural systems evolving. I could say.
But there's no evolve. There's no evolving. You have to mix with someone to initiate any type of change in humans.
That's not true. Mutation.
Let's ask the same question to Khan, please, and then to Axum and Beefy.
Yeah, thank you, Jedi.
I personally believe that there's benefits to the original people, which would be a generalized ability to morph into all other people. But there'd also be a benefit to people who have then taken advantage of that potential to change into other things and become specific, adapted to their environment. So, for example, white people living in the north of Scotland would have a better absorption of vitamin D than black people based on the fact that they've evolved to live in that climate. So there would be some advantages to both, really. Just depends whether you want to be more general or when you want to be more specific.
Okay, Axum.
Sister Axum.
Yeah. I would say a new one. Was that what question, right? If the old one is better than from the new one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the new one due to environmental changes and adaptation.
Yeah.
And the mutations that occurs that you can actually
like
survive.
epigenetical advantages. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
there are advantages, of course.
Beef. Maybe the Beefy. Yeah. All right. Cool. No, carry on, man. Carry on. I thought that was a great question, though. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a good question.
Waxy, like honestly, bro, what are we doing about this name, man? What are we doing, brother?
You need to upgrade the name,
I forgot to change it this time, my brother. I will change it next time. I have to think up of a name. If you guys can give me a name,
just change the letter. Just change the letter,
connects with me. No. If you guys give me a name which you feel connects to me as a person, what you have sensed,
I think you should call yourself.
I got a name for you, man.
Sufi 1B1B.
What's the name of one of them characters from Dungeons and Dragons?
Oh, that's so old now. Dungeons and Dragons.
Eric. You are Eric.
Yeah, but Eric's Banana Man as well.
You know, it's difficult to find a name, and this name I have for a few years now, so it's difficult to let it go. You know, I've become this character. I've become this character. I'm playing Renxi. You know, he's mad.
You're just on a quest.
Yeah. I'm on a spiritual quest to find
my that or Tiamat. Put your Tiamat. Yeah.
So, yeah, but yeah, Beefy, you were still answering the question. I remember. I'm interested in all of you, and I will then answer it myself too. Try to, let's have a conversation.
Yeah. I think Beefy's away from his microphone.
Computer.
But Jedi, what do you think? You're the one after Beefy, I suppose.
You know what? Boy, that's a really great question. What do I think? Honestly, my instinct says the original. My instinct says if there was an original, right? If there was a archetype, prototype first, then, and if it was created, then it was probably created with no mistakes.
But that means that somebody created it, like an engineer.
If it was created, it was likely created with no mistakes. Yeah.
If by an engineer who thinks up a concept or a blueprint and then creates a machine.
Some of the things that we have lost, if we're weighing up pros and cons of losing or changing DNA, I would say that the pros or the cons of the change in DNA is that there's a possibility we have lost substantial, significant properties that may far outweigh let's say the sickle cell and the adaptation to absorb more vitamin D and whatever other adaptations we say are present, I think that they probably would be minute in comparison to what we've lost, the abilities that we've lost.
Yeah. I can understand it, you know. I feel myself to be lost a lot because I've been gaining some of it back with my spiritual quest. And they are awesome. Some of these abilities I never... I'll give you a small example, you know. If you don't mind. I was with a plant 2 years ago when I was with my nephew, who was like 8 years old. And I started doing this energy stuff, and I started with my hand feeling the energy of a plant, the electromagnetic field around the plant. Yeah, and I started feeling my hand burning, and it was the second time it happened. And I start connecting with the electromagnetic energy because I'm electromagnetic too. We all are electromagnetic beings, you know. So connect to it, open up, and then I told my nephew to feel it, and he started feeling it. And it's like magic, you know. It's weird.
Okay, so Axum.
Yeah.
Is it true you jumped off because Snipes is too hard-headed to conversate with? This is the claim Khan made.
Oh, is it? No, man. No. I had to jump off from my phone and
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good to know, man. Brother Snipes is
I didn't even hear that. Khan, what the hell are you saying?
I don't know, but it's dark under this bus.
Hey, come on. Yeah, don't try it, Khan, man. You're fake, man.
That was a good one.
Anyway,
all right, Beefy.
Yeah.
We've tried to ask you. Did you hear Eric's question?
I'll say. I think we've lost a lot. So I don't think that the mutations which have been happening before are benefits. I think we've lost a lot of things, a lot of natural things we could do naturally. We now need technology to help us do. So for me, nothing good has been happening. And I think we're getting dumber and dumber as years go by as well. So, I don't see nothing good coming out of it, or anything good.
Nothing good come out of it because it's mutations, yeah?
If you look at the X-Men stories from Marvel, the mutations are looked upon as bad, but they create advanced capabilities, you know.
So Eric, I think
sorry, Axum, do you know about it's kind of the same as blood, but let me go on mute.
Oh, don't start with blood. You know already. but Biffy, what are you saying? Actually, I want to explore what you said.
I'm saying
it's what?
I think the mutations that have been happening, like from the original man, they have not been beneficial to the humanity. They've just been making us dumber or less productive, may I say.
So if we stayed in our okay, this is gonna sound bad, yeah, more animalistic ways, more in tune to nature.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm an animalist.
I know. I
don't
think
feel like someone needs to say that.
But you let's remember English is their second language. Let's allow.
No, I know. That's why I'm even saying.
I think she was trying to say primitive.
Oh, sorry, yeah, primitive, more.
You know what I hate about the term primitive?
Yeah.
It relates back to primate.
Yeah.
It relates back to primal, and it lends credence to evolution. Thank you, bro.
But this whole thing is about evolution, though, Jeff.
No, mutation. But mutation.
But is there always evolution, or is there sometimes devolution happening at the same time? You know, on some aspects.
I think more mixed. I wouldn't call it evolution or devolution. I just call it mutation. It can be good or bad.
Yeah, change.
Yeah, he's right.
In whatever way. Yeah.
With the genetic mutations, you can't say they're good or bad unless sexual. What's it called? When you choose the mutation to go on to the next generation through sexual choices.
How do you say your name? Sahasi.
Sahasi, Eric is fine too. I like Eric. I like Sahasi. It's all love, you know. I can sense it. It's
Sahasi,
good.
you understand
Thank
Sahasi?
you.
That's your language, right?
I don't know what Sahasi means, so please explain.
What? Okay. Are you from the Punjab?
I'm from Punjab, but I don't know the language that well, you know.
There
So
you
I've
go.
been, you know.
Well, Sahasi is Punjabi for adventurer.
Okay, it's awesome. I love that, man.
Spiritual adventurer.
Thank you for this name, man. I appreciate it, man. Bless.
I
Thank
put
you.
a lot of thought into it.
Yeah, man. Awesome, man. I feel love, man. Thank you.
Sahasi, you've got a very thick neck. Pause.
Pause.
Oh, can't
Why,
man.
Khan? Why?
How long have you been? How long have you been training, Sahasi?
30 years, 30. You know, weightlifting,
Wow,
powerlifting, all that shit. But yeah.
No, I never even noticed. You're right. He has got a thick neck. What he's got left of the neck is mainly traps. Yeah, it all traps.
Yeah, I've been doing like one. You know those how do you call those farmer walks? You know, when you hold the heavy weight and you walk, and you do the standing. You know, the farmer race. You know, with a heavy weight. I've been doing those on one side with one. Yeah, I've been doing those with one arm with 120 kilos a few years back.
Shut up.
I'm not lying.
Why would
but
you
very
do that
minimal.
to yourself? That's torture.
I love torture, man. I love pain. I'm insane, man. And that was when I was like 44, you know. So I'm still growing and doing more crazy shit. I'll never stop, you know. And this picture was from a few months ago, last year, May, I believe, or May or June, you know. So
Sahasi, what do you do to combat the thickening of the blood due to resistance training? Do you do a lot of cardio?
You can, cardio is best, man. You can take aspirin too, you know, to thin the blood. But cardio is best, man, and keep a healthy diet, man. Eat
If I
enough
take
fruits.
aspirin, is it going to lower my blood pressure?
Aspirin will help with it.
No, easy. Think about what you're saying now.
I didn't know weightlifting thickens your blood.
Yeah.
Depends on your diet too. It's very complex, man, and everybody has different DNA, as we know. So one person it will affect in another way, and so it's difficult to give out these advices. You know, you have to get in tune with your own body, and be, you know, and learn yourself, know yourself. You know, that's most important. You know, and be smart about it. Don't kill yourself. Enjoy your life. You know, and keep going. You know,
Yeah,
so.
don't overdose on aspirin either. It's not a good thing.
Yeah, it can be dangerous too. Everything, you know, can be a beneficiary, or it can be a problem. It depends on the balance between all your other systems in your body, you know.
Yeah, but you shouldn't take it to thin out your blood, though. I mean, you have issues.
Now, if you have a medical emergency, it might be better for some to take it for a while they address the structural chronic issues with the diet or whatever, you know. In that sense, I mean.
Let Jedi go.
Yeah. Big up, Axum. Give thanks. Trillo Catcher says, "Oh, this is interesting now. When I think of Bible stories and people living in hundreds of years, let's change that to thousands of years. They must have been a better grade of human. And I think personally, that's what your holy books tell you. These people lived longer. They had abilities. You know what I mean?
The sin of Adam
and shit. You know, they were tall."
Perfect in their generation. What did these
say that again?
Perfect in their generation for some
all these type of things. So I think the books kind of denote that there was some kind of
fall.
I don't know, man, but it would make sense that there was a type of downgrading or at least a shift. I mean, at the end of the day, let's do it this way, right? When we deal with crufts, when we deal with dogs, you know, I always like to compare humans and dogs.
We all love dogs, go on.
We all love a dog, right? And then we think about what a pedigree is.
Yeah.
And if I fling
mongrel,
a bit of schnauzer, in a Jack Russell, when we go to craft, guess what? It's not a pedigree, that's a mongrel now. You understand? And
I heard about all this from my Jehovah's Witness friends, to be honest. I got friends, JWs, and they were the ones that explained to me about how humans aren't actually supposed to die. They're supposed to live forever. But it's the sin of Adam that makes us like have diseases and die and things like that. So it is a very like specific belief system, I think. I don't think it goes to all like across humanity. Like everyone don't believe the same thing.
No, because I think a lot of people believe their elders sorry, the elders, like for instance, lived longer. That's a worldwide thing, and had certain abilities, had certain strengths. All their myths, all their stories tell you this. They could fight dragons. They were taller than this and that, as tall as, you get me. Gilgamesh was carrying fucking lions and shit.
Yeah.
People like, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, the demigods and the gods, you know, gods could be seen as advanced human beings or older haplogroups of citizens of the earth. I wouldn't say humans. It could be anything, like the Nagas or shapeshifters even. Who were,
I like that term. I like that term, citizens of the earth. I like that.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Yeah, we're all citizens of this earth, however you want to call it. Animal, plant, mountain, cloud. For me, it's all energy, you know, manifested in a different form and frequency and vibration. So, yeah.
Oh, man, the secrets of the universe, man. It's really hard to be a person that doesn't care, you know, that's not interested in this stuff, because I find the subject so like stimulating, like my thought processes when I'm thinking about, like, you know, trying to imagine like an original man. If we're coming from like a creation standpoint, even if we're coming from the Big Bang Theory, maybe you could do. I don't know if you could do the Big Bang Theory without evolution. I don't know. No. So it's one or the other, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, it could be both. It could be seeding. It could be seeding of.
There's created to evolve.
Yeah.
It could be both. You know.
Sorry.
Yeah, because if a scientist sets out a petri dish with bacteria, which they created with genetic manipulation, you know, or they created synthetic bacteria completely, and they put it out to evolve. It could be both at the same time going on.
To mutate, what evolve to mutate?
Yeah.
What evolve?
Yeah, there could be design, intelligent design, and evolution as a process.
That's what I was trying to think of. Intelligent design.
If evolution is supposed to be getting better, not getting worse. You're talking about evolving, it means you're getting better, right?
Not necessarily. Evolution is a wrong term. I believe in change. Change is simplest. It's changing. Everything changes all the time, you know.
No, for evolution to happen, something has to die, right?
Yeah, that's a change.
But saying, I thought evolution meant like the strong genes survive and whatever's weak dies out, right?
Yeah, something has to die out. Yeah, exactly.
But from what I was saying, that doesn't make sense.
But you have accidents. You have like natural catastrophes in which somebody stronger might die out and a weaker might survive by accident. You know, like meteor impact, or a war, or a you know, or stupidity. Somebody might jump off a cliff.
No. But I thought evolution talk about war or something. Evolution saying, as humans progress, whatever is weak dies out and the strong survives.
That's right.
Evolution.
If the weak don't die out, then the strong won't create the new generation of evolved beings.
There's also symbiosis, you know, like a cooperation in nature, even much more than fighting. There's both at play. There's a dynamic interplay. It's not just the survival of the fittest in nature itself. You know, some species work together; they cooperate for their own benefits. You know, so it's more mixed, I believe. It's not like a gladiator war.
Survival mechanisms.
I mean, the flea sits on the lion.
I would actually
you know?
agree with Eric in this one. It's symbiosis, I would say, with everything in nature.
It depends, you know. If I can cooperate with Khan and we can both benefit, we will choose a logical thing. If we're both logical minded, if it's better for me to kill Khan because he will kill me, and I know for sure I will kill him. And it's better for me to kill him.
I think you got to look at it in this way. If I can work with you, that's one benefit to me, right? If I can work with you and our symbiotic relationship then would kill Beefy, then I've got a double-pronged motivation. That was a joke, by the way.
I know.
Just make sure you don't mention my name in none of these dumb scenarios, man.
Yeah, I know you hate that already.
There's another thing as well. What I see we seem to do, we like to take words which are defined during a conversation, I want to give them my own definition. We need to stop doing that as well. Let's stick to the definition of what the word means.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The word causes less confusion.
That's a great point, Beefy. Great point.
But everyone
And
comes
maybe
to,
we can break down the words that we actually also, right?
I'm talking about from what I know as evolution. We're not talking about symbiosis, but the thing we evolve, innit? I know that symbiosis, but I agree more with symbiosis or mutation than with evolution.
Yeah.
So I have to use our words carefully, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Well, it depends on what you believe in, what you think is actually the right one for you to believe in, I must say, or theorize about. Because we can talk about evolution like it's a fact, but we know it's not a fact 100, and the same goes with belief. And but one thing we do know, though, that we are coexisting with other living beings around us, right? And we're trying to have a symbiosis with nature, but even though, our human nature is messing that up, but the rest of the nature is trying to do that, right? So
boys, you see it like in nature, video of the segregated plains. When the animals are migrating, you see lions, zebras, they all moving together in one direction. They know each other. There's no this. They are going somewhere because of survival.
Yes.
Yeah. Then when they get there, they will all think about, okay, I'm hungry.
We need to do the water first, and then we can deal with the food. Yeah.
Of course, if you're the lion and you're running from the storm and you see a buffalo running with you, you're gonna think, this is great. When I get to wherever I'm going, I'm gonna have some food with me, innit?
But even in
he's
nature,
running with me.
In life, everybody's your friend until you're hungry and you have no food.
But even in nature,
your dinner.
even in nature, a lion or apex predator will not attack the prime, whatever is prime of its predator, to attack the weakest or the sick, because it needs that lineage to carry on. It eat tomorrow. If it kills the strongest one, then they all die. There's no food tomorrow. So even nature, the animals are clever. They say, we don't go for the strongest one. We go kill the weakest one.
Yeah, if you're eating and you're becoming fat, you're like a buffet for when shit hits the fan. You will be dinner. If you become strong and your meat is tough to eat, you will survive longer. And you will eat the fatties.
That's what I'm saying. Even lions, when they attack animals, they don't attack the strongest animal, but they know themselves. If you kill off the strongest of the other animals, tomorrow you won't have food. No, tomorrow you won't have food.
Nature's amazing, bro. It's like in nature, right?
Either pick the sick or the youngest.
Yeah, but you know what, Beefy? In nature, women, right? They upgrade themselves by marrying men that are better than them. So they get all the good genetics and they have higher quality children. But once the children are born and they don't need the man anymore, they're more likely to kill the man. Like the Black Widow, the spider. It mates with you, and then once it gets what it wants from you, you become a surplus to requirement, right?
Yeah.
So they're more likely to try and kill you.
Yeah.
Because you served your purpose. That's how nature is very unforgiving like that. You know what I mean? You have to have a function or a purpose. If you just, like you said, the weak are going to get eaten up. The old are going to get eaten up. The extras that are not doing anything, they're going to get eaten up as well.
But see, it's a point, Khan. There's no right and wrong in nature.
Right.
So you can't say this is right.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying it's unforgiving. Nature's unforgiving.
Maybe it's balancing. I don't know. Nature is nature, isn't it?
So it's up to us, to the next, to the current people, to find a way with energy or whatever way or technology to modify nature, so we can absorb energy right from the sun without having to eat other animals, and we can change nature into surviving without destroying each other, and we will have peace on this earth.
To be honest, I got the opposite problem. I think in a time of abundance, in a time of passiveness, I want to instill some sort of survival skills in my children to make sure that if this whole thing collapses, they can still survive. Because historically, we know that when civilizations collapse, the people that are used to this luxury lifestyle, they're the ones that don't make it. And that's the problem I have. It's not about becoming some evolved version of a human being. It's about maintaining survival skills.
But
Because I
if we
think
can
people are
get so
becoming
involved
very soft,
that
isn't
we,
it? They're becoming
if we
very
can
soft.
get so involved that we can escape this game of do or die, of killing others to survive. If we can transcend
I don't
that
believe
game
it. Do you know why I
into
don't
becoming
believe that?
higher
Have you
beings,
seen?
why not?
I'll give you an example, Wenksy. Have you seen
Yeah.
a series, a Japanese series called Monkey Magic? It's about the story
No.
of Hanuman, right?
No, I haven't
Have
seen
you
it,
not?
but I know
All right,
about
cool.
Hanuman
So
and Rama.
in the story, right, monkey Hanuman has to escort the monk Tripitaka, who has the secret the sutra, and he has to travel it from China to the west, or is it from India to wherever, right? And the monkey god has to protect him. Now the thing is, whenever they come across any trouble, right, Tripitaka is so evolved and so spiritual, he just sits there meditating while everybody's fighting and killing and dying around him. And he's so detached from his own struggle to exist that even if he dies in that moment, he believes that he's going to evolve or he's going to transcend death, right? Now,
Or maybe
I
I believe the
personally,
next level is by not even having any attachment to death or life, and not even
yeah,
believing you'll evolve.
I don't
That's
agree
the
with
real
that,
shit.
brother. I don't agree with that.
That's next level shit, you know.
I know, I've
Don't give a
experienced that in
damn.
my real life, and I don't think it's healthy. And I wouldn't teach my children to have that level of detachment from their survival skills.
I agree with you right now. In my current state, I will, survive too, and I will fight, for my life. But I could say some might be on that level. Let's say the Buddha, as they claim, or others.
Yeah.
Which we can't comprehend. They might be living on a higher dimension, which we don't
Yeah.
even understand. And they might, from that dimension, be beyond life itself, or death itself, or existence itself. And be on planes we don't know, or they might be okay with even non-existence of stopping to exist and never come back. We don't know.
But most ancients say that death is just another part of the journey, isn't it? To the end.
Exactly. See, this is why when you look at the symbol, the Tai Chi symbol, there's life inside of death and death inside of life. The paradox has to be what pulls you back to life. So even though you achieve this spiritual detachment from your life and your material life, there has to be something in that equation that makes you want to survive or attach yourself to life for some sort of a reason. You know what I mean? Like, you can't fully 100% detach yourself from life. You basically, you let your spirit.
Let's call it existence, because
Yeah. Do you know what is that? Do you know? Have you seen that film Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, where they're standing on the mountain and they just float off the mountain at the end? Have you seen it?
I haven't seen. No, I haven't
basically,
seen.
they're committing suicide. Basically, they're jumping off the mountain. But because they're in this spiritual kind of life, their spiritual level, they don't feel like they're dying. They feel like they're transcending death.
They feel like they're escaping
these
a
are healthy
prison.
concepts to teach children.
No, it depends. They can see life itself as a prison. Let's say if you have a certain awareness and you have even lived one life and not a million lives, and you don't remember them, but you are bored with life. You see all the mechanisms of life, of social interplay between humans, of society, of the survival game, and you figured all that out with your intelligence, as a human being. You might end up at a certain place in your awareness in which you are bored with it and you're not interested in existence anymore. And you want to see what's next, or you want to be okay with non-existing anymore. And
this is the thing
letting
about
it
see
go.
what's next. It's dangerous. See what's next. What do you mean, see what's next?
Or maybe be okay with non-existing anymore. Just letting it all go. Let existence slip away from you.
That's
Some
called
people might
nihilism,
be.
isn't it? Ain't that called nihilism?
You can call it a certain term, and nihilism is often considered negative. But I don't want to put negative or positive on terms, or try to avoid terms which immediately put you into a certain direction. But be neutral. Have an open view. That's what I try to do, at least, with everything.
This is why out of all the spiritual paths, I prefer Taoism, because in Taoism, once you achieve a certain spiritual level, you have to come back to life and come back to earth and come back to a normal life and use your spiritual experiences to benefit yourself and humanity. Letting go of life in this Buddhist kind of ideology, for me, is extreme. It's extreme.
It's also in Sufism in a way, you know, fana. When you become fana, you end up merging with God, Allah. You know, you end being you, and even if you're alive in your body, you become so much one with God. You die as you are, and you completely become something else. You know, that's the scary part of a lot of spiritual evolution. You know, you have to die as you are.
Yeah, that is fana. That's actually bad.
Fana, yeah.
Yeah,
Fana
that's
is
bad.
ending. Fana fi Allah means ending in Allah, you know, becoming God himself. Like the Sufi saint Mansur al-Halaj in the 9th century in Iraq, you know, who ended up being in such a high state of being one with the Godhead, let's say. And people were asking him, are you the truth? Because they didn't understand him, because he became so far removed from common humans.
Yeah, so he's reaching a level of like Jesus in the Bible.
Like transcendence, like beyond
when
whatever.
Jesus said before Abraham, I am. That's what he means, isn't it?
Yeah, something weird. And he said, I'm the truth, and they killed him. They tortured him like Jesus.
They will kill. What do you mean? They will kill you, bro. You go around saying things like that, they're gonna kill you, innit?
Yeah, they did kill him. They cut him into pieces, man, because he said, I'm the truth. I've become God, basically.
Yeah, he's saying he's God now.
Yeah, like Jesus.
I think things like that, you got to keep it to yourself, man. You can't be telling everyone. But there's no benefit. What's the point of telling these idiots anyway? What are they going to do?
I mean, Baba Bulleh Shah said the same stuff, and his teacher disconnected from him because his teacher told him, Cyanide Khan, don't tell this stuff to others. They don't understand.
This is what I mean. Like people just criticizing secret associations and secret societies and whatever. But really, if you tell the truth, what happens to you? We know, innit?
You'll end up dead, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If somebody doesn't understand the level you're on, you can't even blame them, you know. I wouldn't blame them. It's not their fault.
You can't blame them.
It's like Jesus said, Father, forgive them for they do not know, you know, in that sense.
Exactly.
It's up to you, if you're involved, to be smarter about it and be very aware of what you divulge to anybody.
I think the most important lesson we can learn is the worst thing to be in life is surrounded by idiots. If you're surrounded by idiots, it doesn't matter if you're rich or poor or spiritually awakened or whatever. If you're surrounded by idiots, your life is in danger.
But if you evolve enough, you become compassionate to all existence.
But then you start tolerating idiots.
No,
that's what happens when you start tolerating idiots around you.
You see the idiot you were before, and you had to evolve. So you see the commonality between them and you connect with people better, and you will help them in a way it's good for them and not good for you. And that's the next level of compassion. But that's difficult. That you have to practice it. You have to prove it to yourself.
I think you have to maintain a healthy attachment to the dunya, bro. You have to. It's part of life. You can't let go of life, man.
Because they're your family.
You're
part of the human family. However you want to spin it, race or this or that to people, I consider everybody my human family. That's where I came from. You know, I can breed with humans. I cannot breed with a duck or a chicken and make offspring. So it's that simple.
You know? I've done all my breeding, so I'm not bothered about breeding. I'm more worrying about just harmonizing, just chilling. You know.
Yeah, you're doing a good job, I would say, you know, from my perspective. But I might be fooled, you know. You might be evil inside and hiding it and working from deeper levels of your reptilian brain, you know.
Can I ask you a question mentioning evil, yeah? Can I ask you, like, this is a serious question. I don't know how you're going to answer it, but do you believe that evil exists on its own?
It depends what your definition of evil is. We have to go back to the definitions to have a meaningful conversation.
I'm saying, is there an entity within creation that we can identify as evil? Not the evil that we bring to the world ourselves through our human downsides or our human negative sides, but is it like something external to us that exists that we can identify as evil incarnate, like a living evil?
Like something is manipulating and influencing and possessing humans.
Maybe it might not have an influence or manipulation. It might exist outside of us, though.
I'm open to reality, you know, like Sahasi that mentioned, you know, the name I've gotten. There might be interdimensional other existences from which negative entities might be influencing humans into becoming negative and destroy each other, or not. Maybe it's us projecting and creating demons and angels, so we don't blame ourselves. It can be both.
I've never seen no devil doing devilish acts. I've seen humans doing devilish acts. I've never seen the devil walking around.
Right, Beefy gets what I'm saying. Beefy gets what I'm saying.
I've never seen no devil walking around doing bad things. So this is what it's all goes down to belief, innit? What you want to believe, innit? But I've never seen no devil. I believe that other humans can influence other humans to do certain things. That's very possible.
But then Beefy, you fall into the trap of the saying the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was making us feel that he didn't exist. Because then you fall into that trap, right?
But that makes sense. What you're saying, you're saying the devil exists. Everyone said the devil exists.
No, I'm not saying like if you say that the only evil is the evil inside us, and there is no devil, and we're responsible, right? Then that saying comes into play, right? That the devil's kind of tricking us into thinking it doesn't exist.
No. Let's deal with facts, and I'm just dealing with facts. I've never seen no guy called devil walk around doing bad things. I've only seen humans.
True that. True.
This is facts.
I hear you.
I don't know, unless you can point me to today. Look, there's the devil there running around doing bad things. To me, it's the devil. Like, it's just a way to make excuses for our own bad behaviors.
It might be both, you know. There might be invisible beings, let's say the citizens of this earth and other dimensions, frequencies on this earth, which we can't perceive as humans right now, who might be evil, who might have been evil from the start, like a protagonist.
But
and
evil,
there might be some truth to it.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Evil and good are subjective. Yes?
Not fully, because we could say that if you're like a child, you know, and you've been bullied, and one child has been treated with respect, we could say one child has been receiving evil and the other has been receiving good, you know. If you put yourself in that place, you know, you would experience it.
Okay. I'll say that. Is it evil for God to create people to send them to hell? Or that kind?
What did he say? Is it evil for God to send people to hell?
Create people so he can send them to hell. That's evil.
Yeah, I don't believe in hell or heaven myself.
No, I'm just asking.
So I couldn't answer.
Is that an evil act or a good act?
Big up, family. Like, comment, subscribe, hit the cash app, PayPal, all that good stuff. Hi, Wancy. Let me ask you a question. Just out of, oh, sorry, you changed your name now, yeah? Sorry. Big up, Hafton. Big up, Hafton. So this is sorry, the new name is what? I can't even read. I haven't got my glasses.
It's a name I've received from JEDI, my master teacher. You know, he gave me this name. You know, it's initiation. Thank you.
Very, very easy to pronounce. Sahasi. It is
Sahasi.
Yeah. For adventurer. There you go.
Oh, nice. But yeah, so Sahasi, let me ask you a question. I know you, because you talk. I've heard you a couple of times on the panel when you've come on talking about like the microdosing and different spiritual things, and you know. But what I was going to say in terms of past life, yeah. Do you not think rather than it being your past life, rather it's what you think is your past life is not actually your past life, but the lifetime of your a previous ancestor? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you know, sometimes they talk all different things about you. How can I put this in a way to make this? Yeah, just keep it as that. That would be the easiest one. If I go more into it, I'll probably make it more confusing. What do you think?
Yeah, I've thought about past lives. One thing is I'm not sure. It might be that this is my only life. It might be that I do have past lives. And the reason is I've seen some documentaries with children who remembered certain things in the Middle East, especially from details which couldn't be explained otherwise. Then they were reincarnated. And the Tulku system in Tibetan Buddhism, they have like, you know, those people who reincarnate and come back. And when they're like 6 or 7, they already know a lot of knowledge. And
yeah, but would you say that knowledge is from a past life, or the knowledge that they have is actually ancestral knowledge that, for whatever reason, is awakened within each person.
It could be both.
You know?
It could be that in certain bloodlines, people reincarnate back, again and again.
Not about reincarnate. I mean, as in, are able to tap into past memories. Have you ever seen the movie The Avatar? And they connect themselves to the tree, and the tree is basically the souls of them.
Transmit information through things into the consciousness from other things.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. So could it not be that the correlation between the two? It's not actually a lived experience that you've lived, but rather a past connection.
That's a good question. Also.
In my culture, we say, you are your relative, innit? They're not separate from you. You are your relative. But they're living through you today.
Yeah.
So whatever experience they might have had, you can empathize with them. It's still part of you. That experience that they've had in the past is part of you. It's what makes you today.
No, of course, but
so you might sometimes you might even get like a relapse of something that happened generations ago with one of your ancestors, and you might feel it today.
If you don't go,
remember, energy that doesn't die, you cannot create it or die.
Because that's what I'm saying. You might get the sort of like even certain things like your intuition. You might be in a place, and then like you have to take two paths. Instinctively, you know which path to take. You don't never think. But then that's what I'm saying. Past knowledge. Right? Yeah. Big up.
If you go deeper into this information coming from the ancestors into your DNA, and not necessarily a previously lived past life, I've had some fossils like slugs and other fossils, like from archaeology, very old.
Fossils. What's fossils? What do you mean?
I'm from Amsterdam. It's a Dutch accent. My apologies. It's like those things like dinosaur bones from the ground.
Fossils. Okay, yeah, my bad. Go ahead. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
So I've been connected to some of those fossils and holding them in my hands and trying to connect to them. And I've had some visions of certain species, coming up as a flash in my mind. So in that sense, our DNA is very old. If we beyond humans, we have the other ancestors. I still call them ancestors with respect, citizens of the earth. Like the Neanderthals and Denisovans and other beings before us, and many more unknown. And if you all go back deep enough and we trust evolutionary theory, as by Darwin, then we are connected to everything on this planet which was before us. And
that's
even
but no, I don't even, because I don't follow Darwinism's theory, but I do believe that we are all connected. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so we can get access to any information then, on that sense. Be more
but this
open
is what
to
I'm saying.
other
See, when you
things.
touched you said you went and you touched some fossils and you connected to the particular animal bone that you touched, and to see it in the flesh. Do you think it's a case of that you actually saw it in the flesh, or as humans, we have the power to create. So in your mind, you was able to create that 3D image of it. Do you know what I'm saying? Rather than it being from the animal itself. And then also, sorry, while I remember, because it was at the back of my mind, earlier you was talking about mutations being a good or bad thing. It can come, me personally, I think it could be both pros and cons, because certain mutations will have a negative defect, right? Not every mutation would excel. Correct?
It can be anything. It can go anyway, There's no guarantee in life, with anything.
So what kind of mutations are we talking about in groups of people?
Yeah, when we're talking about the mutation, because obviously, like I said, everyone started as as one group.
In groups
and then
of people, the mutation happens on the male line, and then the females decide who should be the man or the mutation that they take to the next level. So it's sexual, selection, right? So for example, there was some person, the first person ever to be born with green eyes, right? And all the women decided, wow, green eyes is like hot. So then they all wanted to breed with that person and create more people with green eyes, and then green eyes becomes that.
See, but then see with that, I wouldn't.
So what I'm saying is, if the women
green eyes,
don't
I wouldn't say it's a mutation.
if the women didn't make that decision that green eyes is hot, that guy could have died, and never been heard of again?
No, because from what I recall from science, you would have to carry, one side would have to, like, mum would be a carrier of the green-eyed gene and the dad would be the carrier of the green-eyed gene. If those two green-eyed genes connected, then the child would have green eyes. Whereas if everyone on the father's side had green eyes, but the mother's side had brown eyes, the brown eyes are dominant. Therefore, the child is less likely, unless it mutates, to have the green eyes.
No, if you got green eyes on both sides, you definitely will have green eyes. If you have it on one side, you're like just less likely to have it, but you can still have it.
What I
So my
literally just
my
said
sister's
that.
got no, but babe, what I'm trying to say, my mum and dad's got brown eyes, and my sister's got green eyes because my granddad had green eyes.
No, but then your mother would be a carrier of the green-eyed gene, just as your father would be the carrier of the green-eyed gene. In order for
but only one of them was a carrier, not both of them.
Okay. I'm sorry. I know this part of the conversation is going to get really confusing for me. So let's go back to the spiritual. Let's go back to the spiritual system.
Let me quickly just say something. This whole thing was worked out by a monk called Mendelian genetics, and he was crossing white flowers with purple flowers, and he worked out that every time you cross a white flower with a purple flower is times 4. Whatever you're looking for is like 4 is a quarter of the chance that it's going to happen is a 1 in 4 chance. So for example, if you get a fast runner and you breed him with a woman that's a fast runner, he's only got a 1 out of 4 of his children, only one of them will be a fast runner, basically. It's called Mendelian genetics. It's So
Sahati, what I was going to ask you in terms of your spiritual thing, your connection, you said that you was doing with your nephew, if I'm not mistaken. In terms of feeling the flowers and stuff.
I made a chibo with him, like holding your hands 20 centimeters apart, and then feeling energy coming through your palms of your hands, and seeing a ball of energy between your hands, which is from Tai Chi,
Oh, but do you actually see the ball,
energy,
or
yes.
that you
I
feel
see
the energy?
No, I see it too myself, and he started seeing it too. He one day had his eyes closed. He was sitting in the room, and he, without me telling him, he automatically said that he saw with his eyes closed white light emanating from me and going to my brother and my family, infusing them with this light, with this energy. And so children are very sensitive. They're still open to all possibilities until we are closed off,
Indoctrinated and put into I know.
Indoctrinated. We're being limited by programming, and then we destroy our abilities, I feel. And that's what's been going on with social engineering, to limit us and keep us locked into slave-like mentality that we are nothing. We just making us small, smaller than we are.
So see, with the energy, when you saw it with the flower, the energy ball, was it a color? So like, I'm just trying to understand.
I'll explain to you. I see a lot of energy in like a rainbow color, but it's morphing. It's like parts of energy, and they're moving, and they're like all the colors of the rainbow.
Do you mean kind of like the Northern Lights? See how the Northern Lights way where they show you on like the videos and stuff, kind of like that, or
it's more see-through, and it's more like lines. But sometimes it can become stronger and slower, and I'm still discovering.
I do apologize. Are you saying lines or lights?
It's lines of light, like
lines of light, kind of like what you see on the TV screen, like the lines that if something's wrong, you'll see a line come down it or across it.
No, not that kind of line, but it's like more natural. It's like moving lines of different colors of the rainbow, which become like balls but they're moving constantly. They're not still. They're not static. They're dynamic. That's what I see a lot around me. When I do certain energy work, when I do like certain, let's say, Tai Chi, Qigong exercises in the park, in nature especially, and I do those movements, like the 8, which is unending, it never stops. I use like round forms, not straight lines. Straight lines block the energy. You keep moving and moving, and you keep breathing and breathing, and then I start seeing.
If straight line blocks energy, how then are you able to see if it's straight?
Even in the temples of Egypt, I feel with the sound vibration they used, they had no sharp corners inside. They were rounded to let the energy move. So it's coming from that. It's based on my intuition, you know. I've been an artist too. I've been making art for like 14, 15 years, or 16 years now, and a lot of all the art I make has like not much straight lines. It's always rounded. It's all moving in like a unending energy, you know. It's in spiral, in like natural flow, you know.
So now, I mean, it's very interesting to hear all this coming, like, because obviously you're saying you're experiencing these things. What do you think? How do you think it actually benefits you? Because, like, I know you're saying you connect to this, but what actual benefits are you getting from this? Just out of curiosity, from your perspective.
I'm not looking really for a benefit at all. It's just interesting to experience this. And I used to believe, based on the programming from Western society in school in Amsterdam all my life, that the universe was dead. There was no life outside of Earth. And that's just matter. That's what I believed most of my life. And I suffered because everything looked dead to me, you know. It programs your reality. And I wasn't interested in living anymore. I was becoming suicidal just because of the
So the
model of
benefit
reality.
is that the knowledge gave you life to continue.
Yeah, it put me
Okay,
back
so there
into
was a
life.
benefit to you from it. Okay.
Huge one. It made me positive again in living and being able to appreciate life, humans, everything, and being open again like a child to be curious about what's out there, what's more, you know, and not dying down, you know, while you live in your mental, emotional spectrum, your energy, you know. So it has been, and that's the key with spiritual awakening for most people, at least. It's difficult. You go through pain too because you have to process all your traumas and all the negativity you were programmed it and you put
So then
into
where have you
yourself.
traveled to, if you don't mind me asking?
I haven't traveled anywhere. I was just in Amsterdam, and things started happening more and more over the years with me, out of nowhere even. And I already had some weird experiences as a child. When I look back into it, those were already weird. You know, I saw one day with my brother and two other children when we were like 8, 9, in a schoolyard, when we like a playground, children's playground in Amsterdam. One day we saw suddenly a plasma beam, like a purple, I call it plasma, but it's like a purple light, 1.5 meter diameter, like 2 meters high, appear like 1 meter above us. And we all saw it and we ran away scared. You know, and I had an experience in which I was hit by a car at high speed with my brother. And I was like, he was like 7, I think 7, 8, and I was 2 years older, like 10. And we should have had pain. We should have had maybe ended up dead. You know, I was 10 back then, and he too. And the car was a small car with a guy with curly hair over the bridge, and he didn't see us. And my brother was talking to me, and he was often annoying me, you know, like keeping busy. And we didn't pay attention. We were just crossing the street to school, and the car hit us full speed. And we ended up maybe 5, 6 meters in front of the car. We were hit. We both stood up and we had no pain, no bruises, nothing. And the guy even came to us like amazed, like he said, "How the hell, you know, are you still walking up?" And we walked back home and we didn't went to a doctor. Like an angel was with us, or maybe I did it with my energy or my brother. I don't know for sure, you know. But I've had these weird experiences, you know, more and more, you know. The big
So
one
would
was
you say that now that you have
Yeah.
knowledge of all of this, do you feel like your experiences are more intense now? Or do you feel like it was more vivid and intense when you was a child?
No, it's
from
more
those
intense
experiences?
now. It's much more intense now. I try to not have them anymore. I'm trying to not do anything with energy work or even
Why is that,
thinking
if
or
you don't mind me
believing it,
asking?
because it's overwhelming. It's so it's not easy to deal with. It's
If you don't mind me asking, overwhelming how? As in overwhelming, like what? You can't physically move because of it. You can't speak because of it. It takes from your own energy because what is? Yeah.
It's like some things have happened which I never would have expected ever in my life, which make me doubt reality, which make me doubt existence itself in what I believed it was. into it being something totally else, and I still can't. I still don't understand it fully, and I'm not sure about what reality is anymore because of all these experiences. I'm still holding a thought in my head that I might be hallucinating some parts of it, or fully even, and some parts might be real, but they're so far out that it's difficult for me to accept them as reality. Even when certain things have happened, which I can't deny anymore, I still make myself believe. I force myself to believe they're not real. Why? So I can ground back and connect with other humans, other people.
So do you feel like
reality,
if you
so I
go
don't
in,
lose my mind. Basically.
yeah, that's what I was just. But that was my next
Yeah.
question. So do you think if you go
Yeah.
into this light energy that you see, that
Yeah.
you will be gone forever? Is that what? Is that the ultimate fear? Really, realistically.
I've no fear about that anymore, but there are like things like the rainbow body in Tibetan Buddhism. If you look into it, which some of the monks go into such a high level of energy, the body transforms into rainbow energy, and the body shrinks up, and what's left is a head with a small body, and all the other matter from the body has been transmuted to light energy and escapes this material realm. And I don't want to leave this realm yet.
To be honest, I've never heard of that. Yeah, about the whole monk, the monk turning into.
You have pictures of it on the internet with the body shrunken up. It's called a rainbow body.
A rainbow. I'll definitely look into it. I've never heard.
Yeah,
Like I remember reading,
it's awesome. It's
and then
interesting.
seeing the video of one monk who was basically mummifying himself, like
Yeah.
while
It's
he's
like
alive.
Yeah. They shrink up, and the matter gets transmuted to energy, like matter to energy conversion in a way. That's what they achieve, and they're gone.
Is that? But then you say that's what they achieve. But then, is it because they're the ones that become in this rainbow state, come back or send message or something? How do you? Or was that in the book that if you do this, then you will achieve such a state? Just
I'm
out
not
of
sure.
curiosity.
It's like a part of enlightenment, according to Tibetan Buddhism specifically. And it's also in Indian Hindu systems also commonality. But I mean, there are so many weird things out there which can happen according to, and I'm not sure where they end up. Maybe they end up in hell somewhere, or imprisoned by somebody else, and they're not free at all. And it might be a trap. So I'm very paranoid with everything.
Before his death in 2009, both displaying a very unusually low rainbow.
It looks more like an upside down rainbow.
Guru Rinpoche was one of the first to achieve rainbow body and leave his body's imprints in rock. But the rainbow body is not exclusive to Buddhists. Hindus, Jainists, Taoists, and Bonpo practitioners have all achieved this, even if they may call it something else. Ancient religions, as well as New Age movements, often speak about our essence being of pure light, and rainbow body seems to be evidence of this. You may think that even if it was possible, that achieving this is a complex journey of techniques and discipline. Although it definitely isn't easy, achieving rainbow body is not complex at all.
Big up for that, Jeff. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Technology.
Sorry, Sahashi, go ahead.
This is a rainbow body, and I've been seeing dragons in the form of clouds since my awakening, strong awakening 2.5 years ago. I see them every day.
Dragons in the form of what? Sorry?
Yeah, dragon clouds, like huge clouds. In the form
What is
of
the rainbow body? How is it created? And can anyone achieve the rainbow body, or is it? What is the rainbow body? How is it created? And can anyone achieve the rainbow body, or is it only for spiritual masters? Stay tuned because all the answers are up next. Transformation of the physical body into what's known as a light body. Some people think of this as enlightenment. When regular people pass away, which is 99.9% of us, let's face it, they undergo a physical death and a resulting reincarnation process eventually. The usual wheel of life and death, or the wheel of karma, that we all go around and round. However, those who are able to create this rainbow body are reborn into a higher dimension of existence, no longer needing to reincarnate to Earth. This is the best and optimal situation, and perhaps the ultimate goal of nearly every spiritual adept. It's basically going to another level and leaving the birth, death, and reincarnation cycle on the Earth plane. In fact, many of the world's greatest spiritual figures in history were fully aware of this phenomenon and were specifically working to achieve it. You may even be unaware that almost every spiritual tradition has its own name for the rainbow body. This is just the name that the Tibetan spiritualists gave it. Taoists from China call it the diamond body, and people who attain it are known as the immortals. I first read about the Taoist perspective on this in the works of Daniel Reed back in the 90s, particularly in the Tao of Health, Sex, and Longevity, and it is quite fascinating. In the religion of Sufism, the rainbow body is called the most sacred body. The yogis who I identify the most with call it the divine body. In Kriya Yoga, which was passed on to us by Babaji, it is known as the body of bliss. Now, even the ancient Egyptians from thousands of years ago knew about it and called it the luminous body. And I can continue on giving more examples here. The Gnostics called it the radiant body. It's even mentioned in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, where it was referred to as the golden body. So if all these ancient spiritual traditions had a name for it, and many of them were separated by thousands and thousands of miles and centuries, even thousands of years in time, it seems very unlikely to me that the rainbow body is not a true phenomenon. Yet most people, I would venture to say, have never heard of it. And this is perhaps because attaining the rainbow body is something rare and special, at least to us in Western society. However, even the ancient Christians knew about it and referred to it as ascension. In case you think the rainbow body is just a myth, it's been speculated that it has been achieved by no less than 160,000 people in China and Tibet throughout their history, with many of those cases being documented in the country's literature. Let's take a look now at what happens when a spiritual adept attains the rainbow body, and then we'll talk about how to cultivate it. Because when it's all said and done, anything that you've achieved in this life will probably pale in comparison to attaining the rainbow body. And it only has to be done once. However, we'll soon see it's not going to be easy. Most of the time, the person who attains the rainbow body will have completed the process while meditating alone in a cave. And the physical body then dissolves into its natural state, which is that of clear light. The rainbow body is called that because people who witness others attaining it see the person's body slowly dissolve, and a new rainbow-colored energetic form then takes its place. And it's said that as the physical body dissolves, it transforms from its gross manifestation of bones and flesh into pure essence as 5 different colors: golden yellow, red, white, green, and blue. As the body dissolves, a rainbow mix of the 5 colors I mentioned form, and all that remains of the physical body are only 2 parts, the fingernails and the hair. And it's thought that Jesus went through this process, as did thousands of other high-level spiritual adepts since his time. And I personally believe that people have been attaining the rainbow body well before the time of Jesus, probably going all the way back to the time of Atlantis and even earlier, tens of thousands of years ago. Even as late as 1998, the Tibetans have been reporting transforming into rainbow bodies. David Wilcock documents some specific cases in his books, The Source Field Investigations and The Synchronicity Key. When the rainbow body is forming, it's typical that beautiful music can be heard, rainbows are appearing in the sky, and there are even perfume-like smells that have been noted. And I've read of many such accounts in the books I've come across. One of those amazing books is called Graceful Exits: How Great Beings Die. And if you want to see an interesting video on some of the more interesting cases from that book, check out the video I made right here on how great beings die. According to the accounts I read, not everyone attains the rainbow body in the same way. Sometimes it happens all at once in an instant. And on other occasions, it can occur over the course of 7 days, where the person is usually wrapped in a shroud and gradually dissolves or diminishes. Now, nobody attains the rainbow body without being involved for a very, very long time in highly advanced spiritual disciplines. And in one such instance of a Tibetan Lama attaining the rainbow body, he was able to come back and communicate with his old friends through dreams and visions. And in those communications, he told his friends it took him 60 years of intensive practice to achieve the rainbow body. However, he did say he was not sure if that's the case for everyone. My personal opinion on this is that achieving the rainbow body is something that takes many lifetimes. We all need many lifetimes to experience this world for what it is and learn its lessons before we get to the final stage, which of course is achieving the rainbow body. And after we've had countless romantic relationships, we've attained material wealth, perhaps status, power, we'll eventually come to see the temporary nature of our happiness and fulfillment in this lifetime. And only when we reach that point, we can strive towards a spiritual life, as the only true happiness is found inside ourselves and in helping others. And it is my conclusion that the final few lifetimes of all great spiritual beings are absolutely spent focused only on spiritual pursuits. It is not just a necessity to reach the next level, but a requirement, as the achievement of the rainbow body is an all-out, full-time commitment with total faith in the universe that you'll eventually be rewarded at the end of your journey here on Earth. Of all the people who attained the rainbow body and all the accounts I've read about, not one of them was a normal person. All of these people were involved in matters of the spirit, whether as a nun, a lama, a monk, an adept, yogi, or in some other spiritual capacity. So if you think you're going to achieve the rainbow body in this lifetime, well, I wouldn't want to discourage you, but I wouldn't put the odds in your favor either. I mean, who am I to say it couldn't happen? But for the most part, unless you're meditating most of the day, contemplating the divine nearly every hour, and are a true spiritual adept, I have to be honest, it's going to be difficult. You'll also need to be loving, forgiving, and of course...
Yeah. So go.
Okay, so there was one documented case of them saying that a monk came back to give them information through a dream. But then, do you know what? This is the thing, you know, I don't know. When it comes to the whole, they say the spiritual rainbow and the benefits of it. So, Sahasi, you're into like Buddhism, Taoism, right? So, is it only those? So basically, what they're saying, the only true way to get to ascension is if you're a monk or a nun or some kind of yogi, because that's the only way that you can get to ascension. Because I thought that they just said you just. Go ahead.
I don't believe so. I myself, sorry to interrupt you, by the way. If I interrupted you, please continue.
No, go ahead.
I've this tendency still, even if you get to a certain level, you still are yourself, you know. You still have to deal with yourself as you are. And I'm like a nervous type, you know, so I interrupt sometimes. What I want to say, I believe the most important thing for any spiritual ascension is the purity of your heart. And it's difficult to
so it's purity of heart, does not action.
I feel that's the most important thing, that is purity of the heart, beyond anything else. Beyond anything. If you're a pure-hearted being and you're full of love and kindness, so you will
would
get
that mean
anywhere.
that you connect the soul more to the heart than the soul to the consciousness?
you know, these are all terms, you know, soul, heart, consciousness. You
Okay,
know,
let me put it this way for you. See, just so it's easier to break down, like the way that I'm defining it. It's like, you know, you have the spirit and the soul, and the way that in my mind how I understand it, and Allah knows best, is the fact that one, the spirit, the soul is the physical manifestation of the spirit. Not everyone, everyone has a soul, but not everyone has the spirit. Does that make sense?
You know, the way I look at it more and more now is like I'm like one thing, one energy, and you're one energy, and there might be some components manifested, projected into this reality by me, by ourselves, or by reality itself. You know, in having a body and a soul and a heart. But I've been looking into levels of reality in which I feel or sense I'm just one. I'm one energy, and more. I'm connected to all the energy around us, and there's an ocean of energy around us which we don't perceive normally. Most of
But
us
then I
don't.
would think that would be a dangerous thing to have yourself open up to all energy around you, because I know you said you don't like the term positive and negative, but then you can have safe and dangerous, right? So certain energy is going to be dangerous, you know?
Yeah, there is danger in life, and also why shouldn't be there danger in energy? But that might be wrong. Maybe life on this planet has had an issue or like a problem, and it became dangerous. And maybe when we reach higher levels of awareness and connect back to our source, where we came from, to our
I don't know. I feel
let's
like
say
we're all vulnerable, yes, but I don't feel like everything is dangerous and that which is connected to us is dangerous. But at the same time, we do have vulnerability as humans, regardless. Do you see what do you see the difference?
but maybe if you open up to yourself on a deeper level and realize more about yourself and about reality, what it truly is, it might be that the danger is an anomaly on this earth, that it's not the norm everywhere, but it's an issue here. Let's say you have some planetary systems running, and sometimes accidents happen, you know, something gets broken down and it degenerates and it becomes a danger onto itself, onto each other. You know, that might be the issue here. It might not be.
No, I don't know, because the way, like danger, like I said, danger is prevalent in this world. Danger is a natural, for me, danger is a natural part of life. Because, for example, if you're in the savannah and then you see a lion coming, that's a dangerous place for you to be standing. Do you see what I mean? So danger is real. It's not that I would think it's like a mutation.
I would say it depends on who
danger
you
in this
are.
world
You
like
might
that.
be a shaman, a Zanusu, who is on that level that the lion is his friend, and he wouldn't even they connect on a deeper level.
Yeah, but
As
then that would
energy.
be the exceptions of the rule, because most people, to be
It
those
is
things, you have
exception.
to
I
have a
agree.
certain level of discipline and, you know.
Yeah,
So,
I agree. But it might be that in our human blueprint, in our deepest levels of our DNA, all of us, or maybe some of us more than others, but, you know, we have still the same capacity if we choose to develop it and look into it, into ourselves. We might be on the same level in which the lion doesn't see us as energy. As enemy anymore, but connects on a deeper level, and perhaps all of nature, even
but
in
I
the
mean,
Bible.
but there've been cases where animals would protect infants or, you know, people in certain situations. You know, like you get them little runaways. It's like, you know, in Ethiopia, there was a story about the girl, she was kidnapped by X amount of men. Basically, they kidnapped her to rape her. Yeah. And there was a herd of lions that heard her crying and basically protected her until people. But do you see what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be, and these certain anomaly, obviously it's not the rule, but this is what I was saying previously about, you know, how you're talking about past life and reincarnation.
I feel humans are the problem on this planet more than anything.
I wouldn't even say that. I was saying to you previously, you know, about the whole reincarnation thing, you know, about saying that rather than it being a previous lifetime of yours and then you're just returning back into this world, it's more of a connection. Same way how blood has memory, you know, like you get children born with PTSD, children born with XYZ, you know, it's certain traumas get passed down. But again, it's not just trauma that gets passed down. Sometimes it's knowledge that gets passed down. Sometimes it's the joy of, do you know what I'm saying? That gets passed down through the generation. So it would be the same.
But I want to say the trauma can be the knowledge itself. It can be both. It doesn't have to be exclusive.
Yeah, trauma doesn't have to be good or bad. But what I'm just giving the variation, because obviously it's not just us within the conversation, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, as I was sorry, I can't like got off the subject, but back again. So with the whole thing about the reincarnation, as I was saying previously, it's the same thing about saying to yourself, the certain things that you're able to connect to, sometimes the only reason why you're able to connect those things is because of the bloodline and the lineage that you come from, because maybe there may have been someone with a certain ability or gift, and see how we're all like electromagnetic beings, and within like, say for example, within melanin, and if you go to Tibet and all them places, you will find obviously the original peoples of the land to be melanated. There is more electricity, whatever you want to say, within melanin than there is with paler skin. In all, do you see what I'm saying? So that too can add to more. Do you know what I'm saying? An easier connection to the
I
other
understand
side
where you're coming
or
from. I
other
understand where you're
realms
coming.
or
We
light
might, as
forces. I don't know how you want to put it.
yeah, I understand where you're coming from. You're saying like we might have different affinities to different capabilities based on our
Right,
DNA.
exactly. Due to rather than it just being something that is just within yourself that you're igniting, it's actually something that you're predispositioned to, but it all determines whether or not whatever change in environment. I know that guy said it in the chat. What's his name? Toffee? Is it Typo? Sorry. He said we are all made of atoms, as is the universe. Our intelligence is a byproduct of atoms, and atoms are the real brain behind us. Oh no, it wasn't that comment. Sorry, it was the previous comment.
Theory. That's a theory of emerging consciousness he's speaking about. It doesn't mean it's true. It's a theory in which they say consciousness arises from complexity in nature by networks and atoms and brain cells, you know, in combination with each other.
Epigenetics. So epigenetics.
No,
is what Mahaffy said.
Okay. Epigenetics is more like the genes can be turned on and off, certain genes, hidden DNA, by environmental pressures like stress, you know.
Yeah, but then
That's
it's kind of like, you
epigenetics.
know, when you see X-Men and all those things, certain things is because of an environment of things that enacts the mutation within the individual or sparks that mutation within the individual. Some mutant the mutation wasn't when they were born, but at somewhere young, like I don't know, like 8 or something. Next one
It
could have
might
gotten their
be.
mutation at 16 or something. Do you know what I'm saying? Or as an adult.
It might be both. You might re-trigger ancient DNA particles and capabilities, you know, like psychic capabilities or others, which we have in us, and you might also gain something in this life by whatever way, by stress, by happen chance, by connecting to somebody, by any way, you know, you might develop something new. So I think it's both possible at play at the same time. You might interdynamically connect those older psychic abilities with new ones and create your own new stuff consciously if you reach
But
that
would you
level of
say certain, I don't know, I wouldn't say certain things are psychic abilities.
To me, they are because based on my experience, I call them psychic abilities, energetic abilities.
So
They're
okay,
beyond
so just for
you know?
clarity, just because I will know
Yeah,
this for next time you're
yeah,
having a conversation on a panel.
yeah.
Whenever you say psychic abilities, you just mean what exactly?
I'll give you an example, like remote viewing. You know, remote
Remote
viewing.
viewing, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've had some instances when I was doing some meditation the last few years after my Kundalini awakening that I started seeing like real life video of places, but the person itself was like not visible, just the environment, out of privacy and respect for them, based from my subconsciousness, I believe. So I started witnessing remote viewing, and with my nephew, who was 8, I put like a moldified crystal, which is like a meteor crystal found in the Czech Republic, which is like of a very high frequencies, like glass. I put it on his top of his head at the crown chakra one day, and I didn't even expect anything. But immediately he closed his eyes, meditating, and he said immediately he started seeing video of somewhere, and that's remote viewing. And I feel we all
But
have
remote
some.
viewing, see when you talk about like, see if you got talk about psychics and this and that. From my understanding of all them things, it's the case that nothing is 100% if what you're viewing, because everything depends on another person's action. So one person can be steady in one direction, and you don't know whatever other person crosses their path or whatever other situation or circumstance crosses their path. Now their trajectory is changed. His name, Doctor Strange. You know, Doctor
I don't know.
Strange?
I see it like
Basically
like
looking at
video.
multiple different things. Because
Yeah, I think remote viewing was normal. It was common back in the day with many people. It was video conferencing, like video television.
no,
Back
but
in the
the way
day.
I don't know, maybe it's my misunderstanding, but the way I'm hearing you describe it to me is more like almost teleportation of your eyes to a different place. So like, say for example, I wanted to go to
Yeah.
the
You're right. You're right. Yeah.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so there is a difference between the. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to understand properly for
Yeah,
clarity,
I
but now I
haven't
see
mastered.
where
I
it is
haven't
you're
mastered it.
talking from.
Yeah, I haven't mastered it yet. I don't know how. It's pretty difficult. You get some instances in which you suddenly start seeing new things, like psychic skills, and they can become very overwhelming. Let's say suddenly, and then you stop it. You block it with your mind because it's too much at that moment, and then later you have to have the guts to try again or allow it to happen. And it's not easy. These new skills which you didn't have
So
before.
yeah. But I would say, I know you did certain things with your nephew. Do you not think certain things are dangerous to do with younger children because obviously they're more susceptible because they're less tainted than an adult? So do you not think it's dangerous to do those
It
things with
depends
your nephew
on.
and rather not just experiment on yourself or with a
I've
friend of yours? Do you see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
another adult who's into the
yeah.
same
I've experimented
yeah.
on myself mostly. All of it on myself, and with about 120. 120 people on a light level, and with 20 people on a more stronger level. I've done some experiments with these energy
Sorry,
work, with
20
these things.
people on a light scale and
No, 20 people on a heavy scale, more heavier, but not as heavy as with myself. And with around 120 people on a lighter scale, like with meditation.
what that
I've
you've
done
interacted and done certain
interacted with.
experimentation with
Yeah,
or yeah, okay.
through Discord worldwide. And when I did like energy work, I could
Sorry,
send
Discord
energy.
worldwide. You mean are you doing all of this through online and not physical?
No, I've stopped. I've stopped for the last year, more than a year. I've stopped completely, 1.5 years almost. But before, for a few years, I did it to understand this stuff, and
No,
they
that
were
part I
open
get.
to
What I
it.
wanted to clarify
Yeah,
is whether or not the 120 people that you interacted and basically you
yeah,
shared the information or
yeah,
your experience with, were they all
yeah.
through online portals or were they actually physical face to face? Because obviously you did
A
say that there is a
few,
connection. Go ahead.
a few
No,
were
go ahead.
physical. A few were physical in my area, but it's not easy to find people open to these things. So I went onto spiritual service on Discord, in which people were already,
So
experimenting with
sorry to
this.
cut you.
So it's
So
easier.
you're in Denmark, you said, yeah?
No, Amsterdam, Holland.
Amsterdam. So
Yeah,
do you have temples there? Like them Buddhist temples or Hindu temples
yeah,
there?
yeah. I'm soon gonna go onto some meditations in those temples to
Okay. No,
communicate
because I was
directly
thinking
with those
surely
people.
that would have been the perfect place to find like-minded individuals in order to test your theories and do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Your
Yeah,
hypothesis on certain things and yeah.
The issue is I'm a very open-minded person, and I never had like a system of indoctrination in which I learned these things. I learned them for myself. You know, I'm a free agent, let's say. And the issue with a lot of these traditions is if you go there, they have like a rigid set of rules and a way to do things. And I've interacted with some Tibetan monks online last year who were into it for 20, 30, 40 years, Western students. And I talked to them and just to, understand them. And we did like a few sessions on Zoom in which they did some mantras in Sanskrit. They knew Sanskrit. And I don't try. I didn't tell them much about myself. I just let them feel my energy, to to understand myself better, to understand what's going on with me, because I still don't know. And yeah, and I've interacted with them a little, and they told me because I'm from Punjab, that was a region in which, in the past, a lot of tantric masters and others were, in Kashmir and Punjab, were
So quite
there
possibly
in the
someone
past.
in your lineage is some kind of guru,
Yeah,
yogi or
exactly.
something, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. And they said to me that they said on intuition to me, those monks, that I have been doing this in the past too, and I come from that area, from the tantric area, and I have an inclination towards tantra, towards experimenting and doing things, with energy.
So have you
And
never gone back to the Punjab region to
for some
test
reasons,
out this
I,
maybe?
I I never went back. For some reasons, I still don't know understand fully why. But the monk told me I would become enlightened in 3 lifetimes. So that's what he told me out of the blue. When I interacted with him, and I had other people tell me I'm enlightened before with random people in a
Can
coffee
I,
shop somewhere. It's weird.
in terms of your knowledge of the spiritual systems, I know, like I said, obviously it makes sense because you're from Punjab, like obviously the Hindu and then the Buddhist, kind of the same region. But have you
Yeah,
ever
yeah.
looked into different spiritual systems? Like, because obviously, like even in the video, it says various regions have similar things. One called it God, the gold light, one called it ascension, one called it the rainbow, one called it XYZ. Have you ever looked into like our African spirituality?
I've looked into a lot of things, and I want to go everywhere. I want to travel the world and connect with everyone.
No, I'm
Because
saying maybe there's a reason why you haven't traveled to the Punjab. Maybe the source of the knowledge that you're actually missing and that you need is
the
in
thing is, I've looked,
somewhere else.
I've looked into shamanism too a lot because of Terence McKenna and others. And in shamanism, you know how they heal, how the shaman heals. The shaman takes a lot of mushrooms, and taking mushrooms isn't unspiritual, as many people believe nowadays in popular spirituality. It has been mentioned in Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, 8 Limbs of Yoga, too, as a valid part of taking plant medicines, plant spirits to guide us. And in shamanism, they heal people by taking the sickness, the energy configuration of the disease from somebody into their own body, and then they heal it in their own body while taking mushrooms or without, with their own, let's say, Kundalini system, I would say, because I believe
Basically,
all
like a bird, how a bird eats the food and then regurgitates it for the baby bird to eat. It's basically the same thing. What you're trying to say, I get
in
you.
a way, yes, but they take the disease with them energetically. They can do it without touching. And I'm initiated in Reiki too, which I can send energy remotely and feel it. And they take the disease in them, and from an energy level, I could say the wrong configuration of the body system of the one who's deceased. It might be the emotional body, the emotional makeup, the physical, and it's all connected
Oh,
to each
hold
other.
on. Sorry, back up. You say of the deceased.
The one who has an illness. Let's say.
Okay, but then if you have an illness, it doesn't mean that you're deceased. Your illness, you
No,
can
I
still
mean
be
a
with the illness.
disease. Sorry, I mean a disease, not a deceased.
Oh,
disease. But you're right. I pronounced it in the wrong way. My apologies.
sorry, my bad. Don't
No,
mind me.
you're
And
very
you know what?
sharp.
It's just
I
you
appreciate
can
it.
just
I
correct
appreciate
me.
it.
Yeah.
You're very sharp and you're listening very carefully. I appreciate it. So it's awesome. So what happens is they take the energy from that person in them, and I've had some experiences in which I interchanged energy with people suddenly online too, with weird effects, and they heal this dis-ease in themselves. They heal it. They change the energy in their system, and then they copy the energy back into the person who had the dis-ease. And I found that out a few months ago by reading.
Sorry.
And that's shamanism. It's all to do with energy at the end of the day.
But would that be all like shamanism or specifically? Because the way you speaking about, I feel like you speak about the South American kind of shamans.
Yeah, it is South American, but they are more or less the same. They have this. It's animism.
But see, this
It's
is the thing.
nature
I feel
worship.
like you've got so much spiritual. Like you seem to have a lot of like spiritual knowledge in terms of the Hinduism kind of Christian Taoism part and the South American part, but I feel like you're missing Africa in it, and I wonder why. Is it like the energy that passed? Because Beefy was saying where he's
I'm
from.
not missing Africa. I've been looking into a lot into Credo Mutwa. I mentioned before a few times.
Sorry,
Who says Musu.
what was? Do you mind? Sorry, it might be the accent. What did you call it?
His name is Credo Mutwa. He's a Zanusu healer from South Africa who
Okay.
also speaks
Oh, so
about
do you know him,
aliens.
BC?
Yeah, Zulu's people. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's awesome. Yeah, so I've been looking into everything. You know, when I was like 8, 9, I brought books back from the library
It's
about
Credo
cosmology and about all Credo Mutwa, about all the mythologies from the worldwide. I read all of them when I was like 8, 9 years old for some reason. I was into them. All the origin stories, the creation stories worldwide. You know, the Aboriginals in South America, in Australia, everywhere. So I already knew about it by reading all those books at age 8. You know, for some reason.
For me,
So,
for
yeah.
me, like it's all good reading all the creation stories from around the world. If you don't know your own story,
So, BC, is there a way to turn up your mic? I don't know if it's just me, but you sound a little bit further, like far from the phone.
is that better?
Sorry, say that again.
Is that better?
I feel like yeah? Okay. I was gonna say it sounds more or less the same. All right, bless. Go ahead, BC.
I was gonna say, like, if everyone starts believing every creation story to be true and making them, but you don't know who you are, I think you're gonna be forever lost.
I can agree to that. You'll be easy. It's easier for you to lose your way if you don't have knowledge of who you are. Definitely, I can agree to that.
But not every creation story can be a story. You know what I mean?
It can be bullshit too, made up. You know, I agree.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to know about it. That's the key for me. I don't take everything at face value, but I'm interested. I'm curious in knowing more. You know.
But you said something just now, yeah, which I found very interesting. You said you were swapping energies with people and healing them.
Let's say they felt better around me, and they even said it themselves. And I don't know if I really healed them. I tried, but there's more to humans than I knew. You know, there's a lot deeper energies in humans. I
But
don't
then,
understand.
how can you? You know, like you were saying with certain shamans, that's how you in your research they absorb the sickness and heal that same illness within their body.
Yeah,
And then
they
basically
copy back.
provide the clean, the energy, the filtered energy back to the person it came from, right?
Yeah,
but then how do the shamans, or I'll say shamans, or like maybe not even shamans, like yourself, you know, when you say the heal, how do you know that when you are absorbing another's energy that you actually have returned all of it, or that you have actually purified it or filtered it? Do you see what I'm saying? How do you know certain parts don't then stay within you?
It's intuition. It's like it's like a deeper knowing, and it's not necessarily that you take their energy because you don't have to. I've been able to copy energy, copy the configuration, like in a computer system. You know, copy paste things into myself, and then feel it, and not allow any energy exchange too.
So are you saying you're a yogi?
I haven't been, initiated in by a guru, so I'm hesitant to claim I'm a yogi, and I'm hesitant to claim anything. But I come from a lineage, from a bloodline in Pakistan, Punjab,
Exactly. Yeah.
who has been healers for 6 centuries at least or longer. My grandfather and his grandfather. My grandfather had 16 disciples, in Pakistan, Punjab. And he was called somebody called a Wali Allah. That means somebody who God listens to. Or if he did a prayer for healing for people, they had benefits. And he did exorcisms of jinns.
And how long did he do that for? Just out of curiosity.
All his life. He was initiated
So
by his
so he
father.
was initiated into it from a child,
Yeah,
or from birth?
and I wasn't initiated. My father was from a different background. I'm talking about my mother's father, his family lineage.
Okay, your
And
maternal.
I was like 3 years when I came to Holland, so I never knew my grandfather or my grandmother or anyone. So I wasn't initiated in it, but somehow I had weird experiences all my life, supernatural experiences, and many more now. So yeah, that's all I know. So I'm still searching.
Like in most African cultures, that you see that you're born to do what you're doing. So whatever your father did, you're born to do the same thing. So like you find in history,
all the priestly lines, like most priests come from one family after the other, after the other. It's always like passed down knowledge. It's not like something you go and learn from someone else. It's just something in you already. You just know how to bring out when you get older and stuff like that. So it's in you already.
Yeah, I agree. It must be something in the DNA or bloodline, like you said before with Axiom and others, in which you have an inclination towards certain
things.
You know, others
But you
don't.
see, that's why I get skeptical of all them DNA tests, because although it could be many things, like collecting, they say collecting information on whether or not to do some extra disease or something to attack people. But sometimes, like in the back of my mind, I feel like, hello, Island, maybe they do that and they promoted that out because, like fulfillments of certain prophecies, it's like to find particular bloodlines so you can siphon them off before you reach certain stage. You know what I'm saying?
I totally agree with you. Like this DNA thing they've been doing around the world, collecting for DNA, and all of a sudden they're finding all these new diseases. And when you find all these new viruses, they always target a certain group of people who always get killed the most. So I do think there's they're trying to find ways they can take out people without them knowing.
Exactly. Like you can find, like, say for example, it's like what I was saying before, about certain things being put through from generation to generation. You might come from a family of, I don't know, generals, or a family of healers, or a family of XYZ. To siphon off the lineage of these things, again, it's like siphoning off certain types of knowledge. So
Yeah, but it's even like where I come in my country, certain names are people who are warriors. Certain names, that this person is in the medical field.
Exactly.
That's a family name.
As a family name, because the knowledge is always passed from generation to generation. Exactly.
Let me see if I can set up my mic.
Oh, and Sahashi, we've got a question from Aksum in the chat. She said, but how do you know your healing power comes from the Most High and not from the devil?
I don't believe in the devil myself. I don't believe in the Most High necessarily. I believe there's a mystery to creation which I don't understand, and nobody I know of fully understands. So I don't believe in an eternal hell or eternal heaven in which you get stuck. I believe in creation, and I believe I might, when I'm done incarnating on this planet as a soul, I might go to another planet or to another universe.
But then surely, when you say no heaven or hell, because realistically, if we put heaven and hell in basic terms, we can say a good place where your energy will travel after transition of death, or a bad place your energy will travel. A heavier place your energy will travel as it transitions from death, right?
Yeah, like a more denser place.
But then
like
that's basically still the same paradigm as heaven and hell. If you're just using different wording, because I know you was taking from the gurus and stuff, when they was going into the rainbow body, gold body, ascension, all of this. Yeah. They basically how they said it is that they have elevated to such a state of enlightenment and purity that once they transcend into the next realm or to the other side, they have completed their mission here on earth. Therefore, they're not going to be reincarnated. Therefore, there must be a place where they reside, and the place where they reside, if you're saying on earth that is the better method to go and to travel to in order to gain enlightenment, surely would be heaven, no?
I don't buy the idea of the Abrahamic.
No, I'm not talking about Abrahamic, but I'm just explaining to you as in.
I see where you're coming from. Even in Buddhism, they believe in hell too. Like asuras or demons in hell layers, but they say
I thought hell was supposed to be coming back as an ant or something for them. No,
that's Hinduism, I believe, again. But I
is
don't
that
fully
Hinduism?
agree. Yeah, I believe so with karma. I'm not fully agreeing with all those concepts. I'm still researching, but I don't know. If you have become enlightened and you end up in a higher realm of pure light, whatever. I think I will then come back out of compassion to help others who are stuck in the darkness of spirituality, of what I've seen. I will try to help them to see it if they're open to it.
The problem with that, So are you saying do you choose to be born?
Why wouldn't you? You know, there's a concept of bodhisattva in Buddhism, in which some don't fully become enlightened. They get onto a certain level and they choose to come back
No,
onto
but I'm
this
saying,
world.
I know. So are you saying we've got a choice to be born or not? So I'm asking you, have we got a choice?
Yeah, in those traditions, if you reach a certain level of mastership of your energy, of yourself, you can consciously choose to die and go to another realm or come back, or even manifest as a physical body onto this realm. That's normal in Hinduism, in the sadhu systems, in yogi systems. You know, they can do that basically because they reach a certain level, they become a master on some degree. You know.
So that means you become like God. Like, but if you can bring yourself, you can choose when you want to be born and die. That's like God, really, aren't you?
It's godlike from the, let's say, from certain perspectives. I would say the Abrahamic, because that's common on this world mostly. But from the older perspectives, you become like a being of a certain level who can do this. And there might be, now in yoga system they say there are even higher beings who can do more. And there are even higher beings who can do more on a larger scale. Let's say this is an earth scale. You can choose to come back on this plane. There might be beings who can change things on a universal level or even higher, beyond our comprehension. So there's a macrocosmos and a microcosmos. You know, we go down into bacteria and we're like gods to them. And for us, there might be higher beings who are way bigger than us. You know, and we're like bacteria to them.
Because in my culture, we don't believe in like in the heaven and hell concept really. We believe that all dimensions are intertwined, so everything is within the space. All dimensions are within the same space, and we all share the same space but in different dimensions. So, like when you die, you join the realm, or you go to different dimension of the ancestors. So you're still in the same area, but you're in different dimension. And then if you qualify, you can when you're an answer, you can now travel between dimensions, come and help. You don't come back as a human being, but you can come back as a spirit and help out your generations in the future.
So then, briefly, so there's just for clarity, so does that mean that with you, like say for example, in your culture, you're saying that this is the case. So does that mean that your ancestors, if they so choose to remain, they will always not to remain, sorry, that they will always walk with you, basically the different realm, but they're consistently with you regardless.
Yeah, it was different dimension but same realm.
Mm-hmm.
So
but they have the capacity to see you. You just don't have the capacity.
Yeah, with the different dimensions. Yeah.
Okay.
But they can what's possible that they can interact with you. That's when you become an ancestor. You get the power of the ancestors, where now you come interact with the people today. But then if you don't qualify, you get stuck in limbo.
So then what? So you'll be, if you don't what? You'll be stuck in limbo. Sorry.
Say in our culture, we say everyone got a purpose in it. So unless you fulfill your purpose in this lifetime, you won't go to the realm of the ancestors until you fulfill what you're going to do here. So you might die, but your spirit still remains on this realm. They're going to the next dimension.
Because your mission on this realm wasn't completed.
Yeah.
So then does that mission then automatically fall to the next in line, like as in the generation thereafter? Like if it was your grandfather, like just for example, your grandfather, he had his mission, he wasn't able to complete it upon his passing. Does that then fall onto you?
Yeah. Or some missions it does, yeah. Okay. Same as so I say my forefathers with the ancestral realm boys must complete their missions. Some things they didn't complete.
But then by completing his mission, do you think that would be your mission to complete your father's mission?
Boys, I am ancestors.
Yeah, well, we're all living ancestors to be fair.
Yeah. So if I want things to go smoothly for my future generations, and actually sort of what my wasn't sort of my past. I want to be my future generations is me, innit? I'm making things better for myself in the future, basically. But we don't believe in the
so what are you saying, Hafte? What do you think?
I just wanted to ask Eric, or I'm gonna call you Eric now.
No problem. It's okay.
No, but my question that I asked, like, where do you actually get your healings power from? And the reason I asked you this is because you said earlier that your generations of your family have this healing thing going on for them. Yeah. And what does drive it? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I will first tell you what my mother told me, because you know, it's based on her. She witnessed an exorcism as a child with my grandfather, with her father doing it, and she didn't see the movie Exorcist, but she said similar things. You know, and when the spirit left, a tree in the yard broke down, and the doors opened up by itself. So that's what she witnessed. And it has been, you know, within my lineage, also on my father's side too. On some level I don't understand yet, to deal with these supernatural matters. And my grandfather was told he could bring back people who were kidnapped by jinns, you know, which are like beings which are invisible at certain places. And he made a magical circle in the desert and read the Quran all night, and he could communicate with those beings. He could, I think, shift his energy into that frequency of them, and then interact consciously. And I think that's not uncommon.
So then your grandfather was a Muslim, yeah?
Yeah, he was Muslim. Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind me asking,
Sunni Muslim? He was Sunni.
Okay.
Yeah.
It might sound like an odd question, and your mother, because I know certain cultures they interfaith marriage.
My father, mother, both of the lineages were all Sunni.
Okay.
But in Punjab, Sunni is different than in other places. You know, we have a lot of influences from Sufi saints, which are common. And
Okay, then that can't be Ahl wa Sunnah, because not to think from my knowledge of what the Sunnah is.
Yeah. It's different. It's the, you know, every culture who has adopted Islam and also Christianity and other things. There's a different version of it. In Indonesia, they do a lot of magic too. You know, within Islam. Yeah, magic within Islam. In Indonesia.
How so?
I've watched a documentary of Indonesia in which, let's say, a magician, a Muslim, you know, he doesn't marry of a certain sect or tribe in Indonesia. They don't marry.
He doesn't marry.
Yeah, no, he stays alone all his life. But he has done sons because he can't be with a woman for spiritual reasons, for some reason. I don't know what exactly, but they keep it a secret too, you know. They don't tell everything. And he had like servants, like boys from other families. And he was considered a saint or a magician or somebody like a shaman in a way. Because shamanism mixed with Islam over there in that particular way. And in Punjab, India, you had shamanism too. You know, even yogi systems in Tibet and Buddhism evolved from shamanism.
No, it was only for the clarity. Like I said, because you said they were Sunni, but then they practiced XYZ. From my knowledge of you know, Ahl Sunnah or Jama'ah is that they would abstain for that. So then in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, are they actually Sunni, or like, say for example, like I know in Pakistan they have like Ahmadis and different things, because obviously saints and stuff is haram in Islam. We don't have saints.
I know my mother even, you know, when she was a child, she did the taweez and other things with my with her father, you know.
You know, taweez, from my knowledge, is a bid'ah.
I know, but later she stopped. Later, she never taught me anything. She never taught me anything.
What is that, MDA?
Taweez is basically, you know, it's like an amulet, and inside they put what's supposed to be like, you know, Quran inside it, and it's supposed to be like a protection. And enough of them, they do like a red or a black string when they're around, wrapped, you know, like tied to the amulet. But you'll find a lot of taweez, from my knowledge, and Allah Alam, you find a lot of that amongst the Asian Muslims, the whole taweez thing. You see what I'm saying?
It's a talisman charged with energy, basically.
But it's supposed to have, from my knowledge, it's supposed to have Quran, stuff like this. And obviously you have to remember, you cannot bring Quran into an unclean space. So that's tied around you. And I remember a Bengali sister I went to secondary school with. You know, like when we're changing in PE, she had this red string with a thing around her belly. And I asked her, what is this? And she said it was for protection. Obviously, because I wasn't Muslim at the time, I didn't understand like the halal haram of it, but you can't take Quran into like unclean spaces, for example, the toilet. So to have that around you would go against that. Do you see what I'm saying? Not to mention you're putting faith in the amulet rather than the ability of Allah to protect you. Do you see what I mean? Hence why they don't cut it.
Yeah, it's considered idolatry in a way.
Yeah.
But
I understand.
But it was like Egypt, they got the Eye of Fatima and stuff like that. So
yeah, no, but that's all innovation too. That's all classed as bid'ah, from my knowledge. Yeah,
I know.
The hand of Fatima, the eye of Fatima.
I hear you, but when you talk about Sunni and this stuff, the Sunni and stuff, and that came way later when other things were being done already. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanna be clear. I'm not a Muslim. I have no religion at all.
I gathered that. No worries.
I just don't know. I accept that life is a mystery, and existence is so beyond what I can understand. I've looked into all religions, almost, the popular ones, and they all had some shortcomings. They all had some logical issues within the doctrine, within the dogma. So I believe humanity has some good things we figured out, and we have made some mistakes from a logical perspective. And we're still like stumbling in the dark, figuring out who we are, what we're doing on this planet as citizens of the earth, and knowing more. So I believe all religions and all prophets, to me, are not, let's say, ineffable. They're not perfect. No one is. No human. Ever. And not even now. Not me, especially.
But how can you be sure about your healing powers? Like, I'm really... Yeah, because
I'll tell you, I'll give you an explanation very simply. I'm not saying I can heal everybody or I'm healing people all around, but I was initiated in Reiki about 20 years ago by a colleague at my job, at my work, who for some reason invited me to do a Reiki initiation into the first degree. And Reiki is like
can you slow down? Sorry. What is that?
Reiki is a system from Japan. It's like an energy healing system. With it's like laying hands, like Jesus,
You were involved in a ritualistic initiation, right?
Yeah, I was initiated for 5 hours by a Reiki master. Who was initiated by somebody else, until you hit the originator, which was like 120 years ago in Japan. Usui, he created, let's say, this specific lineage of healing with energy. That's how you can call it, and it has been around worldwide. Shamans use it too. All the faith healers, even the Christian faith healers now,
even the Chinese, they use
Jesus, they still use energy. So so to me, it's
but
all
how
the same.
can you heal with energy though? Like, sorry, my question maybe like a little bit.
I'll explain you what happened. I'm not saying I'm on this or that level, but what happened is my brother, who is diabetes, who went into destabilization and into the hospital on emergency many times, and a few times I couldn't make it to him at a certain time, and he was sick, suffering. He's destabilized. He couldn't eat even a week before he went to the hospital, and had like pain non-stop. And he was on like how do you call it, like the drip, with the liquid food, with the sugar and everything into a tube, and he couldn't eat. And he couldn't pee. He had like a nail or a thingy in his kidneys, or no, the other thing in Dutch, the blaas, to urinate, into his stomach, push through, so he was on a big problem for many years. And a few times, out of desperation, out of love, I started massaging him. And in Reiki, normally you put your hands above the body, and you start feeling your hand getting warm, like your palm of your hand, which is an energy portal, which can transmit energy, which becomes really hot. And I felt it before too, and when I did it with him a few times and massaged him just with my hands and in meditation, with my heart space, with my heart chakra opened, to try to help him feel good because he was suffering, on a basic level.
Chakra open. Okay, continue.
And I massaged him and did this. He started feeling better. I did it for an hour, out of love for my family, for my brother. And he immediately started having less pain. Immediately afterwards. Immediately cleared up his eyes. He could open his eyes again and not in pain. And the next day, often, he felt so much better. He could walk again and talk. And within a day or two, he was at home every time I did it for him.
Do you think sometimes it could be like a placebo effect? Do you know, like, because you can have the ability to heal, they say certain people can will themselves better from certain sicknesses, like people might say, you'll never walk again. And, yeah.
I believe that it's not that I have the healing capacity necessarily, but it's that he accepted my healing. He accepted my interaction.
Okay.
And his own energy system, which is intelligent too, his own mind, nervous system, which is connected. When it opens up to somebody for receiving something, it can heal itself. So I believe everybody has this healing capacity in them. But most are not aware or they're blocked from this because they believe in a dead world without energy being at play. So they block their own healing capacity, I feel, on a deeper level. And if somebody comes along who believes in it, like me, because of experience, and I do something and I believe fully in it, but because of neural mirroring, their brain might mimic my brain state, adopt it, and start healing themselves. That might be at play.
So Eric, you said that you open up your chakra, right? And I asked you, where do you get your, this healing power? Because I'm thinking about other entities out there, right? Do you believe that you are getting the powers from the other entities to do this?
It could be both. It could be that it's my own energy. It could be that I'm being guided, or some would say in hardcore Christianity, especially, some I've met, they immediately accuse me of being a demon and working with demons. It might be that too. It might be all of it. I don't have enough data to fully.
The only thing that you know is that other person actually feels good about it, but it could also be a trickery from the other entities to make you believe that you have powers that you don't actually have, but you're engaging in some.
Yeah, I understand, but I look at the result. The only thing which helps me in this case, because it's easy to get paranoid too, and I've been there. It's a result. If somebody I help really benefits and becomes better in themselves, and they tell it to me, it might still be placebo, let's say. But if the result is good, I don't see anything negative in it. Why would I?
Even though the energy can come from something negative.
Do you always think the ends justify the means, though? That's the real question. Then you're saying it like that.
But then you have to prove first that the energy is coming from something negative. How do you prove it?
I'm just asking because if you believe there is other entities out there, right? And you can actually take.
I don't believe it. It might be or not. I'm agnostic about.
Oh, you're agnostic. Okay.
Yeah, about everything. I'm becoming more agnostic as I, get deeper into this. More and more. I just don't know. I just have effects, and I experiment with things, and people tell me certain things when I interact with them.
You just know that there's some energies existing around us and in us, but nothing else, nothing more. You don't.
Exactly.
Do you believe it comes from nowhere? Like this energy, where does the energy come from?
I don't know. It's around me. It's in me. I see it. I've been seeing it for the last 15. Now, even at younger age, I've saw certain things. So it's what I've observed, and some say it might be a hallucination.
Sorry, but Reiki is not all about healing, is it?
It is about healing, nothing else.
Is it only? So it's only based on healing. There's no other dimension to Reiki.
Yes, exactly. Reiki isn't like magic or shamanism or yogi systems or anything else. Reiki,
but it comes from Japan. from Japan, and they believe in demons and all of that, right?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, because they have
it's
all their, even their samurai things are
Yeah,
demons,
exactly.
I
emulating demons,
understand where
basically.
you're coming from, but it comes from one person, Reiki. It's a system by it created or found. He went to a Buddhist temple and he had a supernatural experiences, and he was initiated by some lights, by some orbs floating around on a mountain. And he started healing himself suddenly, and he felt energy from his hands, and he had pain in his foot, and he couldn't
So
walk.
he
And he started
traveled.
suddenly walking.
He traveled
And he,
to
and
gain
he, and
knowledge
he
from the Buddhists,
started.
and then that's
No. He was just on a Japanese temple. I don't know if it was Shinto or Buddhist. He was just basically a spiritual seeker, let's say, who went into a fast. He went fasting for 2 weeks or longer, I believe, on a spiritual fasting retreat, like you have many in Asia. You can go there, you can fast, and you can chill out with the monks in a natural, quiet environment. That's what he did, and he started having these supernatural experiences, and he started suddenly healing himself, feeling energy, and he initiated others into being able to do the same. Some people. And that's where Reiki comes from one guy. I forgot his name at this moment, but it's one person only.
Yeah,
I
but
do.
it's all based on Buddhism, though, right? So
No, not necessarily. It's based on energy. He doesn't really
yeah, but it comes
occupy.
from there and the monks and stuff, right? So when
Yeah,
you
yeah.
you you
No,
kind
no. Hold on,
of
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
diffuse.
I'll tell you. He didn't receive initiation from a monk. He went alone onto the top of the mountain somewhere, and he had pain in his. He fell down. He had pain in his foot, and he saw a light come to him, and that light touched him, and then he started healing. So he wasn't initiated by Buddhism or Shinto or whatever tradition. It was
So
one
none
human
of it.
being.
so. Is that what the initiation is for Reiki, to actually be able to heal the person, and then you're initiated? Is that what you're saying?
No. This is his origin story, let's say,
No, no,
like
no.
any
I understand his
prophet.
origin story. Like basically, you're
Yeah,
saying he was initiated into it by these lights, right?
yeah,
And then what I'm
exactly.
saying, so how do you get initiated? Because obviously the light's not coming, you're getting
I
initiated
had
by another.
yeah, I had a colleague at my job. I had a burnout back then, and I came back, and I was really tensed,
Sorry, you
and
had a burnout?
yeah, I had a burnout in which I was like very tensed.
Okay.
And there was a colleague, a Dutch guy, who I spoke to sometimes, but I didn't know he was into Reiki. He was working on the administration, like the office, back office of the company. And he one day said suddenly, I want to give you a Reiki initiation. And I thought, what the hell is this? I wasn't into spirituality. I've been atheist for decades.
But did he say why he wanted to give you in particular the Reiki
Uh, he,
initiation?
he said it would help me. And
And
he
you
was
believed it,
speaking.
And
like
I
what
believe
level? How sorry, Hafte, what level was he in terms of Reiki healer? And do you have to be
I
of a
didn't. I
particular
didn't. I
level
didn't.
to
I
initiate, or
didn't
can you be
even.
any level to initiate
No.
someone?
I didn't even ask him, but I feel he must be at least level 2, at least.
Okay, so you don't know then. Okay.
No. At level 1, you can heal yourself, I believe, more or less. And at level 2, you can you become stronger in your energy. You can heal others. And at level 3, you can heal, I believe, remotely. Without being in the presence, at a distance, worldwide. So he did the initiation. He opened up my chakras, and I felt cold for like freezing for a few hours. And he said it was a release of negative energy I was holding on to. And I felt very light and dizzy for a while. And I felt much lighter, happier, and much better after that. But I never used it much, just for my brother, because I wasn't interested. I was young, I was like 26, 25 when it happened. So I wasn't interested in this stuff as much, or being a healer at all. And now I'm not a healer either. I don't advertise. I don't receive anything monetary for it. I've never asked or charged anybody because I don't feel I'm a healer. But I've had some experiences in which my brother felt healed, and other people I connected with online, they started feeling better. In for some reason I don't understand fully. started
Do you
feeling
bel-
lighter and less heavy. Let's say less depressed. You know, more happier somehow.
Mm, I hear you. But do you believe in that you have a soul or something like that?
I don't know. It's difficult, but what's a soul? You know, I believe I'm one energy. I'm not separated. I'm manifesting a body with a heart on a physical level and organs in a brain.
Mm.
But I feel it's one energy, and humans need to, from a
But
certain
it's
level.
kind of diffused though. I don't know. Like when you say energy, what are you actually meaning? Like, what do you mean by that when you say energy?
Vibration, you know, like particles, atoms, molecules vibrating on a certain frequency, and that's how I manifest my body onto this
Okay, so
physical
do you
plane.
believe this energy, you yourself have always been existing, right?
In this form, I've existed in this form, let's say this life, and I've had some weird experiences in which I shapeshifted last few
You
years.
shapeshifted. Okay.
Yeah. So there's more to it than I ever understood, and that's why I said earlier I'm overwhelmed by it, and it's scary at times, and I don't fully understand it, and I'm trying to block it, you know, to do not let it go crazy, because
You don't
it's
want to
not.
understand why you shapeshifted, but what did you shapeshift to though?
Uh, it's more like not that I became something else, but that I had like a
into
energy.
a batty boy. Say, I'm joking.
Daya, I'm fully like into this, man. Continue.
You're a batty boy, and
No, not for real though. What did you
it's
shapeshift to?
it's like subtle, you know. It's like I've changed my shape, the physical form, into somebody who looked more like my father for a while, and then suddenly into somebody who's different again, very fast. And I've figured out some of my astral aspects of my soul. Let's say that's what some other readers told me. Like I've been a dragon before, you know, they told me, and a snake in previous
You've
lives.
been a dragon and a snake,
And
like
snake and,
literally,
and a unicorn too, but
and a
that's what they
unicorn.
told me.
Oh, wow,
Yeah,
wow, stop. No.
it was
Unicorn.
like a paid. It was like a paid uh, reading done by somebody who claimed she can read this. So it was like an experiment for me to figure out, you know, what's she about and what will she see in me. So I'm not saying fully I'm really that, but I might be imaginative and with my energy manipulating into feeling it. But I've
Or
felt,
because you open up your chakras sometimes, yeah. Maybe another
yeah,
entity, like a demon, possess
yeah.
you. Can it
But
be?
why do you believe in demons, by the way? What's
Nah,
your
for me
origin
myself,
story?
nah. I believe
Yeah,
that other entities, negative entities.
Let's call it a non-constructive energy, consciousness. Let's call it a malevolent being.
Yeah. I get that. Yeah. Because you know, I've dealt with Christians a lot, and yeah, a lot of other people who are close-minded too, who wanna put their worldview on you. You know, they wanna put you into their box. You know, and that's what I have an issue with. So that's why I asked. You know, what do you mean by demons? You know, and are they real? And what's the origin story?
Well, listen,
Yeah.
listen.
Yeah.
You believe in people. You know, people are real, right?
Yeah. I've seen them all my life. Touched them.
If you fall on the ground, some people will help you up, and some people will rob you. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So isn't this the same with some of these energies? Some of them
Yeah.
will help you, and some of them.
I'll see where you're coming from. I'll explain to you. When I feel
this is
energy.
why I asked them.
Yeah.
Ask them. This is
Yeah,
why
yeah.
I know,
Yeah.
like English is your second language, but take your time to expand certain things that you say, like, and that's for English speakers as well, because it kind of closes the conversation for some people. If you say demon, they're straight away like, "Oh, you coming from church? You." So
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But they still understand positive and negative. They still understand a good person and a bad person. So for some reason, when we say demon, they don't want to understand what you mean. So help them out by not using that word and just say, yeah, I like, you know, a good force.
No. I accept if she's talking about demons specifically. I accept that too.
No,
I always ask for clarification. Yeah, I always ask.
What I'm saying. No, wait. She means what I'm saying. She's not being specific to like.
Okay. That's why I ask for clarification.
No, I'm not. Actually, you're right, Jess. I'm not.
Yeah. She means a bad
Yeah,
energy.
wonderful. At least we come to a common understanding, and then it's fruitful to have a conversation.
Okay.
Otherwise,
So, like,
I
what about
appreciate
bad energy or a being that doesn't have your best interest at heart? Don't you think you may have left yourself open with all these practices?
Yeah.
That you've done.
Yeah.
Don't you think there's a possibility you've left yourself vulnerable?
You
may be experiencing.
You
may be experiencing some kind of possession or interference from another entity.
Yeah, that was exactly what I asked.
Yeah. I'll. That's a very good question, by the way. Very important one. If you go on a spiritual path or you have a sudden awakening, it can happen suddenly. And it's good if you know about this. I'm like very sensitive to feeling energy. You know, one of my biggest gift has been all my life feeling energy. You know, when people felt sick, I afterwards started feeling the same pain in my own body all my life. It's a natural gift. So I feel energy more than seeing or hearing or smelling. I have those two now developing, but the biggest one has been feeling. And when a negative energy comes into my circle or in my house, in my aura or whatever, I immediately feel pain in my own body, like a tension, like feeling very uncomfortable. And then I know it's a negative energy towards me. But it might be that it's an energy which is sick, which needs healing. So later on, I've let some of those energies or spirits or what you want to call them enter my body voluntarily. And I felt them enter my body, and after a few seconds, I felt them changing the frequency and feeling high, feeling healed, and then go out of my body. So I've been trying to heal spirits who were malevolent or became malevolent, who might have been thought forms or energy projections by humans who I sensed. In order to help them heal too, so the frequency of this earth.
Do you have an ego issue? You have a problem with ego. Do you acknowledge? Would you do the same for a lion?
If I can connect to that lion on that level, I would. Yeah, I would do it.
To the lion, you have to approach it and put your hand on his head. Make physical contact.
If I could do it, yes. If that lion would try to kill me and I have a gun, I would shoot it to protect myself. I'm being honest, because I'm not on that level. I haven't.
There's a problem though, bro.
Yeah.
The problem is you letting in this energy and you want to heal it. That's assuming that you are stronger than this energy and you have the ability to control it, and it's gonna. But what if you let it in and then it takes control of you?
I've closed myself off. I see where you're coming from, and I agree. I've closed myself off for the last 1.5 years completely. I haven't had anything in me, or even come close to me, or even felt anything bad at all. Just to be careful and just to be sure that I'm not, flying too close to the sun and I'm burning up and dying, or being possessed by something I'm not fully capable of understanding So I agree. Yeah, I've stopped it completely, but it was like a test for me. I loved experimenting. I loved trying out everything. But I learned from it. By those energies came at me 2.5 years ago at my sudden Kundalini awakening, which I didn't go for. And some energies felt good, some felt bad. So the ones who felt bad, by my mind, I created an energy shield to hide my light and protect myself, and they couldn't enter my space anymore. And I created a shield with my mind around my house and my neighborhood.
How did you create this shield?
You do it with your imagination. Imagination is powerful. The human imagination.
Okay.
You know, you just do it, and if you're capable, you will feel a difference in your energy. Let's say if you feel something attacking you, let's say energy is attacking you in your house, and you feel bad, and you feel attacked, and you, with your mind, create a shield around you with your power, with your personal power as a human, and you don't feel
Yeah,
them
like
enter you anymore.
I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe, like a
Yeah,
mantra
yeah.
in your head, yeah?
No, you just imagine a golden shield around you, or any other color, or a force field around you, in which nothing can enter, which is bad to you. And you can imagine this and keep it in your mind, in your subconsciousness all day, day and night, automatically. Then you have done energy work. And energy work is very simple. It's just with your imagination, creating things that you might start to see, but which most people don't see. And children do this all the time. Children with their imagination create imaginary friends, and so it's something I feel which is inborn in the human being. And we have this capacity, but we're told that it's unreal, that it's fake, that it's nonsense. So we never develop it. You know?
Yeah, let me address Aurora, yeah?
Yeah.
What kind of energy does Cage give off? Oh. Yeah, Aurora, he's calm, man. He's just yeah, he's just Cage. He's just Cage, Aurora. And here we have M-Stacks. Hello?
Oh my days. Now we're here. You know what I'm saying?
Man, like M-Stacks.
Ah,
What's
yeah,
going
I
on?
fucking do their blood. What's going on? Chat to man.
Did you hear the convo?
Can you like hear me, fam? My internet's fucked, man.
Yeah, it's breaking up.
Is anyone gonna speak, or is it me? My shit's fucked.
We hear you, we hear you. Can you hear me? One, two, 1, 2. Can you hear me?
You lot in the UK have a really bad connections, really bad. Most of you.
Hello?
How come, Beefy? No?
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Is it all right? Clear? Loud?
Yes, clear, very clear, loud. What happened? What did you do?
I had to go, I had to go change a few things. Better.
I'm like, nah, it's like totally different now. Okay. Good.
Yeah. So where are we now? Where's the house gone?
Mr.
What?
Eric speaking.
Yeah,
So,
I'm curious. I'm curious to all the panel. What's your idea of energy, existence, spirituality? I don't know all of you very well, and I was blessed by given so much space to speak my truth. And I'm curious, if you don't mind, at what your current belief system is about all these things. Soul, incarnation, everything.
for me, I was raised in a Christian background, but in the last like 10 to 12 years, I've been trying to connect with my African side and my African spiritual beliefs and stuff like that. And I've been learning more and more about that. And since I've been doing that, I've been finding that it actually makes more sense than most of those beliefs I've been wanting to believe in. So, like in my culture, we believe that everything is connected through a consciousness, a higher consciousness, and we're all here for a purpose. But there's no, I can't say we don't believe in like good and evil, or just you got your purpose to do things, innit? And just to experience life, basically. But then also there's also part of my belief that says that you know, there's always forces at war with each other, be it good or evil, subjective, which are always at war with each other, and we are fighting a war in the spiritual realm, which you don't see here in the physical realm.
That we don't see in this physical. What did you say?
Yeah, there's battles being fought in the spiritual realm, which we don't see in the physical. Yeah.
Interesting. And that's your ancestors fighting, yeah?
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
It could be, or is it other things?
With other things. This is was what we don't deal with. We let the spirits deal with the spirits, and we deal with the living.
Yeah, but who is fighting in this next room, though? Like, I want to know.
So until we get there, I won't know really, innit? But we say there's that's why when we come here, you got a purpose to do things in this life, innit? The things that you have to do for a reason.
Yeah. You have your own purpose when you come down to this earth.
Yeah.
I would believe so too. And you're doing what you're supposed to do, and yeah. But so you acknowledge the next realm.
I haven't been to the physical realm, to the spiritual realm. I can't say, and I'm not gonna guess.
But do you guys also have like this?
Sahasi.
Huh?
I'm talking
yeah. Yeah,
Yo, have you ever had sex with a spirit?
I've been molested by some spirits. Yeah. And I didn't know what was happening. It was after my awakening, you know. I started seeing a spirit in my third eye, a female spirit, looking intensely at me with her eyes. And I felt my heart chakra open up from pain into healing and more energy and more loving energy. But later I started feeling spirits enter my body. Every time I went to sleep, I felt like something entered me. And I didn't know back then about protecting myself with energy shields, you know, and being spiritually aware. You know, let's say somebody throws you in a swimming pool. You don't know how to swim, you know. That's what happened to me. So I had to learn how to swim very fast. And I felt like I was being, every time I went to sleep, when I started astral traveling, I started seeing a female figure in my third eye approaching me with lust and love, you know, both, or love at least. And I felt something touching my body and sexually basically arousing me, molesting me, you know, in a way. And later on, I figured out how to close my shields completely off so I could finally sleep without being touched all night, you know. So, yeah, it sucks, you know, but yeah, it could have been worse, you know. It wasn't a dude at least, you know, it was a female. So,
do you think spirits have got gender?
I don't know, maybe, you know, if some spirits are like dead humans or other entities, you know, from other higher frequencies, which we can't perceive, but they are all around us and they have genders, they might be attracted to some humans, you know. You have these stories of higher beings or other beings, or demons even, connecting to humans, you know, like the fairy tales from Brothers Grimm in Germany, you know, about fairies, you know, taking a liking to a human and then marrying with them and having children. So those are pretty common stories worldwide, hopefully. So that's not weird, you know, on that level. You know? You know, maybe Jesus was
welcome, panelists.
You know, maybe Jesus was somebody who was born from that kind of thing, you know. You know, you have the story of the Nephilim
Yeah.
interacting with human females and creating those, those children with
fallen
supernatural
angels.
powers.
The
The
giants.
fallen
Yeah.
angels. You have Jesus, who is conceived supernaturally. He was like light, or suddenly, without his mother being sexually impregnated. So these are things which are common in many stories, So who knows? Might be more out there than we know.
True that. True that. True that.
Big up everybody.
Big up,
Big up, I.
Big up Axum. Big up.
Yeah, I feel I need a Me Too movement for people being molested by spirits. Need to fight back,
It came from nowhere, yeah, Beefy. That's why I'm cracking up.
It's just, as a man, I felt pretty awesome too. I felt honored too as a man of being getting the attention, even from spirits, energies, which I couldn't see, or I did see them eventually a little, but who were interested in me. So as a man, you think, hey, that's cool, It's a male mindset, If I had like 10 females jumping me, I
I don't know.
I wouldn't
I'm
care
African.
really. I would say it's cool, man. Wow, thank you.
I'm African. I'm like I'm African. I'm running. I don't know what.
He's a runner. He's a track star.
Yeah. Are you mad?
you might start like it. You don't know. You have to try it once. You might like it. It might be even better than the real thing. Eventually.
Nah, you need to close your chakra, yeah, fully.
Close your bum. He needs to close his bum hole, man.
My bum hole is closed. It never
Top
opens
I like
except to take a shit in the morning. Man. That's all.
So I see what you're saying. Stop by like it. Stop by like it.
No. Nah, this is mad, Nah, but for real though, like you fully disturbed by this, right, Eric?
Come on. I would.
Nah, but no, guys. He actually said female spirits.
I don't
and
necessarily.
stuff.
I don't believe in a spirit possession or human beings being possessed by spirits.
It might be an energy projection
not
by
been
my
my
neighbors.
experience.
I don't know. It might be an energy projection of some of my neighbors.
So you
that
don't
some
believe in
company-
the Ife systems and all these spiritual practices of the Africans? You don't believe in their communion with the spirits and that they invoke in spirits? You don't.
I feel like I feel as though you. From my own experience, I believe you can become just aware of your soul, of your spirit, and disconnect from your body. I believe that, but I don't think that you can be possessed by other entities and spirits. It just doesn't resonate with me and my experience.
So when the people are channeling Ogun and
I
all
haven't seen
these
it.
things-
I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
or
but you
experienced
know about these practices. It's well documented that this is what they're doing. You could go and look at these events where the people have gathered, and then one person is claiming to be the oracle or the conduit or the vessel for this ancient ancestral spirit that comes and speaks to them, tells them stuff. And that's an international phenomenon, I say in brackets. Internationally, people believe this. And I just wanted to know, like, when it comes to the African spirituality, because I know you're quite pro. I wonder whether you thought that is this like a placebo, or are they under false pretenses? Because it doesn't take a long search to find out that a lot of people actually believed these gods and spirits are actually being channeled through humans. to communicate and to work and to do whatever?
You cut out a little bit, but I think I got most of what you said. Weirdly enough, like I've even had a personal experience with something similar. I'm a very logical person. I always have been. A lot of my friendship circle are into seance and sage and spirits and communication with other realms and meditation, etc. I've always been the person in my circle to kind of be like side-eyeing it, like, okay, I love you as a person, but not too sure about all of this stuff that you believe in. But I'd been through a horrible trauma a couple of years ago, and to survive that trauma, I did have to split from, well, it wasn't a conscious decision, but I split, my soul did leave my body. I know that that happened because I wouldn't have been able to go through what I had to go through without that happening. And then there was a time where it was during COVID.
When you say you wouldn't have been able to go through what you went through, do you mean that you would have died if your soul hadn't left? Why are you assuming your soul had to leave for you to? What do you mean? You would have died?
Yeah. Every part of all my organs were swollen. I lost sight in my left eye. It was very, very traumatic. But talking about having other entities, and I still question whether, this is why I'm questioning whether it was something that was real or something that I projected. Like, I'm still gonna call him Wanksy. I can't say the new name.
No, it's Sahasi.
Shahasi.
Banksy will return one day, trust me. He can't pass down inside me.
Let's do it together. Look, it's 3 syllables. Sahasi.
Sahasi. Yeah, so there was a time where I was in sort of like a spiral of this isn't fair, this isn't fair. This was kind of like a loop going on in my mind. And I kind of gone out of my body. I was walking the streets. There was nobody on the streets but me. Got myself into such a state of yeah, this is not fair. It shouldn't have happened. Can't believe this has happened. And it was going round and round and round and round in my head. I was crying. I was almost about to pass out. And I heard a voice say, life isn't fair. And the reason why I feel like it wasn't me that said that was because I was totally immersed in feeling sorry for myself, you know, really like wanting life to end. I could not have mustered those words in that time. So for me, it was kind of like, what was that? What did I hear? Was that me speaking to myself? It wasn't in a different voice or anything like that, but it was just words that was not in my consciousness at that time. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know whether I've never been someone to believe in spiritual possession. And
you know, you said earlier on, Africa, like you said, when you say your soul, is your soul and spirit the same thing? Do you see that the same thing?
Yeah, I do.
So when you say your soul or spirit left you, where do you think it went?
I feel as though it was kind of just like a disconnect from consciousness. And it lasted for a while. It lasted for weeks, I would say. I couldn't feel, or I wasn't eating. I wasn't really surviving. I didn't want to die, but I felt like I was going to die. Everyone around me was afraid that I was going to kill myself, but I have children. I would never do anything like that. For me personally, I know some people can't cope, but for me personally, I would never actually kill myself. But people thought that I was going to do that. But I was afraid that I was going to leave this planet because I wasn't connected to my body. And when you guys were talking about energy and healing before, again, like I'm not into any of the judgy stuff prior to this, but a friend of mine who is, She saw me. She took me to her house. She laid me on her sofa and she got out some sound bowls and she played them for me for an hour. I don't know if anyone's ever experienced a sound bath, but the vibration goes right through your body and it must interrupt the water in your system in some way. And that was the first time that I could feel my body again after about 2-3 weeks of not really being conscious of anything and just existing. Has everyone got
that? Well, Banksy, Sahasi, what have you got to say about that? Silence. Axum, what have you got to say about that? About mute. This is you lot's convo.
Yeah, no, I don't know if anyone's ever experienced a sound bowl before, but the sound is different. It's very, very different. It meant that I could feel the waves through my head, then through my feet, and then through my actual like torso, and then it must kind of be like what echolocation must be for animals, sort of bouncing sound against
sonar thing, like sonar.
Yeah, sonar. Yeah, it must be something similar to that. But yeah, that's what I experienced, and that's kind of what kept me. I feel kept me alive.
So did that sound bowl resonate with your eyes back then? Because each frequency can resonate with a certain part of the body more than other parts, in my experience.
At the time, it was more my gut. I felt like it was because that's where when the sound would go through the top and the bottom, so bottom of my feet, top of my head. When it got to my gut, that's where the energy was facing the most resistance.
The sacral chakra is at the navel, and that chakra is known to condensate and condense energy more, make it more stronger. You know, when you do certain energy work, you can like do a mantra or speak. You can program your energy field to densify energy at the sacral chakra at the belly, and then send it upwards through the throat chakra. And when you do a mantra or a om, you can then sense after you're done doing the voice, you can for a few minutes still feel the energy going through your throat chakra outwards. You know, when you become sensitive. So you're pretty sensitive to energy then. You know, like I can sense.
Yeah, very much so. I get very overwhelmed with lots of people, lots of energy. I spend a lot of time by myself if I can do.
Yeah, me too, basically. Yeah, that's overwhelming I spoke about earlier too. Spiritual experiences seem fun or cool, but when you go through them, it's a lot to deal with, you know. It's not easy.
Tahasi, when you were molested by the spirit, was your root chakra open?
I'll tell you but what happened is that the spirit.
I'm trying to be serious here. I'm very professional.
Yeah, I know you're serious. There are two root chakras, but we have to have fun too. Otherwise, life is fucking boring.
Yeah.
Come on. You know, let's have fun. Let's make jokes. Fuck it, man. There are two root chakras. There's one even lower. You know, I'll figure it out later, and I'll figure out the most.
Way lower.
So you can have a double bumming going on if you like to. You know, the spirits.
Double end of con. Double end of the one.
So, Shasi, because whenever I've astral traveled one time, but I didn't enjoy it. I didn't want to do it. It was an accident. And as soon as I kind of became conscious of feeling like I was outside of my body, I wanted to return straight away. But if you astral traveled to the point where you were conscious of where you were, where you traveled to.
Eventually I did it. The first time it suddenly happened, I was walking in my living room. And it was dark. I had closed off the lights, and suddenly I was awake, walking in my room, and I thought I was in my body, you know, doing things. And suddenly, in a second, I was back in my body, lying on my bed. And then it happened a few times again, and that's when somebody told me on the server, "You have been astral traveling." That's how I figured out a few years ago. Because when you start out, you are close to your physical body. That's how you progress, you know. And some people can astral travel already very far, but they forget. about it, and I'm not fully sure, but I feel some might have been astral traveling without knowing on a high level, and you know.
So, like when you leave your body and astral projecting, your
Yeah.
body can another person who's astral projecting enter your body.
They say there's a silver cord from your belly, like the navel, you know, like a root, like a sacred chakra connected to your astral body. And when you leave your body with your astral body, the moment somebody touches your real body or something happens, you in a second immediately, wherever you are, from whatever dimension, you immediately jump back into your body and you're awake. That has been my experience a lot. That I suddenly awoke out of nowhere, like people awake from a nightmare in a way, or
Yeah.
they have a dream in which they fall down and suddenly they're awake. You could see that maybe it's an attempt to astral travel and then falling back down. You know.
So when you astral travel, because you said you did it accidentally the first time. So when you do it intentionally, what's like the process when you decide that's what you want to do?
There are a few ways to do it. You know, I've read up on it, and I tried one which didn't work for me, which is like lying on your bed and then trying to move or jump out of your body, like rolling over to the left, and then not moving your body, but just with your mind, and then your astral body can disconnect from your body, and you can have an out of body experience. What I had automatically happening was I lie down, close my eyes, and I started seeing a tunnel at my third eye. And then eventually my consciousness went into the tunnel, and I ended up on the other side in the other world with my astral body. That was one way. Another way was that I started vibrating with my whole body, really vibrating higher and higher frequencies, and then shaking in bed. And then I suddenly was gone. So I'm still looking into it. You know, it's interesting, but it's yeah, it's difficult to understand this stuff. You know, it's
Well,
I'm no teacher. You know, so
yeah. The time that I did astral travel, I guess the only way I can explain it is that my eyes were closed and I saw colors behind my eyelids, and each color would go into each other. So it was red, black, blue, purple. And the more I focused into the color would expand and then go smaller, and then the next color would come. And as I focused and focused and focused onto that, I left. I started to move through the earth, through space, through density really, really fast. And then when I became conscious of that, I didn't like it, obviously, because I wasn't used to
I
anything
had a
like
dream
that.
like that. It
So
was
I
mad,
opened my
man.
eyes.
Walking through the house, everything, went into the toilet, you know, did a piss, did a shit, ate some food. It was crazy, man. When I woke up, I had to do a lot of cleaning up, but it was fun.
I had a very strange experience, like similar to Ifrika's one, where I felt like my soul left my body. I was a bit detached from this sort of realm, and I just felt like as if my soul could just float away. Like I just not wanting to die, but just wanting to just give up this world, right? And a voice spoke to me and like said, "You can't. You're not ready yet. This ain't for you yet." You know what I mean? And I was like, "Why?" And it was like, because there's something you have to do, right? And I was like, what is it that I have to do that no one else can do, right? And then at that moment, I became aware of my children, that I would actually have children. I didn't realize at that point, that was in my destiny, that was in my life, that I would have children. But I just sort of felt their presence, like I felt like their souls with me, like not being a part of me, but I just felt that that they were there, sort of thing. And it was weird because both my children, before they were born, I had a dream, and it's like I met them before they were born. And when my child was born, both of them, right, I actually knew them before they were born. Like I knew what they would look like the what they will come out like I just knew.
But
It
so
was a mad situation.
what age did you see your children at when you
I
had
was
this
young, like
visualization?
I was about, when I had this experience, I was like 25, and when I finally had my children, I was like 30. 33.
But no, what she's asking, at what age were your children when you saw them?
No, I didn't see them as. Oh, what in the dream?
Mm.
In the dream, when I saw them in the dream, there was sort of like 2 or 3.
Okay.
Like
So
not babies, but I could see like how
toddlers.
tall they would be, how like their frame would be. Like I saw them as a person, basically.
But do you think you got the glimpse of the future?
I don't know if it's actually, it's sort of like future, yeah, sort of. It's sort of like future, but you got to kind of like, you got to go to another level where there is no time to experience these things. It's not like future really, because it's like there's information existing on its own. You're just accessing that information. It's not like as if you're seeing the future, because on that level there is no time, there is no past or future or anything like that. But I just wanted to say big up Ifrika for sharing your story, man.
Yeah, that's mad. It dropped. My internet dropped again, so I didn't even hear. What age did you say you saw your children in this dream?
Like 2 or 3.
Okay.
Like they weren't in the baby stages. Like,
I mean, I'm not
older.
saying like I don't even know it. Like I said, like this stuff's, these experiences for me were really like weird. I don't know whether they were dreams, projections, whether I wanted it to happen so much that I made my consciousness see and hear these things. I'm just saying what my experiences were. So Beefy, yeah, you were saying that you're looking into African spirituality. Which one in particular? Like, where are you from?
I'm looking at my own one. I want to look at that. Yeah, it's my own.
Where are you from?
I'm from Zimbabwe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking into my own. I'm not looking into another ones. I'm just doing my own. This is who I am, man. So I'm not gonna look at it. What do we believe? It's like my spirits, my ancestors, they are my ancestors, and no one is. I can't. It's not like a religion where people can join and do this. It's my path I need to take. There's no one else involved. It's my path. It's not a religion. It's not a calling. Just for me.
Oh, so it's just your own personal like experiences and putting things together, or is it something cultural from Zimbabwe?
It's cultural, but remember, you're born alone, you die alone.
That's not true.
Where are you born with?
Just gonna listen first, Khan.
When you're born, your mum's there, isn't it?
No, I mean when you come in this world, you don't come with someone saying, me and you together, look, we're going to get born today, we want to do this in life. You just come by yourself, innit?
I don't believe that. I think that you have a spiritual support from your parents and your ancestors.
You got your support, yeah, but I'm saying, but when you come into this realm, you come in alone.
You got to remember, when you have children, you're literally willing them into existence.
No,
you're bringing them from a spiritual dimension into a physical dimension. You're doing that.
By having sex, yeah, I know.
By having sex, and also like, oh yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose.
No, I'm not like, let's say you're born alone, you die alone. When it comes to die, you don't choose when you're gonna born. When you're born, you don't choose when you die. Yeah. So in that sense, you're on a journey. You're on your own journey of life.
Don't you? You know when you say I am my ancestors, don't you feel them? Like, don't you feel connected to them? Don't you feel like you're never actually alone?
Sometimes like something can happen or certain things, but then I get like a flashback, but it's not me. Of a similar thing happening, and I can see how things are going to play out. But it wasn't my experience, but I'm experiencing it. It's
Do you know that there's stories, yeah, of, you know, during the Cyprus War, yeah, like Cypriots, they're not really that religious. They're not really that, like, they don't like pray 5 times a day or nothing like that, right? But during the war, the Cyprus War, a lot of people that were in the battles, yeah, they had visions and they explained it to people, and they were saying that they saw their ancestors riding into battle with them. And it's really weird because Islamically, that's not in their mythology, that's not in their mind. Even though it's part of our traditional beliefs, the people have been detached from their traditional beliefs through Islam, right? They don't have that Turkish kind of belief system, you know, like the Vikings, and we have these sort of weird belief systems like warrior, beliefs, like, you know, like people are detached from that. So for them to report that they saw their ancestors riding into battle with them, I thought it was really spooky. Like, it really freaked me out. Like, they were saying that even though they were running like with machine guns, like running in a battle, they were seeing people riding horses in the battle, waving swords. They were seeing it. Like, and I was like,
I guess
was it the
the
fear?
mind
Was
is,
it the fear of running into
yeah,
death that triggered
yeah.
these sort of visions? Or is it true that, you know, like, that's one of our beliefs, in it? Like, when you go into battle, your ancestors ride with you, innit? We believe that. So I don't know. It's just
I don't know.
it's just a question. It can never be answered, isn't it? Like, what did these people see?
Yeah,
Do you know what I
feel
mean?
like, yeah, obviously, if your mind is really powerful, if you're going through something very terrifying, you know, fear can affect your perception over things, I suppose, and you can will your mind into perceiving things in a way that will help you cope with the situation. I'm assuming. Do you believe in like clairvoyance and people who can communicate with the dead?
A funny thing about that, yeah.
The physically dead.
Yeah, a few years ago, like 3 years ago, my uncle died. 2 days ago, 3 days ago, today, yeah, 3 days ago, 3 years ago he died, and
sorry for your loss.
yeah, and on his deathbed, me and my family, we spoke to him before he was in America. We spoke to him before he died, but after I finished speaking to him, like in the evening when I went to sleep, he came to me and said, "I'm gone, and everything's gonna be all right." And I woke up the next morning, he was dead. So
what is that then? Did that
I don't
really
know.
happen, or is that your mind doing like
It wasn't my mind, but I know.
preparing
I
you?
don't know if he was preparing, but he told me he was gone and I shouldn't worry because everything's gonna be all right. You're saying he's gone, like he's gone, like I'm gone. See you later, but everything's gonna be all right.
I mean, it's not an unusual story. I've heard similar things.
And I've also, when my daughter was born, I had a visit from my grandmother. Told me everything was gonna be right, but she was born premature and that. My grandma said, "Don't worry, everything's gonna be right." When baby was born, he was born weighing less than 2 kilos. She didn't need no nothing. She was fine.
BV, ain't it funny? People dying, they feel sorry for us, innit? Because we're the ones that's gonna like feel their loss and suffer. And they know they're going to a better place. They're telling you, don't worry, everything's gonna be all right, because they know, innit? They know that nothing can hurt them now, innit? Do you get me? But we're the ones that's gonna suffer. We're the ones that's gonna miss them. And like, they feel sorry for us, which is a bit like counterintuitive. Like, you wouldn't think that. You think, oh, someone's dying, oh no. But really, once the spirit and the body's detached, like, there's no pain in it. There's no suffering. I think
No,
that's
not if not if the spirit or the soul wants to leave or has detached completely. Yeah, there is no suffering. I had an experience with a clairvoyant. My dad had passed away, and again, like, I don't believe in any of these things previously, but this scenario had to make me like at least pause for a moment, because my dad doesn't have a stone over his grave. She would never know this. I didn't say anything to this woman, and she said, "Your dad is in the room. He's next to you, and he's telling me to tell you that don't worry about the stone over the grave. You've worried about putting a stone over my grave, and I'm not in the grave. I've never been in the grave. I've always been with you and the children." She said to me that he had said there's other people in my life that could have put a stone over the grave. Why is it that you have been so worried about that? So that kind of made me think, how would she know about that very specific thing, happening? So, and then obviously some more like communication about the fact that his soul has never been in a physical place. Do you believe in like going to gravesides and that type of thing?
In my culture, burial places are very sacred places. You don't go
Yeah.
around and have
Islamically, when you die, you're in your grave until Judgment Day. Like people think, oh, you die, you go to heaven, or you don't really. Judgment Day, innit? That's when everyone's gonna know what's gonna happen. Like, until then, you're in your grave anyway. So I think you can go to graves, and I don't know about communicating with people, but you know, you hope in it that they know you're there, but they're in a different dimension, innit? Like they're not interpreting information how we are. So they might not hear you, or if they hear you, it's like echoes or whatever. Like I'm assuming. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't think they actually know you're there, really.
Like when I pass away, I've got 3 places where I can choose to be buried. My family burial grounds. My dad's side, my mom's side. Yeah.
Nice.
I wouldn't want to be buried. I'm getting cremated.
In my culture, I don't believe in cremation.
Yeah, I'm getting cremated.
You're going to go in hellfire, or are you going to burn yourself?
What if Judgment Day, the trumpeters play the trumpets and everyone raises from the dead, and you raise from the dead and you're just a pile of ashes?
It doesn't. No.
Going, why have you got legs?
I want to fly up in my rainbow body and my cape like Superman. You know.
I want to be scattered into the ocean.
I want to eat all the cheese in the world.
I love cheese, man. Come on, man. Cheese is the best food.
I love cheese, man. Fucking hell. I'm eating some of it right now, man. Blue Viking.
I bought some.
What? Wait. Pause. Blue what?
Blue Viking, it's called. It's like with the green mold in it, in white cheese. It's like Danish, I believe.
Oh yeah, I know that one.
Yeah.
We call it Stilton. We call that.
Yeah, Stilton.
There's a place in England called Stilton. That's where they make that.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. I like that shit. Fucking hell.
So all of this astral projection and whatever could just be the fact we've eaten cheese too late before.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, there's no answers, man. We don't know. Like no one can tell you nothing. Really.
I was told like eating cheese before you go to bed gives you bad dreams.
I've never had that. I've never had that experience like with cheese. I don't know. I don't know how much cheese you need to eat though. You might need to eat like a lot.
I can eat 1.5 kilos of Gouda in an hour easily.
That's why you're astral projecting. That's why you.
We've gone through all of this, and that was the culprit. It was the Gouda.
Gouda cheese.
You know what's better than Gouda? Gruyere. Oh, Gruyere. The Swiss one.
I love cheese, man. Fuck, it's good for the calories, man.
Please,
you get a lot of calories in you, man.
How did we get on food? How did we get to food? Please, I beg.
No. Bro, you got a Turk and you got a Punjabi. Paneer's our thing, bro. We be talking about paneer.
It's food, man. It's food is life, man. You know, come
on. This stuff about spirits and everything. It's interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often spoken about, and I don't know everything, you know, but I'm open to learn from others and share anything I'm willing to share, because some of the stuff it's too much, man. I can't share it at this moment, you know. It's just too far out, you know. I'm already sharing things which make me look like a lunatic, you know, to a lot of people.
Yeah, that's why
I don't think so.
It's not.
No, you don't think so. You don't think so. You have that energy. I can sense it. You know, from everybody.
Do you know why? Yeah. You might say you sound weird, but when you hear some religious stuff, remember God is a spirit. No one can see, no one can do nothing to, but they believe in God. Yeah. So it's not like nothing weird. When we start talking about spirituality and all these things, and religious people start saying, "Oh, that's weird." I'm like, look at your own beliefs, guys. You believe in worse stuff than me. You know what I mean? So
yeah. I mean, we should try to learn from it. You know, I mean, science can't comprehend everything. It can't measure all the energies. We can, as humans, only see a certain frequency of light with our eyes.
Science,
so there's much more there. You know.
Yeah, but science is not the answer. Science is a tool. Put on realize that. Science is not the answer. It's just a tool to get information.
Yeah, and if the tool improves, if science becomes better and improves, and it can sense these subtle energies like Reiki or spiritual energies and acupuncture, other things, which have been known for millennia by many cultures worldwide. Then maybe science can prove it. But until that time, I still believe there's something there. Why would our forefathers believe in this stuff for millennia? And if it's all bullshit, why would they put so much effort in it?
And even when you talk about, when you talk about healing, like, I was diagnosed with arthritis at the age of 26, and like from 21 to 28, I used to suffer bad pains, serious pains, where I've been in bed for weeks and weeks and weeks. When I started listening to my body, and like sometimes your body tells you, eat this, do that, don't do this. Until I started listening to my body, I don't feel the pain anymore. I know when the pain is going to come. I know how to control the pain. I know how to make the pain go away now without taking any medication. It's hard to explain, but I can do all that now. I don't take no medication.
I want to say one thing, which is important. I've discovered more and more recently. Breathing. Breathing is so important. Most people don't breathe well. They don't breathe. They don't take in enough energy from the air, which is one of the elements, into their body to give it the energy it needs to be healthy. And
they don't move the diaphragm. You have to do diaphragm.
So breathing is so important. I've been experimenting again because I love exercise and I connect exercise with spirituality. I've been developing some breathing exercises, like Wim Hof, the Iceman from Holland, who can do crazy things with breathing. But I've been developing some of myself and testing them more and more, and I've gained so much improvement in my self, in my energy and my well-being.
Really?
But certain things, and I'm going to share them soon when I've figured them out better. I'm going to share them, and if anybody wants to try, I'm curious to see what your results are, because breathing is so deeply essential.
It's vital.
In India, it's called prana. In China, chi. It gives in just more than air. It gives in other energies too.
The thing is, if you know about diaphragms, like certain muscles in the body, they don't use glucose. So what they do, they flush out your H+ ions, right? So when you build up lactate in your body, it's a toxin, right? And these particular muscles, they help to flush them. So when you do thingy breathing, like diaphragm breathing, and you move your diaphragm up and down, you're actually affecting the acid level of your body, because H+ ions are acid. So when you're flushing them out, your body's actually becoming alkaline. When people eat alkaline diets and they report all these health benefits, it's because they're changing the alkalinity of the body, right? And the breathing does the same thing, because it flushes out the acid. That's what the muscles are designed to do.
Breathing is powerful. I mean, the Wim Hof, he has done crazy things, like walking up to the Himalaya naked and other mountains. In Mount Kilimanjaro, I believe he went up to in the heat even, and he can survive things which we normally can't. And I'm now trying to build myself up in his footsteps, in a way, to do more things he did. And it's not easy, I have to tell you. I've been acclimatizing myself to the cold by not using any heating in my house, except 500 watt electric heater a few times. And I've been sitting in the cold. Even now, I have no heating on. And I have just one jacket, and I'm okay. I'm getting used to it. My body's hot. It's mind over matter, if you breathe correctly.
What have the benefits been that you've seen from doing that?
I'm feeling much more clearer and transparent in my mind, and I've been able to move easier with less pain than before. Getting healthier, feeling healthier, because of handling the cold and not turning on the heat. I don't need the heat anymore, and I save money too with this energy crisis, so it's a lot of benefits.
Fasting's good as well.
I'm saying for Indian man living in Holland, no heater. Yeah, good. You're doing good.
No heating, and I've been showering cold water again, and tomorrow I'm gonna do cold showering with cold water and not hot water. So. And I've done this before, years ago. I was in Belgium on a spiritual retreat, or let's say energetic retreat, when I was in a burnout situation because I'm too excited. I did too much always with my energy, didn't manage it well. And what we did there was in the winter there was like a pond, like a water, which is frozen. So every morning we cut out the ice and we went into the frozen, let's say, the water. It was not frozen deeply, but on the top. And we did it for 5 days every morning. And eventually, at the first I couldn't enter it, and at the last day I could sit in it for 20 minutes easily, and I felt warm while I was in freezing water.
Yeah,
naked with bath clothing on.
But they
And
do
you
say
use breath.
they do say like in winter before you go out, you should drink a cold drink so your body acclimates when you go out. You don't feel the cold. Same in summer, on a hot day, drink a hot drink before you go out. You won't feel the heat.
It's more like you can like the commandos in the army train. They train to get through things. Soldiers. It's more like a soldier.
Mind over matter. Mind over matter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You can do much more than you think. You have more capacities. You have more strength in you, in your DNA, in your body, in your mind, in your soul, and you can develop it. And that's a beautiful thing, to be able to do more than you did yesterday, and the next day more, and become better.
Yeah, boys. I remember in America a few years ago when the heat wave happened, people were dying because they didn't have no air conditioning. I'm like, rah, how are you dying because you got no air conditioning on a hot day? Mad. Mad. When people get used to all these things like air conditioning and all these luxuries, when they don't have them, the body gives up on them.
Yeah, it's mad.
Yeah. If you get used to external luxuries, like you said, your body then loses its ability to manage itself because you do it externally. If you don't have it externally, your body will find the inner power to regulate your temperature easier. We lose that capacity. Everything we don't use inside our body, we lose eventually.
So you use breath to regulate your temperature. That's what you're saying.
Breath is used like in the TUMMO meditation in Tibet, in which the yogis there go to a mountain, Mount Kailash, which is frozen, and they sit there in the ice, and they are, let's say, naked from the top body, and they get like a sheet of frozen cloth with water in it on top of their body, and they breathe into the sacral chakra, into the belly, and then they keep the breath in there until they can't hold it anymore, and then it generates heat in the sacral chakra, and then they breathe out and back again, and that generates heat, and they're part of the Kagyu dragon lineage of Tibetan.
I was reading on
and
this.
they can melt, they can melt that shit, and they can stay in the snow. And yogis have been known in Himalaya to survive for years.
Thingy,
alone.
What's his name? Do you know where I read about this? They train. I was reading up on ninjas. Ninjas.
Yeah, they do meditation too.
And
by the way,
they teach them this because they have to hide. They have to hide in certain places for long hours.
Yeah, they become
moving.
invisible.
They can
to
actually
others.
freeze to death. Yeah. So they teach them how to generate heat from their inner core and warm up their whole body. And it's like they have to learn it.
Yeah, it has been around forever. These techniques in the East and also other places, in North America. I mean, the Indians, the Native Americans have weird things too, man. They hang from a tree with hooks for 4 days.
Yeah, that's long.
Awake. Yeah, and they go on a spiritual journey in which they are alone, like a child, for days in the woods alone.
That Buddha literally starved himself to death in it before he achieved enlightenment. So pain and like overcoming pain, it does do something like within the body. Like it does, it triggers certain stuff. Like pain is a thing, like a doorway.
Yeah, stress, trauma can initiate sudden Kundalini awakening. And what happened with me a few years ago when I had the big series of awakenings. Yeah, like childbirth, like somebody's almost there and it needs a trigger and boom, it comes, And I was at a moment a few years ago in which I wanted to die for some reasons. I want to leave this world. I was done. I was even thinking of getting some drugs, just killing myself because spiritually I was not. I didn't like the world anymore. I want to leave. And I went home and suddenly I felt like energy coming into my body from outside. like beams of energy, like wind, as I never felt before. And in Tibetan Buddhism, they call these energies winds, and the channels inside your body, they call wind channels. You know, the energy channels.
Mm.
And it's called wind. And in Suriname, I knew some people from Suriname. They are from like African ancestry, and they call their religion Winti. In Dutch, wind is wind, let's say, but Winti, it means wind in Suriname language, in Suriname Creole language. And they also mix with the Native American system too, very close, interbred even. And they say the spirits are called winds. They come them and they enter your body like winds enter you. You know, and I felt the same. Like something entered me energetically. And it felt like a wind, but it's like a energy in a way.
And it to do what? And it did what for you?
For me, it healed me. The first time one which came, it opened up the pain I had in my heart because of trauma, and I felt energy, and it felt painful at first for a while. It opened it up, and I felt bliss, like joy, as I never felt before in my life. Like heaven opened suddenly, and I was in hell, ready to die. Suddenly, heaven came in. That's how it felt.
I do find like when you've been through something really traumatic, it's mad when you do have those weird moments of pure joy in between, where you're like, how can I be so sad and then have moments where you're just laughing uncontrollably? Or sorry, can't go on.
I'm saying, did you say joy in between?
Yeah, in between, like between.
Hey, all right.
My nan always used to say, let the good times remind you of the bad times, and the bad times remind you of the good times.
Yeah, interesting.
Balance.
Definitely.
Big up everyone in the chat. Make sure you hit the like button. You can always support the content creator with a bit of PayPal, Cash App.
You know?
You know what I mean?
May God bless you all, man.
Yeah, I found it very interesting. Thank you, Darcy.
Yeah, I like these kind of conversations, man, because like you're not gonna get this in real life, innit? Where are you gonna meet people that's gonna tell you about these kind of experiences that they've had? Like it's very private, very personal shit, man. And I think if people are listening, they should appreciate the honesty. You know what I mean? They should.
But in my culture, this type of talk is quite common. When someone tells you, I talk to my, we call them mudzimus. Yeah, or I said, what is my mudzimu? And this, it's just like it's normal. They're not spooky about it when we in my culture.
Yeah, but it opened you up to a lot of ridicule as well.
So no, you're not running. You're fucking not running. No, fuck off, you dickhead. Jump on. Stop running. With dusty mind, you. Yes.
What's the matter?
That's what you are.
Yeah, look at the chance, Khan.
I looked. It's bad.
What's happened?
I've never seen it that bad.
Nah, man. Jump back on, man.
Violation.
Don't hurry up now.
Axum, what they calling you?
Yeah. They've been calling me cum all the time. Some mad names. Yeah. HIV infested